First down and goal at the 5. Madison the single back. Bryant in motion. Play action. Minshew looking. Throws intercepted by Surtain. Pat Surtain on the run. Nobody's going to catch him. Surtain going all the way for a Denver touchdown. A 100-yard pick six if it stands. Gardner Minshew.
Can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Drop back, threw it to the other team.
Yeah. Let that ride, Nelly. I need that to get me going this week.
Drop back, threw it to the other team.
But not the case of who dropped back and threw it to the other team. Another stellar performance by the defense. And a great job by the offense of turning that into points. Here's what's funny. You put up 34 points at home. You get the giant Raider-sized monkey off your back. And you're moving on as a 3-2 football team, heading into a game against the Chargers next week. Now, here's the thing, Nelly. You tell me if I'm wrong here, because this is how I felt as the game started to come to a close, and it looked like it was going to be a comfortable victory for the Broncos. I'm looking up at the score, and this was after the final touchdown, as Bo Nix throws a really nice pass to Josh Reynolds, deep corner of the end zone. But that was on top of, I think that was that Surtain's second pick?
Yeah, it was.
And so that sets you up short field, 39-yard drive for a TD. And here's what I thought. Man, Broncos are kicking their ass. And they got 34 points on the board. But it doesn't feel like they had a 34-point day. And this isn't me being like the wet blanket on what was a great game yesterday. I'm just pointing out that it had a lot of the same sort of feeling as maybe Tampa did, where scoreboard, you put up points in droves. And then you look at the final numbers offensively, it's like 3 of 12 on third down, 289 total yards. It's not like they lit up the scoreboard in the offensive category, but they made the plays when they had to and they capitalized on opportunity. And that's something that's been wildly missing since, I guess, Peyton left. The ability to capitalize on short fields and in red zone drives. You know, and this is what the defense does. Like, the defense, they get you the ball 3 times in turnovers. You win that category 3-0. You're able to spin one of those turnovers into a defensive touchdown as Surtain goes 100 yards the other way. Now, I will say this. Early game, you weren't feeling great about the defense, were you? It was opening drive touchdown for the Raiders, a 70-yard drive that ended up in a field goal. And then it was drive all the way to the end zone, and then you take it pick 6 the other way. In the meantime, your offense was able to muster 3 points in the middle of that. So again, throwback unis look sick. You get this great game from Surtain, and the rest of the defense is once again, outside the first couple of drives of the game, you know, it felt like they had something cooking, and Vance Joseph makes an adjustment, and it results in turnovers and sacks, and the defense is amazing again. But let's focus on a couple of details on the offensive side. So here's one of them. Was Bo Nix great? No, wasn't great. Was he okay? Yeah, I think he was okay. Does this game look a lot different if it's 0 turnovers to 0 turnovers and it's just this offense battling the opposing team offense? Yeah, I think it does. Javonte ran the ball all right, 61 yards on the ground for 4.7 a clip. But you had a lot of trouble getting stuff going in the passing game. And there was a moment of frustration, eerily similar to what happened last year in a game against Detroit. Don't know what happened, but if I had to guess, Bo Nix checked out of a play call and called his own number. If you remember the play that preceded it, it was what might have been Bo Nix's one of his best throws of his career so far. That results in a pass going off the hands of a wide open Troy Franklin, who then that play leads to a punt. Bo Nix gets to the sideline. Sean Payton gets in his business a little bit. And unlike last year, when that was happening, Bo Nix fought back. And it was one of my favorite moments from the game. That you had a little bit of fight from your quarterback defending himself or his teammate or whatever was going on. But he stuck up for himself. You know, last year when that happened to Russell Wilson, he just kind of took it and you felt bad. It was like watching somebody, spank a puppy for peeing on the carpet. It's like, well, the puppy just kind of does that sometimes. But there was no fight back from Russell, and there was from Bo Nix, and I love to see that. But again, you got another game in which the offense, much like Tampa, they put up 26 points in Tampa. They put up 34 in this game. But if you factor in a pick six for a touchdown, it's virtually the same game. And if I give you these final stats, if I tell you the Broncos had only 18 first downs in this game, that they were 3 of 12 on third down, that they had 289 yards of total offense, I don't know if we would say that we think they win that game. I certainly think that we wouldn't assume 34 points is on the board. But this is another example of defensively making all of the plays that you had to. You picked off Gardner Minshew twice, which forced a quarterback change. Now, I'll say this. The Raiders are a mess on offense without Davante Adams. You know, the big play of the game, the opening drive, Brock Bowers break a tackle, go 57 yards for a TD, and you're like, oh boy. Then they start to run the ball a little bit. Do that pretty consistently. You know, Amir Abdullah breaks off a 40-yard gain, and you're like, okay, what the hell's going on here? But eventually, they start to settle in, make some adjustments, start to get after the quarterback a little bit. You sack Gardner Minshew a couple times, and you pick him off. And what that does is build some confidence for your offense. Here's what's funny, though. Offensively, your leading receiver was Javonte Williams with 5 catches for 50 yards. A lot of stuff out of the backfield. After that, it was Little Jordan Humphrey, 2 catches, 48. Cortland, 2 catches, 32. And then a whole bunch of guys with 1 catch. He did spread the ball around. I think 11 different guys caught a pass yesterday.
And did you see that's the highest number of different players to catch at least 1 pass in a single game in Broncos history. That's even more distribution than Peyton Manning used to do.
Yeah, but it's just, again, it's like 1 to you, 1 to you, 1 to you. I mean, look at the stat sheet. Troy Franklin, 1 of 20. Troutman, 119. Reynolds, 1-9. Atkins, 1-8. Mims, 1-7. Burton, 1-5. Kroll, 1-5.
Bo Nix, more like Bopra Winfrey. You get a catch. Yeah. You get a catch. You get a catch. Everybody look under your seat for a free catch.
Texture says it's complimentary football. Defense does its job, and offense capitalize on it. Absolutely. I mean, the fact that we're 3-2 right now in this season, with, I think, a really good chance to go 4-2 next week. You know, Chargers at home. Chargers struggling on offense in the early part of the year. You know, Justin Herbert has 578 yards on the season. I know that Bo Nix now has the extra game now with 866, but I think he had more than him going into that game yesterday. Like, you got an opportunity to really, really make this season a fun one. But there's a lot that you have to love from that game yesterday.
It's the socks, too. The socks are glorious.
The socks are sick. Yeah.
Oh, PS2. Oh, gosh, in those socks. His calves, Vic, in those socks.
That is Coach Mike Sanford. And I'm going to say that he called it. PS2 looked really good in those socks to the tune of 2 picks.
Oh.
Both of those, big time. I mean, one of them just flips the game 14 points in the other direction. That's what one of those plays did. The other one, you get the tip, and then you have the concentration sort of tip drill. Where can I find the football? Oh, there it is. Take that back the other way. I am so incredibly impressed with this defense, and I don't know how they got here. Like, I don't know how we got to this point where they're playing this well. But who else gets a pick in that game? Riley Moss, who has been an absolute stud opposite of Patrick Surtain. Like, if you're throwing the football, you cannot pick on either one of these guys. Obviously not PS2. But you would probably think, okay, not going his direction, I'll go to the opposite side and pick on that goofy-looking guy. Nope, can't do that either.
Wasn't that the first interception by a white cornerback in like 22 years? I think since Jason Sehorn did it in like 2001.
Yeah, it's Sehorn. Sehorn's the last guy. I mean, we can all ignore the elephant in the room, but the Broncos have a starting cornerback who's white, which is a miracle.
He's a real guy.
Shane Gillis had a joke about that. He goes, many of you listening to me right now are too old to have seen a white corner. They used to have those. There's 2 at the San Diego Zoo now, and that's it. Well, one of them is now starting for the Broncos, and he's a baller. Like, Riley Moss is incredibly good. And I had my reservations. He was hurt a lot last year. You know, you spent a decent chunk of draft capital in order to take him. He's a 3rd-round pick, 83rd overall. But he has been so steady this season. A couple of PIs because he gets a little bit aggressive and handsy. But, goodness, man. A lot of the ways of how they finished the game were different. Because I think you'd be a little bit crazy to say the start didn't have you a little bit nervous. The way the offense, they just kind of sputtered out of the gate. The defense was giving up big chunk plays. You know, one thing that was different in this game was Palczewski finally gets the guy who's filling in for Mike McGlinchey. He was dealing with a bona fide pass rusher this week in Max Crosby. Now, Crosby was a little bit stunted with an injury, but still going against him is a very, very difficult task, and he comes away with 2 sacks.
Did you see him chirping Bo Nix at the line on that one play? Did you see that video going around? Yeah. So
They can't hear you, Bo.
Yeah, Bo's at the line calling out a play, and Max Crosby is going, they don't know, Bo. They don't know what to bleep and do, Bo. And he stands up and starts yelling at him. Like, that's awesome. That's what you want. You got to get up in the quarterback's head, Max 6 Crosby.
I know he's a Raider, but Max Crosby's the coolest. That guy can play on my team any day. Not only is he a freak of nature, he's like angry, and he plays angry. Like, I don't know how you can't love that dude.
And when he goes on IG Live after the rare Raiders win with the victory cigar in the locker room, vibes.
And he does the rare thing of inhaling the cigar as if it's like a blunt. Like, you don't inhale cigars.
Hey, we don't know what's in that cigar, man.
I mean, maybe it is.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
But anyway, it's a hell of a game. Texter says, I don't want to jinx this, but we haven't seen a Broncos and Buffs loss in 3 weeks. What is happening? It's a fantastic question.
Yeah.
Like, think about this for a second, guys. Currently, right now, the Broncos are second place in the AFC West. If the season ended today, the Broncos are the 6th seed in the AFC. Yeah. Like, season ends today, they are comfortably in the playoffs. Pretty damn wild.
Pretty good.
A lot more to get to with this game and so much more over the weekend. We had the first look at the Nuggets preseason. We'll break down some of that. Av season, puck drop Wednesday. A lot to get to. Stick around. Again, guys, how do we feel this morning? Broncos are 3-2. They're winners of 3 straight. They are now, in the last game that they've played against the Chiefs, Chargers, and Raiders, they've won the last matchup of everybody within the division. If the season ended today, the Broncos are the number 6 seed in the AFC. Like, fun times. Totally unexpected and incredibly fun. It's not perfect. It's far from it. But you can't ask for much more than a 34-18 win. At home. Throwbacks. Looking gorgeous. Playing well. Defense. Unreal. I still am sort of hung up on how, again, that we got to 34 points. I know short fields, defense gets turnovers, you've taken advantage of it, like all that stuff. But seriously, you go from a mess the first couple of weeks, struggle to put up points, can't do much of anything, to 26 points against Tampa. I'll throw the monsoon game out. And then 34 points this week with now 2 touchdown passes from Bo Nix, including running one in. The pass to Josh Reynolds, and then the little dump off to Jaleel McLaughlin. Like, you're in such great shape and so much better than expected. If you asked me before the season, if you were to get, let's say, 5 weeks in, what would I hope the record? I would hope that it would be 2-3. With the expectation that it's probably 1-4. But when the defense can get turnovers, when the offense can capitalize on it, and that's where you keep looking at the stats here, and it's like, were any of these categories great? If I told you they had 18 first downs, is that great? No. Is 3 of 12 on third down great? No. Is 289 yards of total offense great? No. But it was the moments in which you seized and capitalized on it. You know, and it was nervous time. Beginning of that game, you're down 10-0. After 2 drives from the Raiders and 1 from you on offense, it's a 10-0 ball game. You work your way back after a pretty good return. Take it to the 41. Get a penalty as Bo Nix hit little Jordan Humphrey for a deep pass. Get in field goal range, settle for a field goal. Now it's 10-3. But once again, the Raiders get the ball back. Abdullah goes 40 yards on the first play, and they're marching right back down for what looks to be another touchdown. And then you get the pick 6 from Surtain. The game gets blown wide open, and the second half starts, and you just kind of don't look back. Get a touchdown early in the second half, pick the ball off, score another touchdown, pick the ball off, score another touchdown. Like, then it's 34-10, ball game's over. Just waiting for the final seconds to tick off the clock. Texture says, let's calm down, put our Bo rections away. It was the Raiders. Okay. Don't care. I get a news flash for you, buddy. You're 3-2. Doesn't matter who you're 3-2 against.
And also, more importantly, you snapped an 8-game losing streak. I don't care if it's 2. I don't care what team is 2. I don't care when it is. I don't care how it is. I mean, this is a Broncos team in the past that would have gone down 10-0 and then rolled over and died.
Right.
That game would have been over in the first quarter last year, or the year before that, or the year before that, or the year before that.
No, once like, been telling you, the difference that I've noticed between this Broncos team and this Buffs team this year, they get hit with a little bit of adversity and they respond. It's not one of those snowball effects where one bad thing happens and then that leads to another and another and another and another. It's like they got some confidence to them. You know, one thing of note, by the way, to keep an eye on, was Greg Dulcich a healthy scratch yesterday? I don't remember him having an injury heading into that game. and yet he was inactive. They activated Lucas Kroll. And then, of course, you had Troutman and Nate Atkins that were also active, but Kroll was in and Dulcich was out, and it's just kind of one of those things that makes you go, what's going on there? He's a guy you had big expectations for. We all kind of thought if he was healthy, then maybe he could be a weapon within the offense. If he's getting healthy scratched, 5 weeks in, it's not a great sign. But what I want to hear, and let me know if you got this, Nelly, is that interaction between Bo Nix and Sean Payton on the sideline. Sean Payton had one of those last year with Russell Wilson that felt very different, partly because they were getting their asses kicked in that game, and also partly because Russell did not respond at all. But here is Sean Payton after the game in the post-game press conference talking about what that was.
It's part of the deal. Listen, last year, all of a sudden, it's just, there's still a little bit of Ferris Bueller in this player that we got to get rid of. All right, talking about Bo, and I love him to death. And so sometimes it's my love language. All right?
Can you say what it was about?
No, absolutely not.
I think it's pretty clear.
What I talk with Russell about's none of your business.
I think it's pretty clear. He doesn't have to say exactly what it's about, but what did he say? He's got a little bit of Ferris Bueller in him. Okay, so what does that mean?
Actually, he was asked to clarify by a friend of the program, Jeff Legwold, if you want to hear that.
Sure.
Just curious, what do you mean by Ferris Bueller?
Oh, it's just funny.
Yeah, I mean, just personality or? I'm just asking.
Yeah, Ferris was kind of quirky, doing his own thing once in a while. I mean, I don't know. Did you watch the movie? Have you ever seen it? He's still got a little Ferris Bueller in him. I mean, he's got some. We
Mischievous.
not that, maybe a little bit, kind of subtly. Look, there are times where you send something in, and then I don't want it flipped, and then it gets flipped and so it's all good.
I mean, that's exactly what he means. Like, here's I think the translation he was trying to get to. Ferris Bueller kind of does his own thing, okay? He's not really bothered by what he's supposed to be doing. He does what he wants to do. So here's my assumption, and I think it's pretty similar. Maybe this is stupid, I don't know, but this is the way that I feel. Bo Nix went out, had a play called. He changed the play. Now, that play was almost a big play. It was a throw to Troy Franklin. He gets to the sideline. Sean Payton looks at him and goes, "Run the play as called." And he said, "Hey, I just had pretty much a touchdown. It's not my fault the guy didn't catch it." That's, I think, the interaction, which was very similar to what happened last year. So that play in the Detroit game, in which that's what led to the big blow-up on the sideline between him and Russell Wilson, they were near the goal line. They had a play called. Russell changed to another play. It didn't work, and he was pissed about it. Like, I think that's what it was. The difference is Bo Nix stood in his face and said, why are you even talking to me? That was 6 points that was dropped by Troy Franklin.
And his quarterbacks coach had his back, too. Davis Webb was getting up in Sean Payton's face as well. The thing I don't understand is, wasn't one of Sean's complaints, or rather his qualms with Russ, that he couldn't make something happen if and when the play broke down?
Yeah.
I mean, what if Bo sees something and he changes the play because he notices a coverage or whatever, isn't that what you want your quarterback to be able to do? Is Sean Payton such an egomaniac that if his quarterback sees something different on the field, Sean can't do that because it's not the play he called?
Well, I don't want to go that far, because maybe he called a play specifically. He called a play that he thought would work, and the defense was showing him something to let him know that the play was going to work, and then he checked out, and maybe it was just like, well, this play would have worked too. I don't know. But it is odd that's a play that happened. Like,
we can't use the word cook anymore because I think that word has expired, but we need to let Bo go.
Let Bo go.
Let Bo prepare food. I don't want to say the COOK word because of how that ended here, but let him go.
Texture says, I think it was about the fumble before the big drop. He was not lined up under center. Maybe. I mean, it was obviously something that happened during that drive. So maybe it wasn't the specific play I was talking about, but if we've seen Sean Payton get upset before about situations very similar to that, I would just assume it's something like it. Now, if I were to put a letter grade on Bo Nix's day, I honestly think it was like a C+. Like nothing super stellar. It took them a while before they started pushing the ball downfield a little bit. But the big thing here is when you got a defense, and this is where I give him full credit. You know, there was something that Adam Schefter said to us, and he'll join us today at 8 o'clock. Last week after the Jets game, where as I was bringing Adam on, I said something along the lines of, Bo Nix played bad. And he said he didn't play good, but he played good enough for a win. I was like, okay, fine. I mean, I think you can say that about a whole bunch of different things in scenarios where a quarterback doesn't play well, but the team wins, so you could say that he played well enough. Okay, fine. But there is something to be said about Bo Nix in this category. What has Bo Nix not done, which I think has been the biggest frustration for Sean Payton as he's taken over this team? Like, there's one key detail that he does not want his quarterbacks to do. And you can kind of push these together and mold them into the same thing. Since week 2, when the Broncos have now gone on to win 3 straight games, Bo Nix has not, one, thrown an interception. He's got 4 picks on the year. All of those came in the first 2 weeks of the season against Seattle and Pittsburgh. 2 interceptions apiece in those games. In the last 3, he's got 3 touchdowns, no picks. Here's the other thing. Hasn't taken a lot of sacks either. He took 3 in this game because Max Crosby's a freak, but sacks also lead to fumbles, the ball being on the turf, also what you don't want. But if you have a defense who plays this well and you just don't turn the ball over, there's a really good chance that you're going to win the game. So as long as you play smart, play mistake-free, let your defense force the opposing team into other mistakes, you're going to have a really good shot to win every single week. Now, do I think the Broncos are some sort of like, have I turned a corner into thinking they're actually an uber competitive team who at the end of the year, when we start talking about, hey, divisional round, championship games, stuff like that, are they going to be there? I still don't believe that. I don't think there's enough juice offensively to keep up with the upper echelon teams in this league. But this defense is going to keep you in it. It's going to keep you in a lot of games. And knock on wood, they stay healthy. And you get guys like Zach Allen for the whole year and Riley Moss and all these different guys who are stepping up and making plays. You're going to have a really good shot to put together a season that's going to have you, in that playoff picture at the end of the year. And think about if that's possible for a team with a rookie QB right now, who, in all honesty, isn't lighting things up, but playing, quote, well enough. That's a weird thing about this NFL season. 3 starting quarterbacks are rookies this year. One of them is 4-1 in Jaden Daniels. It's been remarkable. The other 2, Caleb Williams and Bo Nix, are 3-2 on the year. Like a combined 10-6 record between the 3 rookies? Pretty insane. But he's very much being buoyed by great defensive performances and not making mistakes. So credit to him. Do I think that style of play is good enough to beat the Chargers next week? 1,000%. Yeah. Again, we have this feeling with the Chargers that they're just a team that's going to go out there and put up, 30 points on the scoreboard every single week. They scored 22 against the Raiders in week 1, 26 against the Panthers in week 2, 10-10 the following 2 weeks against the Chiefs and the Steelers, who both have good defenses. They're going to face another one on the road. Now they're coming off a bye week. Maybe they got extra time to prep and get some things together. But you very easily could find yourself 4-2, 6 weeks into the regular season, which is unfathomable. So 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. All right. A 3-2 Broncos team as they beat the Raiders for the first time in 4 years. I believe December 2019 was the last time that they got a win against the Raiders, which at that time they were still called Oakland. So there's a fun fact for you. But dominating 34-18 victory. They were up 34-10 at one point in the fourth quarter. Now, oh, look at this, Nelly. I got the TVs actually turned on to something. We got Mike Sanford doing live hits on 9 News talking about the Broncos win yesterday.
Attaboy, Coach. Talk about PS2's calves and those socks.
God, it's funny. He is towering over the poor ladies that are sitting across from him at that table. He is so much taller. Anyway, here's the deal. You had that going on over the weekend. You had a host of gigantic upsets in college football. I mean, we're sitting here talking about Alabama, who just had the miracle comeback late win against Georgia. They lose to Vandy? Of all teams, Vanderbilt? Like, we went into the weekend saying, gosh, it's not a lot of great college football games. Like, there's only one top 25 matchup. That was Mizzou and Texas A&M, and Texas A&M beat the brakes off of Mizzou. But Bama loses to Vandy 40-35. Arkansas upsets number 4 Tennessee 19-14. Washington beats Michigan, who was number 10, 27-17. And Minnesota wins 24-17 over USC. Just stacking up L's in the top 25. And Miami damn near lost to Cal over the weekend, too.
That made me so mad. If both Cal and Vandy won in the same week, call that revenge of the nerds. We were so close.
Seriously. So a whole bunch of those games with upsets that we'll get to in just a little bit. Again, we'll talk to Adam Schefter at 8 o'clock this morning. Couple of preseason games for the Nuggets as they played in Abu Dhabi over the weekend. And what I love to see is game 1, first possession, Russell Westbrook gets the basketball and drains a 3. Perfect. Like, no hesitation, go up, throw up the shot. And Russ finished these couple of games. Look, the Nuggets lost both of them. Don't care. Doesn't mean anything to me. But that first game, Russell knocks down a few threes. He hit 3 of 6 from beyond the arc. You had a couple of different, like, that was your normal, I think, what you're going to see in the regular season sort of starting rotation, which was Jamal, Christian Brown, Mike, MPJ, Aaron Gordon, Nikola Jokic. Jokic did his thing in both games. He finished with 14, 8 in 2 in game 1, then played 19 minutes in game 2 where he had 27 in 3. Jokic is ready. No question about that. Jamal, little better in game 2. Didn't really take many shots in game 1. Again, they only got 15-ish minutes apiece in these 2 games. But this is just more about get your feet under you, play a little bit. I was curious about the bench guys. So both Saric and Westbrook, I thought they looked good in their roles in the first game. One thing I kept an eye on, though, Zeke Naji actually played really well, at least in the first game. Second game, not so much. But first game, he's 4 of 7 from the field, 1 of 2 from 3. It's one of my questions about this season. What's going to happen with him? He is one of the highest paid players on this team outside the starting 5. And we just kind of, I think, accept the fact that he's not going to play. Which maybe it's delusional of me to not totally give up hope on something like that. But when you're paying a guy that much money, I think I'd like to see at least a little bit of that. Here's the good news, though. I think the best thing that came out of these first couple of preseason games is, number one, Julian Strawther looks like somebody who is a legitimate rotational piece to this team. A real shooter from the outside that can give you a 3-point boost that is sorely needed on this team. They needed it last year, and then they lost one of their best 3-point shooters. They need to have somebody reliable on the outside that can come off the bench and knock down some shots. So that's good. He did that in both games this weekend. The other thing is Trey Alexander thing, there's something to it. Like, I think you got a little bit more depth at the guard spot than maybe we originally thought heading into Summer League and heading into the preseason. Like, I think that Trey Alexander is somebody who could very well find himself as a piece on this team of, hey, this guy's injured. We can bring him off the bench for, 10 minutes in this game. It's an older guy at the collegiate level, and I think capable of stepping in and doing some things. So just a couple of, I think, good, pardon the pun, nuggets coming out of the preseason so far. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. Keep in mind, Kreckman Lindahl, they're going to be at Hofbrau, Westminster from 3 to 6 today for Monday Night Football. Saints at the Chiefs is what we got on tap tonight. And I would love nothing more than the Saints to walk into Arrowhead and deal them a loss, which would put you at, believe it or not, a game back of the division lead 5 weeks into the season, which is pretty insane to say out loud. And it's not like Kansas City has been tearing up their opponents, so I think that the Saints got a shot to do it. So hopefully if they do that, you can find yourself in pretty rarefied air for this early in the season, and you aren't counting, in years past, 5 weeks in, I'll be honest, I perused a couple mock draft sites before. I'm not too proud to do something like that if your team's not looking good. And there's no point no point in doing that right now. Because the Broncos are riding a 3-game winning streak heading into week 6 of the NFL season. Pretty remarkable. Couple other details. We were talking about college football. The kid from Vandy, the quarterback, who I guess he was recruited by Jackson State when Deion was still there. Is it Pavia? Is that his name? His post-game interview that they did on the field with him where he's just dropping F-bombs and S-bombs was hysterical. And that's exactly how they should feel. The Vanderbilt crowd, as they rushed the field, tore apart the goalposts, and they took them just for a nice little march downtown in Vandy. I truly think it's one of the most remarkable upsets in recent memory, because if you think back to the Saban days at Alabama, Nick Saban, in, what was he there, 23 years, I think the number was, never lost to Vanderbilt. And the week after Alabama clinches that number 1 seed in the top 25 polls, they lose for the first time in over 2 decades.
Never lost.
That last sort of sequence, by the way, is Vandy is kneeling the clock out. And I don't know who the guy is. He's number 13 on Alabama. Did you guys see him taking his mouthpiece out, chucking it across the field, jumping up and down, throwing a temper tantrum? And I'm not blaming the guy, by the way. I think that's exactly how they should feel. He's thinking one thing to himself. How the bleep did we lose to this team? Like, how did that happen? Because if you were watching the end of the game like I was, we were all kind of thinking the same thing, weren't we? Okay, when's the big play from Bama going to happen that's going to stop this really cool story from Vanderbilt? And it just never did. Like, every time it felt like Bama was going to make one of those, it flipped immediately in the other direction. Like, Vandy would respond with a play of their own. And you want to talk about pretty impossible to figure out who's good and who's bad in college football right now? Like, I got a pretty good sense that Texas is good. They're your new number 1. Ohio State's number 2. I still got a lot of questions about Ohio State and their offense. Now, they have very, very good offensive pieces. I'm still not a huge believer in Will Howard. You can throw the statistics at me all day long if you want to. I don't care. There's just something about him that I don't quite believe in. Oregon had their struggles really early in the year, started to figure things out and settle in as of late with wins over Oregon State, UCLA, and Michigan State that have all been comfortable victories, but they have Ohio State this weekend. They're number 4, or they're number 3. Number 4 is Penn State, who I put in the same category as Oregon. I don't know if Penn State is some sort of behemoth. I mean, they almost lost to Bowling Green in week 2, barely eked out a victory against Illinois last week, and then this week, they beat a UCLA team who's terrible, 27-11, and they have USC coming up. But after that, it's Miami, who now 2 consecutive weeks, they've barely won games on last second, oh my God, we need to make a play type of stuff. Like, I don't know who is good and who is bad in college football at the moment, which to me would spell some pretty good news if you're a team like, I don't know, CU. Continue to win some football games, you can climb up these rankings in a hurry, and you can put yourself in college football playoff positioning in a hurry. But it starts with, I think, what could be, their toughest matchup on their schedule. I think this game against Kansas State, I know it's at home, it's the toughest one. Oklahoma State has looked awful since then. Utah is also going to be incredibly difficult. But am I getting Utah with Isaac Wilson, or am I getting Utah with Cam Rising? That'll make the difference in that one. If they got Cam Rising, then they're the toughest. But this is one of your last 2 toughest games on your schedule. Get a win, who knows? But between the college football this weekend, which was insane, another victory for the Broncos, NBA preseason, we have the Avalanche coming up on Wednesday. Should be a fun week. You can watch us live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Mojo Lombardi and Kane starts next.
First down and goal at the 5. Madison the single back. Bryant in motion. Play action. Minshew looking. Throws intercepted by Surtain. Pat Surtain on the run. Nobody's going to catch him. Surtain going all the way for a Denver touchdown. A 100-yard pick six if it stands. Gardner Minshew.
Can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Chop back, threw it to the other team.
Let it ride, Nelly. Give me more volume on that. Turn it up.
You can write this down. Hell,
Yeah, mix
record
it,
this.
Nelly.
Cool, Carl.
What?
I'm very important.
Come on. No.
Yeah.
Win more games, Cub Scout.
All right.
Currently a playoff team. You realize that?
If the season ended today, the Broncos are the number 6 seed in the AFC.
Which it could.
The season could end today.
Another COVID comes through and it's over.
Maybe. Vic, I know you went as a fan yesterday. I want to get to that in just a second, but I do want to say one thing. And this is not me being what blanket. I am jazzed up today. I cannot wait to discuss this 3-2 above 500 football team through the first 5 weeks of this season. They put up 34 points at home. You've been screaming, entertain me, entertain me. They did it in the throwback unis. They won comfortably in the throwback unis. Everything looked great. Here's the thing, though, Vic. I don't feel like the offense played that well, and they put up 34 points.
I know. It wasn't exactly an offensive-oriented game.
Yeah.
It wasn't like one of those, whoa, carnival, here we go. It wasn't Jaden Daniels.
Nope.
I can tell you that. It was enough, though. It was enough. It was enough. And that's why if you're Coach Payton, you're sitting there, what more do you want? We blew out the Raiders. We ended the streak. We're 3-2. We did you proud. What do you want? But you know, you watched, right? You watched. We'll get into that. We'll get into the details of what we saw. All I can tell you is what I saw from the stands. Oh, my God. I never want to sit in that damn aquarium of a press box ever again.
Oh, yeah. You know what's funny? I saw a video. Somebody took a video of the sideline interaction that we'll get to between Bo Nix and Sean Payton. And what I heard in the video that I watched was it was from the press box because I could hear BK and Sanford quietly talking to each other up there. Quiet. Yeah.
Well, the problem is you can't hear anything when you're up there because the glass is between you and the outside. So you don't get a feel of the game. You don't get a sense of the momentum or in the enthusiasm. Nothing. Being outside in the stands changed everything for me.
Yeah.
It really did. Remember how I'd fall asleep in weeks past at Broncos games?
Yeah.
And fall asleep out in the stands?
Nope.
Not happening. That was fun, man. I had a great time. Great time.
So here's the odd part of this game. It is a blowout win for the Broncos. They're up 34-10 in the fourth quarter.
By the way, special shout out to all of the fans when I was sitting in that section that listened to our show.
Thank
you for listening.
Thank you for listening is right. So it's a blowout win. You're up 34-10 in the fourth quarter. That's a blowout. But how'd the game start? The start of the game had you nervous. It was big play to Brock Bowers to start things off. And the first thing that hit me was, I'd like to have one of those. I want one of those Brock Bowers types.
Give me one of them.
You punt. Raiders get the ball back. They get a field goal. Broncos get the ball back. They get a field goal. And then, third drive for the Raiders, they march down the field immediately again. 40-yard run from Amir Abdullah. Boom. Puts them right in prime field position. They get to the edge of the goal line.
Yeah, they're there.
With a chance to go up 17-3.
And that's where Gardner Minshew vomited all over himself in the Raiders season. I'm going to tell you right now, that play, that moment, it's going to change the Raiders season.
And could change the Broncos season. Like,
you have a chance to go up 17-3 and take full control of that game, and you're going to have the Broncos on the other side. They're going to be like panicking, okay? It's 17-3 at that point. And all you have to do if you're Gardner Minshew, go back and look at the play. He had plenty of time. He had somebody coming at him, but he had plenty of time. Bowers was wide open.
Yep.
And he flipped it over his head. Why? I don't know. I have no idea. He threw it over a 6'5" man's head, right into the hands of Patrick Surtain.
And a 14-point flip the other direction. Broncos never hesitated from there. Not once.
You know the best part of those pick sixes, especially when it's that deep? The quarterback just trying to get back and make a play, and the entire every single player on the Broncos side trying to go first in line to run him over.
Yeah, it's like you get a turnover and you have room to run. Everybody's eyes are directly going to where's the tiny guy?
Where is he?
Where's he at?
Where's the guy that does all the damage? Let me hit him. And Ellis, oh my gosh, did he smash him?
Yeah.
Wow.
But that 14-point flip, you said it, Vic. It's what I was going to say. It changed certainly the Raiders season because I don't think that Minshew's starting next week. I think they're going to Aiden O'Connell.
Yeah, I think he's done. I think they're in a world of hurt. I think they're losing control. I think Antonio Pierce, they're swimming upstream right now. They really are. They're in a world. They couldn't get plays in. They had delay of games. They had false starts.
Yep.
They panicked. Their season's over.
And the Broncos season, with that, again, you're down 17-3. Who knows what that game looks like? Maybe the Broncos vomit all over themselves afterwards, and now we're talking about a 2-3 start to the year. But with that one play, changed confidence, changed momentum, changed everything, and now the Broncos find themselves solely in second place of the AFC West. They are, we'll talk more about this with Adam Schefter at 8 o'clock this morning. I mean, think about this, Vic. The Broncos have, I don't care what the numbers say, they have the best defense in the league. I don't think there's any question about it. Their ability to turn the ball over, to force you into bad positions, to create pressure on the quarterback, like to do all that different stuff. I don't know how you necessarily attack them. Like they're a little bit porous in the running game. They can be. You know, that big run from Amir Abdullah, I think that's the longest run he's had in like 8 years.
I think that was a missed assignment.
Yeah.
I mean, just from my vantage point, somebody failed to fill that gap.
But they, this is what's funny. This is what I wanted to point out. You think you have a 34-point day, Vic, that your offense was rolling. Let me give you some offensive statistics for the Broncos. They had 18 first downs on the day.
Mm-hmm.
The Raiders had more. They had 20.
Yeah.
The Broncos were 3 of 12 on third down, which is bad. The Broncos had 289 yards of total offense, which is typically a bad day. And yet they put up 34 points. And you wonder how you get there. I think the reason's pretty simple. The one thing this offense has done really well over the last 3 weeks that they didn't do in the first couple, don't turn the ball over.
Yeah.
Like, they won the turnover battle 3-0. When they get the turnovers now, they capitalize on the field position. They make plays happen. But they don't give the opposing team extra opportunities, and they capitalize on theirs, which is a huge quality if you have a good defense.
3 interceptions, one of which was taken back to the house, and it's going to set you up for offensive success, okay?
Mm-hmm.
My overall take on Bo Nix was this. He got better.
Yeah.
First half was not good. It was not good. If you look at that game and you're telling me that in the first half Bo Nix looked good, you're lying to yourself. You're lying to yourself. Now, he got good. At the end of the half, that last drive to set up a field goal right before halftime, good.
Yep.
Couple of those drives in the second half, good. Not great, good.
Well, and what would have been his biggest play of the game would have been a 45-yard touchdown pass to Troy Franklin.
Catch the ball.
Catch the ball, Troy.
Catch the ball.
What are we doing here?
He had a beautiful throw to Courtland Sutton later in that game. He had the touchdown toss to Reynolds. Perfect. He had some nice throws. Okay, nice throws. But how would you characterize his game? Mediocre, good, or great?
I actually said this in the appetizer. If I had to give him a letter grade, it'd be a C+.
I'd give him better than that.
I don't think he did anything insanely special. I think he just ran.
Yeah, but he also, you got to give him bonus points for not turning the ball over and making the right decisions.
So the plus comes in.
I'll give him a B.
That's fine.
It wasn't, the word, I guess, it wasn't dynamic. It wasn't dynamic. Your leading pass catcher is your running back, Javonte Williams, who had, 5 receptions. He was targeted 6 times.
Yeah.
He was your leading pass catcher. Receivers only caught the ball twice. Humphrey twice, Sutton twice. Those are the 2 leading receivers.
11 guys caught the football, but most of them one catch.
Yes, or one target. The offense, and this is the puzzle. This is the puzzle. Is that Bo or is that Peyton? Who is that? Why are they not inclined? And then they started doing it in the second half when they got the lead and things opened up a bit. They started doing it. But in the first half, do you know how many times we yelled from the stands, throw the ball downfield?
Yeah. I think it's a Peyton thing. Yeah, I think that he just, look.
You think
it's
he's just
smart.
protecting his kid?
I think it's smart and boring at the same time, but boring might be good enough for this team to win a whole bunch. Like, here's the thing, Vic. You throw the ball downfield, there's a chance that ball gets turned over. When you're winning the turnover battle 3-0, you're probably going to win the game because the Broncos defense is really good.
Sure.
Like, I keep looking at them, man, and I am so wildly impressed with Riley Moss, who came up with his first pick.
Yeah.
I mean, his ability to play physically, to get up in people's face, but not lose ground, like press coverage, not get beat. Where do you go? If you want to attack somebody, if you're the opposing offense, you're looking at Pat Surtain on one side. You're like, well, I don't want to go there. So I'm going to go at Riley Moss. Do you want to? Like, Riley's good.
Make note of this. Riley Moss is going to allow Patrick Surtain to bolster his stats.
Mm-hmm.
Riley Moss, the presence of Riley Moss is going to give Patrick Surtain his flowers. Because when Champ Bailey was here, nobody even tested his side because they didn't have another corner opposite Champ that could really hold up. And they always went that opposite side. They're going to try to test Riley Moss a lot. And if he keeps answering the call with picks and making big plays, they may have to go to Patrick Surtain's side.
Yeah.
And you saw what happened if you go to Patrick Surtain's side. He'll get more opportunities at the ball. I loved Patrick Surtain after the game referring to Riley Moss, saying what we're all thinking, but listen to how long it took him because he's thinking it through. Should I say this? Should I say this? He said it, and it was hilarious. Listen.
I think he get a pass on the celebration. Obviously, you're pretty excited. You don't know what to do. When a bunch of guys is just tapping you on your helmet, very excited for you. But, Roddy, like I said before, man, he's consistent each and every week, and he prepares the right way, and eventually he's going to make a play like that. And I'm very happy for him. It's crazy because a lot of people was questioning, the white cornerback, what he's going to do. But he's definitely making history. So it's good to see him out there making plays and doing what he's doing. So I'm very proud
that's
of him.
great. You didn't know. Should I?
Listen.
Shall I?
We're in week 5, Vic. We need to address the elephant in the room that everybody's thinking about. That's the first pick by a white corner since Seahorn. That's the first one.
We have a white corner making picks in the NFL, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, it's we're all thinking it.
Okay, are we
we're all
allowed?
thinking
Are
it.
we allowed? Are we allowed to talk about this without people getting all?
I would hope
allowed?
so. It's historic.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a white corner in the NFL, for
and he's
your
good.
team.
He plays. He's good.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a Brett Kane colored corner in the National Football League making picks.
Shane Gillis had a joke in one of his stand-up specials recently where he said, a lot of you guys listening to me right now are too young to realize white cornerbacks were a thing in the NFL. And he goes, there's 2 left. They're at the San Diego Zoo. Okay? That's the only 2 that are left. Well, we got one now. And it's Riley Moss. And he's like really, really solid at the position.
He's getting better every week. He's getting better every week. I really enjoy watching him play. And after the game, getting a chance to talk to him, he's so energetic and enthusiastic too. He's not one of these too cool for school guys. That's one thing I learned when I was talking to him after the game. He's like really energetic.
Yeah.
I love that. I was going to ask him, just subtly, excuse me, do you realize you're a white cornerback?
Are you aware?
Excuse me. You're white.
Make it make sense.
Who told you that?
303-504-0925. Shump Mazda text line. A lot to get to from this game. We had a couple of preseason games from the Nuggets over the weekend that I want to get to. We said this was a boring week of college football. Yeah, no, it wasn't because there were upsets everywhere. Everywhere. A lot to get to. Adam Schefter, 8 o'clock. Stick around. All right, so big story inside of the game was it was 20-10. It's third down. Something happens to where Troy Franklin finds himself wide open, deep left sideline. Throw on the money. Franklin drops it. Would have been a walk-in touchdown to really put a stamp on the day of all the cool things that happened already.
Should have caught the pass. I get it. It could have been easier to catch. He didn't have to put that much air under it. You can make all the cases you want about the throw, but an NFL wide receiver needs to catch that ball.
Yes. And then right afterwards, the Broncos then trot out their punt team. It's a 20-10 ball game. And camera cut over to the sideline, and it's Sean Payton getting into a maybe not quite as animated of a discussion as last year with Russell Wilson, but an animated discussion nonetheless.
Well, anytime hand communication is involved, it's animated.
Yes.
It's not just, hey, you probably should have done this on that play. It's, hands are up in the air.
Yep.
It's an Italian discussion.
Well, last year when that happened, we all know sort of the fallout. Now, that was different because it was in the middle of a blowout loss to Detroit and something, all the other stuff that kind of rolled into it. But mainly, Russell Wilson did what when they were having that sort of discussion? He took it, right? Russell Wilson just sat there and took it.
He accepted his punishment, his discipline.
Bo Nix did not. Bo Nix responded, and I actually kind of loved it. Loved the idea that he was willing to say, no, this might be what you think, but here's what I saw in this. I don't know what the discussion was about. They wouldn't say it. My guess is if it's anything like last year.
He flipped a play.
Sean Payton called a play. He made a check at the line, and there you go.
He flipped a formation. He flipped a play, whatever it may be. I don't know if anyone else noticed it, but after that exchange, Bo Nix was better.
Yeah, he was.
He was a better quarterback after that exchange. I thought the entire operation was better. Play calling, throwing, everything. It was great. Man, you know what? That's an emotional sport out there. People get beat up. Big deal if grown men yell at each other. Big freaking deal. Did you notice during the exchange, too? So it's featured on the sideline. Davis Webb, the quarterback's coach, at the tail end, goes in and takes a couple shots himself, defending what appears to be Bo Nix there.
Which he also didn't last year.
Yeah. Hey, chill out. Chill out. Hey, coach, chill out.
Well, and I'm trying to figure out, it couldn't have been the play to Franklin. Because Bo Nix would just say, if he catches the ball, it's a 45-yard touchdown. What are we talking about here? So it can't be that.
Coach Sanford thinks it's the play prior where he set up in the shotgun, and it should have been under center. Remember where it was a fumble? Wattenberg hit himself in the butt.
Can I ask how that happens?
How you hit yourself in the butt?
Well, he obviously thought Nix was under center.
Yeah, don't you feel him
Vic, I don't want to get underneath you, but I want to ask you if you can feel if I put my hand underneath.
Get up underneath me and let me know if you can feel yourself under center.
Like, how does he have the softest touch in the world? Like, how does he not know?
There's not hands behind me.
From what I understand, the quarterback, he gets up in there and you feel it. So I don't get how that's even possible, first of all. But second of all, here's their responses in the post game to what that interaction was. Let's start with Sean Payton, please.
It's part of the deal. Listen, last year, all of a sudden, it's just, there's still a little bit of Ferris Bueller in this player that we got to get rid of. All right, talking about Bo, and I love him to death. And so sometimes it's my love language. All right?
Can you say what it was about?
No, no, absolutely not.
There's a follow-up.
There's more to it afterwards.
From Jeff Legwold. Jeff Legwold said, what does the Ferris Bueller thing mean?
Just curious, what do you mean by Ferris Bueller?
Oh, it's just funny.
Yeah, I mean, just personality or... I'm just asking.
Yeah, Ferris was kind of quirky, doing his own thing once in a while. I mean, I don't know. Did you watch the movie? Have you ever seen it? He's still got a little Ferris Bueller in him. I mean, he's got some. We
mischievous.
Not that, maybe a little bit, kind of subtly. Look, there are times where you send something in, and then I don't want it flipped and then it gets flipped and so it's all good.
I mean, yeah, pretty obviously he made a check at the line that Sean Payton didn't like and whatever.
I think Bo Nix at that point was like, not the time.
Yeah.
Not the time. Dude catches the ball, we're fine.
Mm-hmm.
Things change. And Sean wanted to, hit home. And you got to make all the right calls at all the right times. He's just trying to convince his quarterback that the system is more important than anything else.
Right. Or there's reasons I make specific calls in specific situations. Now, another thing that I love from that is can I hear after he says mischievous again? Can I hear the media?
Not that, maybe a little bit kind of subtly. Look.
That sounds like a laugh track.
It does. Sound like you're Archie Bunker or something, and there's a laugh track, and it does. It was funny. Now,
wasn't that funny?
I get it.
Wasn't that?
I get it. I thought the Ferris Bueller reference was interesting, and we're going to make a big deal out of it all week, and it's not that big a deal. That exchange, let me start by saying that exchange between quarterback and coach is not a big deal. You're not going to catch me making a big deal out of it. I think it's healthy. I think it's great. I love it. I love it when grown men can yell at each other and still love one another afterwards.
Yeah.
Confrontation is not evil. Confrontation is necessary in human interaction sometimes. It's okay to get mad at somebody you love, somebody you like, somebody you work with. It's okay. It's okay to be impassioned. It's okay to disagree. There's nothing wrong with that. Not everything is like, field day. Doesn't have to be that way.
I also just thought of something, Nelly. We're going to have at some point a supercut of Bo Nix highlights to the Day Bow Bow song to make this full Ferris Bueller.
Mischievous.
Not that, maybe a little bit kind of subtly. Look. Their time.
Everybody loves the Day Bow Bow song, though, don't they? Day Bow Bow. Day Bow Bow.
Oh, you're talking about the song on the show.
Yeah, that plays throughout the movie.
I thought you're trying to give me a little sha-na-na or something here.
No, I don't know what the song's called. I just call it the Day Bow Bow song. What is that? What is the actual title of that song?
It's called Oh Yeah.
Oh, of course it is.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, this one. Yeah.
If this doesn't become Bo's walkout song from now on.
Oh, yeah.
If the Broncos have a sense of humor when they play the Chargers next week, they got to run out to this song.
They should.
Come on, Broncos. Come on. Come on, Broncos. Bo Nix out of the tunnel with this.
Hey, with this song playing, Nelly, give me Bo Nix's response. Oh, yeah. Day Bow Bow.
Oh, Coach said with a smile that you still have some Ferris Bueller in you. Do you know that character from the movie?
Yeah, I've watched the movie, but I think it's funny, and that literally I think explains the situation that we're just out there with great competitive intensity and fire, and we can have those conversations and move right back along and score another few touchdowns that doesn't bother us.
Do you like that character?
Yeah, I think that movie's funny. I think it's a great movie. I've only seen it a handful of times because it's kind of old, but I think it's good.
At the end of the day, when you think about it, when you really think about it, Bo Nix is almost the opposite of Ferris Bueller. He wouldn't skip school. The guy went to school and never missed school. He played more school games than any quarterback. He went to 2 different schools. He couldn't get enough school. Give me school. School, give me.
That is true. I like this from Textures, by the way. That song is now known as Bo Yeah.
Yeah. He didn't skip school. This other dude, Ferris Bueller, skipped school, didn't want to be there. He wanted nothing to do with it. Wanted to ride around Chicago for the day. And I'm going to say something that may offend my fellow 80s children. I've seen a lot of movies in the decade of the 80s. Ferris Bueller doesn't even make my top 20.
Wow.
Largely overrated movie. It's one of those movies that everybody references. Everybody has a line. Everybody parrots a scene. And I'm like, I watched it a couple times. I'm like, it's all right. I mean, it's no, again, I can name 10 off the top of my head from the 80s that are better than that movie. Easily.
And now I'm
Easily.
I'm gonna make you mad because I'm just not a huge fan of 80s movies in general.
Well,
Their soundtracks just take me out. I can't.
come on.
They're so corny.
Breakfast Club,
Yeah, it's fine.
Vision Quest,
Haven't seen it.
Karate Kid.
That's one of those where the song kind of takes me out. But yeah,
Top Gun.
again, another one where the music
Dude,
takes
every
me out.
movie I've just named is so much better than Ferris Bueller. It's not even close. These are 80s movies only now.
I'm telling you right now,
Ferris Bueller doesn't even make my top 50.
somebody has to explain Top Gun to me and what the plot of the movie really is. Is it a love story? Is it I got to defeat my enemy who's also my coworker?
You're not American? The MiGs, dude. You're going up against the MiGs.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Are you American or not?
The way that you said yeah back to me so quickly.
No.
So I haven't seen the second one yet either. I do want to see the second one. See, this kind of music takes me out immediately.
Well, you're an idiot.
It's so corny.
This brings me to a place of joy. This is so good.
That's my Uncle Judd Nelson with the fist pump.
Come on, Vic.
See, those of you now speaking foul on Top Gun, those of you who don't like Top Gun, I want you to turn the channel to another station. You're done. You're not allowed. Nelly, scramble it for him. Scramble the station for these people right now.
I like the song. I do like it.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Are you kidding me? Some of the movies, Ferris Bueller's just a big deal. It's such a dumb made up.
I feel like you're being too harsh on Ferris Bueller.
I wasn't fond of the movie. I thought it was stupid. I thought it was okay. Hey, I'll give you a movie about a rebel kid in Chicago. I'll give you two different movies. You tell me which movie's better. You ready? You ready?
Okay.
Ferris Bueller and His Stupid Day, which is all made up crap, or the greatest Chicago-based movie of all time involving a kid. Risky Business. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. The train ride?
No, I'm going Ferris Bueller.
You're stupid. Now you're just stupid.
And also, point of order, the best movie involving a kid getting into hijinks in Chicago is Home Alone. Come on.
Risky freaking Business.
I mean, that's
he
true.
ran a company.
Okay, so a couple things. First of all, I'm going to repeat something to you guys, and I just want to make sure you guys hear this clearly, okay? The Denver Broncos are 3-2 with a really good shot of going 4-2. Really good shot. And I can't believe that we're here. I thought absolute Vic, best case scenario, 5 weeks into the season would be 2-3 with probably a 1-4 record.
I thought they were after the Pittsburgh loss, and I looked at their road slate. I said, God, they could be 0-6.
Yeah.
And they have completely shifted gears, and give them full credit. The Greenbrier Classic, whatever they did over there, changed the mentality. They came back home after a 2-game win streak, and they did something they haven't done in 8 tries. They beat the Raiders. And now you could top it off next week by beating your other division rival. They're 3-2. They're second place. If you win next week, you got a strong hold to second place, baby.
They're doing, by the way, all of this while also simultaneously being the 5th worst offense in total yards per game in the NFL. That's how well the defense has been playing. Still getting pressure on the quarterback. I mean, you forced a quarterback change in the middle of the game this past weekend. If they can find some way to put consistent efforts out there, because I don't know, I honestly, Vic, it's hard for me to even evaluate the offense. But I remember we'll talk to Adam Schefter at 8 o'clock. He said something last week where he said about the Jets game. Didn't play good, but played good enough. And that's kind of been the theme for the offense the past 3 weeks.
It has.
Even in the Tampa game, where that was a dominant victory.
Yeah.
And you look at the final numbers, you're like, offense wasn't dominant.
Don't make mistakes.
They did enough.
Don't make mistakes. Don't give the other team an opportunity to pounce on those mistakes. And listen, they won that game because there was a defensive touchdown that nobody expected at the perfect time.
Yeah.
And if the Raiders score there and make it 17-3, if Gardner Minshew doesn't have a convulsion, or I don't know what happened to him. I went back and looked at that a couple times. What are you doing?
Yeah, what are you looking at?
Where are you going with that ball? The guy's right in front of you. If he throws a normal pass and they're up 17-3, are we sitting here saying Broncos win? Who knows?
I mean, there's a good chance that game gets away from you, but you flip a game 14 points over the span of 20 seconds. I mean, everything changes. And, seasons can change. Who knows?
Did it look like Surtain was just floating as he's running? Have you ever seen anybody look like he's running slow, but actually running really, really fast?
So they said, I can't remember the exact number, but he topped out at 21 miles an hour on that run back from Surtain. And not once did it look like he was putting effort into running.
You know how someone has just perfect stride and everything looks just perfect and it's not choppy?
Yeah.
You have choppy runners, then you have perfect stride runners. That's what he is.
I had a guy that I played with that in baseball.
Who's the dude for the Chiefs that like bangs the ground when he runs?
Pacheco?
Yeah, Pacheco.
Yeah.
Like when he runs, he wants to torture the turf.
Right. But there's something to this, by the way. He was super fast, didn't look like it. But Vic, when he ran, his head didn't move. If you just had the camera from the neck up,
Eric Dickerson was
it
like
would
that.
look like he's not moving.
Eric Dickerson was like that. Go back and look at Eric Dickerson video. Eric Dickerson ran upright with a still head.
I don't know how that's possible when you're running that fast. But, I mean, it's crazy what this defense has put together, and a credit to Vance Joseph yet again. Yet again this week, I'm going to be singing the praises of Vance Joseph because he deserves it.
8492, Vic here. I'm an 80s kid as well. Got your back on this one. Ferris was good, but way more 80s films are better. Got a lot of people agreeing with me, but they're just afraid to say it publicly because, this is what the public does. Some guy calls me anti-fun. Ferris had fun. It was stupid fun. It was stupid. Not the way I'd want to spend my day. I'd rather spend my day like Tom Cruise in Risky Business.
Texture's right, by the way.
Run a business.
The best movie about a kid in Chicago is Rookie of the Year.
Okay.
I mean, Henry Rogengartner going out there for the Cubs and throwing 102. That doesn't do anything for you. Taking over for Chet Steadman, who's at the end of his career. Brigma, the pitching coach.
Yeah.
He had the genius idea of hot ice.
This person completely disagrees on the comparison between Risky Business and Ferris Bueller. Here's the way I look at it. For Risky Business fans like myself, you're more business-minded. You're adults. Ferris Bueller, you're a bunch of kids, immature. You just want to slough off. That's the difference in 80s movies. We run businesses, you slough off.
303-504-0925. Want to get to some nuggets, pun intended, from the first couple of preseason games in Abu Dhabi. What you saw from that, we'll get to it in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. That's the sound of luck in the sound of Tulatero. And if you don't recognize that by now, well, you should, because it's a chance for you to win a whole bunch of cash with a whole bunch of lottery games. And if you download that Tulatero app and use my code MAGIC, you get a free credit to play in any of these lottery games like Powerball, Mega Millions, and Lucky for Life. And today, Powerball at $315 million. And that's 315 million reasons why you should download the Tulatero app right now and use that code MAGIC. Receive that free credit to play in the lotto and try your hand at $315 million tonight with the Powerball jackpot. So download the Tulatero app. It's Tulatero, your lottery app. Couple of games in Abu Dhabi over the weekend as the Nuggets got their preseason going. Vic, 2 losses. Who really cares about the results of the game? But what were you most interested in?
My takeaways are pretty simple. I want to see Russell Westbrook make shots. He did in the first game. He made 3 threes. Now, did he go wildly to the cup on a couple occasions? Yes, that's to be expected. But when he does that, when he goes downhill faster, stronger, better than most players. It results in open looks for other teammates. He had 8 assists in that game.
Yeah.
All right, 8 assists. If people make shots when he goes downhill, great. I'm a little worried, maybe a lot worried, but I'm worried about the Nuggets' depth. Maybe because they're going up against Boston, and Boston is very deep. It's very obvious that Boston's second and third units are better than the Nuggets' second and third unit.
Yeah.
That's not an argument, right?
No.
I mean, between Hauser, Pritchard, all those dudes, Pritchard doesn't miss. Yeah. I want one of them.
Well, I think it's really early to try and judge that. But they certainly have, I would say,
they're deeper.
Way more proven pieces.
Yeah, they're deeper.
Yeah.
That's all. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, you're not going to go that deep in the playoffs. I get it. You're not going to go that deep. I think that the Nuggets, one thing that was made abundantly clear, if you listen to the broadcast, it was the Boston guys who did the broadcast. They know full well that the Nuggets were going to be the toughest test for them.
Yeah.
In the finals because of Nikola Jokic.
Yep.
Because of Nikola. And they have nobody in the league has anyone who can handle Nikola Jokic. Boston's a really good team, man. Boston's starting 5. They've got no real weakness except who could handle Jokic.
Well, you were talking about depth, and I'll say one thing to that point, which I was really encouraged by. Strawther looks like he can come off the bench and score for you.
Strawther looked good in game 2.
Yeah.
He shot well, and he's not afraid.
Like, the one thing that they kept pointing to, we're missing this, and it was 3-point shooting, and it was like just by volume, by number of attempts. And he's somebody that I think can come off the bench and give you that. If there's anything, like, I know this is a small detail that's hopefully not going to matter, but it could. I wouldn't mind, by the way, Vic, if you deal with injuries along the way, which you're bound to. Trey Alexander looks like he can give you like 10 to 12 off the bench if needed. You know what I mean? Like, I think he's continuing that sort of stretch from Summer League in which he seems reliable. How about?
Yeah, that's, I guess, what I should have said. Boston has more proven subs that have done it.
Yeah, you're still searching. Like, you know what Saric is. You know what Russ is.
I love Saric.
Yeah. What I really love is Russ enters the game and immediately, like, I'm putting a 3 up.
Not only that, the pace just increases right
Yeah.
away. Did you notice that?
Yep.
It's just like, okay, get out of my way. I'm a tornado. I'm going to come at you 100 miles an hour. I really appreciate Joker in the preseason because he tries. He's more experimental. Some of the passes he made.
Oh my God, that one to Jamal
when he's cutting and he's looking the other way. He did the Mahomes no look. He looked up to the top of the key and dished one to a cutting Jamal in the middle of the key. I'm
still trying to figure out how he did that. Like, how did he fit that in there? Like, I watched that replay like 5 times in a row, and I go, how did that even find the space to get to him? He's in peak form already. Like, that guy, I swear to God, Jokic could do nothing for 8 months, walk onto a basketball court and put up a triple-double.
Somebody asked me, how will the Nuggets look this year? And the answer is always going to be the same. If you have Nikola Jokic on your team, you have a chance.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Every year.
That's it. If you're a Nuggets fan and you're walking around and somebody asks you, hey, how do the Nuggets look? How's Nikola look? And that's it. That's the end of it. Now, Jamal, I was looking for Jamal to look like Jamal. He didn't really play that much.
Yeah.
He didn't do that much. He was okay.
If I said this about him, is this stupid? I'm unconcerned with Jamal Murray.
I'm really not that concerned either. I think
a lot of people are making a big deal over playoffs and Olympics, and I don't really care. Like, I have ample evidence as to who this player is, and you're talking to me about, like an all 12 game stretch ish. Like, I have years of evidence of who the player is. I'm not concerned with it. Like, he doesn't need to prove anything to me in the preseason. Like, he's obviously proved enough to get a max extension already. Like, I know who he is. Like, that, out of all the concerns that you have heading into this season, I'm concerned with depth.
Yeah.
And players coming off the bench. I'm concerned with how Christian Brown's going to fit into the starting five. I'm not concerned at all with Jamal
Here's
Murray.
the storyline
Nothing.
for the Nuggets for me. Okay, if the game plan going into this season is to limit the minutes of your starters, not tire them out. That's what they keep saying, right?
Yeah.
Let's not tire them out. Let's limit those minutes. Let's not go crazy. Then at some point, your reserves have to win games for you. Are the Nuggets deep enough, talented enough after that second unit to win those kind of games?
That's the unknown. You'd think that they would be a little bit better in that category with guys like Saric and Westbrook, but I have no idea.
Now, mind you, Peyton Watson did not play.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to provide ample resource,
Sure.
especially defensively, off the bench.
You know somebody we don't talk about a lot because he was hurt all of last year, but is Vlatko going to be a bench guy for you? Like, is he going to play a lot? Or is he going to be sort of like maybe this game he gets some minutes, this game
I think
he doesn't?
he'll be a spot guy.
Yeah. Speaking of, by the way, that same sort of this flew under the radar yesterday because the Broncos had a pretty dominant victory. Was Greg Dulcich a healthy scratch yesterday for the Broncos?
That's
I don't
a great
remember
question.
him being hurt, but they activated Lucas Kroll.
So he didn't play, right? At
He
all?
didn't even suit up.
He didn't suit up?
He didn't suit up. Lucas Kroll was activated.
That's weird.
He was inactive for the game, and I don't remember him seeing him on the injury report at all.
You know, I turned to my buddy watching the game, and I said, God, the one thing that the Broncos don't have is one of them.
Yeah, one of
those
them
tight
Bowers.
ends. One of them.
Yeah.
One of them guys. They don't have one. I mean, they did have that nice pass to Kroll across the – remember that? It was a great call, by the way. Fake play action right, boot left. Kroll comes across the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
And gets it to the 2-yard line. That was the best play for a tight end the entire day. I mean, that was a great play. But they don't have one of those Bowers guys.
Well, and the interesting thing with the Raiders is they've done this 2 years in a row now. Now, their other tight end, Michael Mayer, was hurt, but he was also – wasn't he a first-round pick or an early second?
He was an early pick.
second. So, yeah, he was 35th overall. They've done this 2 years in a row with these tight ends. But, you know, the oddity about that is you go into a season in which you knew that the offense was going to struggle at least a lot early. And you look for certain guys to step up, like we were just talking about with the Nuggets, right? Like Julian Strother has to step up, or Peyton Watson has to step up, or you name it, one of these guys. You do the same thing with the Broncos.
To see, was there separation? Is there anybody open? Can they get the ball? And I say it's 50-50. For those who argue that, well, you can't blame Bo, nobody's getting open. I disagree. There were opportunities when guys were open. He just threw the ball too late. Do you remember that ball over the middle? And I think it occurred late second quarter that a Raiders DB beat Sutton to the ball and just sort of knocked it down with his left hand.
Yeah.
He was open 2 seconds before he made his break. That's when you have to throw the ball.
Right.
And that's the challenge. That's where the learning curve starts with Bo. When to throw that downfield ball. Not whether or not he has the arm. He has the arm. The arm's fine.
Yeah.
It's when to throw the receiver open.
Well, and it's all like it's also a lot of trust. It's like you have to trust your guy to make the break at the exact spot that you're looking for and to get his head turned around, expect the ball coming. You got to release, like there's a whole bunch that goes into those timing routes that you would hope as the season progresses, that gets a lot more comfortable for both the wide receiver and the Q.
Confidence is everything. And I know this is going to sound silly, 2 different sports, but when Joker throws the ball to a teammate, he throws the receiver open.
Yeah.
Do you notice that?
Yep.
He throws it to a spot that he knows the guy's going to get to. Not to the guy, to a spot.
You know, and there's a lot of that I think is still waiting to kind of find itself. Like You have Bo Nix, rookie, in Game 5, where I think each week he has progressed. Like, I think he's getting better and better. It might be smaller sort of incremental steps, but he's getting better. He's much better now than he was in week 1. The main thing is not making mistakes. That's the biggest change from weeks 1 and 2 to weeks 3 through 5.
From the text line.
Go ahead.
3143. Sorry to shift topics here, but we got to get this out. Can we get a quick shout out to the USA Curling Mixed National Championship team from Denver? Denver's curling club traveling to Scotland this week to compete at the World Championships. I had no idea that we housed a USA Curling Mixed National Championship team from Denver.
But you know what? Shout out.
Shout out.
Let's go. Way to go, guys.
Go spin that rock. Go slide that foot. Bring home the rock.
Bring home the cup or trophy or plaque or whatever it is that you bring home. You go ahead and do it. Let's take a break here. Adam Schefter, ESPN.com, will break down the weekend that was in the NFL next.
Coach, how would you characterize the conversation you had with Bo after the miss fired in the end zone
Yeah.
to Franklin? And I've seen you have these conversations.
It's part of the deal. Listen, there's still a little bit of Ferris Bueller in this player that we got to get rid of. All right, talking about Bo, and I love him to death. Sometimes it's my love language.
What do you mean by Ferris Bueller?
Oh, it's just funny.
Yeah, I mean, just personality or? I'm just asking.
Yeah, Ferris was kind of quirky, doing his own thing once in a while. I mean, I don't know. Did you watch the movie? Have you ever seen it? He's still got a little Ferris Bueller in him. I mean, he's got some. We
Mischievous.
not that, maybe a little bit, kind of subtly. Look, there are times where you send something in, and then I don't want it flipped, and then it gets flipped and so it's all good.
Life moves pretty fast. If you don't stop and look around once in a while, you could miss it.
There you go. Every Monday we are joined by Adam Schefter of ESPN, and he joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Ferris Bueller. First of all, Adam, you fan of the movie? You like Ferris Bueller? And is that an apt description of Bo Nix?
I do like the movie. I thought it was a classic. I still don't understand it. Listening to him, like, I don't know what he means by that exactly. What Ferris Bueller? I still don't understand it exactly. But okay, like it sounds interesting when he said it. It got my attention. I was watching the post-game press conference, and I thought, well, that's colorful. That's interesting. I still don't understand it, but that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, Ferris was a bit of a rebel, right? And if you're a head coach, don't you appreciate a little rebellious nature out of your quarterback who's not afraid to take you on in a moment of intensity like that?
Yeah, he's going to speak his mind. He's going to do what he feels is right. You don't want too much of that. And as Sean said, he's trying to coach the Ferris Bueller out of him, trying to mold him into the quarterback that he believes and knows he can be. And look, that's a great issue to have right now, right? They're 3-2. They're sitting in a great spot. They've won 3 games. Defense is playing tremendous football right now. Offense is doing the job. So all good. Yeah, it's like if you're a Broncos fan this morning, you have to feel pretty good, right? Like this.
Yeah.
If I had said to you at the start of the season, we could take 3-2. Yes. Did they just beat the Raiders for the first time since December of 19? Yes. Do you feel pretty good? Yes. Like, all good.
Of course.
I love the way that you said that, by the way. The offense is doing the job. Because here's what's funny. Between this and the good game they had against Tampa a couple weeks ago, you go back and you look at the total numbers, and it's like, all right, the offense was 3 of 12 on third down. Not great. 289 yards of total offense. Nothing to brag about. But I think the biggest detail in this, the defense is playing so well, they're getting turnovers, and you aren't turning the ball over. So they're capitalizing on opportunities and not making mistakes, and that might be good enough for how good this defense is.
And let me just say this again, just to point out what you just said. They won in Tampa. They won in Tampa against a team that is a good team that's won that division however many straight years, 3 years in a row, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
They won in New York at a time where the Jets were coming off a really impressive win. I know that Jets struggled and lost, but they're still winning on the road in a game that people did not expect them to win. And they beat a Raiders team that had beaten them 8 straight. So I don't care what you say. Like, they're 3-2.
Yep.
They're in a great spot. Who do they play this Sunday?
Chargers.
That's interesting. After Chargers coming off a bye. Chargers, Justin Herbert should be a little bit healthier. I would think they'll get back Joe Alt this week. Their offensive lineman. Not sure about Rashawn Slater. But, I mean, all of a sudden, you're 3-2 and you're feeling pretty good. Like, that's encouraging.
Any Bronco fan would have taken this after the first 2 games of the season. Yeah. Trust me, nobody's complaining. I do want to ask you, though, about the other side. The Raiders look like they're about to implode, Adam. They had a 10-3 lead. A chance goes 17-3. They don't know who's playing quarterback. The wide receiver is going to get traded. Their coach is in trouble from what he did at ASU. It just seems like that program is going downhill fast. Do you get the same impression?
Well, look, in this league, when you don't win and you lose, it just feels like your building's on fire. It just does. That's how the league works. So that's where the Raiders are right now, where they're coming off a loss. Didn't they beat Cleveland last week, a week ago?
Yeah, they did.
Okay. So now I will say this. When I watched them yesterday on offense, they looked inept. They looked inept yesterday. Like, I'm watching them, and Denver's defense felt so much more powerful and potent than the Raiders' offense. Yeah. And I can say this because, again, I was in my fantasy football universe, and my opponent had the Broncos defense, and I'm watching the Raiders offense. I'm going, like, they have no shot. Like, no shot here whatsoever.
You know what's
yeah.
You know what's funny, Adam, is that I heard this clip from Max Crosby after the game because they were asking, did the Devontae situation have some sort of impact? Here's what he said.
No, this is what it is. You think I'm not used to this going on? It is what it is. Done dealing with it my whole career. So
you think I'm not used to this bleep going on? It's been like that my whole career. Like, it's so true. If you go back since the Broncos finally snapped this streak in 2019, they've had the Antonio Brown stuff, the Gruden stuff. They've had Henry Ruggs. They've had Damon Arnett. They've had everything happening within that franchise. Josh McDaniels, I mean, it's been nuts. Ever since Crosby got there, all he's dealt with is a whole bunch of nonsense, right?
Well, they have been an unstable franchise. It has not been great. And now they're in a situation where they're looking for a quarterback. And look, let's be honest. If you don't have a quarterback in this league, you're going to get days like that, and where, Vic, you're saying they're in turmoil or whatever the phrase was that you used with the Raiders. Like, you sustained success is not possible without consistent quarterback play. It just is not.
Yeah.
And they're in a world where they're going between Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell. And they went with Gardner Minshew. They subbed him out yesterday with Aiden O'Connell. My guess is they'll probably go to Aiden O'Connell this week, but maybe not. And the bottom line is, when the draft rolls around in 2025, the Raiders will be a major player to go draft a quarterback because they couldn't get a trade done to go get Jaden Daniels, which they tried to do. Now, if they had gotten Jaden Daniels, it's a different deal. But Washington never was trading that pick to the Raiders to give the Raiders a chance at the quarterback that they would have loved to have had, a guy who played for Antonio Pierce at Arizona State, a guy that Antonio Pierce knows well, a guy, by the way, if we're going to be honest, if you gave truth serum to Jaden Daniels before the draft, said, what's the one place you want to play? It would have been with Antonio Pierce with the Raiders, but they couldn't get him. So he's in Washington, and we see what's happening there.
Brought up this last night when we did this Altitude After Dark show, and DMAC actually brought it up, Adam. What do you think about this? Mark Davis over the weekend was seen chatting it up with Shedeur Sanders at a Las Vegas Aces game. Shedeur Sanders to the Raiders. Deion Sanders coaches him at the Raiders next year. Possible? Likely? How would it work?
Fun to talk about, if nothing else. I could tell you that, again, where I would go with that. So they were spotted together, huh?
Oh, yeah. They were chatting it up. In fact, Mark Davis says, you never know. You may end up here. He was seen saying exactly that. You never know. You may end up. I mean, he'd be a perfect Raider.
Where did he say that? As a reporter, I'm curious. He said that on camera?
Yeah, they were on the court before a game, and the cameras caught him saying that.
Well, again, the Raiders are 100% in the quarterback market. He's going to be a high pick. Why wouldn't he? And I'll say this also. I think Deion always liked the Raiders. I think that Deion, as savvy as he is, knows that if his son's playing in Las Vegas, number one, there's the opportunity. Number two, it's a historic franchise. Number three, no state tax. Deion is a very savvy businessman. So he's aware that his son playing there saves an extra 8 to 10% of his money.
Yeah.
Like why wouldn't that be something that would appeal to the Raiders? Of course, like the Raiders would have interest, and I'm sure Shedeur Sanders wants to go as high as possible. And if the Raiders have a high pick or they trade up to get him, I'm sure he'd be interested.
Adam Schefter, ESPN, with us. Speaking of quarterbacks, you just tweeted this out about 10 minutes ago that a quarterback change could be coming soon for New England with rookie first-round pick Drake May potentially starting Sunday versus the Texans. I know it's been a rough year for the Patriots. It's kind of expected to be a rough year. I remember the quote before the season started was basically, our offensive line's not good enough. I don't want to get our rookie killed. Jacoby Brissett, you go take some hits. But it was like, for the success that rookies have had, I think their combined records between Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, and Bo Nix is 10-6 so far this year.
Yeah.
Does that have any effect maybe in bearing on a decision like this from New England?
Well, here's what I love, and it happens every year. We get teams that draft quarterbacks in April. Now, some of them are very transparent and clear, and they're like, our guy's going to play, and he's going to play early on. Very clear. And then if we go back and look, there are multiple franchises that draft a guy in the first round, like, we're going to be patient. There's no rush. We're not going to put him in. We'd like to sit him on the bench as long as possible. And ideally, by week 6, like is the case here in New England, all the fans are getting restless. Everybody's screaming for the rookie quarterback, and the organization can't resist it. And it just happens more often than not. And so do I think that Drake May is going to get tapped for this weekend? It certainly sounds like that. There's enough signs pointing in that direction. And if it's not Sunday, it's certainly not long after before they're going to Drake May. So his turn is coming, whether it's this week or in a week soon, that'll be ahead. But, you know, the grand plan was to give Drake May the time he needed to let him kind of nurture and grow and stand on the sideline. But that plan seems to be going out the window.
Yeah, that happens in a month, I guess. Right? Go ahead, Vic.
Well, hey, watch the Steelers fall short against the Cowboys. Yeah. When do you think this Russell Wilson transition happens, if it happens?
Well, first of all, you had the advantage of being in the Mountain Time Zone as opposed to the East Coast Time Zone. So the game kicked off, 9:45.
Oh, my God,
Eastern.
you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
7:45 Mountain. After we got, the London game starting, I left my house at 5:30 in the morning. Like it's the longest day of football ever, probably, with the weather delay in Pittsburgh. So I will say this: I saw the first half. I fell asleep. I woke up. I saw the end of the game. So I missed some of Justin Fields and what he did or didn't do. He was okay.
Yeah, I mean, 15 of 27, 2 TDs. He didn't throw an interception, but okay, right? I just wonder if they keep losing. They've lost 2 in a row now. How long before they go to Russell Wilson? Because that's the intent. That was the intent at the start of the season.
I think at some point he's going to get a shot here because that was the intent, and that was what Mike Tomlin had said. Mm-hmm. And Russell is certainly much closer to being healthy and ready to play. Do I think we're getting him this? I don't know that. I don't know that. But Vic, I do think at some point that he's going to get a shot. Yes.
By the way, Adam, I will be in New York City Wednesday through Monday. And
this week?
Yes, I am going to be there this week. I'm coming out for
what do you got there?
I'm coming out to MC a big event Thursday, and then I'm going to stay in that area to go to the Basketball Hall of Fame. Chauncey Billups, King of Park Hill, Denver's very own, is going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame, as well as former Nugget Walter Davis. So I'll be there for those proceedings. I can't wait. It's going to be fun.
Wow. Have you ever been to the Basketball Hall of Fame?
Never been to Springfield. But the reason I bring it up is because Saturday night I want to watch the Buffs and K-State. And as an East Coaster, right, you're going to sit there. Yeah. That game on the East Coast is going to start at 10:35 p.m. Adam, I got no shot. I don't know how you people watch sports at 10:35 kickoffs. How's that possible?
Well, it's pretty simple. When you're our age, Vic, you don't. Like
you just don't.
Like I got to tell you something. Miami played Cal Saturday night. It kicked off 10:30. Like I'm getting up at 4:30 to get ready to go to Bristol. Like the game was ending as I'm getting up. No, I'm not. I want to watch Cam Ward, but I don't want to watch him that badly.
Right.
By the way, if I had watched that game, could have gone straight to Bristol, watched the Jets Vikings, watched the 1 o'clock.
No sleep.
Gotten the weather delay, and I can go like 24 straight hours by the time that weather delay kicked in.
Adam Schefter. Last thing for you, Adam, because there's one thing I wanted to ask you. It was about that early game. 2 things. I guess Minnesota, this is a real thing with Sam Darnold that they're just not going to lose ever. Number 1, and number 2, do the Jets have are they teetering on a powder keg here that could blow up any second with the Aaron Rodgers stuff?
The Jets have been teetering on a powder keg for 50 years. Come on, I mean. Honestly, I last week, when I was a little kid, and I was at a camp. I had this counselor that was a huge Jets fan, and growing up, I rooted for the Jets. Growing up, thank God I got into the business, and I lost my fandom in college. And you don't attach yourself to teams; you root for people. But I saved myself a lot of misery and sanity. I actually got a text. I want to read this to you, okay? Last week from one of my camp counselors. This is worth sharing. So I get this text last Tuesday, 11:46 a.m. Eastern, 9:46 a.m. Colorado time. I know you're a busy man, and I understand. Quick favor, if you have 3 minutes to spare. My dad is 94 years old, 94 and a half. He's mentally 1,000% there. I've never heard him this down about a Jet loss like this. He doesn't do texts or anything, but here's his phone number. A few minutes with you would make his day, week, etc. He always asks me, I'll never overstep my relationship with you. So if this doesn't work for you, I understand 1,000%. Thank you.
Wow.
Those fans take it hard.
Goodness gracious. So that was after the monsoon mess against the Broncos last week?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Broncos sent a lot of Jets fans to misery.
That's brutal. Did you give him the phone call?
I texted him back.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And I said, please send your dad my very best. Tell him it's a long season.
Yeah.
Hang in there. He's been through worse. That's what being a Jets fan is about. There are better days ahead.
Tell you what, Adam.
Wait. I don't have enough in my life to go call a 94-and-a-half-year-old Jets fan who's upset about a loss?
Tell you what, Adam, give us his number. We'll call him live on the air and just rub it in.
Yeah, let's do that.
Hey, old man, how your Jets now?
You want to do that? I'll give you his number like that. You know,
No, I don't want to get in trouble. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I don't want to commit elder abuse on this show. No, thank you.
Yeah.
Adam Schefter, ESPN, joins us every Monday at 8 o'clock. Always appreciate the time, Adam.
Thanks,
Thank
Adam.
you, buddy.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
All right.
You too. That is Adam Schefter, ESPN, joins us every Monday at 8 o'clock.
So yesterday, it's funny. When you're old, you have a license to do and say whatever you want. When you're really old.
Yes.
Like elderly old, okay?
You can even blame senility if you have to.
You can say whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. And frankly, you have to be respectful back. You just have to.
Mm-hmm.
So yesterday, we stood up. We stood up late in the game because we were going to go get a drink or something. And the man behind us, the elderly man said, and I'm not joking, sit the hell down! I mean, like, I'm talking as angry as possible. And I turn around, and I'm like, Jesus. And like, sorry, sir. And I crouched. But he was not messing around. Not messing around.
That I've always wondered for, like, especially big games like college football games where people are just standing the whole time. When an elderly person says sit down,
you do
what's the respectful thing here? You got to sit?
Again, first you glance. I want to size him up. You know, how old exactly? Okay, this man's an elderly man. Total respect. Yes, sir. My fault. I should not have stood up to go get a drink. Should not have stood up to go pee. My bad.
What if it was me who said it?
I would have just laughed
said,
at you.
sit the hell down!
No. You know what I'm saying? I mean, does that play in your world? I mean, it depends on who asks.
Also, it's like you're at a game. I mean, this is what people do.
You know what, though? It was rude of me at that point to stand up, but the play was on our side of the field, and I should not have stood up at that moment. There's moments where you stand. Like, this guy kept coming in and out when the play was in action. Isn't the proper protocol you crouch, you wait, play over, then you go to your seat? You don't do it during the play. So we were all whispering, going, God, how rude of that dude during the play. What are you doing?
So you were just the unlucky guy who got the benefit.
I just got an earful from him.
We're on the receiving end of a boiling point.
Yes.
Got it. 303-504-0925. I want to talk about the college football slate, by the way. There were like 5 massive upsets for what we thought was going to be a boring weekend in college football. I'll get to it next.
What's the first thing you said when you looked at Rex Ryan's teeth?
Too much. Too much. I just saw a picture of him. I guess he was at Oktoberfest in Germany.
Yeah.
He's got a picture. He's got the lederhosen on, but he's with two of his friends, and he's smiling. And I'm like, it looks fake. Like, you look like a fake person.
Can I say this regarding new teeth? Because I think it's great that people get the opportunity to fix their teeth. That's great. But do we have to go ultra white?
I mean, it's great.
Can you order just sort of like medium? Because when you go ultra white, it's fine. Your teeth are fixed. Everything's great. Everybody likes that. It's like hair color, right? If you go ultra black with the hair color,
yeah,
it's like easy. Take it easy.
You aren't supposed to look at somebody's mouth and go, those are brand new, right?
And you can tell right away. Like, if you haven't seen somebody in a while and they get the new teeth or the new hair or whatever, okay, something's going on here.
Yeah. You can't make it that obvious.
So what would you call for? Because, like, if I fixed your teeth, your jacked up teeth, and they asked you what shade of white, I mean, you tell them, give me Nebraska white.
I'm just like, see the way my teeth are now? Like,
that shade.
Barely whiter, right? Like, just give me something that looks normal. I don't want people to know I have fake teeth. That's the whole point in doing that, I think, is like.
Or, well, some want you to know.
But why?
I don't know.
But why? But why? Speaking of why, how the hell did Vanderbilt beat Alabama on Saturday?
Dude,
what in the world?
Dude, that game, first of all, that quarterback.
Pavia? Is that his name?
Yeah, Pavia. Played at New Mexico State last year.
I guess he was recruited by Jackson State, by Deion.
Was he?
Back in the day, yeah.
He looks like a perfect Air Force quarterback.
Yeah.
He would look like the guy, if you take him down to the Springs and say, Troy Calhoun, here's your guy, they're set for the next 4 years. The fact that that guy beat Alabama, that guy, and more power to him. Did you see his post-game interview?
Oh, F-bombs, S-bombs,
everything.
like whatever.
First of all, he's thanking God. Starts off thanking God, thank you, God, and then F-bombs galore.
We're bleeping turd. Like, it just immediately shifted.
Did you notice, by the way, that his face was so big in his helmet?
Yes.
Is that
like
just
a
me?
Big
like a big old, every time they went to his
wide.
face, it's like his face, cheeks are like hanging out of his helmet. And I'm like, what's going on?
So here's the deal. Bama last week, miraculous comeback, Ryan Williams, amazing catch, all of that, right? And then something that never happened in the Nick Saban era, 23 years that he was the Bama head coach, they never lost to Vandy, ever. And the second they take the number one, they lose that game against that team.
I didn't think they were going to hold on because Alabama mounted that comeback, and I'm like, all right, here we go.
Oh, we were waiting for it.
Yeah, they scored immediately after halftime. They got the ball back. I'm like, here we go. But give Vanderbilt credit, man. Give Vandy credit. When they needed to get that first down late, they got more than a first down. They got 3 first downs.
Well, think about this, man. Like, it's a 33-28 game with about 10 minutes left in the fourth. It's like prime opportunity for Bama to rattle off a couple touchdowns, eke out a victory, and then we forget about it. And they get the strip sack from Jalen Milroe.
Yeah.
And then you're like, all right, well, Bama will get a stop. No, Vandy goes and scores a touchdown, to which Bama responds. And by that time, there's about 2:40 left in the game. Bama has timeouts. They can get the ball back. They're down 5. Again, setting up for the perfect sort of Bama comes back to win and all is forgotten. But to Vandy's credit, they throw it on the table and just go, no. We're going to close this game out with our offense.
Alabama's defense is not championship material.
They aren't.
I said it. Alabama's defense is not championship material. Now, they have everything offensively. Did you see that catch and run by Ryan Williams along the left sideline?
Yeah.
How on earth did Pogo Stick stay in bounds on that?
He's remarkable.
How did he do that? I want you to look at the slate of college games and what occurred over the weekend, because on Friday, we spoke into these microphones how boring the menu looked, right? We were like, what a boring college weekend. Ain't nothing. And here's what happened. Number 1 goes down to unranked Vanderbilt. Number 4, Tennessee goes down to Arkansas. A lot of people here at the office happy about that game.
Yep.
I didn't watch that game. Did you watch that game?
I did not.
The Miami-Cal game came down to the last second. I fell asleep, as usual, when Cal was leading.
Gets another big call.
And I woke up with Miami winning the game 39-38. What happened?
Big call, end of the game.
I went to bed at 38-18. I thought it was over.
Yeah. I mean, give credit to Cam Ward in Miami for fighting their way back, but there was just a couple of moments late in that game where they were the beneficiary of a very iffy call, and they capitalized on it.
Well, they
Good
go
for them.
They go to Louisville next week. I don't know if they're going to keep it up. The good luck, but we'll see. Texas A&M beats Missouri, number 9 in the country. Not only
doesn't beat Missouri.
They pummeled Missouri. Pummeled Missouri. Number 10 Michigan loses by double digits at Washington.
Michigan's a fraud.
Number 11 USC loses to Minnesota 24-17.
Also a fraud.
I mean, you look at this list. Is that 4 top 11 teams? 4 were upset.
No, 5.
Who's the 5th?
Miami. Missouri. I mean, Texas A&M beat number 9 Missouri.
Hold on, let me count them.
It's Bama.
Bama.
It's Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Missouri, USC, and Michigan.
Gotcha. And Miami almost happened.
Yep.
Should have happened. Dude, this is one of the...
Yeah, who's good? Texas is good.
We think, right? I would assume Texas is really good.
Yeah.
If there's every year to institute this 12-game CFP, it's wide open.
It's going to be chaotic. See, and here's the other thing. Just to put this in sort of a CU lens, you don't really have a standout team in the entire college football ranks. Think about if you could just push your way in. If you could find yourself Big 12 championship, you keep rattling off W's. If they could get a win against Kansas State this weekend, oh my God. You legit get in the college football playoff, and who the hell knows? With the draw that you get, the way that some of these teams play week to week, totally possible for you to do the impossible.
You know what's funny? I am such a hypocrite. Call me one. Say it.
You're a hypocrite.
Nelly, call me a hypocrite.
You're a hypocrite, Vic.
Listeners, call me a hypocrite as you're driving around. Do it. Thank you.
Emphasis on the hippo.
Going into this college football season, what did I say about the state of college football and my feelings toward college football? What did I say?
That you were less enthused because of the rule changes.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not into it. Wrong.
Yeah, you are.
I'm into it.
Yeah.
I'm into it. I take it all back. I'm an idiot. I don't know what it is, but I'm into it. I don't care that dudes play for teams for 1 year and they're out. It's still fun.
Once you get in the middle of it.
Once you're in it, it's like, this is awesome.
See, and that's why the Vandy thing is so unreal. You come off that win against Georgia in that epic fashion, and you're like, all right, let's walk through Vanderbilt, get to the next tough game in the SEC. And DeBoer, in year 1, loses a game that Saban did not lose in 23 years. 23 years.
Do you think Saban is secretly going... You think he's laughing, snickering a little bit?
I think a little bit. You know what? No, because he's got his guys that he coached on that team. He's probably not thinking that way. But I've thought about this before. I say this all the time. For guys who are star players and they get hurt or they don't play well or something like that and their team goes on to win championships, the one I think of all the time is Carson Wentz when the Eagles won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But it was Nick Foles who was starting at QB because he got hurt. I think part of them hated that.
Yeah.
Because it made him look expendable.
Bruce Feldman of The Athletic, he does those top freaks of college football.
Yeah.
Talks about freak players. To me, the three best players in terms of electricity, freaks of the game. Travis Hunter, because of what he can do both sides.
Sure.
Ryan Williams. Yep. I've never seen somebody pogo stick like that, man, and change field position, changes. His balance is unheard of. And Austin Jante.
Austin Jante.
Jante. Gosh, dang it. I always mispronounce his name. He only played half a game. Dude, his first carry from scrimmage went the distance with 3 guys had a chance to knock him down and tackle him.
It's going to be a dumb question. He's the number one thing that you need to stop, and nobody can stop him.
You can't tackle him.
Why?
He's small. He's got a burst. His balance, his his control. He can't be tackled.
So he had 13 carries for 186 yards and 3 touchdowns in half of football.
Yeah.
His numbers on the year, this through 5 games this season, is 95 carries for 1,031 yards and 16 TDs in 5 games. Just on the ground, by the way.
That's just stupid. That's stupid.
He's averaging 11 yards per carry through 5 weeks on 95 carries.
Okay, so if the Heisman were awarded today, does he win it? Or does Travis Hunter win it? Today.
I think it's him. I think it's.
I mean, how do you overlook those numbers?
Yeah, you can't. And it pains me to say that because
I think Milroe just lost the Heisman.
What Travis Hunter is doing is impossible. It's impossible for somebody to do what he does.
Yeah,
but it's also impossible for somebody to run that effectively for 5 consecutive weeks. Like, I don't get it. So which impossible thing is more impossible? You know what I mean?
You know what's crazy? If you do this transitive property stuff. So Vanderbilt upsets number 1 Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't Vanderbilt lose to Army, who was 5-0? Take a look at Vandy's schedule.
Losses are Georgia State and Missouri.
Oh, they didn't lose to Army then.
They lost to Georgia State, so Georgia State's better than Alabama.
Yes, Georgia State is currently the number 1 team. Look,
yeah.
Hold on a second. You mean to tell me that a team that lost Georgia State beat Alabama?
Yeah.
No, that didn't happen.
Yep.
Nah.
Yep, that did happen. I watched it.
Hey, you know who's good again, too? SMU. I watched SMU Louisville.
I know.
SMU's good. They're good.
All right, so I had this by mistake. Sorry, texter. Saban wasn't there for 23 years. They beat Vandy for 23 straight years. Saban just never lost to him in his stretch either. I forget how long he coached there, but it's 23 straight years. Just unbelievable that all these teams are going down and I have no idea who's good anymore. Like, I thought Tennessee with Iamaleava was going to be a juggernaut, and then they lose to Arkansas. Yeah, I got that right. I thought they'd be a juggernaut, and they lose. Just craziness from college football over the weekend. 303, 504.
I almost feel bad for Tennessee because it's been a while, and they feel like here we are, we're here now, and then you lose like that.
Well, they thought they had that a few years ago with Hendon Hooker, too,
Yeah.
and then Hendon Hooker tore his ACL, and their season went down the tubes. Can check out Kreckman Lindahl at Hofbrau Westminster from 3 to 6 today, getting you ready for Monday Night Football and the Saints and Chiefs. Saints, by the way, if they get a win, you're a game back of the lead in the AFC West. Just for the record. You can also listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com.
The red varsity, look at this. Look at this. Vandy, we're hurt.
Circus Sports, middle of college football, NFL season, and with the upsets last week, why not take a look at some long shots? I mean, even tonight, Monday Night Football between the Saints and the Chiefs. The Saints plus 5.5 point dogs tonight, but that money line is plus 208. You can take a look at that and so much more. The player props all available for you for anytime touchdown scores, alternate spreads, whatever you want. The Circus Sportsbook has. So download that app right now and get perusing because you have so many options with the Circus Sportsbook and the best odds in the game, no question about it. I dare you to find better odds anywhere else. So download that Circus Sportsbook or go to circusports.com and always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
I have an observation, and I want your thoughts.
Okay.
When you're watching a Broncos game, and, again, take this with a grain of salt, I think you can be critical after wins, especially glorious wins, because when else would you want to be critical? You can say things that didn't work that could have worked, right?
Sure.
So when you're watching the game and you're watching them throw screen after screen, short pass after short pass, and you're begging them to throw the ball downfield, you can just point to the scoreboard and say they did it the right way, right? They won the game. They won in blowout fashion. I got a number. Nick Kosmider came up with this, and he just did the math on it. The Denver Broncos under Sean Payton are 10-4 in games in which they do not throw a pick. 10-4.
Okay.
They did not throw a pick yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I'm convinced that all those short passes are system-oriented, system called. That's a system that he's running. This is what he wants until his quarterback grows comfortable enough to make those passes downfield. Because proof is in the pudding. You don't turn it over, you win games.
Yep.
He hasn't turned it over the last 3 games. No picks. They won all 3.
It's different, too. If they didn't have the defense that they had, they would probably have to be a lot more risk-taking.
Sure.
But they don't have to with this defense. It's like, if you don't put them in bad positions, how often are you going to see a team drive down the field for 10 plays and score a touchdown on this defense? It's going to be super rare this year.
Well, compare and contrast last year. Through 5 games last year, that includes that 70-point atrocity in Miami. Through 5 games, the Broncos had given up 181 points. Second most in the Super Bowl era. It was on pace to become the worst defense ever last year through 5 games.
Yep.
This year through 5 games, 73 points, less than half.
That's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. And if you don't turn the ball over, here's the thing, man. We said this before the season started. If they really wanted to be successful, boring might be the recipe. And I think that's kind of it on offense. Again, guys, I want to
But that game wasn't boring. Like I keep saying, remember how I say entertain me? I was entertained, and I don't know how much of that was the fact that I was out in the crowd and it was so fun being in the stands, but how often do you get a 100-yard interception return?
Well, they got, especially in the second half, they had 3 touchdown drives in the second half, which were big. But can I tell you something? The first touchdown drive was a 50-yard drive, and that was it was off, I think, a good punt return. I think. Yeah, Marvin Mims had a 38-yard punt return. He had a couple of good returns yesterday. So put them at midfield, they scored. Second touchdown drive was 58 yards. Third touchdown drive was 39 yards. Like, they were put in really good position, and to their credit, they capitalized on it. That's the separation, though, between the first half and the second half. First half, there was not a lot of offense at all. The only points that you really got were the pick 6 and a couple of field goals, which, again, credit to them for getting that field goal before half. But
that pick 6, by the way, that was a Will Levis play.
Yeah.
And the guy I was sitting next to, Jim, my friend Jim, who took us to the game, he said to me, like, I'm not joking, 4 or 5 plays before, he goes, it's only a matter of time before Gardner Minshew does something dumb.
Mm-hmm.
He said it. He goes, he looks great. He's running. He's breaking down the Broncos defense. He's looking good, but it's only a matter of time. And then it happened. It not only changed the game, that could change the season for the Raiders.
I really think that singular play could be a change of direction for both of these teams' season. I think that pick 6 put the nail in the coffin for the Raiders, thinking that they were going to be competitive this year.
Yeah.
Because they're probably making a quarterback change now.
By the way, on that pick 6, is there anything more satisfying than watching somebody truck a quarterback who tries to make the tackle?
No.
When Jonah Ellis, also, why did they throw a flag? What did they? I didn't see it closely. I was in the stands.
I don't remember what they waved it off.
But why throw it? What was?
Could have been a block in the back or something
Block
like
in the
that.
back. It was. They threw it toward the quarterback. Did they think that was excessive punishment on the quarterback?
Maybe.
He's fair game, dude.
I think they realized that.
Dude, you're playing defense now. You're not the quarterback anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like if Patrick Mahomes were there, you do the same thing.
Right.
You're no longer a quarterback. You're not deemed protected anymore. If you want to partake in the tackle, you're going to pay the price.
Well, and that's part of why people on defense, when a ball goes the other direction, they all have laser focused on where's the quarterback's number, because I'm going to hit that as hard as I can. But the thing is, that play changed the Raiders season, and I think it changed the Broncos. Think about if he makes the proper throw there, which is Brock Bowers is running to the pylon pretty much unimpeded for an easy touchdown is what it looked like anyway.
It looked initially like Brock Bowers looked like he was going to take over that game because he would have scored there. But the touchdown on which he did score, it looked like a push-off, but I think it was a flop.
Yeah.
Upon further review.
That was P.J. Locke who was guarding him.
You got a 6'5" guy behind you. Good luck.
If they got that throw to Brock Bowers for a touchdown, that's a 17-3 ball game in which the Raiders have dominated the first portion of the game. And everything about that game switched after the pick six. And I think now you find yourself 3-2. Who knows if you're 3-2 if that ball gets in the end zone? Like it's a season changer.
Josh on the text line said it perfectly. Just the jerseys themselves, the pomp and circumstance with the revisiting 77 made it feel like a bowl game, like a special day. It just added an element. You turn that game on as you're going through all the channels and you see the Broncos and those jerseys. Did you see all the people nationally just saying, wow? Sure. It just made, look at that. Look at how beautiful they look. Here's the block. We're showing it. Come on.
Oh, maybe they were going to do a body weight thing, but he's not a quarterback.
You can do
he's
what you want.
He's a potential tackler.
Yeah, you can land on him.
Yep.
You can body surf him. You can do whatever you want at that point because he's just a defensive player who's in the way.
Right.
And Jonah Ellis did put his entire body weight on.
Leave this up, Nelly. Leave this up. I want you guys to see something at the bottom left here. What does it say in the bottom left of the screen, Vic?
Click to join audio?
No, above that.
What do you mean? What does it say?
Gardner Minshew at that point was 9 of 9 for 115 yards and a touchdown.
Oh, jeez.
And that
was
would have
his
been
first incomplete?
That would have been 10 of 10 for about 120
and
two TDs.
Oh, my God. I didn't realize that. That's his first incomplete that changed the game
Yeah.
entirely.
That's how much the Raiders' offense was dominating early in that game. And ever since that play happened, everything else flipped. And, okay, Texers, it was a hold is what they called that they waved off.
But where's the hold? I'm looking at it. What hold?
Well, he had the jersey, but he was inside the shoulder
inside
pads.
the shoulder pads.
I think that's why they waved it off. They did a good job.
So why throw it?
Don't know.
We're flag happy.
See, but here's the other thing. And this is what I wanted to point out again.
You know why I didn't like it? It ruined the celebration.
True.
It
Yes.
ruined the moment. I mean, we were up. It was like a volcano erupting in that place. But then everybody is silent going, oh, no, it's coming back. And then they go, oh, sorry. You ruined the moment.
Of the teams that put up 34 points over the weekend, by the way, because there was quite a few. That Ravens and Bengals game was fantastic. Like, that was 41-30.
I didn't watch any of that because I was what happened there?
Just chaos of offense. Yeah, like Jamar Chase almost had 200 yards receiving. Derrick Henry was running the football everywhere. Lamar Jackson making plays. Joe Burrow had 5 touchdown passes, Vic. Like, it was an insane offensive game. But all 3 rookies, by the way, rookie QBs, scored at least 34 points last week. And it all looked a little bit different. Caleb Williams had his best game as a pro. He threw for 300 yards and a couple of touchdowns. Jaden Daniels was doing Jaden Daniels stuff again. But the fact that all of them scored at least 34 points, but what I was going to say was, it looked different in the Broncos game. If you were just to raw grade the offense based on production, that wasn't the impressive part. They were 3 of 12 on third down, 289 total yards of offense. That's nothing to brag about. But situationally, they were fantastic. When they had chances to capitalize, they did. And that's a huge difference from years past. Like, I can think directly, what was the pivotal season-changing game last year, Vic, late in the season? What was it? The Patriots, right?
Oh, you mean for the negative?
Well, yeah. I mean, negative.
I could give you the pivotal play in that game. The opening series.
Exactly.
When you go for it on 4th and goal and you cannot execute.
Well, after a turnover. You're on the doorstep of scoring a touchdown
and
to crack that game right open.
early. You could point to a specific series in that in that game.
What they're doing now is when they're given these opportunities, Vic, to the Broncos and Bo Nix's credit, they're capitalizing when the defense makes plays for them, which was not happening last year.
What do you think was more impressive yesterday? The Broncos defense or the Broncos offense?
Defense.
Okay, and you've got to say to yourself, as you're watching the game in the first quarter, are you saying what I was thinking? Maybe those first 4 games was sort of, maybe that wasn't real.
Oh, God, after the first couple drives,
Right.
I was thinking this could be a really bad Sunday if the defense is playing this way.
Maybe that wasn't real. But give the defense credit for digging and changing the game and then taking control of the game. Because after that pick 6, I'll give them that touchdown late where they were playing prevent. Who cares? The game was over, right?
Yep.
Who cares? The defense not only played well, dominated after that.
Yes, they did.
Total domination. So the offense looked good at times, but it wasn't a dominant offense.
So, yeah, that graphic that we just saw on that play. So, Gardner Minshew had 115 yards passing. Since the pick 6, he had 100 yards for the rest of the day. Well, I guess as a team they did because Aiden O'Connell came in.
Yeah, once they went
locked it
O'Connell,
down.
the game was over. You could tell.
Yep.
Once they had to make that quarterback swap, it was over.
303-504-0925. Take a look around the league next. Nelly, hit me with that primetime music, please. It's time to take a look around the league and what happened in week 5 of the NFL season. Starting with the early game, Vic. In London, Jets-Vikings. Vikings enter that game unbeaten. The Jets, 2-2, looking to do something positive. And what ends up happening is Aaron Rodgers throws the ball 54 times and has 3 interceptions, which a late comeback bid falls short, and the Vikings still undefeated 5 weeks into the season.
And his pass fell short, too. And I guarantee deep down he's blaming Mike Williams for not going back to the ball.
Yeah.
He was wonderfully defended on that play, and it was the game-sealing interception. And Aaron Rodgers, ladies and gentlemen, looks old.
He does. Here's what they've done this year. They've put up 19 points, 24, 24, 9, and 17.
Mm-hmm.
That is not the explosive offense that we were promised when he first got over to the Jets. And I know he's still coming off the Achilles stuff, but at some point, does somebody look at Nathaniel Hackett like, dude, isn't this your offense too? Offense has been inept last 2 years consecutively, with or without Aaron Rodgers.
You know, the Broncos own the tiebreaker over the Jets. They keep losing. They'll be in the mix at the end, but you wanted the Vikings to win that game. Another thing, too, Vikings fans, I don't need to remind you of this. You're 5-0. You're sitting pretty, but you know it ain't real. Come on.
Hey, Sam Darnold's been really good to start this year. He looked like Sam Darnold yesterday. 14 of 31, 179 yards and a pick. Yeah, that looked a little bit more Sam Darnold-ish. So, Vikings unbeaten and the Jets 2-3. There's Mike Sanford having cake at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Full Mosier on us.
He is. He's embodying Mosier now. Mm-hmm. The Bears dominate the Panthers as they win 36-10. Caleb Williams' best game as a pro, 300-yard performance with 2 touchdowns, both of those to DJ Moore. The Bears now 3-2 and 3-0 at home to start the season.
Did you catch the live mic situation in that game where there's F-bombs galore during the cadence?
Well, and here's the other thing. The Bears, I don't think I can make too much of them yet. They've had a pretty soft start to their schedule, but much like the Broncos, you can't take a lot away from this if you're winning football games with a rookie QB this early in the season.
Yeah, but here's the difference between the Broncos and the Bears. The Bears have won all 3 of their games at home. The Broncos won 2 of theirs on the road.
Yeah, and just did that against the Panthers, which, by the way, Bryce Young entered back into game action and was 4 of 7 for 58 yards. Who knows what's going to happen next week when they – I don't know if they go back to him as a starter this quickly, but who knows? For my money, game of the weekend, Ravens-Bengals, unbelievable. 5-touchdown game from Joe Burrow is not enough. The Bengals are now 1-4, and good luck making the playoffs now. This is where those notorious slow Bengals starts really kill them. Because, Vic, they got 2 games where they can lose and still have room for error.
So I stopped paying attention when the Bengals were up. What were they up? 30. They were up 20 in that game, or 18, and then
something like that.
All of a sudden, it's a game again.
Mm-hmm.
So no, they weren't. No, I'm looking at the game. They were never up by that much. They were up
by
38-28.
Yeah, they're up by 10. But a wild play from Lamar Jackson. He kind of drops the snap, picks it back up, throws a touchdown pass, gets him back in the game. Both these quarterbacks are great yesterday. Another big game from Derrick Henry, just doesn't stop. 92 yards on the ground and a touchdown. Bengals have put themselves in a deep hole, and the Ravens have now climbed their way back into, this is Baltimore again after a couple stupid losses throughout the year. So the Ravens 3-2, the Bengals 1-4 after they win that game in OT. Dolphins-Patriots. I actually watched this game with a buddy. He's a Dolphins fan. Ugly. As ugly as a game could be.
15-10 doesn't seem that entertaining.
And there's 3 missed field goals. There's blocked punts. Everything about that game was a mess, but the Dolphins do find a way to get their first win since Tua left. So they win 15-10 over New England. New England played so bad offensively, it looks like they're going to make a quarterback change next week. Drake May is going to get the start for them, but they're 1-4. The Dolphins 2-3 so far this year. Commanders continue to roll. And to me, this is 2 different stories wrapped up in this game. Number 1, Jaden Daniels has another phenomenal game. Box score-wise wasn't great. He was 14 of 25 for 238 and a touchdown, but he still runs for 82 yards in the middle of that game too.
I know it ended with an interception in the end zone, but that drive in which he hit the 60-yarder to Scary Terry was remarkable.
Yep.
That's one of those wow moments.
Is Stefanski on the hot seat in Cleveland, or is this just going to be all about Deshaun Watson being bad?
I think he's a victim of his quarterback issues.
Yeah.
I really do.
Like, they were good when they had Flacco last year. Like, made the playoffs with Flacco. Deshaun Watson looks just ungodly terrible. Like, I think that's now approaching worse than the Russell Wilson trade
Worst
territory.
deal in the league.
Yeah.
He's unplayable.
It feels that way.
Did you see that one play where Kevin Stefanski was calling for them to go for it on 4th down, and Deshaun Watson just straight up walked off the field?
Here's the reason why, though. It was actually, I don't know if it's smart from Deshaun Watson, but it's just, it puts really in perspective the ineptitude of the Browns. So it's 4th down. They need to get a touchdown. It's 4th and goal. And Deshaun walks off the field, and everybody says, oh, Deshaun quit on his team. You know what happened? 12 guys were in the huddle. He knew if he got in the huddle, he would have got a penalty. And they weren't going to burn a timeout. So he's like, all right, well, I'm just leaving then.
Yep. I guess I'm not part of this.
But Commanders 4-1 with a rookie QB. The Browns 1-4. Speaking of Joe Flacco, has another great game filling in for Anthony Richardson, but not enough for the Jags. They get their first win of the season, 37-34 in a shootout.
Colts had 24 points in the 4th quarter to make it a game.
Yeah. And the throw that tied the game up, a 65-yard bomb to, I forget his first name, but Pierce is the wide receiver for Indy, that Flacco puts on the money, ties up the game, but the Jags do kick a late field goal.
Alec Pierce.
Alec Pierce, that's right. Jags 1-4, Colts 2-3. Bills lose.
Coaching malpractice at the end of that game.
Go ahead.
Under a minute to play, pinned in near your own goal line. What are you doing? Just eat the ball, live to play another day. Instead, you throw 3 straight passes?
Yeah.
And you give the opposing team great field position with a chance to win it at the buzzer? McDermott admitted afterwards he made a mistake.
Sure.
John McDermott said, "Well, we should not have done that." I wonder if is he taking it for his OC, or is he the guy making those decisions?
Here's the other thing, though. So this is, I guarantee, a big headline nationally today. So you give them the opportunity. Late in that game, Josh Allen gets Tua'd, slammed against the turf, head rocks.
What if he was out? Yeah.
No, he was out.
But I wonder if he was for the rest of the game.
Well, they take him into the blue tent,
Yeah.
and then he's back on the field the next drive. And you're like, I think we all kind of saw that was not good.
Sure.
But I know he's a competitor. Josh Allen, by the way, in that game, 9 of 30 throwing the football. 9 of 30 as the Bills lose. So they are 3-2 on the year. The Texans, who haven't looked great this year, but they keep winning, 4-1. Cardinals go on the road in San Francisco,
dude,
and steal a win with an 11-point 4th quarter,
dude,
over the Niners.
Dude, is it me, or when you watch Kyler Murray run, it doesn't look real.
Yeah, it's very video game-ish.
It's weird.
It's really smooth. We're just talking about a guy whose head doesn't move when he runs. He's one of those guys.
He had a long touchdown run in which he got by a linebacker, and he still had about 40 yards to cover. He raised his hand in triumph as soon as he got by the linebacker, and there were still players chasing him.
Uh-huh. I can't believe this, Vic. We're 5 weeks in. The Niners are 2-3. I'm sure they'll turn it around, but when? And my best guess is this is the absence of Christian McCaffrey really hurting them, because they're still getting a good rushing game out of that Mason kid. He's still running the football well, but he just doesn't have the dynamic stuff that I think folds all of that Niner offense together.
There's a lot of pressure on that organization right now because they are all in. They're all in, and in this all-in era, it's not working because eventually they're going to have to pay their quarterback, and when they do...
TikTok on that. Good luck. So the Cardinals, they win, improve to 2-3, and the Niners lose, and they go to 2-3 as well. Packers-Rams. Rams felt like they might have that game. If you watch the really dumb play from Jordan Love, he's in the back of his own end zone. He's trying to avoid a safety. And Vic, did you see it? He just flipped it, and it was easy pickings, like a 2-yard walk-in for a pick six. Don't know what he was thinking there, but a 66-yard touchdown to Tucker Kraft changes the entire game, and the Packers end up winning 24-19 over. You watch that Rams offense, I feel bad for McVay and Stafford.
Just don't have
they're
the personnel.
decimated. They're decimated. They got nobody on the field Kyron Williams is a good running back, but they got nobody in the air to throw the ball to. So Packers 3-2, Rams 1-4.
There's a lot of 3-2 teams in the NFL.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this. Every other team seems to be 3-2. It's just traffic jam at 3-2.
Well, here you go. Giants, they go on the road and they beat the Seahawks. And I thought the Seahawks were a little bit of fool's gold early in the year with that 3-0 start. 2 losses in a row now and 1 to the Giants, 29-20. If you notice, by the way, after the game, one of the receivers for the Giants, Wan'Dale Robinson, they're celebrating. He's on IG Live, and then it's like a horror movie. In the background of his IG Live is Brian Dable, and this happens.
Oh, no, sir.
Turn that bleep off is what Dable...
He said stop posting that
or
bleep.
Stop posting that bleep, yeah. And he immediately, Vicky was like this, yeah, oh! Quickly turns the phone off, as
Did you hear him
should.
go, no, sir, no, sir,
No, sir.
no, sir.
Have we, that's a great question. Have we seen any Broncos post from their post-game locker room celebrations when they have the music blaring and the fog machine? Have we seen it?
The only things that I've seen is
No.
what is released from the team.
Yeah, but we haven't seen players do it.
No.
I guarantee the message has been sent.
Uh-huh.
This stays in-house.
So the Giants, they improved to 2-3. The Seahawks go to what, Vic?
3-2.
And then Sunday Night Football that started, I think, 2 a.m. Cowboys and Steelers. Cowboys with a late touchdown drive to take the lead.
Generational reign in Pittsburgh. My God.
They end up winning 20-17 as both of those teams find their records at 3-2. Big win for the Cowboys, though. They needed that one. The Steelers, I wonder if they're going to make a quarterback change next week with a couple losses now out of Justin Fields. But here is Mike Tomlin on the last minute of that loss.
There's a fine line between drinking wine and squashing grapes in our business, and, that's an example of it.
I love his words. I love that man. There's a fine line between squashing grapes and making wine. That is so deep and profound and perfect. It really is. Like, if you see a grape on the floor and you step on it, that's a squash grape. It's also a missed opportunity for wine.
So I don't know what the Steelers do from here because Justin Fields, it's not like he's played terrible, but he hasn't played well. And I don't know what you do with that information.
He hasn't been dynamic. And for those who, I go back to Bo Nix, he hasn't been dynamic. He's been good enough, right? Good enough to win. You're 3-2 because you're good enough, but you're not the real reason you're 3-2. Same can be said for Justin Fields.
Sure. You have this thing with the Steelers in which they're never going to finish the season with less than a 500 record under Mike Tomlin, but you don't want to get too comfortable with this idea that the sputtering sort of offense under Fields is the good enough nature because they have another option. The Broncos don't. But that is the weekend that was in the NFL with the game tonight. Saints and Chiefs, and you can watch that with Kreckman and Lindahl at Hofbrau in Westminster as they broadcast from 3 to 6 for Monday Night Football. And I think we're all massive Saints fans. Let me remind you guys, if the Saints win tonight, if they can find a way to win on the road at Arrowhead, that puts you one game back of the division lead.
Take it
5
easy.
weeks into the season, which would be remarkable given where we thought this team would be at this point.
You know what? Yesterday was the first time, and tell me if you're onto something like I am, Broncos fans. Maybe it's because of the uniforms and reliving yesteryear, but it's the first time I've felt like genuine, real. I'm excited now.
Yeah.
I'm not like, I know it's cautious optimism. I get all that, but I'm into it now.
Even last year when they went on that win streak
into it.
and they got back in the playoff graphic late in the year,
It just
it
didn't
felt
feel-
kind of
yeah.
manufactured
Like-
and fake.
I feel something, and it's not as deep and it's not like, oh my God, this is can't miss, because you have potholes coming. You're going to lose games you're not supposed to lose. Take a look at the rest of the Broncos schedule, and you tell me, look at the schedule. You have 2 Kansas City games, so those are going to be tough. The schedule's not hard.
I think
It's not a hard schedule.
I think I got the phrase for it, Vic. I think I got the phrase for what you're feeling right now. We'll get to it next. I think I got the word for you, Vic. I think I know what you were searching for. You said you're feeling something about the Broncos you haven't felt in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like a belief that they're like a Super Bowl contender or nothing
No.
like that. But I think I got it.
What?
This is the first time in years that this team has gone above your expectation.
So what's the word?
I said it was more of a term.
No,
They're playing beyond your expectation level.
Reinvigorated?
You are pleasantly surprised.
That's 2 words.
You are impressed.
That's too simple.
You are, if I say it fast, is it one word?
Nope. Give me 1 word.
Feeling way better than you thought you would.
Okay, great.
You know what I mean? Like, we had an expectation for the Broncos, and every time you have an expectation, they have dipped underneath, whatever that bar is.
Or they've had that game that says, oh, jeez.
Right.
Like the first quarter felt like that. Oh,
mm-hmm.
Come on, not now. Not with this uniform. Hey, can I say something before we go on? Because the splendor of that stadium yesterday I got to praise the ownership for this. They brought back that 77 team. And did you know that was the first time that 77 team has come together since they won?
Really?
The AFC Championship. That's the first time they've had something like that. And kudos to Broncos ownership for making that happen and embracing it and stepping all the way in. It wasn't just the uniforms yesterday, Brett. In the stadium, that color scheme was all over the stadium.
Yep.
Things up on the wall, things on the field, everything was about that look, that feel. They expressed, it felt like 1977.
Yeah.
Somebody said, hey, maybe they can just go back to those uniforms. We'd all like to see it. I think it's more complex than that. I don't think the Broncos can simply say next week, we're going back to those uniforms. I think it's an NFL mandated thing.
Probably.
I don't think you can make that call midseason.
Yeah,
I don't know why. It didn't seem that complex to me, but I believe that is the case.
It did feel like you kind of stepped into a time machine, though, didn't it? With all of the different logos that were surrounding everything, the old school end zones, like all of it.
But even all of the work inside the stadium, if you walked around the stadium, you're like, whoa, this is different.
Yeah. And for them to do that, it's funny. Sanford last week was, I don't know what the right word for this is either. He was borderline erotic about looking at those uniforms, and he started talking about the socks and the socks on Patrick Surtain.
Yeah.
If it nets Surtain 2 picks a week, then yeah, why not just break protocol and just wear those every week?
I'm telling you,
please.
Dude, I'll say this again because players love it. If you look good, you feel good, you play good. Look good, feel good, play good.
I mean,
It's the socks, too. The socks are glorious.
The socks are sick. Yeah.
Oh, PS2. Oh, gosh, and those socks. His calves, Vic, in those socks.
I think he nailed it. Like, he was a little bit of Nostradamus right there. Something about those calves and those socks from Surtain.
I do wonder if it's, absence makes the heart grow fonder. If it's just one of those things where we haven't seen it in a while and now it looks so cool, but if you see it every week, it grows stale. I don't know.
I don't think so. I would take that every single week.
I know what hasn't grown stale. The Broncos defense has played extremely well this year. This Broncos defense, way to honor the 77 defense, which is, and I'm going to say this and get some blowback. Everybody's going to point to the 2015 Super Bowl champion defense and say that was a great defense. But the greatest defense in Broncos history was the 1977 Orange Crush defense. Just look at them statistically. Greatest defense, one of the greatest defenses of all time, what they did that season. It's go back and look at the scoring defense that they put forth. That defense was sick.
Yep.
Sick.
Just trying to find it, by the way. See if you can find this for me, Nelly. Peter Schrager, I was going through Twitter today, and he said his coach of the week is Vance Joseph. And the more I think about this, it's a pretty crazy story, Vic. The guy was a head coach here not too long ago.
Comes back
as a defensive coordinator. They get their doors blown off for the first month of the season last year to the point in which you thought he was going to lose his job. And then
it's built into now the best defense in football through 5 weeks.
Making all the right calls.
Here's what Schrager said on Good Morning Football today.
And I am so excited to give Vance Joseph the award of the week this week. The Denver Broncos defense is the best in the league. And they were rocking those Orange Crush uniforms, and they absolutely dominated the Raiders. They fell down 10-0 in this game, and then the Pat Surtain pick six in the second quarter got things going. They had 2 interceptions against the Raiders as a team, but looking at this unit the entire season, they are allowing 14 points per game this season. That is second in the league. They have 19 sacks, 75 quarterback pressures, and 41 quarterback hits. That is all top 3 in the league entering Monday Night Football tonight. And Vance personally, the story is so cool, was the head coach of the Broncos, got unceremoniously fired. Got fired. Worked elsewhere, gets offered the job with Sean Payton to be defensive coordinator, has no ego, says, sure, I'll just be the defensive coordinator. They give up 70 in a game to the Dolphins last year, and everyone says, get rid of Vance Joseph. They have since turned it around. They've been one of the most dominant units in the league. Vance Joseph, we love the focus. We love the way this team is performing. And we love the fact that your story tells you that you do not shut the door on a guy who's done it his entire career.
It is pretty remarkable.
Where do you think it starts, personnel-wise? He's pulling the strings, but what is the reason the Broncos defense is better? I have an idea, and it's not maybe what you think. Everybody looks at the shiny object, which is Patrick Surtain, Riley Moss, right? When you have 2 corners, and you can't say enough, can't praise enough what Riley Moss has done opposite Patrick Surtain. That's allowed quarterbacks now. You're going to test Riley Moss, right? We're not going to go to Surtain's side. We're going to Riley Moss's side.
Right.
Gets his first pick, plays great defense. Oh, well, maybe we should go to Surtain's side once in a while. And you do that, 2 interceptions, 1 pick six. So they have that covered. The safeties have been a pleasant surprise. Brandon Jones and P.J. Locke.
Brandon Jones has been great.
The linebackers, even despite the season-long injury to Alex Singleton, Sternad comes in and plays his butt off.
I wanted to highlight him because he has been playing his ass off the last 2 weeks.
I think it starts up front.
100%.
I think Zach Allen and DJ and Malcolm Roach and Franklin Myers, I think those guys up front are setting the table for all this to happen.
Yep.
I really do.
In the interior. Like they're getting, think about this. You get pressure from the interior. What does that do? Edges get there. We all know that. But if you don't get pressure from the interior, all the quarterback has to do, step up.
Yep.
Let the rush go around him, buy more time. You get pressure right in your face, there's nowhere to go.
Yep.
Can't go outside, can't step up, can't do anything. It's those guys. It's Zach Allen. It's Malcolm Roach in the run game.
Yeah.
It's DJ Jones. It's those types of dudes are making the difference.
Do me a favor, Nelly. Run this whole interview. I got a chance to visit with Malcolm Roach yesterday. You talk about a great story. All right, so they pick him up this season, just like Franklin Myers.
Yep.
My favorite part of the Malcolm Roach story is the one tidbit that, to me, is just jaw-dropping. And that tidbit is that this man, this hulk of a man, this 300-pound man, played high school football as a 5th grader. I repeat, as you're driving around listening to this show, when you were in the 5th grade, could you ever envision yourself playing for your high school football team as a 5th grader?
Nope.
This man played high school football. His dad was a coach, but they threw him in for a game as a 5th grader. How big must you be as a 5th grader? I had to ask. Were you roughly my size when you played high school football as a 5th grader? I mean, look at me and remember yourself as a 5th grader.
Because my brother 5'8", I was about 5'6", 5'7", about 160, 150. I was like a little, I hate to say this about myself, I was like a little meatball. Like, I was just like a little oval.
Were you scared?
No. You hit somebody full speed, you just get back up. So I was never scared because that's all I knew was football growing up. My dad was a coach. Growing up, that's all I saw. So it was kind of like, second nature.
So what would 5th grader you think about you today?
This has been my dream ever since I was on the sideline watching my dad coach and things like that in the Bayou Classic. It always been my dream to play in the NFL. My mom always said it. My dad said he saw it in me, and it's kind of like what I wanted to do, what I expected to do, and I think I really kind of be more surprised if I didn't do it. You get what I'm saying? Like, because always had one goal, and that was to make it to the NFL.
How much did that pick six change everything, the whole complexion of this game?
Oh, man, it's Pat Surtain doing what he do. We needed to play. We needed to get the energy going. They made a big play early with the touchdown, and we needed to play. We needed to flip the momentum, and Pat Surtain did what he did, man. He got his hand on the ball, and we found the end zone. And
where were you leading that charge?
On the touchdown?
Yeah.
I was way back. I wasn't nowhere close. I was way back.
Nowhere close, but good enough.
Yeah.
Because you know what those D linemen do in those situations? They just look for kill shots.
Oh, yeah. And it's a matter of can you catch up to get a kill shot in or not.
Pat Surtain doing.
But that defensive front, I've discussed this a lot, the idea when you watch some of these premier offenses in the NFL, and it's like how many of those guys would be starting on the Broncos starting offense. If I did that the opposite way, how many guys on the Vegas defense would be starting on the Broncos defense? Because it'd be Crosby and who else? Maybe like a Jack Jones?
Yeah, I'd have to look at that on paper. But see,
not a lot.
But that's what's crazy about this Broncos defense. This is why you're shaking your head today, is they came into the season, outside of Pat Surtain, they were nameless and faceless. They didn't have the swag. Nobody looked at the Broncos defense on paper to start the season and say, oh, yeah, I got to have some of that.
Well, and on top of that, there's something to be said about where this organization is at, which they haven't been in the past. Now, haven't dealt with it maybe to the same extent that the Raiders have been, but dysfunction. Like, there's dysfunction happening in Vegas right now, to the point Max Crosby was asked after the game, is the Devontae Adams situation wearing on the team? And he said this.
No, it is what it is. You think I'm not used to this going on? It is what it is. Done dealing with it my whole career. So, Devontae's my boy. I love Devontae. And he's going to do what he's going to do. Wish him the best. He's not healthy right now. He's got to get healthy. But we're focused on the Raiders. You know what I mean? We're focused on who's here now, and we're focused on winning. So, got to find ways to do that.
You haven't noticed one thing of that from the Broncos the entire year. It's always like not one guy isn't pulling the rope in the same direction.
By the way, I missed it because I didn't have replay, obviously, sitting in the stands. What happened on that penalty where Lutz missed the kick and then they moved up? What was the penalty for? Raiders got penalized for something.
I think it was just offside.
They moved him up considerably, though. I thought.
It hopped over the snapper.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
And made contact.
Gotcha.
Which is not legal.
Gotcha. Well, thanks for the 3 points.
Yeah, no kidding.
Thank you.
But they've been wallowing in some dysfunction for a while now, and it's just a matter of, I saw the same thing you did, Vic, whereas Antonio Pierce now has a 7-year show cause if he wants to coach in college football again, because what's the story? He took like 35 recruits on
COVID
visits.
Stuff. I don't know.
There's some detail that he was taking parents to strip clubs or something. I don't know what it was, but that all dropped right before the game too, which I doubt that had a super big effect, but still.
All right, we're going back to genetics here in the spirit of Malcolm Roach playing high school football as a 5th grader. Texter 0190 with this text. I coach 6th and 7th graders. We have a 5'9", 217-pound lineman. 5'9", 217-pound 6th, 7th grader. He's always played up. First time he's been allowed to play with his actual age group. That's pretty big. I'm trying to go back to 6th and 7th grade. When does puberty hit? When does that start happening?
Around then?
For me, it happened when I was 27.
Yeah. You're probably a bad example.
When did you hit it?
My freshman
When did you go
year.
facial hair?
Like my freshman year of high school.
You did? That was early.
It was like freshman to sophomore year, I grew like 6 inches over summer.
Nelly, when did you grow that beard?
I think I got the first makings of it around like junior or senior year of high school.
Okay, a little later. Yeah, that's illegal. I think that the body clock should start the same for everybody. I don't like it. I don't like the fact that the body clock starts at different. I don't like it. I'm going to make a rule.
My biological clock is ticking like this.
It's got to be freshman or sophomore year, and everybody's the same. We're not doing this seventh grade. I'm at full spot. I'm not doing it.
So, if you were God, you would make sure that everybody grew at the same time.
At the same age. Like at this age, this is when you get this. At that age, That's when you start to grow inside.
Would
There's
it
got
be
to be ages.
Would it be a gradual thing, or do you just wake up one day with a beard? Like, never been able to grow facial hair, and the next morning it's just like you look like Forrest Gump.
If you want to do that one day thing, fine.
I would actually think it's hilarious, the immediate transition. Like, one day you're going to bed, good night, Mom and Dad, see you tomorrow. Next day. So, I guess it happened last night.
I'll never forget the first time I had a zit. I don't know how old I was. It was like right
24.
Yeah, I was 25. I was right above the lip, right?
That's
A big
brutal.
old white one. And I didn't know what I didn't
Right,
know what
right
was-
under the nose right
yeah,
here?
I didn't know
Oh.
what it was. I was like, what is going on here? I go downstairs. We're at the breakfast table. My dad takes one look at my face. And my dad, ever blunt, goes, take that thing off your face. I go, what? He goes, take that thing off your face.
You can always count on Dad, can't you? I got a story I can't tell.
Come on.
But something was no, this one I can't say on the air. I'll tell you during the break. But it's the same thing. I had
If you don't change your face, I'm going to change it for you.
There's nothing better than
a
dad
zit on my forehead.
Dad being honest with kid. Like, honest dad.
Mhm.
Like, no, fix your face.
It's like, I don't know if I can just fix that, by the way. I don't think there's anything that I
I
can
remember
really do.
I panicked. I was like, what do I do?
What did you do?
I don't remember. I tried to fix it.
Vic's in his room with a hammer.
I didn't know what you did with it.
Dad? Anyway, what a win, man. 3-2 football team? A week in October? Are you kidding me?
Beautiful day.
Who could have expected that?
Dude, I just can't. We are so spoiled and blessed to live here and live in these conditions, to watch that game unfold outside. It was so beautiful. It was so perfect.
By the way, on top of that, so we had the preseason games from the Nuggets. We have Wednesday is the opener to the Avs season as they take on Vegas. And we'll talk to Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock that morning to get a preview of the upcoming season. Just, what a week. Not to mention, perhaps, the toughest game on the schedule for CU this year, happening this weekend at Folsom with Kansas State.
You just hit me on something. The early weeks of October. Can you imagine a better run of sports? Think about it. Again, think about what we've got.
Yeah.
The Broncos are revitalized. The Buffs have a big one. Oh, we didn't even talk about CSU letting one slip away at Oregon State.
Right.
The Buffs got a big one this week. Major League Baseball is knee-deep in playoffs. Hockey and basketball are back.
And we're still wearing shorts.
Exactly. And playing golf.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
So it's pretty damn good week. Damn good portion of the calendar that we're in the midst of. And a lot more to discuss with that. 303-504-0925. You can get in touch with us, the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Sorry about that, Nelly. Our bad. We're just chit-chatting with the coach out there. I wanted to get his thoughts on some things.
You were
just talking about Jaunty, Genty.
No, at no point did you discuss football.
Nope. I just said I wanted to get his thoughts on some things. I didn't say football things.
Okay.
Just thoughts in general. We said, how was your Channel 9 hit? He said, good. You know what I mean? Just seeing how his day was. So again, Vic, we have a hell of a week coming up. Would you say, by the way, and we'll just start this now, obviously get more detail as we go on throughout the week. CU, is this their toughest game on the schedule?
I don't know
or
yet.
Or could it be
it's
Cam Rising Utah if he's there?
I mean, that's obviously still a game. Texas Tech is much improved. Every week they get better. That's still a game. I don't know.
Who is actually good in college football this
year
know. That we know,
Texas?
know? Like
Ohio State?
See, I don't buy Ohio State.
Who do you buy?
Texas.
Alabama's still good. Alabama lost. That was a major upset. But would you still want to play Alabama?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all. Texas and Oklahoma is going to be on 92.5 this Saturday at 1:30, by the way. Reasonable time.
I don't know what I'm going to do about that CU K-State game. Again, I'll be in New York City going there for the Chauncey Billups Hall of Fame stuff, but I'll be in Springfield at that point, and the East Coast start time of that game will be 10:35 East Coast. No chance I make it through. I don't know how you East Coasters, and if there are any of you listening online, what do you do? What do you do with life? When you got all these great games, like the Miami-Cal game on Saturday night, what are you going to do? Last night's Dallas-Pittsburgh game that started late because of the rain. What do you do if you're on the East Coast? How do you live?
I think you got to start watching somewhere, like somewhere out and about, so you catch the energy of the crowd around you.
Because if you're at home, like picture yourself at home,
you're going to drop.
You're gone.
In that
right?
hotel room, you're done for.
You're gone.
Yeah. You got to be out at
you
least
do like
early in that
push-ups
game.
or something.
That's my suggestion. By the way, what time did you get to the game on Sunday?
I got there an hour early. Why?
It's not enough.
Why?
It's not enough. You didn't do the full fan experience. An hour? What? So you sat there for 20 minutes, then you had to walk in?
I had a lot of stuff in the morning. I had the Nuggets game, things going on.
You could have watched there.
Yeah, that's all right. I had a good time. We had a great time at the game.
But yeah, I think your game plan here, Vic, is you need to start out and about somewhere. You got to be at a bar for like at least the first quarter and a half, first half, something like that, and then you can take it back. Because then you'd be like into the game, and maybe some of that energy keeps you up for another hour.
Even if I'm here and I'm watching CU K-State Saturday night at 8:30, I don't think I can make it through.
Yeah. Well, you do know that I do believe Folsom is right off the Pacific Ocean, correct? It's like right there, I think.
Pretty much.
Anywho, huge game this weekend for CU. Yes, CSU watching that game against Oregon State.
Missed opportunities, man. Too many penalties, too many delay of games. A little rough around the edges. You had a chance to win on the road.
They played well, too.
I know.
That's the biggest bummer. Like, they actually played well, and it felt like they should have had that game.
Make a stop late. You know, you take the lead late. Just make one stop. Just make a stop. Couldn't do it.
Offense was rolling a bit. You know, you got a great rushing performance from Morrow. I don't know, man. It was just like late in that game. Everything is, you have a feel to it, right? Despite how they were playing, I never felt like they were going to totally overcome it. Mm-hmm. Even when the game was tied, it was 24-24. They had the football. Yeah. And it didn't feel right. I don't know how to explain it. Just didn't feel.
Let me address something. We opened the show with this, and I want to end the show with it because the theme of the day. You're going to listen to sports talk all day, and everybody's going to go off on this whole Ferris Bueller reference. Bo Nix. I didn't think it was that big a deal. I don't see the comparison. Whatever. And then we took it a step further, and we ranked our 80s movies. I was never a big Ferris Bueller's Day Off. What was it called?
Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Yeah, I saw the movie, and it was okay. It was all right. Far-fetched. Yeah. It was all right. And I told you I can name at least 25 80s movies that were better.
Mm-hmm.
I can name movies today that were better. I mentioned Pitch Perfect 1 and 2. And somebody now is just laughing at me on the Twitch feed, Angry Broncos. Is it my fault that I'm more entertained watching Pitch Perfect than I am Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
Yes.
That's my taste. I like the movie. I like Karate Kid better. I like Risky Business a whole lot better. And for those of you, those are two Chicago-based films based on a rebel child who wants to do it his way. Ferris Bueller, what did he accomplish? He skipped school, big deal. Tom Cruise ran a business.
Let me ask you something. You have an obsession with something with movies that I've never understood. I never notice nor care where the movie is at. Like, you started going through, what's the best movie? What's Flashdance? Is that Philly?
That's Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
You're very obsessed with Pittsburgh movies. And I'm like, I don't even notice where a movie is.
You don't?
No. Not at all.
You don't know, like, what part of the country? It's sort of part
when
of
I
the
watch
theme.
when I watch a Western, I'm like, oh,
Yellowstone's in
the
Montana.
West.
It's not in Miami.
Well, yeah, you get, but I don't care to know, like, is it in Helena? Is it in Boise? Like, I don't care whether it's Idaho, Montana, whatever. It's just a Western. Okay, got it. Where it's exactly at doesn't.
I'd love to see
unless it's a Vegas movie. Vegas movies are different. Those have to be Vegas themed.
I'd love to see Yellowstone, the cast, do its thing from Philly.
Or no. You put them just in San Francisco. You know what's hilarious, by the way? Anything that's shot in Mexico, you ever notice this? They have an orange tinge that they put on all their camera lenses. Like, just so you know you're in Mexico, here's a little orange, orange little tone.
It's like, it's hot here.
Yeah. And it's like, no, I get it. I'm watching Narcos. You don't need to explain that to me. It says it right there. Juarez. Got it.
Have you seen these movies I'm referencing?
Yeah.
Have you seen all of them?
Not
I'm just
all
curious.
of them. Most of them.
Because you weren't even born. I don't expect you to. And when Bo Nick said he's watched Ferris Bueller a few times, I was actually surprised.
It's kind of a kids-ish movie, though.
It is?
Yeah.
Remember, I've told you about Vision Quest. You've not seen Vision Quest.
Texture says, I'll take Ferris Bueller over Rocky.
Okay, let's shut this down. Let's shut this operation down right now. Let's just shut it down. Let's just pretend
Way
this day
more
never
believable.
happened. This is not a joke. You see me smiling? This is not a joking matter here. Now you're being stupid. You're talking about one of the greatest motion pictures ever produced. And then some kid that wants to take a day off. And everybody makes a big deal out of it. I hate it when people quote movies all the time just because it's a niche movie. Ferris Bueller, yeah. Stupid.
But does Rocky have day bout?
Yeah, see? That's what I'm talking about.
Day bout.
What do you learn? What do you learn from that movie? I can tell you what I learned from what I learned from Risky Business. There's certain risks you don't want to take.
Oh yeah.
See, it's just
does Rocky have this?
This is sophomoric.
Does Rocky have this?
This appeals to you, the sophomoric audience. Yeah, everybody, let's get together, get our friends, and skip school for the day. It's dumb.
You can't tell me this isn't a good tune.
It is a good song. This would work well on Yellowstone.
Imagine that. It would have to be like a slow motion riding of the horse, right?
Beth.
Has to be. Would you watch Rocky Balboa's Day Off? Would you watch that? Like, if they just combine the movies, if Rocky just took a day off of training.
He would never take a day off. He would never take it. See, that's the thing. Ferris Bueller's about a guy. He's a sloucher. I'm not into that.
Okay, so
I'm
let's
into
reverse
hardworking
it.
people.
If Ferris Bueller was taking his day off to go punch frozen meat,
that's what I'm talking about.
Would you be into that?
Now we're into something.
You know what? They should do that. Just find a whole bunch of 80s movies and combine them together. You know, make the fighter pilot Judd Nelson from Breakfast Club and just see what happens.
What about the MiGs?
Well, that is obviously going to be flown by Emilio Estevez. I mean, it's written for you.
Now Iceman has to do all the choreography from Flashdance.
Exactly. Just lump them all together. Okay, so.
Isn't it amazing how our mood changes on a Monday after a Broncos win and 3-game win streak now and 3 games without an interception. Give the offense credit because we do praise the defense for setting the tone. But the fact that the offense isn't giving the ball away is a big deal, man. It's a big deal. And that's why Sean Payton likes this guy. That's why he wants this guy to be his quarterback, because he operates within the structure of his offensive system without giving the ball away, without making things tougher.
The recipe, the equation through 5 weeks is very simple. You throw picks, you lose. You don't, you win. And that is a total byproduct of how good this defense is, that if you don't put them in bad positions, they will go out and make sure that you are not going to lose that football game. I mean, I don't know. What's the total number, by the way, of points directly scored by the defense this year? They've had safeties. They've had touchdowns.
Pretty good numbers.
I mean, they've done a lot.
Not to mention forcing turnovers in the opposing team's
prime position.
Right inside the 20.
Yep.
Where was the Riley Moss pick? Was that on the Broncos side of the 50, or where did that take place?
I'll tell you exactly
that
where
was great
it
defense,
was.
by the way, man. He turned his head at the perfect time. Perfect time.
Picked by Riley Moss. That was the opposite side of the field.
Okay.
It was the 37.
My favorite soundbite to emerge yesterday after the game was not from Sean Payton referencing Ferris Bueller. It was Patrick Surtain describing Riley Moss the best he could. He's thinking what we're all thinking, but it took him a few extra seconds. Should I say this or not? Let's play this again, if you don't mind, Nelly. Patrick
I think
Surtain.
you get a pass on the celebration. Obviously, you're pretty excited. You don't know what to do. When a bunch of guys is just tapping you on your helmet, very excited for you. But, Roddy, like I said before, man, he's consistent each and every week, and he prepares the right way, and eventually he's going to make a play like that. And I'm very happy for him. It's crazy because a lot of people was questioning, the white cornerback, what he's going to do. But he's definitely making history. So it's good to see him out there making plays and doing what he's doing. So I'm very proud of him.
Can we stop for a second? This is like kind of true.
What do you mean kind of true?
No. This part right here. What did Surtain say? He's making history is what he said.
It is historic.
And we have
give me a list of white corners in the NFL over the last 20 years. Somebody give me that list. Does somebody have a list?
Irresponsible on my part. Wait, there was a couple years ago. Troy Apke, I think his name was.
No, I'm talking about guys who stuck. Not just, once in a while. Guys who stuck.
Who got a starting position.
Yes. Guys who stuck, played well. Give me one. Give me that list. Give it to me.
It is the elephant in the room. Because it doesn't exist. It's Riley Moss, and that's it.
The white elephant.
The white elephant in the room. Yes. Gigantic white elephant.
You know they have fun within the locker room.
Of course.
Why wouldn't you?
It's historic. Fact checker, Nelly?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
In case you were wondering, that is about a 5-second pause that he took before he said he's a white cornerback. I measured it out. These are all the sounds he's making to kill time. That's him stalling. And then overall, it was almost 29 seconds in total into his answer before he addressed, as Vic said, the white elephant in the room.
I mean, Vic, this is what happened.
I wish
he sat there. He's like, bleep it. The white guy who's playing my position.
Would it have been wrong if I interviewed Riley Moss afterwards? I did get a chance to interview him. I should have just tried. You realize you're white?
Yeah. Do you realize that? Are you aware? And you have to say, and you're a corner? Are you sure you're not a safety?
Jason Sehorn is the last bona fide white corner.
Now, remember, Texas point this out. First round pick, Cooper DeJean out of Iowa. He's trying to do the same thing.
Let's see if it sticks.
Yeah, let's see. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Kane. We'll talk to you all tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
The white cornerback.
Yeah, all the things happening this weekend as we let this breathe.
Breathe it out. Dude. You know what I love?
What do you love?
I love that today is Exaggeration Monday.
Yep.
Why?
Why?
Because it's given it way to some really amazing takes like yours. That the Denver Broncos are going to be a playoff team.
That's right.
And like my horrific take that we should tank for Travis. That is long gone.
Yeah, that seems to be that boat is sailing, isn't it?
It was hitting while I said it.
Yeah.
When I said it, it was making all the sense in the world.
Now they look like a playoff team.
Dude.
Hilarious.
Dude.
In fact, if the playoffs started today, they'd be the 5 seed. That's crazy what's happening in the NFL today. Welcome into the show. Dempsey and Company. Christopher Dempsey, Coach Mike Sanford, KJ behind the glass, and you on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Broncos, wow. 3 straight wins.
Exaggeration Monday. And this is real. This is not a pure exaggeration.
Yeah.
Have you looked at the remaining schedule for the Denver Broncos?
No, I haven't taken a look. Does it look much better now?
It looks ridiculously much better. The Denver Broncos, Exaggeration Monday,
are
a playoff team and will make noise in the postseason.
Yes. That's the next step right there.
Yes. You know who remains? Guess who remains on the schedule that's like an actual threat? There's 4 games.
Okay.
That you're like, yeah, they have something we don't have.
Right.
2 against the Chiefs.
Right.
At Baltimore.
Right.
And the Cincinnati Bengals, who, by the way, are 1-4.
Yeah, are they done?
Other than that, you have the Browns coming to town.
Yeah.
You've got the Falcons coming to town, which is a good football team, but it's home.
Yep.
It's a home game.
You've got to go to the Saints.
You've got the Raiders again.
So good.
I want all the Raiders, man. They might not even be a franchise by the time they come back. They're so on fire right now of just dumpster garbage they're as bad as you can imagine. That was terrible.
Yeah.
The unraveling of the Raiders yesterday was crazy.
And it was just like that, right? I mean, because they come out and immediately you throw the long touchdown pass to Brock Bowers and Broncos don't do anything really offensively. Then they kick a field goal. It's like 10-3 right off the top. And then you're driving. You're down again in the red zone, and you throw the pick 6 that gets returned 100 yards for a touchdown.
You know why? Because if you got Vance Joseph coordinating the defense, you always got a shot.
Has there been any assistant coach with a bigger glow up in the last actual just calendar year?
The last 7 years of my coaching career, I was just waiting for my Vance Joseph moment. It never came to fruition. And here I am gracing you two fine fellas with my presence.
I couldn't be happier for Vance Joseph.
Same.
You know, it's just, I do believe there's a couple of things. Sports are very interesting to me because I love these days like this, Exaggeration Monday. But I think maybe for me, I live in a space that is a lot more like I'm not super hot takey one way or another. If you hear something from me like that, then I don't know. It's a special day. So when the Broncos give up 70 points to the Miami Dolphins last year, that was very terrible. But how many times do we ever see teams do that? Never, pretty much never.
Right.
And so I thought that there was an element of that, of course, yes, did the defense need to improve? Of course it did. They just did whatever they want on a football field against you. But also, how much of an outlier is that? A team just rolling up in the NFL 70 points? Like, that was just to me, it was the ultimate bad day that you could ever have, but didn't necessarily mean that you had to live in that space for the remainder of a season. And in fact, they didn't.
The Monday following that game was one of my first days on the air with you, Demps. I mean, it wasn't the very first, but it was in that.
It was one of the,
It was in the infancy of our amazing on-air relationship. We had Nelly, and then he got too big for it.
He got big time to us.
Yeah, he's just like, hey, I'm going to hang out with Vic. He's cooler than you guys. Moj, Gainer.
That's right.
But you know what? It's all right. We got KJ. Anytime somebody leaves us, we go out and we get better.
Correct. That's right. That's right.
That's a good ding right there. I love the dinger. He who holds the ding used his ding appropriately there. Yeah, that I actually described it on air we didn't have Exaggeration Monday then, but I described that day because I've been there as a coach. I've had bad days. I had a 7 interception day when I was coordinating the offense for Boise State in 2014.
Mm-hmm.
And this was a glow up for me and for Boise State. We started out 2-2 that year, lost to Air Force, 7 turnovers. I was about fired the next day. We ended up winning every game from then on out, and then won the Fiesta Bowl.
Correct.
It was pretty awesome.
Correct.
And then I got the Notre Dame job out of it.
Yes, your
and I
glow
was
real
really cool.
too.
I was a cool guy then.
I love it.
And now I'm not.
Well, you're still cool. You're so much cooler.
Oh, man, I just did that thing, didn't I, where I was fishing for a compliment.
Yeah, and then I gave it to you.
Yeah, so
I'm
let's
a
talk
sucker.
Exaggeration Monday again. I really do believe that the Broncos, in this game against the Chargers, is going to determine if this is a definite playoff team. You beat the Chargers this week, I think it's a definite playoff team. Because I talked about the schedule being fairly weak. You got the Panthers.
Right.
I think the Saints are starting to trend in the wrong direction, but
I'm with you.
We'll see. It's going to be on a short week.
Yep. And it's there.
And then if you show your dominance over the Chargers, because your defense is playing so well, there is a little bit of, I think after yesterday, I think the Raiders ran the football fairly well, especially in that first half. And, and the Chargers are just going to try to play bully ball when they show up here next Sunday.
Yeah.
But if you show that you can stop the run and you beat the Chargers, dude, you are 5-2.
Yeah.
Because you're going to beat the Panthers.
Yep.
And if you come out of that stretch, knowing that you have the Browns coming to town, 2 more against the Chargers and the Raiders, I don't think the Chiefs are playing lights out football.
I don't think so either. And obviously they got to deal with who they are now that they don't have Rashee Rice. And we'll start to see that here tonight in Monday Night Football. I'm with you. Just 3 weeks ago, Coach, we were looking at this schedule, and so the biggest takeaway really is like they can go 0-for-6. Like they're in great position to go 6-for-6 in these games, which is quite honestly, it's mind blowing. It is, but it's just from the standpoint of we know that this still remains a developmental football team to whatever degree, but the defense is so good. It's so good that now all the offense ever has to do is be competent. That is it. And if it's competent, then this defense will win games from. What did the offense score? 27 of the 34 yesterday?
And some short fields, mind you. When you have 3 interceptions, you're going to inherit the ball with some short fields. You realize the Raiders outgained the Broncos yesterday by nearly 40 yards? Didn't feel like it when you're watching the end of the game, but it's because the Broncos offense had the ball on so many short fields. Because of, PS2 just decided to just eliminate the field by scoring a touchdown, which is pretty cool. And then his other pick, he shortened the field. And then Riley Moss's interception, which was beautiful.
Yep.
Absolutely beautiful. Riley Moss, I've tried to tell y'all, man, you guys weren't listening. This man has ball skills.
Oh,
everybody's just kind of throwing this stuff out like, he's really tough. He's a really good tackler. He's very competitive. Oh, look at that, little Caucasian corner over in the corner. That dude is a baller. He is a freaking baller. And you know who else is?
Not a lot of them.
Pat Surtain. Pat Surtain is a absolute pure bona fide baller. And the fact that people are now thinking twice about throwing to the other corner, it's going to open up some opportunities for Pat Surtain to go get paid and get some more picks.
Yeah, I mean, that was it's funny how that has evolved in just 5 weeks. You originally had Vance Joseph wondering if he needed to kind of move Pat Surtain around a little bit more to be able to get him some opportunities against him to get some picks. But what has really happened is Riley Moss is showing that it's going to be very difficult for you to complete a pass on either side of the field. So now what are you going to do? And Gardner Minshew did the full Gardner Minshew experience, which was, look, he threw a long touchdown pass. Oh, he threw a pick in the end zone. That's the entirety of the Gardner Minshew experience over time. That's why he keeps going from team to team to team, and that's why he got benched eventually in that game. But for Pat Surtain, what a life, because it appears as if he might get enough. His career high interceptions in a season, I believe it's 4. It was his rookie season. I mean, he's going to have a chance to get up over that. I mean, he's just going to have more opportunities to be able to do that.
And how cool was the jersey swap with Pat Surtain and Champ Bailey before the game?
So
which,
good.
by the way, for me, I looked at that picture, and I'm always in perennial evaluate size and length of players mode because I recruited for a living for 20 years.
Yep.
You saw just how big Pat Surtain is. I remember when Champ Bailey was playing, he was a big corner. Pat Surtain is eating cereal off the top of his head.
Mm-hmm.
That's how big Pat Surtain is. Like
Yeah.
he is a
He's
big,
awesome.
big corner with unbelievable skill set. Ends up hitting just like over 21 miles per hour on his pick six.
Mm-hmm.
He had one of the top 4 fastest defensive ball carrier miles per hour stats in NFL history and next gen stats, since they've been keeping these stats just a couple years ago. And he just about met that same benchmark. The dude can run. He's long. He's tough. He's physical. Any more Pat Surtain hatred, including any from myself, will never be tolerated again because he won you a football game.
It's an Exaggeration Monday here on the program. I see all your text messages coming through. Please continue to send them. I'm going to read a great many of these. You guys have a lot of good stuff to say here at 303-504-0925. Dempsey and Company, more next. That was Riley Moss after week 2, and yeah, he was done with that. There's no doubt about that. All he's doing is making plays out there for a Broncos defense that is the best in the league. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. It's the best defense in the NFL. Welcome back to the program. Chris, Coach, and KJ with you. Just a couple of quick programming reminders today. Kreckman and Lindahl at the Hofbrau for Monday Night Football. Go down there, say what's up to them. They're there from 3 to 6. Monday Night Football will be very interesting here tonight. Obviously, you have the Chiefs and the Saints. The Saints, a little bit of the shine off of them after the first couple of weeks. But still can be a very explosive football team in the mix for the Devontae Adams sweepstakes as well. We'll see if they make any moves in terms of that in subsequent weeks. But the Chiefs, if they lose that game tonight, the Broncos are 1 game behind them. That's it.
Yep. Let's go for the division. Yeah, earlier I was just talking about playoffs, but it is an exaggeration Monday. I was thinking that we should just root for the Chiefs to beat everybody from here on out. Just beat everybody. Beat the Saints, have them kind of, second guessing themselves for the Broncos tilt on a short week there in New Orleans. But yeah, let's go for the division. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Let's think AFC West champs.
Why not?
Yeah,
why not? I was saying this just a few minutes ago, and all you really have to do offensively with this defense. I mean, what did they? So last season they averaged 21 a game. If you just did that this year, you're going to win so many games because they just don't give up points.
They don't. And not only does this defense not give up points, they're scoring points. They're actively scoring points for your football team, whether it be by the safeties in week 1 or a pick 6 in week 5.
Oh, yeah,
and then a lot of field position type of moments that shorten field for a rookie quarterback. And I always say, if your name's not Jaden Daniels and you're not just otherworldly and you're not being pointed at by some lady in an airplane saying that MFer is not real, then you do need a rookie quarterback to have one of two things. Because if you have a great running game, that helps the heck out of a rookie quarterback.
Well, that's Jaden Daniels does have that there.
Or if you have an absolutely incredible defense, because you're going to end up changing momentum of games, which is exactly what happened yesterday. I mean, you can't sit in that stadium yesterday, which I was up in press row, watch the game from home or wherever you're at, and watch the first 8 to 12 minutes of that football game and not think, here we go again. How in the world does this dysfunctional Raiders franchise keep doing it against the Broncos?
Yep.
Because it felt that way.
Yeah, when Brock Bowers ran that in for it's like, okay. It took 2 minutes for them to get
that, and then the drive where Gardner Minshew again is just
right.
They're just running the football, marching the ball down. They get inside the 10-yard line, and Gardner Minshew, God bless you. Thank you so much for the errant throw, because if he just throws the ball right at Brock Bowers, it probably scores, and the game is 17-0.
Yep.
Instead, he sails it over Brock Bowers' head, and none other than PS2 is there to take it to the crib. And the game completely turned on its head.
I don't think it would be hyperbole to say, especially if if the Broncos continue just to be, look, if they ended up being a playoff team, I don't think it's hyperbole to say that one play probably saved their season from a playoff standpoint. Because to go down 17-3 at that point would have been devastating, because your offense really isn't matriculating the ball great distances down the field to cash that in for touchdowns. And if that's not I know the feeling that I got when the Raiders were all the way down there. I thought, oh my gosh, this could be as devastating a touchdown as there has been scored against this team so far this season. And then Patrick Surtain turned that all around, and maybe in the course of that action also turned around. Not that they won 2 straight games coming this one, but take their season and just put it in a different space than what it was probably going to be if the Raiders cashed in that touchdown. Which brings me to this, and KJ put this in our show thread, which is the comparison of these defenses. They were obviously celebrating the 1977 season team with the throwback jersey. They looked great in those uniforms. I love the socks. The socks really. I love the socks.
The best uniform in the National Football League.
Houston's H-Towns are pretty good.
Those are terrible.
No,
if you
those
like
are
the
pretty
XFL and you enjoy watching terrible football in the spring.
No, those are. And I.
All right, what do you think, KJ? You're
I know he gave me the buzzer.
No. I gave Coach the buzzer.
Oh yeah. Coach got the buzzer.
You like those?
Yeah,
I do. I'm with him, man. It's something.
So you guys like the UFL? You're big fans of the UFL and the XFL merger?
I sure am.
Oh, cool. Yeah, it's really fun football to watch. Yeah,
it's amazing.
I actually do like the logo. I just don't like the whole thing. I don't know why. And I love black jerseys. I am a sucker for black jerseys, but I actually really like the Texans base, jersey. I think it looks really sharp. I don't know why. I think it's
every single iteration of their uniforms is good.
I agree with that. Yeah. I think the glow up from the Broncos, particularly the Broncos white jersey, the new one.
Yep.
The new modern, just
which I like
rebranded
those
jersey.
Too.
The white jersey, white pants with the navy helmet.
Awesome.
Cheeks. Straight cheeks. The worst of cheeks
it's
that you can imagine.
Come on,
and
Coach.
I feel like they wear it every single freaking week. And then you all of a sudden see this glorious kind of Colorado sky blue and the orange is popping with the socks. I'm like, that is a uniform. And the only exaggeration Monday.
Yep.
The Broncos need to do it. They need to make the decision that that's their jersey because the players love them and they play with a little extra spice against the Raiders in those jerseys.
Man, they should have.
Exaggeration Monday. We lose that game with the white and navy blue helmet.
Oh no! Stop it! It's still. You are in timeout. You're in timeout.
Yeah.
No.
KJ's not feeling me today.
No.
It's all right.
No.
You know what though? Right now, I kind of feel like I'm getting tag team and kind of getting ganged up on right here by 2 out of 3 here on our show. And
do you
know what? You know who else gets ganged up on every once in a while?
Me.
Riley Moss does.
Me.
And you know what happens when Riley Moss gets thrown at? He pulls the ball out of the sky.
Do you remember when you and Raj ganged up against me? That's how this feels.
Yeah.
And this is just a uniform. Is this defense as good as 2015 or 1977?
I was -5 in 1977, so I can go up here like a lot of us radio hosts do and just pretend like I know everything about the 1977 defense. All I know is that their nickname was Orange Crush, and they had a future Hall of Famer that was just inducted into the Hall of Fame, Randy Gradishar. Okay, 2015, I was currently coaching at Notre Dame, trying to find a way to win football games and take a backup quarterback who was thrust into the starting role. So I wasn't paying too much attention to the 2015 Denver Broncos. So for all of you listening and say that here's another transplant, yep, at least I can admit it. Not trying to fake the funk.
So you mean to tell me you don't know anything about the great Tom Jackson, Steve Noley? Like, come on, man.
Foley. I do know a little something about 77.
I'm sorry.
More than you.
I too was born in 98. How about that, baby?
Yeah, and you said Steve Noley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shows I'm a transplant.
You're a cooler transplant because you came from a way cooler place. The SIP, Jackson, Mississippi. I came from California, and we all know Coloradans hate Californians. Guilty as charged. Right, Demps?
Okay. I'll answer the question.
Because, I think two things are met by you, Demps.
What's that?
You were born well before 1977. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And you are a native Denverite.
Yeah. Here's how I'd rank these defenses right now. With all due respect to 1977, 2015 defense is the best Broncos defense that I've seen. And what that defense did, just systematically through the course of an entire season. And then when you got to the Super Bowl against big bad Cam Newton and the 15-1 Carolina Panthers,
the same Cam Newton that Shador doesn't even want to give the time of day to.
I love that too. I love it so much. Oh, I love it so much. Shador, props to that.
You on that weird stuff, bro.
I know.
You on that weird stuff, bro.
And Travis Hunter too. Travis Hunter gave him the whole wave off.
Oh yeah, he gave him the Heisman.
Yeah,
he gave him the stiff arm. Yeah, get out of here.
So good. So good. They made that team look like a JV football team in the Super Bowl. And that, for an entirety of a season, that matters. They're number one. It was no-fly zone. It was everything. It was Von Miller. It was all the things at once. 1977, that team, that defense, Orange Crush, was awesome. The issue is that once they got into the Super Bowl, the Cowboys carved them up. and it was Butch Johnson, and it was Roger Staubach, and it was like the Tony Dorsett. Like it was, that those are great players in the history of the NFL, and obviously the Cowboys teams back then were awesome. They were awesome. But you got in the Super Bowl, you got carved up. So I think that I might just have to put it second, that this team's not going to the Super Bowl. So like I would never, we won't see this year's iteration of the defense in. Is this exact? You're gonna, look at that face. Say it. It's Exaggeration Monday. Do it.
Well, you said earlier, I'm not trying to be hyperbolic here. Today is all about hyperbole.
That's true.
All right?
It's true.
And a great defense and also a quarterback that has some SH in his neck. That moment right there, that made me realize on Exaggeration Monday that when Bo Nix did something that Russell wouldn't do a year ago, and that's pipe back up to his head coach, that made me realize that Bo Nix is the Broncos quarterback. He is the quarterback for that locker room. He's the quarterback for the coaching staff. And whatever went down, we don't know what went down, but we know, I do know this. Sean Payton said in his post-game press conference, he said that that's my love language.
Yeah, he did say that.
And he got all the love.
Yeah.
From Bo Nix.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right back in his face.
Well.
and remember, Chase Daniel on one of his podcasts talked about Sean Payton is looking for that in his quarterback. Had it with Drew Brees.
Mm-hmm.
He became the quarterback. Is he good enough to be a top 5 quarterback in the NFL? We're nowhere near saying that, in my opinion.
Right.
But with this defense and a quarterback that's won over the locker room.
Yep.
And is now 3-2 in his first 5 games.
Correct.
Anything's possible.
Yeah.
The National Football League, man.
I know. The National Football League.
And I have this
especially
crazy
when
take.
you have a unit on your team that's elite. They make it so that anything, you can dream a dream.
Let's talk about this. I want to ask both of you.
Yep.
Okay. For whatever reason, this year, college football, NFL.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there is an absence of like, whoa, that team is humming. Like they are untouchable. Who is that team right now? Think college football. Oh, it was Alabama after they beat Georgia.
Yeah.
Get to know Diego Pavia from New Mexico that transferred from New Mexico State to Vanderbilt and beats Alabama. Like who are the teams that are like absolutely elite that the Colorado Buff team should say we can't beat them? Or that the Broncos right now could say we can't beat them.
Right. I think that's I think it's in the NFL, there's not a team that you can look at and go, now, look, the Vikings are playing great.
They are playing
They're
very
playing
well.
great.
But don't you feel like the other shoe is going to drop at some point with that team?
Well, yeah, because Sam Darnold is starting to make mistakes, and their defense is so good. Like they probably figured that their defense is the best defense, but like their defense is so good that they're overcoming some of that. At some point, they're going to take a loss or two because you can't just continue to overcome turnover deficits all the time. And they turned over Aaron Rodgers too. That's the team that the Jets offense is bad, bro. It's not good.
It's not good at all.
It's not good. But I would say in college, Texas is the team. I think Texas is by far the best team in college football. Now, if that means what's the gap between Texas and say Georgia? I don't know. It feels to me that it's fairly significant. But if you're CU, I don't think. Okay, all right.
Well, I'm just saying, based off what happened in college football this weekend, where number 1 lost, number 4 lost, number 9, number 10, number 11, and number 25 all lost in a weekend that had one top 25 showdown.
I know. Yeah.
Guess who the Texas Longhorns play this week?
Who? Vanderbilt?
Oklahoma.
Oh, Oklahoma.
They play the Sooners.
Oh, they do. It's on our air.
Yes, there it is.
It's on our air on
right
Saturday.
Here on 92.5 at 1:30 p.m. on Saturday. Tune in and you will see the Texas Longhorns lose to the Oklahoma Sooners.
That's
what I'm saying, though. Anybody can beat anybody, and it's that kind of year, man. Mm-hmm. It really is. And so while you could also have the argument, and I read this from one of our awesome texters here, it's the NFL. Anybody can beat anybody on any given Sunday. Totally agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't book any wins. You can't say like for the Broncos, that's a win, that's a win, that's a win. But I'll tell you this, man. When you play really good defensive football, and as long as you have Vance Joseph coordinating this defense with the belief that team's playing with on that side of the ball, you got a chance against everybody.
Yeah, and there's trends, right? I mean, look, the adage that any given Sunday, yeah, that's true. But over the course of 8 weeks, 10 weeks, 12 weeks, you know which teams are generally better than the other one. Like, there's a body of work there that suggests this team probably is better than that team, and so I do believe that. But I think that the Broncos are trying to put together a body of work that says, hey, look, we are one of the top 7 teams in the AFC. And I think that matters. So I don't know, man. It's a good point. I mean, we'll see. If the offense does anything to get better, and like I said, there's 27 points on the board for that offense. Short fields or not, they cash those things in, and the points do matter. So if they can do that, there's probably not a team, and that includes Kansas City. Maybe not in the playoffs, though.
And I would argue that Bo Nix and this offense has taken incredible strides in 3 short weeks towards doing something that will make you an elite football team with a phenomenal defense.
Right.
And that's not taking any form of not throwing interceptions,
Yeah.
not turning the football over.
Mm-hmm.
When you win the turnover margin by 3, you're going to win every game.
Right.
And right now, this defense, whether it be because of sack fumbles with this pressure that they're creating or with the pressure that they're creating that creates errant passes, like they're going to get their hands on footballs. They're going to turn teams over. And Bo Nix is showing that as a rookie quarterback, he's not making the bad play.
Mm-hmm.
Is he doing anything phenomenal that makes you go, oh my gosh, that's the next whoever great quarterback? Not necessarily. But by having that growth as a rookie quarterback, it equips this team well to continue what they're doing. And I think it's different than last year's 5-game win streak. I really do. I think it's very different because you're seeing growth on the offensive side of the football. The run game's getting better, and you have a rookie quarterback that's showing he's got some cojones, but not turning the football over. I like what I'm seeing.
All right, coming up at the top of the hour, so at the 11 o'clock hour, I want to jump into the Sean Payton and Bo Nix spat, we'll just call that. I'll put that in air quotes on the sideline. What that even means, what each of those 2 individuals had to say about that as we resume Broncos talk at that time. However, up next, we will have Rapids coach Chris Armas.
long from Fry, now at the halfway line. Christian Roldan just lifts it long. That's the final whistle. Seattle win 1-0. The Rapids have fallen in 3 straight games. It's a break next weekend, and then decision day is against Austin FC in Texas.
All right, back on the program, Dempsey and Company, Chris Coach and KJ, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, going to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com, and that's where we find Rapids head coach Chris Armas. What's going on, Coach? How are you?
Yeah, good. Love being on the show, and we have a little bit of a break now. Burgundy Affair tonight, an event that celebrates our club, but we're right over here.
I've been to one of those Burgundy Affairs, man. They're good. They're good. Good. I mean, it is a break. Obviously, after dropping 3, what will this do for you guys from a not just a mental not just a physical standpoint, but just kind of like mentally getting back into the right space?
Yeah, look, it's. Would you rather go into the playoffs on a 3 or 4 game winning streak, or a couple of tough losses in a row? It's tricky, right? Because what this does for us is it really puts us on alert, right? Brings the urgency, which I actually like, that we're going to have this urgency over these next few weeks to get the details right, to be able to sway some of these close games. So, of course, we'd rather win than lose, let me tell you, especially at home. But I'm always looking for the positive in things, and I think I can find some here.
Coach, we've certainly established and applauded your effort and this team's effort to make the postseason. That is written in stone. But all the different scenarios I'm trying to figure out myself, and it seems very complicated in terms of the ability to host a home playoff match here at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. Could you just inform our listeners just a kind of an idiot's guide to what the Rapids need to have happen as it relates to playoff seeding, a home playoff match, and the likes?
You know, I don't know every mathematical situation that needs to happen for us. You know, there's a few teams behind us. If Vancouver is one of the teams chasing us, if they don't get a result, even if they tie, we could then get into a playoff scenario where we're hosting, right, in the best of 3. But I think the most important thing, even as the head coach, what I know is that it's in our own hands. We get a result in Austin, and that puts us in a good spot in terms of at least getting that a home game, right? Whether are we the higher seed or not, but we want to go to Austin, get the result, get a victory, put ourselves in the best spot. But again, I think what's most important, because we're already in the playoffs and we think and know we could beat anybody, is that we go in with the right momentum and we can take that from the next game.
What then needs to happen in that game, improvement-wise, that will put you in a situation where you are going into the playoffs on a victory and with some momentum?
Well, I think there's a few things. One is the 100 minutes of focus. Of course, it's a 90-minute game, but we say 100 minutes because it builds in 5 minutes of stoppage in each half. But 100 minutes of real focus, understanding that, yes, on the road, games are tougher in this league. And we've been all right on the road, but lately we've lost some results where we didn't bring the intensity that we're currently used to bringing. So from a physical output, to meet the demands of that game. I mean, it's Austin's last game in their building. They're not going to come out and just roll over. They just fired their head coach. So imagine that little rebound effect that we see in sports. So we have to just be able to ramp it up, playoff mentality, every play matters, and then stick to and get right back to the things that have gotten us to this point in terms of defending our goal, in terms of scoring goals. And there's a lot of little things in there, upgrading the shot distance, extra pass, all these things that in games like that in playoffs, you can get away from a little bit. You get antsy. I want to score. I want it now. When you're any team, especially a young team, you got to stick to what got us here. And that's what we want to see in Austin.
Chris, as a former coach myself, I subscribe to a mantra that players make plays, players win games. And one of these players for you in this incredible turnaround has been Cole Bassett. Cole Bassett has been dinged up over the course of the last several weeks. Where is Cole Bassett at with his recovery, and do you see him being a part of this incredibly important final match against Austin and then the postseason going forward?
Well, I would think, because look, it's still a couple of weeks away, right? So that's a good thing. So somewhere in these next few weeks, does he start getting involved in training? And when you have soft tissue injuries, a little bit of a quad, which is feeling good, a little bit of a calf, these muscles that are so important for running and sprinting and covering the ground that he needs to cover and is used to covering, we got to be careful with it, because if he takes a big step back, you could miss him for the playoffs. So we'll introduce him probably in the middle of this week, and then have like an 8 to 10 day lead in to see if we can get him some minutes in Austin. That would be the plan. And if not, if we don't feel quite right, we're just going to keep resting him so that it's just behind him. So we'd love to get him going. We miss him when he's not out there, but most importantly, we want to just have it be a thing of the past. And oftentimes, a former player myself, sometimes when you think you're there, you give it 3 or 4 more days, and it's gone.
We are speaking with Rapids head coach Chris Armas. The Chris Armas Show is sponsored by Intermountain Health. Visit intermountainhealthcare.org. Intermountain Health, helping people live the healthiest lives possible. Coach, we'll get you out here on this. I didn't ask you this last week, and I meant to. And that's Zach Steffen being called up by the national team and is going to play in a couple of friendlies here in short order. How excited for you are you of him? And just kind of go over his season and just how valuable he has been for you guys this entire season.
Look, I've talked with you guys along the way about Zach, and especially when things were tougher, where fans were, different people are saying things, media getting on him, for giving up a certain goal here and there. But what I've seen from a guy, day one when we started preseason in Mexico, is a guy that's a pro, top quality. He's got a good process. He trains hard, hardest working guy every day, humble but demanding of the standards. He's the perfect, guys like him, Cole Bassett, they emulate the prototypical Colorado Rapid player. And it starts with how they play, but also who they are as people. So honestly, to see his process all year long, staying steady, making big saves, taking some heat here and there, staying steady, got the process, always wanted to get back into the national team. At his best this year, they didn't call him in on one of the camps. I had even spoken to the national team coach, said, hey, just Zach would love to get back in, type of thing. But here he is reaping the reward. I always tell players, you got to keep doing the right things for the right reasons, and you don't know when the reward might come. And here it is. So he's gotten back in the door over there. We love, we love that for him. For me, it's just about their dreams are my dreams. So seeing him get rewarded is a tremendous thing for him, and I get to just be part of his journey. So love that for Zach and our team.
Coach, I know these last 3 haven't gone as planned, but we have a litany of people that watch this program on Twitch, have been following along this whole journey since you were hired. Was it 6 months ago? 7 months ago?
January, December, January.
We're getting on 10,
9 months,
10 months ago. And I just want to speak on behalf of our Twitchers on the Safeway Twitch line and our texters and all of our listeners that you have made believers out of us. And we are incredibly proud of the work that you've put in and this team has put in. And we believe that this push towards a cup is a very, very reachable deal because of the belief that you've instilled in this club. So, Coach, thank you for that. Appreciate that. Look, we're onto something. The journey started 9-10 months ago from the bosses building a roster. We're trying to put out a team our fans are proud of. We had a full house the other night, so it hurts losing at home. But I can tell that our fans that have been amazing that the LA Galaxy game and the Seattle game at home, we lost both, but we were in the fight. We took some punches, we gave some punches, but we let them know they're in a real game. We might play Seattle in the playoffs, and a bunch of their players, coaches said we don't really want to play the Rapids in the playoffs. So we're a team that can make some noise, and I appreciate that you sharing that with me. I'm honored to be in this position. I fight for it every day, and
we're going to go after it in the playoffs.
The Rapids in sixth place, 50 points in the Western Conference table. Back in action on October 19th at Austin to close out the regular season before the playoffs start. Coach, have a whole lot of fun at the event tonight because that is going to be fun.
Thank you.
And then we'll talk to you next week. Good luck in there's no game yet, so we'll wish you good luck after we talk to you next Monday.
Appreciate that. Thanks for having me on. Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
Coach.
All right,
Take care.
There he goes, Rapids coach Chris Armas. It's been such a great season for that team, no matter what's happening in these last few games. Injuries, man.
Get healthy.
Yeah.
And the great thing is you got 12 days before your next match, and then a little bit of a layoff again. Yeah, just get healthy.
Yeah. What were Sean Payton and Bo Nix yelling at each other about? They'll tell you next.
Yeah, well, he turned and looked at me, said, "I love you," and I turned and said, "I love you back."
I mean, who says Bo Nix doesn't have a
funny.
Oh, you stop it.
Oh my
you stop it.
gosh.
That was funny.
It was good. I don't even know if Bo Nix knew that Sean Payton had responded to the question earlier and said that that's my love language. That when you can connect those two together, that's even cooler, especially if it was a complete coincidence that Bo Nix came and answered the question. He said, "I love you," and I said, "I love you back."
Yeah, he also said that he's got some Ferris Bueller in him. Yeah, here's the first of all, Sean Payton loves Bo Nix. That's a thing. He just cannot help himself on a sideline when he thinks that you did not do the thing that he said for you to do, and then he just goes and actually do we have Sean Payton explaining the same explaining his version of the story?
So it was a two-parter. It was the first answer was more the humorous side. The second answer, the follow-up question from Jeff Legwold, was where to me the real meat and potatoes of what happened was revealed.
Let's hear it.
It's part of the deal. Listen, last year all of a sudden it's just there's still a little bit of Ferris Bueller in this player that we got to get rid of. All right, talking about Bo, and I love him to death. And so sometimes it's my love language. All right?
Can you say what it was about?
No. Absolutely not.
Yeah, so see, the thing about this is that we heard I don't know if it was from Drew Brees himself that's,
Daniel.
You should go
Remember
after
Chase Daniel?
Yeah, there's multiple people have said.
Chase in the offseason went like all in on, hey, Bo Nix, if I'm giving you any bit of advice, and this was like on a podcast, is that Sean Payton wants you to go back at him.
Yes.
Which is awesome.
Yeah. And then Drew said the same thing. And that's exactly what happened was Bo was not having that in a way that Russell Wilson just let it happen to him last year. Although there seemed to be a lot more venom in what was happening with Russell Wilson.
Little different tone. Slightly different tenor.
Yeah, that looked a little bit that looked different. But I thought it was awesome. One of the things that I liked about the Broncos' performance was that there was just passion everywhere on the football field.
And in the stands.
Yes, and that included a quarterback who's just not going to let anybody just disrespect him on the sideline. Like he's going to go back at him and say, hold on, there's what you want, and then there's what I see, or whatever he felt like he needed to explain back to him. He just wasn't going to take it from him and not give anything back. I love that. All the way to the defense playing with a ton of emotion. That team put so much passion in that game. That to me was one of the things that really stood out about the performance outside of tangible stuff that was happening on the football field. I loved every second of that.
This next question that KJ has teed up is, to me, chef's kiss journalism from an absolute savant in journalism, Jeff Legwold, who didn't allow just that first answer from Sean Payton to die on the vine, and he leaned into more about it. So if you could play that one from
just
Leg.
Curious, what do you mean by Ferris Bueller?
Oh, it's just funny.
Yeah, I mean, just personality, or I'm just asking.
Yeah, Ferris is kind of quirky, doing his own thing once in a while. I mean, I don't know. Did you watch the movie? Have you ever seen it? He's still got a little Ferris Bueller in him. I mean, he's got some. We
mischievous.
Not that, maybe a little bit, kind of subtly. Look, there are times where you send something in, and then I don't want it flipped, and then it gets flipped and so it's all good. He works his tail off, and I am that way, and so it just is what it is, and yeah, that's it.
Just curious.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
And that's my point. I mean, we saw that with Russell Wilson. Like it took me 1.2 seconds to see that out of Sean Payton last year with Russell Wilson, which is, I ask you to do this, you run it the way I tell you to run it. And then the thing about Russell Wilson is he's kind of an off-script quarterback anyway, so quickly things get off-script, or he does something that is not in the original plan. And over the course of a season, Sean Payton was so frustrated with that. Then when he saw it that day in Detroit, he just completely blew his top. And this is the same exact thing. And we're showing it to on Twitch, on the Safeway Twitch stream. And that is, it's Sean Payton believes in his X's and O's more than your ability to decipher what it is on the football field. Just run what he says, and he's okay with it.
So I'm going to utilize my experience as a coach to decipher what the heck happened. And it wasn't the throw to, in my opinion, I'm not saying that I know, I wasn't there. But when a quarterback makes a decision to throw the football on a pass progression down the field to an open wide receiver and hit him perfectly in stride, I don't know a head coach in America that's going to scream at him for that. I believe that what really happened, and I think that's where a lot of us here in the media are kind of going awry with this particular situation. I think that it was a play or two before where it was something involving the play call mechanism. And that's what I loved about Leggy's deep dive into what do you mean by Ferris Bueller, because you heard that part Sean Payton talking about. There's times I send it in, meaning the play call. So he verbalizes the play call. And then a lot of these play calls, Demps, live in a wristband. Okay. And so what probably at times happens is you have to flip the entirety of that play call. So everything that is right needs to be left. Everything that is 2-jet needs to turn into 3-jet. Everything that is 22 zone or 96 power needs to turn into 23 zone or 97 power. And that's all in one long sequential play call. So what Sean Payton was alluding to is that there have been times where I send it in and he doesn't flip it. So it's not intentional. It's not Bo Nix saying, I want to do it. It's an accident. It's a rookie quarterback. And what I think the whole Ferris Bueller goes to from having been a coach is we all have our little isms. And I think that calling a quarterback in a fun manner, especially after a win, and you're sitting there in a film study and you're like, Ferris Bueller, man, you don't want to do what the principal tells you to do. You're talking about not flipping the play correctly. And I think where it showed up in the game, and I'm not saying that this was a flip, was did you see the snap where Luke Wattenberg snapped the ball into his jewels and Bo Nix was in shotgun?
Yep.
That was a something was lost in translation on that play. And I don't believe it's a coincidence that happened a play or two before the blow up happened on the sideline. So I think it was more about that. And I don't think it's Bo Nix being saying, no, I'm going to do my own thing. I think he just may have called something wrong. And where I think Sean may have called something wrong and Bo called him to it after he got called out. That's what I think happened.
Yeah.
Because I've been in that exact situation. Like, truly.
Yeah. Well, look, if Bo thought that he just did something wrong, no way he blows back up on the coach like that. If he's kind of like, well, that's my bad, coach.
Right. It's probably what he would have done. He probably given the my bad.
But that's not what was happening right there. Bo thought whatever he did was the right thing to do, and Sean Payton telling him it wasn't it wasn't what I told you to do. And that's where I think with Sean, there's just these times where maybe you just got to lighten it up just a little bit. Because I think even if you're saying this in jest, let's just like that scenario that you just laid out, hey, you're in the quarterback room and he's like, Ferris, you just don't want to do what the principal says. But see, it's one of those things where you're saying it kind of in jest, but that joke. What's the old adage? There's a modicum of truth behind every joke. Like he really doesn't want him to, like, he really just wants him to do. Like, remember we were talking about how programmable like Bo is or isn't. Well, Sean Payton just wants him to be programmable and don't say anything else. Just do what I tell you to do. Bo is going to get himself into a space where he's going to be like, but bro, you're going to walk up in front of the media and you're going to tell them how smart I am. And then you're going to come back to me and tell me, just do what I tell you to do without me having any kind of my own thought on the matter. Well, those two things don't compute. And so for Sean Payton, yes, do things need to be run the way? Yes, of course. He designed the thing. It works. He's got a track record of a good offensive play calling and good offensive football. And then he's going to have to marry that with a player that maybe if he sees something that whatever, I just don't know what that conversation's about, but quite clearly Bo's explaining his side of a story. And if that play ended up, if it was Luke Wattenberg snapping it into himself, then that's a real problem. If the play ends up doing anything positive, then can they come to a common ground?
And I believe that Sean Payton absolutely loved his quarterback doing what he did on the sideline.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
A lot of people think that Sean Payton didn't want to be shown up. I think he loves that he, in a public display, it played out that I have a quarterback with some major cojones.
Mm-hmm.
And he's willing to do that and then go on and play better football after that blow up. Angry Bo's my favorite Bo. I want all the angry Bo. And don't think for a second that Sean Payton didn't learn that data of like, hey, man, this pissed off Bo.
Yeah.
And there's been pissed off Bo in training camp. We saw pissed
Right,
off
we
Bo
sure
a
did.
couple days.
Yeah.
And it's not disrespectful, Bo.
No.
It's just like, oh, okay, that's how it's going to be.
Right.
It even played out with Stiddy on some of those little trash can drills in the little target practice. You saw Bo's like looking at him like, do that.
Yeah.
You know, and then Stiddy got a little angry Stiddy.
Yeah.
And then Zach's just sitting there just all zenned out, you know, just dropping beautiful dimes and just like, hey, what are you guys doing, bro? That's how it played out a lot of
Zach's like,
days. When we were watching training camp.
What's up, bros?
Yeah, he's like, you guys good over there, man? I'm just going to sling the pill, dude.
Guys good.
But I think that
That's so funny.
this was probably one of the more important developments in terms of Bo Nix becoming the quarterback of this team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really taking the reins. And I'm seeing some quotes from Sean Payton today. They asked him about it again. It's one of these tweets says that he called him fiery and likes how the game, quote, is so important to him. Quote, I loved his response. And shoot, we're on to the next play, and it's nothing. So everybody's just trying to move on from that. But I don't think I just, again, I like the passion. I like it. Just everybody cares, and that's what we're looking for from this football team. They truly do care. Let's two things. Have we seen the last of Greg Dulcich? He was inactive for this game, and he's healthy.
Lucas Kroll, a lot of times without the football, played with such passion and such want to that insofar as both he and Adam Troutman stay healthy, I believe we've seen the end of Greg Dulcich as a Bronco.
Yeah. Oh.
And it's unfortunate because I thought he had a really good training camp, but boys, he spit the bit a few times this year.
Yeah.
I mean, dropping passes, did not show physicality at the point of attack. And it's like at some point you have to look and say, what is your actual tangible value on the football field?
Yep.
And it hadn't shown up through 4 weeks. He was not injured.
No.
And he was not active.
Nope.
And that is a sign.
Yeah, that's a really, really.
And they ran the football, I think, the best that they'd run it all year.
That was gonna be question number 2. What did you? I thought it's starting to look like they're figuring it out. Well, first of all, Javonte's just playing way better,
playing great.
But it's starting to look like they're finally figuring out the good balance and how to use it to kind of stabilize things offensively. What do you see?
Yeah, I see that. I think you have a team of, at least right now, there's a lot of quote unquote no names from a national perspective.
Yeah.
Like Lucas Kroll's not a household name, nor is Adam Troutman. The offensive line, Alex Palczewski, who unfortunately took an ankle injury, but I think will be able to play. This team is not a superstar laden team. Now this defense, these players are going to start getting paid based off of how Vance Joseph's employing them.
Yep.
Whether they're paid here or elsewhere, that's the nature of the beast.
Yeah.
But I think that a guy like Lucas Kroll is fitting in mentality-wise with how this team wants to run the football, how the team wants to be scrappy and gritty and find a way. He did well for himself. And watching the end zone copy of most of the film, I was really impressed with how much desire he showed in the blocking game. Is he a big, dominant blocking tight end like Adam Troutman? No, but he showed that he has the audacity to put his face on Max Crosby.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a really good thing.
And you can throw it to him if you need to.
Yeah, he's got good hands.
He's got good hands,
good looking athlete.
Yeah.
I don't think the drop-off athletically from Greg Dulcich to Lucas Kroll is massive.
I agree.
Based off what we've seen in games. I would say during training camp, Dulcich was my dude, man. Like that guy was a fast riser. But there is a difference between doing it, in front of 1,800 people rather than 73,000 with 3,000 no-shows who were booed yesterday.
Yeah, he just hasn't been able to do it during games in the regular season. So Greg Dulcich, we'll see if we ever see him again. But if these other two play, I don't know why we would. All right, let's take a quick break. Come back with KJ's NFL Notes.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, 11:20 on a Monday. Exaggeration Monday here on the program. Chris, Coach, and KJ. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Time for KJ's NFL Notes. KJ, what is story number 1?
You know what? You guys just hit story number 1, so I am going to hit story number 2. If for the listeners who just jump in their car, I have the podcast uploaded right after the show, so you guys can hear the full spiel on what they think between Bo Nix versus Sean Payton. Did Russell Wilson look more like a you-know-what than he should have? All of that they talked about within those last 15 minutes. I'll have it up later. The second biggest story coming out of the game yesterday, Patrick Surtain, 100-yard INT reception. We call that little thing a pick six. That's what we call it in the biz. Here's Patrick Surtain talking about his 100-yard pick six.
We felt like we needed that momentum moving forward. Obviously, we was in a situation where we had to capitalize on the opportunities we could get. And that situation there, I had to capitalize on that moment and make a play. And I could just feel the momentum shift, you know. You could tell by the team that that playing so far moving forward, we really, really felt the tempo, felt the urgency to really, like, up the energy and up the play for real. So,
all right, guys, simple question here. What will it take for Patrick Surtain to get in the conversation of Defensive Player of the Year?
Oh, I hope he's in there now.
I did too.
You know, we went over last week the stats that he had held some great wide receivers to each and every single week leading up to this week, and it was just eye-opening what the analytics can show you, the impact of a player that doesn't get a lot of action to his side. And listen, I talked about it with you, I talked about it with Raj, and Raj, I think he made a really good point, and the point was, look, the analytics look great, but he's going to have to make some eye-opening plays so that etch themselves, like kind of burn themselves into people's minds that says, okay, wait, this is a guy that should be considered. That's why I love that 100-yard interception return. And then he picked off another pass. So he had 2 interceptions in one game. One was a pick six. I hope for him that he gets into it because he is truly, truly, truly great.
First, being in that building yesterday at Empower Field and seeing what I saw from Pat Surtain, it completely shifted my mindset about how incredibly dynamic this football player is. Because we had talked even last year, it's like you have the best corner in the league, but how impactful is he in the outcomes of games? I felt that yesterday. I mean, directly impacted the result of this football game. That is a great start for candidacy for Defensive Player of the Year. The best path forward is for the Broncos defense to continue this dominant defensive effort to the tune of making the postseason in a massive turnaround for the franchise and obviously the defense from last year about this time.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to have to get his hands on at least 3 more interceptions.
Yeah, that's fair.
At least.
So 5 is the low water mark for the season because in terms of this.
Because my dude from the Green Bay Packers, McKinney, that dude has 5 interceptions in 5 football games and had a forced fumble yesterday. Like those are ridiculous numbers. Like I've never seen that before from the safety position, but nonetheless, like you're to justify somebody with 2, 3, 4 interceptions would be challenging when you have a guy that's probably on his way to double-digit pick season.
Yeah. Trayvon Diggs didn't win it when he had double-digit interceptions. I just, the thing about this award is it's whoever gets the most sacks. I mean, that really is how this goes down. It's like, oh, is your name TJ Watt? Which he's a dog for sure. But it's such a sack award that it's very, very difficult for defensive backs to get in. I believe we looked this up a few days ago, and Stephon Gilmore in 2019 was the last defensive back to win it. And he had 6 interceptions that year, 6, and then was just a shutdown corner. And I think for Pat Surtain, that would be the comp, right? You're the shutdown corner, so your analytics are showing you every single great receiver does nothing against you, and then they immediately do all the things against everybody else, showing your greatness. Plus, you have to pick some. You just have to have the interceptions. If you get those two, and you're in a year where there's not an overwhelming, like one of your edge rushers isn't just going completely bonkers, gives you your best chance to win. But this, coach, is where this is why I was saying last week, can the analytics help us get to better, more sophisticated decisions on awards like this one, whereas it's really super surface level. It's like in the NBA, Defensive Player of the Year. Oh yeah, who blocked the most shots? Well, but the analytics led us to a more sophisticated space to where you can. The impact of a Drew Holiday is now, oh my gosh,
Right.
I get that more. Can that happen for a guy like this?
And there's a media shift towards a lot of this kind of the deep dive analytics, and that will impact MVP voting in, I believe, all sports, and not just look at the big ticket statistic.
Yeah.
And I think I think that's a good thing for the game. I also want to take this opportunity, just listening to that interview with Pat Surtain, to say how fun it is to hear him talk in a post-game presser.
I know.
When they're winning because of him.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's always been class. He's always been well thought out. And he just carries himself with such humility. He's the kind of player that I know I want my 3 children, my 2 boys in particular, to emulate that kind of humility and class and just well-spoken nature. He's incredible.
Yeah. Yeah,
and
he
it's
really
it's
is.
awesome to see him in that light instead of after another loss or another, and him just getting up there and just having to give the basic responses and not be able to have some fun talking to the media after an awesome performance.
It is, it is fun for these players to get up there and to see the videos of excitement after the wins. Now they've strung together 3 of them. There's a lot of possibilities out there. Also, this 0-2. I guess instead of it's in a 17-game season, does 0-2 matter anymore?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't even know that 1-4 for the Bengals really matters.
Oh, I was going to say though, at what point is it too many losses?
You have to look at just how compact, like front-loaded the Bengals schedule was in particular.
Yeah.
Which is all for TV, ratings to get the NFL viewership up in the beginning of the season, and then you're hooked.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think once you get into that, where you're 3, 4, 5 games out of playoff contention, now you're kind of screwed. But 1-4, the Bengals got to pick it up.
I agree, but what about if you are still in contention for the division? How does that play a factor into
So,
it?
okay, yeah, it's a good question. So the context, the extra context to this, and this is why I love conversations, because they're so nuanced. So you have a team that's 1-4. 1-4 on the surface level should just tell you, like, this team, it's on life support for a playoff spot. But then the nuance of that is what's actually happening in your division and who's got the best records in your division. 3-2, is that leading the division there? I believe it's in that. So, okay, you're only actually 2 games out. You still have another game against the Baltimore Ravens at some point down in the season. And then when you look at the AFC as a whole, it's like 3-2 Central. So even though you're 1-4, you're really only 2 games out of a playoff spot. So to your point, Cincinnati can't. There's no way that can lead you to say that this team is done when you have 14 weeks to. I'm sorry. My math is terrible right now. 12 weeks to make up, a 2-game deficit. So I guess the short answer is they're not done. But if they keep losing, their margin of error it's so small right now.
I'm just so happy that I bought the 1977 beautiful Broncos throwback jersey for my son in Patrick Surtain. Number 2.
Number 2.
It was like it's the perfect jersey. Because that was an incredible corner performance.
I'm gonna buy him one of the white ones, and hopefully has a blue helmet on it.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah.
KJ, what's next?
You play to win the game. All right, I'm going to put you guys on the spot here in just a second. Here's Antonio Pierce talking about his potential quarterback controversy.
What are you going to do at quarterback? Will AOC be starting next week?
I don't know. I haven't answered that one yet.
All right, where is Antonio Pierce right now in regards to the hierarchy of hot seats in the NFL right now?
No, I don't think his seat is hot at all.
I think it's incredibly hot. Because it's the Raiders franchise.
Yeah.
They're not afraid to throw coaches out after 7-8 games.
Yeah,
I think it's scorching.
They knew they had no quarterbacks. They knew it. You know, I mean,
but they also had 12 men on the field on defense 3 times. That is, Debs, I've never seen that at any level, and now I've coached in high school and college. 3 times.
There was an element of the way they played that was old school Raiders. Which, do you remember the Raiders? Okay, so the Raiders used to always be penalized. One of the most penalized teams in the NFL. This was like year after year after year after year. And yesterday reminded me just of that. It was just so many penalties everywhere for the Raiders. That is concerning because your team just is not even disciplined at all. And that has to get sorted out. But they have zero chance of being competitive because their quarterbacks are terrible.
And Devontae Adams doesn't want to play for this franchise.
And they're going to trade him.
The head coach, what's today, Debs?
Today is Exaggeration Monday.
That's right.
Yep.
It is Exaggeration Monday. The best situation for the Raiders is to keep AP throughout the remainder of this regular season. And they need to suck for Shedeur and then hire Coach Prime as their head coach.
Oh, stop it.
I'm saying if you're a Raider,
we'll keep Deion Sanders.
I agree. We want to keep Deion. But if you're the Raiders and you are so deficient of quarterback play, that's like the perfect scenario, man. The lights are a little bit brighter.
Yeah.
Okay, Coach, please help me.
Shedeur was, in fact, I believe Shedeur was in Las Vegas for a couple of days over the course of their bye week.
He sure was. Coach, please help me. My brain is about to explode. Help me understand this. We're still questioning, can Coach Sanders coach in college? You think he's going to be ready for the NFL?
All I know is this. His son is a baller, and he would. The two of them would immediately improve the Raiders franchise. If you're a Raiders fan, that would be a incredible fit.
What? Okay,
I don't want it to happen.
It's just that you can't recruit.
We're having the discussion.
I know. You can't recruit players to pro teams, though. I think his superpower
you can recruit
is
your son. We saw it with the Mannings.
That's true.
Keep AP in place. Give the Broncos one more towards their playoff hunt. One more victory.
They're going to look that the Raiders will draft a quarterback.
Yes,
and it could be Shedeur.
Yes,
it could be Shedeur. I would really actually actively hate to see that because I like Shedeur, and I don't like the Raiders.
Let's
and so
also
I
talk
don't want to
about
see those two things happen.
Let's talk about Antonio Pierce, the former superstar player. Not as big of a superstar, certainly, as Deion Sanders is. He's created drama, not with the external, not with the media, drama with his own locker room. Coach Prime has not done that.
No, he doesn't.
Coach Prime has been able to keep that locker room tight, keep that locker room believing, playing together. These are the upgrade from Coach Prime from a coaching perspective to if Antonio Pierce goes to the job ends up going to Coach Prime, the glow up on that would be massive.
You think so?
Absolutely.
I just think I just think it's so different in the pros. It's just so different. You know, it's easy to me in college to preach belief and to preach togetherness and all these kinds of things, and then they go out and they play that way. Whereas the pros just kind of see it for what it is, and it's just like, well, we don't have the necessary personnel that we need to be able to be successful. So what do I have to believe in? And I think that Antonio Pierce, if you watch the way the Raiders started that game, that wasn't a team that didn't believe that it could win. That was a team that came out with a great deal of emotion and execution, quite honestly, and they came out and punched the Broncos in the mouth to the degree that it looked like they were going to hit him with a knockout blow before PS2 intercepted that pass and ran 100 yards for a touchdown. But they let go of the rope so fast. That's
a cultural problem.
Yeah, correct.
That is a cultural problem.
Correct. All right. This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. KJ, what's next?
You play to win the game. You know what? We got some drama again coming out of Pittsburgh. What's new with that city between Russ and Justin Fields? Here is Melissa Starks, quote-unquote, reporting from last night in regards to Russell Wilson's calf.
Mike, Russell Wilson, as you know, he injured his calf in training camp, re-aggravated it prior to week 1. He told me he ramped it up in practice this week, participating in all the quarterback drills, said he felt great, and he should be ready to go next week. He stressed it's a long season, wants to make sure he's 100%, saying he's very close. Once he's back on the field, get ready for another one of his signature catchphrases. We've heard "Go Hawks," "Let's ride" here in Pittsburgh. It will be "Win the 7th."
Oh my gosh.
Right on schedule. And my over-exaggeration phrase of the day is, I told you so. Right when Justin Fields kind of playing a little uneven football, they're not winning behind this defense, Russell Wilson's calf's going to miraculously come back to full health. It is let's go for 7 season in Pittsburgh.
I can't.
You know what? Hey, Dimps, let me help you out here, because here's Coach Tomlin after the loss real quick regarding what's going on in Pittsburgh.
There's a fine line between drinking wine and squashing grapes in our business, and that's an example of it.
That's a good one.
He always has something.
Yeah.
Was that actually from yesterday, or was that pulled from KJ? Was that?
Oh, I see what you did there. I think that may have been this morning.
No way.
That may have been this morning, because the game lapped over into
Yeah.
overnight.
Well, it was after midnight there.
Yeah.
Look, you know what Pittsburgh's going to find out is that it's not going to matter if Russell Wilson's your quarterback. Your offense is going to look exactly the same as it does right now.
Well, Justin Fields is actually a lot faster and runs better.
Well, they just don't score points.
We'll see. I'm here for all of it. I just think it's such an interesting storyline. I do want to see Russell Wilson in a 3-game sample size at Pittsburgh.
Can we just talk about Dak Prescott for 2 seconds?
He's amazing. He's awesome. He's so good. Baker Mayfield is washed downs. It's the perfect time of year for Dak Prescott. It's the regular season.
Dak Prescott went into Pittsburgh, no less. They didn't go into Carolina. They went to Pittsburgh, where it's notoriously difficult to win a football game, against TJ Watt and the boys. They're just missing so many players everywhere. And their defense is terrible. And on 4th and goal, super late, he throws the touchdown pass to beat them. I can't make this stuff up.
Dak Prescott also made history last night. He was the first quarterback in NFL history to have a turnover in 2 different days in the same game. Only Dak Prescott has ever done it.
That's
so
beautiful.
There you go.
That's a perfect Dak Prescott statistic.
KJ, you had to bring me down. Fine.
He did throw for 352.
Yes, he did.
In terrible weather conditions. That was rain
against a really good defense.
Yeah, on the road.
Yeah, with rain.
69% completion percentage for 352.
Correct.
It's the regular season, and Dak Prescott is here for it. Just can't wait.
Spoken like a Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield takes one to know one, Baker.
I can't wait for him to turn into a pumpkin once the postseason starts.
Oh, my gosh. That's going to do it for this edition of KJ's NFL Notes. The Nuggets played a couple of preseason games in Abu Dhabi. We'll talk about what we saw from that, and then kind of preview what's going to happen the rest of this week coming up next. Welcome back to the program. Last segment of Dempsey and Company. Chris, Coach, and KJ here. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on Friday. Coach will be, is this at Valor? It's Castleview at Valor, 7 p.m. on right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Coach and Mosier on the call.
I get the Moj. That's incredible. I get to be with the play-by-play man of the Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah.
And I'm going to bring him everything I can buy from a gas station. The burritos, day-old pizza, because that's what...
Did you say I had sex?
That's exactly what I was going to be saying when you bring in that bag.
I am going to bring him so much unhealthy food, and he will eat
He's
all
gonna
of
eat
it.
all of it,
And
yeah.
I'm looking forward to documenting it on social media as well.
Oh, that's great. Just as a matter of fact, just in IG Live it.
Yeah. Be a little different than Shannon Sharp's, than Unk's IG Live. Maybe not get quite as many clicks, but it'll be fun nonetheless.
On the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. KJ, Coach Demps, how are you guys? Nuggets and Avs, they both have the same problem. They're not winning their preseason games. Should fans be concerned? And I am really more than annoyed that the Celtics think they won a second championship after beating us 130-104. All right. I watched that game yesterday. It was early in the morning. I was watching it kind of the same time I was watching the Jets. That was a beatdown, bro. You know, I think two things. When you're watching these preseason games, I know when I'm watching them, I think the thing that I take away most is individual performances within the scope of the team concept versus if they won the game or if they didn't win the game. Now, having said that, defensively, just don't know where the Nuggets were in that guy. Like anything the Boston wanted to do, they did that. And
they just had a serious case of falafel hangover. It's way too much Middle Eastern cuisine.
Yeah, it was.
Which, by the way, have you had Middle Eastern food?
No.
So good.
Is it?
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know how much I love Middle Eastern food until a family member married a Middle Eastern man, and I got so into Middle Eastern food. It is so good.
Okay, well, I might need to try it then. I think the thing that maybe is I'm gonna couch it just a little bit, but I'm just going to keep an eye on Christian Braun shooting, because it was an over 4 from the 3-point line yesterday, and it was, I can't remember what it was the other day. It was also not very fantastic. It was, I can tell you, it was 2 for 4, 0 for 1 on in the first game of the Abu Dhabi games, which is the game that all the starters played in, at least about 15 minutes per starter, 17 minutes for Nikola Jokic. So Christian Braun's shooting bears watching for sure, especially because Julian Strawther continues to really score the ball really well. And I do wonder, like Coach Michael Malone has said that it is a little bit of a competition there for the 2-guard spot. I think it's not that much of a competition. They want to start Christian Braun. But if it continues to trend in a way that Julian really does show that A, he can score it from everywhere, but B, he meshes really well with that starting unit, in particular, obviously, Nikola Jokic, he can make that a very, very interesting decision for Michael Malone when the regular season starts. So those two things, keep an eye on those two things. We only saw Russell Westbrook in one of the games. He didn't play in the second game.
Look good in the first game.
Yeah.
From behind the arc, which was a great development, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. Yeah, if he can do that, well, at least, I mean, that was 50%, but if he can be right around 35% from the 3-point line during the regular season, I think that's going to be, it's just going to do wonders. Because, Coach, when I look at this basketball team and I think about the Nuggets team, it is, to me, it's, can you get your personality offensively on the basketball court more often than not? And how guardable are you during not just the regular season, but then into the playoffs? And the way I see that with this basketball team is really simple, just really simple. It's how much space are you giving your star players? How are defenses able to shrink the floor? And by basically that, all I'm saying is that you're 5 defenders are able to stand somewhere near the paint at all times. If a team can do that to you because they know you can't make the 3-point shot, it is a problem that cannot be solved. But if you can shoot and stretch that defense back out, especially when Jamal and Joker are on the court, they don't have to play in crowds. And if they're not playing in crowds, ain't nobody stopping those 2 guys. But this is, to me, where the Nuggets, we'll see.
Demps.
Yeah.
Today is Exaggeration Monday, and my Exaggeration Monday, Nuggets and Avs preseason edition to all the people like you that are freaking out, which you did.
I'm not freaking out.
You talked yourself into a freak out right there.
I'm not freaking out.
And you made me nervous.
I'm not freaking
season
out.
hasn't even started yet. We're talking about the preseason. Here is my Exaggeration Monday, Nuggets and Avs edition.
Okay.
RELAX. Relax.
Okay.
Take a deep breath.
Okay.
And to my fine friend here on the Safeway Twitch feed, Grand Benoit, the conspiracy theory is that what's up with the beards on the Nugs? Beards are ugly. All kinds of nasty stuff in there. Sweat, food, bacteria, and crabs. Besides, why would a dude cultivate on their face something that grows wild on their butt? Exaggeration Monday? Have you seen my face recently? What if? Just what if, KJ? I actually do the opposite, and I grow it on my face and shave it on the backside.
Well, you'll be squeaky clean.
You would be squeaky clean.
That's right.
You gonna get waxed or what?
I don't know. Throwing it out there.
You going to get it plucked?
Plucked.
Hair by
one
hair?
by one. God, that'd be way worse than the wax.
How tough are you? How tough are
The
you?
Nuggets and the Avs are fine. Okay?
Okay.
And it is the preseason. I do believe that Michael Malone is working on the culture of the team, experimenting with different, rotations, individual pairings and pick and rolls. Like, there's a lot of experimentation that is going to happen when you have a new starter and you do have a new big name presence on your bench.
Yep.
I think that these things will all take care of themselves. I am very bullish on the Nuggets.
I am too. They're a top 4 team in the West.
Yeah, but they got to win. They got to win another ring.
Correct. See, so now we're aligning here. As it's not even a question as to whether this team's a top 4 or whether it's a playoff team. Of course, they're both of those things. But now we're used to a championship. And what do you need to be able to win that? Anyway, you're right. It's a preseason, so we'll move on. Hey, the students in Vanderbilt, they walked that goalpost 3 miles into the river.
Yeah, that is not an easy walk either. My wife ran a marathon in Nashville. There are a lot of hills, and when you're going from Vandy's campus all the way to Broadway and then into the river, I think it's the Tennessee River, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I was going to ask. I don't know what river that was. Nobody ever. They just said river, and I'm like, the river has a name.
Guys should know this. I lived in that area for 3 years, but that river's dirty. It's not a great river. It's not exactly mountain and fly fishing and all the vibes and scenes. There's a lot of trash, especially from all the bachelorette parties. Can you imagine? Like, you have your bachelorette party in Nashville, which all of them do. Every bachelorette party in the world goes to Nashville. It's frankly made Nashville almost a little unbearable. It used to be a cool town. And now it's just like, oh gosh, all the time. And bachelor parties, bro.
People keep telling me I need to go to Nashville.
You imagine how incredible all of these Vandy derelicts are walking down Broadway,
right,
holding a goalpost. They'd be like, they just ruined my bachelorette party. I was having so much fun.
They walk through this.
I love it. It's the Cumberland River.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Ron. You've been a little negative, a little dark here on the Shaw Mazda text line, Ron, but I appreciate your love there.
I love when goalposts get torn down, and these stadiums have gotten so good about understanding how quickly to get the goalposts down before anybody can tear them down and take them out of an actual stadium and walk them anywhere. That you don't see. That's a scene that you just don't see.
But it's Vandy. Do you think they were even kind of expecting?
No. That's why they walk that thing 3.5 miles. Because I don't understand Alabama. Actually, I do. It's just that their defense is not good. That's where we are. I mean, Alabama's offense is so good that they're just going to be in shootouts a lot this year, but their defense is not good. It's not. And that's going to be a disqualifier. So when we were talking about earlier, is there anybody who separated themselves out in college football? Well, I mean, Alabama's going to be there. They're going to the college football playoff. They're not going to win it. Their defense is not good enough.
Right.
Whereas I think Texas is the best
They have a
blend
good
of
defense.
both.
They have
Yeah.
a really good defense.
Yeah.
Debs, we talked a little bit about Colorado transplants. Okay. From the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Check out Shop Mazda. 0190 texted. You could tell this guy was a transplant as soon as he said and then he put RAD, Colorado. Okay, you are a native. Tell me how to pronounce your home state.
Colorado.
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 So is it more Colorado?
Colorado. It's not rad. Colorado.
I love living here.
Yeah.
I think this place is rad. So I'm going Colorado. Right, Brad?
Oh, you're from California. You're
So
Cali. You're Cali raised.
I will say I'm bilingual, right? Know a little Spanish here and there. The pronunciation in Spanish is Colorado. Colorado. So you all are saying it wrong.
Okay. Okay. That's going to do it.
Stop
it. For us on an Exaggeration Monday here on Dempsey and Company. We love you all and appreciate you. For Coach, I'm Chris. KJ, we love and appreciate you.
Oh, no, sir.
Okay, so really quickly, that was, I don't know which Giants player that was. So they won their game in Seattle.
Wandale Robinson.
That was Wandale.
There you go. And so he's going live on it's IG Live.
Oh, he was getting turned.
And Brian Daboll.
Like, turn that off.
Turn that. Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's so good.
Oh,
It's so
Daboll.
Good. Always watching.
You're so fun,
Always
Daboll.
watching.
You're so fun to be around. Everybody loves being around you.
All right, remember Kreckman and Lindahl at the Hofbrau today from 3 until 6 in advance of Monday Night Football. Right now, PhD is next.
No.
No.
Watch me now.
Come on, baby. Shake it up, baby.
Twist and shout.
Twist and shout.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. Now.
Come on, baby.
Walk it on out.
Oh, man. Thank you to our friends at AAA Home Improvements on this Victory Monday. Have you seen a sweeter day than this, man? Woo! And Ferris Bueller, I got a whole thing about that, sure, but I'll wait on that one. But what a day for the Broncos. Your favorite part about yesterday's game?
Just progress, man. I mean, the fight on the sidelines is my favorite part of the day. There's no question about it. Especially coming just about a year removed from last year when we saw Russell Wilson come to the sideline and just take it from Sean Payton. And there were many of us here on radio saying we wanted him to clap back. Well, Bo Nix, man, I don't think it's a coincidence that the offense got sparked after that moment. Bo Nix, look, I don't know if he was right or wrong in the moment, but I know Doesn't this. matter.
But I know this, a coach does respect a dude that believes in himself. And Scott and I have both talked about moments over our career where we stood up for ourselves and it changed our relationship for the better. And I think that that was a contagious feeling on the sideline for the boys.
And I've said it on this show before that I thought the final straw that broke the Russell back for Sean Payton was that sideline hollering.
Mm-hmm.
Russell stared at him and walked away.
Yeah.
And I said the next day on the radio then, I said it a week or two ago, that broke the camel's back. He was no longer long from there. And yeah, we will. We'll talk about Bo and where he is and what he did and all that stuff like that. That was my favorite part of the day, too, because I think the coach is a butthead, to be honest with you. I think the coach is an old school coach that and what Tyler just talked about, challenges guys. And listen, I guarantee you Parcells was the same way.
Yeah.
There's a lot. Marty Schottenheimer might have been the same way. Dick Vermeil might have been the same way. That you get in a guy's face, if he backs down, that ain't the guy you wanted. That ain't the guy you need. And Bo getting and what's the quarterback's coach?
Davis Webb.
Davis Webb chirped in too.
Yeah, he had Bo's back.
Once Bo did start and Sean kept going. Watch it. Davis Webb goes back at it. I went, okay.
Okay.
I'm in. That's it right there.
We had the Muggles were lip reading. And I talked to a lip reading Muggle today. So we're working on the lip reading. And Sean Payton did say, oh, by the way, Leggy and Sean Payton, that is an interesting relationship. That is officially an interesting relationship.
But it's about a 10-year history there.
There's definitely there's a little something going on there.
Yeah.
Hey, go to cut 11 there, Dan, if you can. Cut 11. Or do I got it up here? I don't even know. I haven't looked. It's on here. All right, you just play. I'll find it here in a second. Go ahead. Cut 11 with Leggy and Sean Payton.
By Ferris Bueller.
Oh, it's just funny.
Yeah, I mean, just personality or I'm just asking.
Yeah, Ferris is kind of quirky, doing his own thing once in a while. I mean, I don't know. Did you watch the movie? Have you ever seen it? He's still got a little Ferris Bueller in him. I mean, he's got some.
Ferris Bueller was a con artist.
Not that, maybe a little bit, kind of subtly. Look, there are times where you send something in, and then I don't want it flipped, and then it gets flipped and so it's all good. He works his tail off, and I am that way, and so it just is what it is. And
got him.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Now,
got it.
You're gonna love my take. You're gonna love it. We'll get to it in a second. However, my Muggle friend who was doing the lip reading, they think this whole thing was about. I thought it was about Wattenberg hiking it to his butt.
No.
But my lip reading friend said,
It was about Troy Franklin, and a hint was the word flip. He flipped it. So my Muggle friend asked me to ask you specifically, what's he talking about there?
Well, there's a lot of things that it could mean. Sometimes you come to what I'm about to say is not what I think happened, but what could be sometimes you come to the line of scrimmage and you've got the ability to go Oscar, right? So Oscar means we're just flipping it. We've got an even play call here. We could go right, we could go left. Safety comes down into the box. Okay, we're going left. 3 tech is on the right side. Okay, we're going left. Whatever your key is, right? But what I think happened is in the huddle, there was confusion on what the play call was. I believe that Bo Nix was probably struggling
He
to get
it called a Seahawks play. Go ahead.
There you go. Sure. I believe that Bo Nix was probably struggling to understand whatever the play call that was coming in his head, and then he flips it to the other side of the field, meaning Franklin should have been on the boundary side. The formation just should have been opposite. It wasn't necessarily an audible at the line of scrimmage, but it was something that he did in the huddle. That's what I believe happened. And if you look at the way that Sean Payton, the whole interaction, he keeps pointing at his play sheet.
Yeah.
He's pointing at the play sheet to Bo Nix. He's pointing at the play sheet to Davis Webb, right?
Yeah.
And what he's saying is, I called it this way. This is the way I called it, and it didn't come out the way I called it.
Now, kind of infamously in Broncos lore, which it wasn't Sean Payton's hump, but wasn't it the play with Brock Osweiler and CJ Anderson in overtime against the Patriots where essentially they flipped it? They ran kind of the same play that worked before, and they just ran it in overtime, and it worked, meaning that you just saw it a little bit differently, that Bo might have seen it just a tad differently? Or
no, I don't think that's the case in this one. You could be right. I just don't think that's the case, because what you're referring to is what I was talking about earlier. When you get to the line of scrimmage and you've got the ability to say, Oscar, no, it's the same play. We're just running in the opposite direction. What this is a formational deal to me, which a formational deal is a predetermined, hey, they went bunch right, they should have been bunch left. Or I forget, maybe it was the opposite, whatever it was. They had a bunch set. And they wanted the bunch to the opposite side of the field. They wanted Troy Franklin to the boundary. Boundary is the short side of the field.
It makes me wonder, did Sean Payton just call in the wrong thing that he thought, and there was confusion? Who knows what it was?
Well, wait a minute. There was a delay game penalty. There's probably 3 or 4 or 5 snaps in 1 second or less. There was a timeout in that first quarter because the play was so getting in. And I'm sitting there going, gee, did Russ the whole time, because that's his fault.
Russ. You're so funny.
Who's Russ? Whose head is Russ in?
No, I'm just trying.
No, it's all right. I
Clueless
get it.
over here. I'll tell you.
I hear you, brother.
I got a yardstick that last year all I heard that it was all Russ.
But here's what you said, because I said Ferris Bueller. What'd you say? Con
man. Ferris Bueller's a con man.
Yeah, if I'm being honest, and yes, I've seen Ferris Bueller many times, I really didn't get the analogy. I didn't think it was a very good analogy.
Here's why you didn't get it. Here's why nobody got it. It didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Because
Ferris Bueller's a con man.
Bo Nix isn't Ferris Bueller. Sean Payton is Ferris Bueller. Ooh. Sean Payton is the anti-authority, Bountygate, Goodell. Sean Payton was the quarterback that never quite made it. Sean Payton has the sort of interesting behavior behind the scenes.
And Bo Nix has the Ferrari.
Bo Nix isn't Cameron either, though. You know what Bo Nix? Wrong TV show.
The hot chick?
He's Friday Night Lights before the kid got hurt, unfortunately.
Booby?
Not Booby, the quarterback. If you think of the quarterback.
The one that turned down the Cool Whip birthday cake?
That's Varsity Blues.
That's Varsity Blues.
Well.
He's not that guy.
That was discipline, by the way.
Bo Nix is a straight edge guy. He's not that dude. He's not Ferris Bueller, but he knows football, and he's a good guy. He's not a bully. He's not like the quarterback in Revenge of the Nerds making fun of the nerds. He's not like that guy either, but he's got a little smarminess to him. But he's a straight arrow sort of dude. He ain't Ferris Bueller. Sean Payton's Ferris Bueller, and Sean Payton obviously sees something that he wishes he was in Bo Nix. He wishes he had that talent. He wishes he was that guy. So he's transferring. This is my big takeaway. He's
projecting.
He is projecting his ass off. Why do you think he loves Bo Nix so much? He wants to be Bo Nix, and he never could be Bo Nix. That's why he's going to go down swinging in protecting Bo Nix from here on. And this is what he couldn't stand about Russ.
Yeah.
He likes the fact Bo Nix yelled back
He
at him.
absolutely
He
does.
yelled at him
And,
in the first place.
You know, I'm not sitting here telling young kids to talk back to your coaches. That's definitely not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is have confidence in yourself as a player, and when you believe in what you did, don't be afraid to voice your opinion.
Of course.
And when Sean had that interaction with Russ, I promise you, his takeaway was spineless.
Yep.
That's what his takeaway was.
First of all, there's and I'm off the first three episodes of the P Rose documentary. So and there were some things I liked about P Rose. Listen, you ain't playing this game just to be good. You're playing this thing to win this thing. And there's going to come a time when emotion comes out. And there's nothing wrong with a coach yelling at you. Listen, I was yelled at for most of my career until it was time not to, until I knew I was in the right.
Yep.
This guy was being an a-hole, and it was time for me to say something. Changed the direction of my career as far as being accepted by coaches.
You know, but what that moment was, and I'm not sure if the players saw it on the field or not, and I'm sure the majority did not, because for the most part, when you get to the bench, you're in your own world. But they've seen it now. And what that moment is going to be, that's a moment as a player that you look at your quarterback and you're like, yep, he's got the moxie we want.
Well, I bet they do know about it then and there because we saw what we saw on TV, but what you didn't see on TV is that animated conversation actually continued onto the bench for quite a few minutes that got all of our attention in the press box. You couldn't really miss it. And if we couldn't miss it sitting up in the press box, I doubt many players miss it on the sideline, or at least those on offense, those around it.
Well, it rallied the offense around him.
Yeah.
Two things changed the game, man. Two things. First of all, Patrick Surtain and the interception, pick six.
Greatest draft pick they've ever had in a long time.
There you go, Scotty.
Really, really worked out well. But that spark, and Bo played with a little fire.
He did.
And on the TV broadcast, Moose Johnston, Daryl Johnson's been doing this.
I thought he was great. Yes,
I thought that their team was great.
Yeah, I thought that was.
How about Johnson saying they better pick up that flag? They better pick up that flag.
Ooh, we got lucky on that. I disagreed with him entirely.
Well,
that was a hold, and we got lucky.
He was saying on TV as it was happening, they should pick up that flag. That was blah 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 blah. You thought that was a hold on Joe Nellis, huh?
Look, it would have been ticky-tacky. I understand that. But when your hands get outside the breastplate, when you get on that shoulder, and his hand was on that shoulder, and when you
see, was on the upper breastplate up here.
So, yeah, but it was, I would say, a little bit higher, closer to the top of the shoulder, it looked like to me.
They got together on it, right? I mean, and it was the TV broadcast was excellent. I guess.
I thought so, too.
For both of them. All right, we're just getting rolling here. We got all sorts of stuff to get into. There is going to be, in my opinion, one kind of bizarre negative that I think is going to come out of the game. It's my hot take of the day, okay? But this was a great day, so I'll give you that. Guys, this is an amazing turnaround from 3 weeks ago. And you'll hear Sean Payton because, did you like it? He didn't just like it, guys. He loved it. He loved it. What a victory Monday here on PHC on 92.5.
Hey, it's a great day out there. Broncos got a great victory, ended that 8-game slide to the Raiders, and it's a great day to start taking care of yourself. Tyler here, my friends at Revitalized Health, and if you're out there in life just settling, feeling like your workouts aren't going very far anymore, your energy is low, maybe you've gained a few pounds, well, do what myself has done and so many people have already done. Call Revitalized Health because they can help you out with medical weight loss options, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, vitamin B12 shots, and of course, they can help you out with testosterone as well. When you go to Revitalized, you're going to get a customized game plan for your body and your needs. When your numbers get where they belong, you're going to be amazed at how much better you can feel. Find Revitalized Health online. They've got 3 locations. They're close to matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over and visit them at revitalized-health.com.
Coach, on the Ferris Bueller moment, what does it say that he's not afraid to speak up? Do you like that quality and that characteristic?
Absolutely, absolutely. All good, all good. It's the heat of the moment. It's the game. It's competitive. He's fiery, and look, we're in the business of passion. We're looking for passion, and we're looking for people who have passion for the game, not other things. And I think that it's so important to him. I loved his response, and shoot, we're on to the next play, and just, it's nothing.
Will the Ferris Bueller moment be a turning point and a defining turning point, I suppose, in the career of Bo Nix? What do you think? Is it one for the ages? One that will always sort of keep in the back of our minds?
Man, we're so early on in the career. It's pretty tough to forecast something like that, but I do think it's a turning point in the locker room. I think it's if there was anybody on the fence about Bo Nix in terms of his teammates, and I'm not saying that there were, but inevitably when you got 53 guys on a roster, there probably are. If there were guys that were on the fence, that's a turning point of I can vibe with that dude, right? So I'm in. I believe in this guy. I don't know if this is going to turn into success because the reality is there was a lot of football that was left out there. There was, okay? There was a lot of progress, and that's a good thing. So I'm not being a Debbie Downer here at all. But if you go back and you rewatch it, man, there's a lot of stuff still left out there. We're not looking for perfection in week 5. We're looking for progress. That's what we had. But, Scott, I don't know that I could tell you for a fact that moment is going to turn into success next week.
What? Yeah, no, because you got a Charger team in there, and let's see if Herbert gets healthier and all that stuff. What it did, though, is I think it can rally the defensive side of the locker room to the offensive side of the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
I had a coach tell me one time and said, listen, you guys don't have to love each other, but you got to respect each other. And I think that right there, there's defensive guys going, all right, we got a quarterback that's going to fight. I think anything that's going to rally the defense and keep him closer, because I just went back and looked at the schedule. I mean, you lose one game scoring or win one game scoring 10 points. The defense held them to 9. You won a game scoring 10 points, right? Yeah. Buccaneers, okay, 26, you're good there. You lose a game and you held a team to 13 at home.
Mm-hmm.
You don't do that. So,
and by the way, that was 18 points, but that was a garbage touchdown at the end.
No, it was a garbage touchdown. Yeah,
and they're going for 2 and all that silly stuff. And if the Broncos wanted to, they could have just mud stomped the ball in.
Well, they kicked it onside, and if you really wanted to be a DIC, you go ahead and
all sorts of things
you
can do. That's right.
But I think that's still a good rallying cry to could join a locker room together. I think that's what that can do.
Mm-hmm.
As far as projecting, does that make him play better? I don't know.
Will we remember this moment for years to come?
Tell you at the end of the year.
We certainly remember the Russ moment, don't we? We've talked about that 10,000 times.
Yeah, but that
was the end.
Exactly.
That's right.
That one you knew. Like this one, we could look back on this in 5 years and say, here was the beginning. Mm-hmm. But that moment, you knew it was over. It was done. That dunzo, spineless, coach couldn't vibe with that, right? So I have no clue if this guy's going to figure it all out. But yeah, it could be a moment you look back on.
What obviously helps is the coach hung up a comparison that actually makes no sense, and he labeled it Ferris Bueller. I mean, it's going to be easy.
I love how he said it like we're all just supposed to understand that reference too. Like,
I thought it was
Have
hysterical.
You not seen the movie?
I'm looking around.
I like Bo Nix's explanation also when he was asked, well, what'd you think about the Ferris analogy? I thought that was perfect. He explained everything perfect. Huh? It did?
He just rolled with it.
Do you believe Bo when he said he's seen the movie multiple times?
No.
Do you believe him that he's seen it at all?
Yeah, I think he has.
Yeah, I think he has, because
it's a great college movie.
At first, I thought, no, he hadn't. But I talked to a bunch of younger people because I'm looking around the room. I'm like, who the hell is understanding this reference? It turns out just about almost everybody had seen at least parts of it or is pretty familiar with it, because the movie itself is about anti-authority and where we fit in the world. It's also about spoiled brats in the suburbs not really appreciating their parents who work their ass off for them. It's about that too. So, but that was the nature of the 80s. There were a lot of rebellion, suburban teenage movies like that, like The Breakfast Club and, Pretty in Pink and those type of John Hughes,
John
who's the
Hughes,
director,
yeah.
movies, the Home Alone sort of vibe in the 80s. Was a different feel in the 80s because in the 80s, and this is where Sean Payton grew up, so this is why I think it's important. The big vibe in the 80s when my parents weren't paying attention to me. It's not that they were beating me up or they were on drugs or anything like that. This is the 80s. It was just like
go outside and play.
Everybody's ignoring me. I'm not as special as I should be. And what's resulted about parents from the 80s or kids that grew up there, they became these ridiculous helicopter parents paying too much attention to their kids because that's how they felt about things. Well, this is Sean Payton, man. I'm telling you, he and Bo Nix have this really interesting relationship. And when you said Ferris Bueller was a con man, look at the movie. He was a total con man. He was disloyal to basically everybody.
You know, they ought to do another movie, a follow-up on that movie called Ferris Bueller, Helicopter Dad.
Well, if you go back in that movie, all the adults were jerks or idiots, morons. The parents were foolish.
The principal was an idiot.
The principal was an idiot. The secretary was pulling pencils out of her hair. The cops were kind of clueless. It's all, every parent, every adult's a moron in that movie. So Sean Payton's not, who's he in the movie? If Bo Nix is Ferris Bueller, well, who are you then? One of the idiots?
No, he's a principal.
Yeah, but he doesn't think of himself like that.
No.
There's no way Sean Payton thinks of himself like that. He's talking about himself. Every now and then, you got to slap him around a little bit and straighten him out.
Sean Payton's the parking garage attendant.
Oh, that might be pretty good.
He might be the parking garage attendant. Look at everybody's nice things.
Yeah, that's going to break the law. And I love the comparison, and I think it is a defining moment. I think people are going to remember this game in that particular moment for a long, long time. And you know what I'm glad about? I'm glad Brock Bowers had an awesome day. I'm so glad he had an awesome 8 catches, 97 yards, touchdown.
Good player.
Hell of a player.
Yeah.
I do wish he was here. I wish he and Bo were both here. That'd be great.
Of course. I'm glad Pat Surtain is here too with Bo. But like on the TV broadcast, what they were saying, if you don't got a quarterback, you got nothing. And what do the Raiders have? Could you believe when they benched Gardner Minshew?
Yeah, I don't know why they did it, to be honest. I mean, what are you doing? You go to Aiden O'Connell.
You got a head coach that's over his head.
You got a head coach that's panicking. He's got drama going on. He's got no clue. Yeah. Aiden O'Connell for Gardner Minshew, give me a break. Gardner's actually got pretty good numbers
Aiden
on the
O'Connell
season.
couldn't beat out Gardner Minshew in training camp.
Right.
I mean, that's why Minshew's starting, right?
So they've got, and on TV they were explaining it. Well, Minshew after he started off was brutal. It was like,
yeah, the first 5 minutes, you're like, uh-oh.
Right. But
so was our first half, to be honest. I mean, it was.
Yeah.
That was just an ugly football game in the first half all the way around.
You know what's important, though? You're right. You're absolutely right. Broncos had the lead, though, at halftime.
Yeah, in the end of the first half,
Thank you for being offsides.
You know what? They
right?
took care of things at the end of the first half. They ended up, they go down there. They got 3 at the end of the first. Is that right?
Yeah, they missed a field goal.
They got 3 points at the end of the first half.
Unsportsmanlike penalty, guy jumping over the center.
And you knew you were getting the ball back.
Yeah.
You took control of the game.
And then you went 3 and out, first possession, third quarter.
Yeah, you're right.
So how do you think Antonio Pierce is doing these days, running the Raiders?
The Raiders. The Raiders are who we thought they were.
Fine. Good. Kind of. Did you see Shedeur talking to Mark Davis over the weekend at the Las Vegas Aces game?
Yep.
Okay. Raiders are over right within. They're not going anywhere there. Antonio Pierce, right? Okay.
Shedeur Sanders a Raider.
I hope not, man.
Hold on. Not first.
I don't want to see that.
First, Deion Sanders as the coach.
Oh, I could see that.
Maybe.
Throw 18 to 20 at him. And if Shedeur has to sit out a year, he'll sit out a year. We are bringing Shedeur in as our quarterback, and we'll do whatever it takes. And he will be a John Elway, Eli Manning, whatever. I'm going one place and one place only in the draft. The Raiders. And you can either do a deal with us or not. This is my hot take of the day. I think that's going to happen next year.
Baby, we're coming.
What do you think?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, it's pretty funny the way that the tide changes with Deion Sanders.
Well,
even just 3 weeks ago, he was still an idiot, and now we're talking about getting at 18 to 20 million to go to the NFL. But
winning does amazing things, doesn't it?
I will tell you this, and they came out and got a win last night. But Jerry Jones is probably sitting there, hold my coat real fast too. I think he wouldn't mind having Shedeur.
Look, there's a lot of teams. I mean, Giants fell into win this weekend, which at the end of the season they're probably going to be ticked off about. Panthers are going to be up there. There's going to be some competition for Shedeur.
You didn't think it was a little quirky when you saw Mark Davis talking to Shedeur
No, I saw it.
at a women's basketball game?
Yeah, I saw it. And then Mark Davis said out loud, "Hey, I've watched all of your games."
That's right. How could Dion turn that down? How could he turn it down? And why would Shedeur mind? His dad's coached him his whole life. What's the difference? Do you think he's in a big rush to not be coached by his dad? His life has been great. Just keep it rolling.
But that'd be funny, though. Your quarterback plays well, you can't win any games, and you end up having to fire the coach.
I think the Raiders are going to win too many games to be in that spot, though. You know, they're going to fall into 6 or 7 wins this year.
Well, okay, fine. But they're going to have plenty of money, theoretically. They're going to blow out Antonio Pierce. It's just a matter of when. And maybe Mark Davis won't fire him during the season. Let the ship sink. You know, who cares? Deal Devontae Adams for whatever you can get, and maybe anybody else to tank it out. They're not going anywhere because they don't have a quarterback. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
If you see Devontae Adams go for a first, that means you're going to have a high first and another first, wherever that may fall, to adjust if you need to jump up.
I think the Raiders. They've
already said they're only looking for a second, though.
Dude, I think if they get Prime, they will give up the kitchen sink to do whatever
Well,
they
of
can.
course
to
they
get
would.
Shedeur.
If you hire Deion Sanders, you're all in on getting Shedeur.
No doubt about
It's
it.
the only reason why you would hire him.
You're giving up multiple firsts and your best players and Max Crosby, and it doesn't really matter because the future is going to be theoretically.
What does Max do with that tattoo?
He might be in a world of hurt with that.
What happens if he gets traded?
What would you give for Max Crosby? What value does he bring?
I'd give up a first in a heartbeat.
Right? Of course.
In a heartbeat.
Would you right now, or would you roll with the guys you got here?
Oh, for the Broncos? No, I like what we got. The main priority I've got for the Broncos is getting Jonathan Cooper extended, and you don't want to wait too long on this guy. If you can get it done in the middle of the year, that would be ideal. You've got some young pass rushers that you can stay under budget with for a handful of years.
2 or 3 years.
There's plenty of teams that would give up a first round for Max Crosby. Plenty. It might be a deeper first round.
You know what? I say that. Yes, I take it back. Yes, I would still give up a first for Max Crosby.
Yeah, man.
Even with the guys we've got.
Look how great. Listen, this Broncos defense and the pass rush is outstanding. And Nick Bonito.
They're getting there. This is what I love about Moose saying. He said they're not doing a lot of, especially they're rushing 4 guys.
Well, I'm telling you, the reason why the pass rush is so good this year, yes, the edge rushers have been doing their job, but it's Zach Allen and it's Jonathan Franklin Myers. That's why you're getting that. That's why you're getting home, because when you've got interior pass rushers, they can get after the quarterback.
And no place to step up.
And if you watch Zach Allen, I'm telling you, that dude is in front of the quarterback's face every freaking pass.
Well,
every single
like
pass.
second or third in the entire NFL.
I thought he was
pressures.
like 1. I mean, he was up there. Whatever it is,
he's top 3 in pressures.
So when you
from
can
an interior
when
guy.
you can push the pocket up, now those edge rushers, their job is easy.
If Nick Bonito wasn't wearing that silly 15 and he was wearing 58, I would think I'm watching Von Miller out there these days.
His body type, the lean, he uses the ghost moves. I mean, you can tell he has studied Von Miller.
Rightfully so, and he's doing great. And VJ,
But you know what,
man, you keep going like this, I guess he's got to get a look, I suppose.
Oh, he'll be on the fast track,
and
and especially because defense is winning this year, and you've got all these teams with defensive head coaches that are doing well.
Here's what's interesting. I'm going to throw a comparison to the no-fly zone. You always had argument: are the front seven getting to the quarterback because of the defensive backs, or are the defensive backs having the coverage because of the pressure they're getting on quarterbacks? And I think it's a great mix right now. Listen, they've got 2 corners right now. Riley
Moss.
What do you
Riley
think?
Moss can play.
The dude's special.
Riley Moss can play, man.
He's flat out special. Riley Moss is playing so well right now. He would be a number 1 on a lot of teams.
Yeah.
He is playing phenomenal. And you know what he's doing? He's going to give Pat Surtain 5 interceptions on the year.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he's doing. Because in years past, just throw away from Pat.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's not so simple. Now Pat might actually get some targets his way.
See if you guys know this late in the game. All of a sudden, McLaughlin, what's 29? The nickel corner. McMillan?
Oh, Jaquan McMillan.
Yeah, Jaquan. All of a sudden, did you notice when he came in? All of a sudden,
yeah,
all the passes were going looking for 29.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom. They're finding him. I said, they ain't throwing it to 21.
No.
They ain't throwing it over at number 2. They're finding 29 and trying to get the ball right there.
And I love after the game, the Pat Surtain said that what we're all thinking, yeah, pretty good for a white corner over there.
Yeah, we got that. It was so funny because of the hesitation. Here's what he said.
I think he'd get a pass on the celebration. Obviously, you're pretty excited. You don't know what to do. When a bunch of guys is just tapping you on your helmet, very excited for you. But, yeah, Roddy, like I said before, man, he's consistent each and every week, and he prepares the right way, and eventually he's going to make a play like that. And I'm very happy for him. It's crazy because a lot of people was questioning, the white cornerback, what he's going to do.
Can I say this?
But,
Am I going to get canceled? The white corner
factor.
It was funny being in the room with him when he did it because literally everybody was thinking the same thing. I was like, how's he going to do this one? And but you just laugh about it because
of course you do.
There's
been 2 white corners in like the last 2 decades.
Yeah, but the hesitation, the hezi was fantastic.
It's crazy because a lot of people was questioning, the white cornerback, what he's going to do.
You're laughing though because it's fun. And
You know what? I got a nickname for Riley Moss.
Give it to me.
We'll go back to, is it 70s or 80s sitcom kind of, ready?
All right.
White Shadow.
White Shadow.
The White Shadow.
Love the White Shadow. Ken Howard, the star of the White Shadow.
White Shadow.
Love it.
Hey, did you guys see Max Crosby's a funny dude now. You see Max Crosby when he stood up, Bo Nix is trying to get the communication
They
out.
don't know what they're doing.
He stands up. Hey, Bo, speak it louder. They don't know what the F they're doing.
It's great. Let me tell you this too, man. This is why ownership matters, man. That game, that presentation, the way they honored the 77 team, what it meant to Odoms, Steve Foley with his 300 relatives, one of 13 kids, and I didn't know that ahead of time, and every damn Foley in the country was there selling out the Foley shirts in the team store. I do not know every detail, guys, every inch of the stadium where there could be something honored from 77. And I was blown away that 77 team hadn't been honored like that previous. Okay.
All the way down to the helmet cart that went out on the field.
Helmet cart on the field. Every little detail you can imagine. Going to the party the night before. Did you go to that?
I did not.
You could have, though. You
Yeah.
could have if
Yeah.
you wanted to,
Yep.
because every alum was invited to it because that's how they roll with everything. Money to these people means nothing. I saw the new family room. Have you seen the family room?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. The Nuggets family room is okay. It's all right, right?
Still a press room.
Multiply that by 1,000. And they took like an old, warehouse, closet, nothingness. It's opulent for a family room because they were told we need to do better on this. And the result is happening now on the field. It is. There's consistency. There is a method to stick to it, especially after that Miami loss. Who knows what would have happened previously? And we are seeing the results as fans now on the field.
Yeah.
And
now
it's awesome.
Keep those helmets and uniforms we saw yesterday all the time.
Wow, boy, was that. You know what? Let's get to that.
Yeah.
That was as big of a conversation as anything behind the scenes. That's next. Hey, it's C-Mac for AAA Home Improvements. If you've been thinking about remodeling your home or adding living space, how do you even start? Well, listen, just reach out to aahomeimprovements.com. Like so many have done, like Kathy from Arvada. We've used AAA for 3 projects, and I've been delighted every time. Bob was so thoughtful in his designs. Toby's team couldn't be any nicer. I can speak for that for myself. From design engineering, permitting, project management, and final inspections, they are the best. The before and afters are spectacular. And find out for yourself. Go to AAAHomeImprovements.com. You can get that master bedroom done, the Airbnb you've been thinking about, perhaps that man cave, theater room, whatever you want. It's quality at a fair price, but their schedule does fill up quickly. So check them out today for a free no-obligation estimate. AAAHomeImprovements.com, AAAHomeImprovements.com. Tell them your pal D-Mac sent you.
That was pretty legendary, to say the least. Having a guy like Champ come out and watch, it just brings such good energy, and it's expected out there when you have a Hall of Fame player like that come and watch you. And I had to capitalize on the most opportunities I could get, right? So had to make that pick six happen, and got another blessing, another pick as well too. So yeah, that jersey swap was legendary. That's something that I've always wanted to have in the inventory.
I ran into Champ after the game. I love Champ. And I go, man, Surtain. He goes, do you have any doubts?
I saw you
Yes?
getting a
Did you
little
say
touchy-feely with Champ.
Yeah.
You posted a photo where you're holding his gold jacket, and I'm sitting here thinking to myself, was that approved? Or like did you just grab that gold jacket on your own?
Well, let me tell you, all those gold jacket, orange jacket people, they were having a good time the entire
I'm sure they were.
day. And
So you thought he wouldn't notice?
he didn't care. He he was fine with basically everything. But it was pretty cool standing next to him and he's wearing the gold jacket. Like, you kind of forget. I saw Atwater too. Like, they were just wearing the gold. It's like, oh yeah, it's a jacket. You can just wear the gold jacket. It's your jacket. Wear it wherever you want. It's like, oh.
And do you think it's
cool
kind of
flex.
cool they're giving the Ring of Famers the orange
I
jacket?
think
Yeah,
it's
it is
fantastic.
cool.
I think
it's
that's cool,
fantastic.
too.
I
Yeah.
think it's cool too. I think the presentation and
My
just
only thing was, why could Champ not find a game jersey to give him? He gave him one of the like the $150 version, not the authentic one.
got me, man. The whole but Champ was so funny. He goes, hey man, last time Corner had 2 interceptions was me.
Is that right?
Yes.
You got to be kidding me. Chris Harris never had 2 interceptions.
In one game. Remember,
Akeem
Chris
Talib never had 2
was
interceptions.
notorious for getting to
What can I
4
tell you?
on the season and could never get over 4.
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah,
None
but-
of those guys ever had 2 in a game.
But Champ, he knows that in the back of his head. Champ is very low key, but
Yeah.
he's pretty happy to be Champ.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the jacket I was like, yeah, look at this, Champ. Champ wasn't taking those sunglasses off anytime soon. Let me tell you that too. Like Dan Tanner today. You guys notice that about Dan? He's rocking the sunglasses full time.
Did he lose them again?
Yeah.
I just forgot him.
He kind of looks cool in the sunglasses. That's not a bad look. Yeah, that's great, huh? And I kind of forget about Surtain because after the game, I asked him, could you see yourself as one of these legends? He goes, yeah, I can. Then he goes, but I'm only 24.
Right.
Yeah.
And I go, right?
He's the same age as your rookie quarterback.
Is that a little mind-blowing to
A
you?
little bit, yeah.
That this is his 4th year in the league. He's only 24.
Yeah.
Is anybody else kind of like, oh, yeah.
And you mentioned the broadcast a while ago. And this is how you become all pro. Well, one, you got to play, obviously. But did the broadcasters know everything about Surtain
Yes, they did.
was blowing him up too?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, now all of a sudden you're getting old pros, and what Moose won 3 Super Bowls, and they're talking about how good this cat is.
No, I'm telling you, this defense, not only are they playing really, really well, but they are giving me all the reasons to think this feels familiar to 2015 because you've got 2 corners. You got a couple safeties that are playing ball. You got the pass rushers. All of a sudden, you get Justin Strnad. How about this dude? How about Justin Strnad? Been on this team for what feels like 10 years.
Right.
Has not played a down of defense in 3 years. Strictly a special teams player. And really was considered more or less a bust because there were high hopes for Justin Strnad when he first was drafted. And now the dude is living up to whatever hopes he had that were about 8 years ago.
Well, you finally got a spot, right? You had Josie Jewell was here forever, so you're back there. Strnad's had some injuries, and then Singleton came in and was. I mean, listen, Singleton was balling when he played too.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And listen, I think Barton's playing well too.
Sure.
Not only is Surtain 24, he just turned 24 in April. He's not even 24 and a half. He's like the career this kid's going to have, kid. When he said that, it really was because my older son is a month older than Pat Surtain. And I'm like, what kind of this guy and Champ Bailey? My goodness. It is going to be something. But you know what, though, fellas? You got to have that quarterback or it's a waste of time. Like, if you don't have a quarterback in Vegas, Brock Bowers is going to be a waste. It's just going to be wasted. It's all going to be wasted. Okay.
Well, if you don't have a pass rush, are you not wasting a high quality
You're
quarterback?
wasting a high
Tomato,
yes.
tomato.
Yes, you got to have that too. You do. They're dependent on each other. Ain't no doubt about it. You've got to force quarterbacks to put it near Pat Surtain. You got to give them no choice.
Now I'm going to switch a little bit, go squirrel line, but somebody in the first hour we got to throw out there. After kind of getting benched, is Javonte Williams all of a sudden blown up?
He's got a little sizzle.
And,
going there.
and
sizzle right there.
He's
Yes,
not
sir.
just doing it on the ground. He's doing it catching the ball,
Yep.
receiving. He's blocking well, good pass protection.
How about this? First time in Broncos history, 11 guys received at least one pass. Spreading it out too, and not being.
I mean, you look at the box score after the game, and nobody, including Javonte's numbers, don't really scream spectacular game. If you combine the receptions with the running, it does. But you look at the wide receivers, it's like one catch, 2 catches. Cortland Sutton ends up with 2 catches.
Yeah.
Nobody is getting featured.
Let me tell you,
it's the first time in the history of wide receivers everybody's begging to run the short route.
Ha!
okay,
The only way to get the ball.
the uniform.
Give me that short route, coach.
The uniform,
I ain't going deep.
spectacular. The uniform
Was beautiful.
it's unbelievable.
The blue color of the helmet.
The day itself, with the entire crowd basically in orange, the sky was blue, and the uniforms, it just was unreal. Okay, do you lose the specialness of that though if that's just the way it always is?
I think so, personally. I just had a nice little piece of birthday cake out there that was more like a wedding cake.
Whose birthday is it?
I don't know. No
Okay.
clue, but I ate the cake.
Probably Steve.
Birthday going away.
Sayonara. See you later.
Tomato.
That was a nice little treat. I eat that every single day. Not so much a treat anymore.
Gotcha. What do you think? The uniforms. Like that.
I you know what? I really, because you don't see it, and it makes it special because you haven't seen it in a while. I love that light bluish helmet with that old logo.
Me too.
I wouldn't mind seeing that. Put the new orange jerseys up if you want to. I love that helmet. I love that helmet. I love that logo. I think it's special.
Here's what I think they should do. So first off, they're only wearing that 2 times this year. You're allowed to wear your alternate 3 times in a season. So they should obviously max out the amount of times that they wear it. And I think you should wear it twice against the Chiefs every single year. Make it a red letter game, kind of like CU did with Nebraska back in the day. These are our special uniforms when we play the Chiefs.
This is what it's all about.
This game means something more.
I
guess you only wear it once because
the
it's a
prep
home
on the
game,
helmets, right? Because the helmet's the same helmet they're going to wear
No,
next week.
it used to be that way. It used to be you could only wear one helmet the entire year. Now you actually can have multiple helmets. So they don't have to do that anymore.
I was going to say, is that a wrap or
Yeah, but okay. So all right, I'm wrong. You can't wear it twice against the Chiefs because it's got to be a home game. So all right, make it against your 3 AFC West opponents.
Okay, we got to win these games. There's something special about these games because there is. Listen, must win is a
Should
weird.
wear it next week then.
Sure, it's a big one. You could tell. I do roll my eyes. Hey man, Seattle, good first game of the season. It's a non-conference road game. You know what game felt important? A must-win game. We're going to use that cliche. No, yesterday felt like dude. The vibe in that building and everything that was going on, and the way Sean Payton spoke of it, Cortland Sutton talked about it, Surtain talked about it. Nix wore a throwback Elway that he got out of his closet. He didn't run out. There wasn't, I'm sorry, I'm going to roll Russ under the bus here. There wasn't a price tag dangling off of it.
Right.
He went into his closet because it was his dad's favorite player, and now he's the quarterback of the team.
Russ wore
where
a
it was his
throwback
dad's.
also. It just happened to be his own number on
I
it.
got you with Russ. That was genuine. That was Bo having a sense of what was going on. And I get it. Elway's 83, not 77. But the whole feel of yesterday was going back and honoring that sort of past.
Well, wasn't Craig Morton 7 also?
Was Craig 7?
Wasn't that an old, maybe it could have been a Craig Morton jersey?
It wasn't. It said Elway on the.
I know, but I mean he did play in 77. The number 7 was in the 77 season.
Seeing Bo Nix walk in with that was cool.
It's hard.
But I thought what was even more cool was seeing the post game. Coming out wearing that
great.
in the post game, keeping the theme going.
All right, we can hear Bo talk about it. By the way, also the Letterman jacket that Surtain was wearing. Sertan looked like a friggin' runway. Sertan's oh man, like these football players are good-looking dudes. They just can wear clothes. Whoa!
Hey, by the way,
I'm just
speaking of
telling
clothes, Gordon outclothed Westbrook in that game Sunday.
How is that possible? Really?
Killed him. Crushed it.
I'd have to see it side by side.
Crushed it. We'll see if Dan.
Because Westbrook was, I mean, it was full court press on the fashion up until that moment.
Yeah. Well, I think Gordon got him.
The two of them are going to have an interesting, let's go into the game battle.
Yes.
The two of them.
Yes.
It's going to be awesome to watch.
Oh, unbelievable.
All right, what a great day. Let's get your feedback too. 303-504-0925. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I get it. It sucks. It's a bad feeling. All of a sudden, you start searching the internet. You're looking for solutions. You start spending your hard-earned money on the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions, and all of a sudden, your pocketbook is a whole lot thinner, and your hair is still getting thinner at the same time. Stop wasting your money. Go to my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration because they've got a simple one-day treatment that's going to change your life. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put the hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's just science. That's all it is. It's science. It works. Advanced Hair has it all. They've got Dr. Tanya Pauls, whom I love. She's fantastic at what she does, the best of the best. The entire team at Advanced Hair Restoration is the best of the best. And they guarantee, get this, they guarantee that your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day, and they guarantee it's going to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR. If you qualify, you're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. This is an incredible offer, but it is a limited time offer. So pick up the phone, call Advanced Hair Restoration today, and let them change your life just like they have for tens of thousands of others. 720-459-HAIR or visit them online at advancedhair.com.
Well, growing up is my dad's favorite quarterback. So, being a Bronco now with everything that he's done to lay this foundation for the guys that come after him and can play quarterback at a high level. And, with my dad, that history, him being my dad's favorite player, it's just two guys that have put me in a situation to go out there and succeed. And so it was a great day to kind of pay tribute to those that came before you. And, I had it in the closet and wanted to put it to use.
Bueller. I am laughing because there's no way Bo Nix is Ferris Bueller. Sean Payton's Ferris Bueller, if anybody, but whatever. This dude had a lot of composure to not freak out. As bad as the first half was going, he wasn't turning the ball over. God, got sacked a couple times. But then you just look at the Raiders and just wait for the Raiders to fall apart. How many times they had 12 guys on the field? 3 times with 12 guys on the field? Are you kidding me?
Listen, that 2015 team was good enough to win a Super Bowl, and Manning played horrible. And if you go back and look before he had to sit out, the number of interceptions he threw and how many games the defense basically rescued him. Bo, I don't think he's going to throw a lot of picks because I think he looks down the field. I thought he did it again. You talked about last week. I thought he did it again this game. Look down, dump off.
Mm-hmm.
I think if it ain't a sure thing, I'm not sure he has a lot of confidence he wants to try to make a throw. So now if you don't turn the ball over, I mean, what did Denver get, 17 points off of turnovers?
Well, they got 3 turnovers, and, you got a pick 6. As Sean Payton said after the game, anytime you get a defensive score, you win the game over 80% of the time.
Yeah. So you get a pick 6, you got another pick, didn't you, that turned into a touchdown, another pick that turned into a field goal?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean.
Points off turnovers, short fields. That's why Bo's numbers, like 206 yards, whatever, it's not that big of it. Short fields, man. Short fields, and 3 for 3 in the red zone because we don't count, as Sean Payton pointed out this morning, we don't count kneel downs as minus in the red zone, which is.
You shouldn't.
You should not.
I will say this. I'd be interested to see what whoever does the look and stuff. I still thought that pass to McLaughlin was McLaughlin that scored the one touchdown.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That broke a tackle.
Swing route.
And we've talked about it forever and ever that sometimes your receivers have got to help a quarterback
no
out.
doubt
and he's done it twice this year.
And broke a tackle because that went from like a 3 or 4 yard loss to a touchdown.
Big difference.
I swear that was a lateral.
Look,
I swear it was behind the quarterback, and I'm going catch it. Because I'm watching at home, I'm going catch it because it looked like a lateral to me, and I'm like, oh Lord, please catch it. Because I'm thinking if it hits his chest, falls down.
Yeah. Look, if Bo Nix connects on the deep ball to Franklin, it's a great game. It's a great game. He had a good game. That's what it was. And I know we're coming off a high right now, and I know that everybody's, we've got hope and optimism, and that's awesome, and it's deserved because we saw progress. I said this before. I don't need perfection out of Bo Nix. I need progress. And that, especially in the second half, we got progress. But if you want true analysis of the game, there was a lot of stuff left out there. There was a ton of stuff that was left out there, including in the second half. I'm not mad about it. I'm happy with the progress. I'm happy with being 3-2. In my wildest dreams, I couldn't envision the Broncos being here. But if we're going to be fair and we're going to give proper analysis of it, look, Bo Nix had progress, and now it needs to continue. Because if you rewatch the game, you're going to see there was a lot of yards left out there. Fine, you're 5 games into a career. Just keep it going now, and now you need to keep the continuity of each game getting better and better.
All right, fair enough. But aren't there more indicators that progress will be coming rather than regression?
I'm not predicting regression. I'm just saying it needs to continue coming. I mean, I don't know. Football's a crazy sport, man. So I'm not the type of dude that's ever going to say because one thing happened, it's going to happen again. Dude, this game humbles you quickly. You all of a sudden you're on top of the world. You're on the bottom. I don't know. But to your point, yes, we had a great game in Tampa, and now you had a good game. Not a great game, but you had a good game against Vegas. If you want to toss out the Jets game, I think that's a reasonable conversation if you want to do that. And then you could say you had 2 back-to-back games of progress.
Yeah, I just see listen, man, it's not a finished painting here. And Sean's using this analogy about we got to paint the right picture for this dude. But
I know Bo Nix ran it 8 times, but if you still count them, because some of them are designed and some of them are just scrambles. He didn't like some and he ran. 28 rushes, 27 passes.
There you go.
Love it. Good.
And
That's
we've been
helping
saying
a
for
young
3
QB
weeks,
out.
you want to help a young quarterback that may not have the strongest arm in the world. You know what you do? Run the football. And I go back to Javonte. This guy we talk about, should they trade him? Should they cut him? Just get rid of him, moving on, blah, blah, blah. It's Boo Ray or Boo Day and blah, 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 blah. And now all of a sudden, Javonte came
You wanna
back
play
since
some
that
Boo Ray?
second half. Yeah, I love Boo Ray.
Oh, Boo Ray, that's a dangerous game
Dangerous game. But the second half of the game that Boutte got hurt, Williams Bidet got hurt. Javonte Williams has been balling now. Javonte Williams has been balling.
You guys realize they haven't scored 34 more points since 2021? There's a lot of kind of like, wait, really? Kind of moments out there that you're just, oh, okay. It's happening, man. And I'll tell you this, in the second half when things were going well, they were making it look easy.
Do you think
they were making it look easy?
They looked like the better team, and it wasn't even close. And it was like, put another one up, quit doing this, boom, 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 the turnover. And once Pierce, even if it was the right time to do it, and I'm not sure it was, once he got Minshew out of there, the flag was up. And by the way, I'm not sure that wasn't a safety either on the one pass where he threw it with right arm. They said, well, no, it's got to have 2 points out. I'm like, well, wait, both feet were in the end zone.
Yeah.
And that arm wasn't extended and released. It was like from the chest.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that wasn't a safety.
You know what's fun about that moment, though? It didn't matter.
No.
Whereas Broncos games in the past, you need every little scrap morsel you can get. Whatever.
Well, the good news is that
in a 10-9 game, guess what?
Hell yeah, it matters.
The reason why the game felt like a blowout is because you had 3 turnovers. Okay, that's why it felt like a blowout. If the defense plays really great like they have been without the 3 turnovers, I think the Broncos win the game. It doesn't feel like it did though, right? So, but the good news is I can't tell you you're going to get 3 turnovers moving forward, but I do believe that you can expect the defense to play at an extremely high level week in and week out. And offensively, now it's going to come down to you just got to do enough. You just got to do enough.
Well, they were making such a big deal. They only given up 16 points, and already the Raiders got 10 in the first quarter. 10. 10.
That's right.
10. And you're like, no,
and
now
Brock
what?
Bowers had a great game. And still, you were limiting the impact that would have. And listen, man, I'm looking at our boy Mark Mosier, and he's sending out tweets. Is it time to have a conversation like about Bo Nix in the first half?
Well, hold on. To be fair, though, in the first half, it felt ugly. It felt real ugly.
It's the first half. And they were winning 13-10 when they walked into the tunnel. And, people just really got to chill out a little bit and let a game develop. Okay? And that's all I'm saying. And
I would use that argument in the same vein with Bo as a season 2.
Okay, fine.
But
I'm just seeing one indicator after another that this is progress that's going to keep climbing up, not level out or go down.
What was the progress you saw?
Oh, his ability to, when things were down, have enough confidence to just play his game. And I think getting a little fired up goes a long way. So to me, the Ferris Bueller game is monumental. I think it's the turning moment for him to embrace this as he has his entire career, my team. Let's go.
So the progress was he took ownership of the team by getting back in Sean Payton's face.
Correct.
Not necessarily the play,
Correct.
but just that monumental stand up for yourself moment.
Correct.
And I would agree with that.
As Sean Payton said, he absolutely loved it this morning. He said that.
Because throwing the ball around and being a quarterback, it looked like any of the other games. However, that sideline view, and I talked to somebody this morning about that, for me, that did it. Because Tyler talked about it earlier. I've been that guy that got screamed at for no reason, and I knew I was right and took it and walked back to the bench until I didn't.
Yeah.
And the one time I didn't, guess what never happened? That moment never came to me again. That moment, I never had it, and I don't know if I also just carried myself with a different aura.
You probably did.
And I was always still a scrub, but I never got in my face anymore.
I think it's both, Scott. You probably did carry yourself with a different aura, and the coach just looks at you with a little bit more respect. Because look, man, it is a passionate sport, and when you get in an argument with someone and you can see it in their eyes that they're just folding, nobody wants to see it. And I'll give Bo Nix a lot of credit for this, because although I only did it about, I can only think of 2 times in my career that I did it. When I got there, I had moments when I was younger that in my mind I knew I was right and I just took it. It wasn't until my 2nd, 3rd, maybe even 4th year that I felt confident enough in myself to be able to speak my mind back. And as a young guy, to be able to do it right then and there, that's what impresses me the most.
I'm going to give you one more thing because it just hit me while Tyler was talking. When I did that, probably my 3rd or 4th year in the league, played 11. And go back and look at my stats. I mean, I'm a guy averaging like 2 points a game, 1 point. I mean, I was a scrubby dub of scrubby dubs. I was always the leader on the team. I was always one of the voices coaches came to, general managers came to. Dude, I'm your 10th, 9th, 10th, 11th guy. And the GMs call me and say, Scott, what do we need? What's going on? And I go back, and I never put 2 and 2 together, but I think when I stood up for myself, because once I did that, guess what? I was doing it all the time after that. You know, if we're doing it, I said, no, we need to be doing something else. And I became that guy. I played on a team of Hall of Famers, and my voice was just as loud in the locker room.
Yeah.
I remember seeing a moment. This was crazy. After another bad loss with Russell Wilson, and I saw, I'm not even blaming Russ on this one, but I saw Nathaniel Hackett like go to Russell Wilson's locker post game, and I'm just like, this is not a good moment here. Like, you're the coach of the team. The game is over. You got something to say to the player. Do it tomorrow.
Have him come to your office, not go to his.
Why are you going? I had never seen it, man.
Yeah.
20 plus years of being in that Broncos locker room. I had never seen a coach post game going up to a player in his locker to sort of hash things out. Never have seen it. And it was not a strong moment because the balance was off.
Yeah.
And when we saw Sean Payton yelling at Russ and Russ doing nothing, you think Sean Payton was going to his locker? But again, the balance was off. The balance is right. The ownership is right.
You know what? I'll bet you
George Payton, you got to give George Payton some props here, man, on the depth of this team, man. Because that's not Sean Payton figuring that out. He's not doing that. That's George Payton.
And I'm going to tell you what. Again, I said this. He just united offense and defense, because I guarantee you there's defensive players over on the sideline, special team players. And you know who else? Coaches. Coaches that are tired of Sean Payton running roughshod and no one ever able to say something. And now your QB that you anointed, that you overdrafted, that you did all this stuff and propped him up, and now he's pushing back.
And I think
you're right. That's the biggest moment of the season.
You know what? And you saw it in Davis Webb.
You do.
Like Davis Webb is a guy that has got every reason in the world to never say a dang word to Sean Payton.
That's right.
Sean Payton pulled this dude off of an active roster, made him a coach, and said, I believe in you, right? So to think that Davis would ever talk back to Sean Payton is pretty insane. But and if you think about what's going on behind scenes, I'm sure Davis is taking the whipping because that's what happens to the young coaches. That's what happens to the young players. And he sees his guy step up, and all of a sudden Davis is doing the same thing.
But here's what happens when you just stick to it. You go through tough times together. You don't panic. You don't make knee-jerk reactions. And you got to learn. I do go back and watch the TV broadcast because I know in the TV broadcast, they're being told in meetings information about the teams. It's worth really paying attention to. So I don't just go, I want to hear what messages are being sent. And it was fascinating on the TV broadcast for them to say defensively, they were running Vic Fangio's scheme, not Vance Joseph's.
Well, Vance Joseph said that, right? Yeah.
I
was trying to do a hybrid.
They took a year, they threw it out or whatever. They did whatever they did. They spent a year getting the right personnel to fit what VJ wanted to do, and it's made the world of difference. And it's a little bit of a no-name defense, I guess. So we don't have Justin Simmons. We got Brandon Jones. Okay. Caden Stearns, I guess you don't fit, but PJ Locke, you do. We're going to play the white cornerback that we did draft last year, but we didn't really play him. Oh, now we are. We're going to go with these young pass rushers like Cooper and Benito. We're not going to freak out in free agency. We'll bring in Cody Barton. We'll get rid of, Josie Jewell will be all right with that, and it's worked.
What's the young guy D lineman from Utah that's
Joan Ellis?
Ellis is playing too.
Yeah,
I mean he got that one penalty. I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
I'm okay with a little nasty.
They're figuring out what they want to do, and they're getting the right pieces to the puzzle. And they didn't have it last year. We got to take a break. We got no dumb questions. We got more of your feedback on the Shop Mazda text line. It's PhD on 92.5. That's a quick turnaround. Wow. Hey, it's T-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction. And that it grows, of course, as you get older, but it can even impact dudes in their 30s. All right, listen, this is preventable. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has been successfully dealing with this for years and years in the Rocky Mountain region. If you're just satisfied with a mediocre sex life, nah, come on now. Let's go. Let's get to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Treatment rates well over 90%. Some can have you last more than an hour. All right. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The initial visit's only $99. The consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test, and if advised, a test dose. If that doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. 5 locations, convenient for you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So hit them up. 720-440-7900. Get things going in the right direction. It's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right. No dumb questions. 303-504-0925. We'll get to that in about 5 minutes. Getting fired up. Yeah, my big hot take is that Prime will be coaching Shedeur in Vegas. I think, listen,
That's not a bad hot take.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Listen, I didn't know they were going to fall apart like this. I mean, they're the Raiders, but do you seriously think Antonio Pierce has a shot in hell of coming back there as the head coach?
Well, listen, and we said this a while back with you look at, and again, what Darnold's doing in Minnesota again, winning a game in England.
Bananas.
Well, we saw a kind of a different guy in Zach Wilson in training camp this year, that there's sometimes crap organizations. And the Raiders have turned into really a crap organization since Al Davis died. If we're being real honest.
Antonio Pierce's biggest mistake, honestly, in terms of job security, was not drafting a quarterback. If you draft a quarterback, any quarterback,
you got time.
It's like right, wrong, or indifferent. It's just self-preservation.
Yeah.
They give you a year or two to figure it out to see if you're going to get it to click.
Do you know what their problem was on that? It was the whole there can only be one. That was their whole problem.
And that's Mark Davis, though.
There can only be one, and that's it. We can only eat at McDonald's. Forget about Burger King. It's like, really? Okay. But they were hung up on Jaden Daniels, who I get it. I get it with Jaden Daniels. The guy's unbelievable. But there can be more than one.
I mean, seriously, if you think about it right now, though, if they just drafted anybody, Antonio gets another year. And that doesn't mean it's the right decision for the organization, though. I mean, seriously, Brock Bowers he's going to end up being a great player for him. And if they get the quarterback down the road, then no problem.
And from a franchise that have had good tight ends.
He is their Pat Surtain. He's a great player, but it's just not who you needed at the time. But hang on to him, because hopefully if you can get it right, it'd be great to have a player like him. And also a little throwback.
Well, but sometimes that works out. Is it not working out with Pat Surtain right now?
4 years later.
Yeah, but I'd say it's working out just fine.
I think that's an insane way to develop your team.
If Bo Nix is the guy, hey, man, you got a cornerstone piece of the franchise, and you found your guy.
I'm rolling my eyes at it because to think that was, let's draft this guy, and 4 years from now, let's draft a quarterback. I mean, who operates like that? 3 years. 21 draft, 24 draft. But whatever. Sometimes you just got to do the best with whatever you got and just handle it from there. You certainly want good players on your team, for sure, obviously. The thing with the Raiders, though, and Prime, why wouldn't Prime want that job? Give me the reason.
Because I don't think he has an impact on a pro team like he can a college team.
You think that's what he cares about?
I do. I think Prime.
Okay.
I think he's very, very genuine in one thing: developing young men.
There's a lot of young guys who play pro football.
Nah, it's so different, man. It's so different. It's nearly impossible. And Dion might be the dude that could pull it off, because he might be able to get through to professionals and actually develop them in their own personal lives. But it is so difficult. Once you get to the pro level, man.
And you're in Vegas, so you think the celebrities come to Boulder? What are they going to do to Vegas?
Oh, it would be unbelievable. It would be unbelievable.
But like we just gave Bo Nix credit for stepping up to Sean Payton, pros full a lot more guys like that.
All right, put yourself inside of that weird haircut brain of Mark Davis, though. What do you think he's thinking?
I don't know. Does he have the money for it?
Look how popular Colorado is.
I'm being dead serious. I don't think he can afford Dion. He's paying John Gruden.
Yeah.
He's paying who's the last dude?
Bisaccia?
Oh, no, McDaniels.
No, McDaniels. He's paying McDaniels. He's paying Antonio Pierce. He would be paying 4 coaches at the same. For that reason alone, a cash poor franchise, they might not have no choice but to stick with it with Antonio Pierce.
Okay, so we're looking at the net value of the Raiders and how much net
Hold
worth?
on. You do know that he's notorious for being a cash poor organization, right?
I gotcha, but here's what he says his net worth is right now.
Yeah, that's way different than cash. Way different than cash. The value of the organization is way different than the cash that's in the bank account.
Hold on. If he's worth $2.3 billion, how much are the Raiders alone worth?
10?
So then why isn't he worth $12.3 billion?
I don't know. Got me. But when it comes,
didn't he have to borrow the half a billion to relocate?
Why do you think he's trying to sell half the part of the team to Tom Brady? He needs money.
Dude, I think these guys can always get money. I think money, and I'm not sneezing.
I don't know. D-Mac, just think about it. That is 4 coaches you would be paying at the same time. He's still paying John Gruden. He's still paying Josh McDaniels.
Gotta go get
he
the
would
Amazon
still be
guy.
paying Antonio Pierce, and he would still be paying the new guy. That is
man.
4 dudes at the same time.
I can dig into it if you want, but I think money for a coach, 18 to 20 million, is like chicken feed in the NFL circles. I really don't. I think if that is a big
the
deal,
salary on its own right, I would agree.
I think if you're in that much of a problem, you probably shouldn't be owning an NFL team, frankly.
A lot of people have been saying that.
Okay, well, if that's the case, that's the case. But for the sake of argument, if you can scratch it together, I have no idea. The whole developing young men, I think Prime, listen, man. I think
calling
Prime
him a fraud?
I'm not calling him a fraud, but I think he does feel love for his players, but I don't think it matches the love he feels for his own family. So I don't think he's a fraud. I just think his priorities are pretty respectable. And yeah, there's some selfishness with it because Prime wants to be a star too, but I don't think there's any doubt he loves his family and wants to be with them more than
Holy
anything.
cow,
Highest
check
paid
this out.
NFL coach.
Check.
Sean Payton, 18 million.
No, he's 2.
Highest paid coach, Andy Reid.
Andy Reid, 25 million.
Yeah, and that's a cheap ass organization, by the way.
Yeah, number 3.
You want me? Kyle Shanahan.
Jim Harbaugh, 16 million.
Well, that makes sense. Too.
4.
Kyle Shanahan.
Sean McVay, 15 million.
Well, that makes sense
5
too.
is Kyle Shanahan at 14 million.
Okay.
Hey, check this out. So this was right after they fired Josh McDaniels, midway through the 2023 season. It's reported that Davis O's recently fired Raiders regime. That means John Gruden, Josh McDaniels, Dave Ziegler, the GMs, all of them. $90 million. That's not even counting if he fires Antonio Pierce. He already owes them $90 million for coaches that are not even in the organization.
Big deal.
90 million? Big deal?
Big deal.
Oh, give me a break.
These NFL teams are getting so much TV money, so much revenue. And what in the world in Vegas could they sell tickets for where it's already the most expensive game? They could probably double their ticket prices on everything if you have Prime there.
And I will say this, though.
I'll
backtrack off myself for a second. I bet he's not paying Antonio Pierce much. I'm sure whatever his salary is peanuts in comparison to the previous
By the way, what is Prime meant for the economy in Boulder, you think?
Oh, it's insane.
Right?
That's why
you think
he
he's
can
going to
never
change the economy in Vegas?
He's going to help. Can I tell you something crazy? So I stayed in Boulder last weekend. Son ran the Boulder Marathon, did blah, 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 blah. I stayed in Boulder. The Hilton Garden Inn, okay? We splurged on ourselves. $230 a night. It was our anniversary, so I thought, hey, that's worth it. We stayed there for 2 nights. Okay, $230. I checked it today because I'm just curious, what would the same room on the game day for CU against Kansas State? Because maybe I want to go up there and just...
You know how much game tickets are?
The hotel room that was $230 is $560 for the same room.
So you're saying people in Boulder price gouge?
Cheapest tickets to get into the game right now, about $275.
Dude, it's ridiculous what Prime has done there.
I think you're talking about Vegas.
That's why he can never get fired. Ever.
He's never going to get fired from that job. Ever. Who suggested he was? He could lose every game and keep his job there.
But listen, what's he making there?
I have no idea.
10 million, say 6 million,
I
8
have
million?
no idea.
It's not. I don't think it's 10. I think it's less than that.
I know they weren't concerned. I know they didn't have the money, and they were like, "We'll find it," because that's what you do. You figure it out. You don't just stop doing something when you know the right thing.
5-year, 29.5.
Chicken feed.
Yeah.
Mark Davis is going to come off the top rope at 18 to 20.
He ain't going to do that. What he's going to do is Prime's going to end up going back to Fox for about 9.5, 10.
and he can work the 2 days a week.
Prime can do whatever he damn pleases. The dude can print cash. He can use $100 bills for toilet paper.
I don't think that Prime has a desire to go to the NFL, but if he knew for a fact he could go to the NFL and coach Shedeur,
boom.
Yeah, that probably would send it over the top.
Steve Wynn still alive?
No dumb questions. Maybe that's the start.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
It's brought to you by oldchicago.com. To order online, just go to oldchicago.com. Find a location near you.
Give me the worst pro sports franchises in every sport. What are the worst?
Current or like ever?
Right now.
Right
Right now, you can add,
baseball,
you can
Chicago.
add history into it if you want.
Baseball,
Colorado Rockies.
No.
White Sox.
No. Chicago White Sox lost 121 games. It's the worst 162 game performance ever. Nobody goes to their games. Everybody goes to Rockies games. The White Sox are the worst organization in baseball right now.
It had
Carolina
the same owner for
Panthers and
40
football.
years.
Football, it's
Who's basketball? I don't know.
wait, hold on. You that slam dunk about Carolina is the worst right
Yeah.
now?
Yeah, slam dunk.
Worse than Jacksonville?
Yep.
Why?
Because the owner in Jacksonville is not afraid of stability. The owner in Carolina is.
Are they building a brand new stadium in Carolina?
What's that have to do with anything?
Doesn't the owner have to pay for that, bad boy?
And
What's
there's
that?
some
No.
stability.
What does that have to do with anything?
I think the worst organization in the NFL is the Cleveland Browns because Jimmy Haslett's a crook.
Well, they've got the worst situation.
That is set up by the owner.
In terms of what they're committed to that quarterback, I wouldn't fight you too hard.
You know,
on that
Tepper,
one.
who owns Carolina, he's worked his whole life to own a team, and I know
Tepper's an idiot.
Okay, things aren't going great, but I think the Browns are in a worse situation as an organization than the
there's
Panthers.
worse history with Cleveland.
Yeah, I
don't
think.
know, man. The Panthers are a train wreck.
I'm not saying they're good. I just think the Browns are worse. That's all. And then did you see Terry Bradshaw suggested that the Browns go Old Yeller on Deshaun Watson and put him down?
The guys on set are like,
what?
well, that was a little aggressive.
Did you think so? I mean, like, we put him down. I mean, easy there, Ter.
Detroit? Who's the worst in basketball?
Detroit has been poorly run. They do got a new owner, but he just wanted to. He's one of those guys.
Detroit's pretty bad.
Yeah. I mean, he got with the Red Wings owner, said, "Hey, can we go in your?"
Yeah, I don't. Dan's suggesting Charlotte. I don't know much about Charlotte aside. I don't know, man. I like LaMelo though. I
would say Detroit, Charlotte are the two worst run.
Okay.
Did you have a point with it, or were you just asking?
No, it just made me think because the Raiders got a great history, but I wouldn't say they're run great either.
The hockey is probably Ottawa right now. Like, who would want to be there? Who would want to do anything? Montreal's pretty bad right now in hockey, which is crazy.
But
that
when you talk about
so
bad, you talk about how the organization's run.
Well, look at Well, all right, that's fair. They were in the finals a couple years ago. They've just kind of. They're not what they should be, but that doesn't mean they're bad. Worst team in hockey. That's a tough one. Like, who would want to go to Winnipeg? But they were in the playoffs. I mean,
So they've been able to do something with what they're doing.
Yeah, it's actually pretty remarkable because it's got to be the worst. Winnipeg may be the worst place to be a professional athlete.
Think about it. It used to be the Coyotes when you say, they'd have to be way up there.
At least you're in
They just got
Arizona. At
moved.
least you can play golf and you have a good time.
But now you've moved
Not
up
anymore.
to Salt Lake.
Yeah, Salt Lake's a cool place, though. Salt Lake's just like living in Denver.
Except smaller.
All right.
I think the mountains are closer.
No dumb question. Has Greg Dulcich played his last down as Denver
How
Bronco?
about that? We haven't even mentioned that. Healthy scratch for Lucas Kroll. Caught one pass for 5 yards.
I think he's donezo.
I don't know how
I don't think he ever plays another down.
He's
for
completely
the
healthy,
Broncos.
and he's been healthy. He was healthy, and just scratch-ola. He must be too limited in what he can do.
He's just not him. He's just not him. You know, throughout training camp, he was healthy, and that was the big story. Greg Dulcich was healthy. I'm like, boys, like this guy, at his best, he got about 400 yards. He's unreliable as a blocker. He's unreliable as a receiver, and Sean Payton's done.
On the Sean Mazza text line, it's Las Vegas. This is the NFL. Prime is not going to move the needle like he did in Boulder. No dumb question. Can Prime move the needle in Vegas?
No.
Yes.
No. What needle are you talking about?
For the city or for the organization?
Both.
For the city, probably not.
No.
For the organization, hell yes.
But he could also probably move the needle in Carolina and Cleveland. In fact, do more for Carolina and Cleveland than he could in Vegas.
I actually think he can move the needle in Vegas. I do think so because they've relied on superstar personalities to build that entire city. I don't think it's quite the impact as Boulder, for sure. But I think you can put that name up on a marquee, guys. It's like Chris Angel. Did Chris Angel move it? I'd say he did. Same as Donny Osmond moves the needle too. I mean, there's just.
But do they really move the needle, or they're just
do.
the next guy here?
Yeah, exactly. Or they just settling.
One more star in.
Britney Spears did a residence there.
I think Elton John. I think she did. Yes, I think Elton John moved the needle. I think UFC moves the needle. I think so.
The hit your chest lady that did the Titanic song.
Celine
Dion moved the needle. Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't move the needle.
Did the Sphere move the needle? The Sphere
I
hasn't moved the needle?
No, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the singers. I think that the singers are a good example of what Dion would do for the organization. I think they probably did that for their hotel. But for the city, the people were there no matter what. There weren't new people coming into the city just for Celine Dion.
I don't know, guys. I think significant personalities do make a difference in Vegas, or they wouldn't have them. There wouldn't be a reason for
I think
them.
people, it's another reason that, hey, we're there, we're gambling, or to get you there.
Well,
But
that's
it's
right.
The city, Vegas moves its own needle.
Hey, it does its own business.
Yeah.
I get
Prime
it.
ain't going to move that needle.
But there's an F1 race coming there.
But hold on. It's already one of the hardest tickets to get and most expensive is to go to the Raiders game.
That's right.
So Prime's going to change that?
Yes.
No.
Oh, I think so. I think it'll just be a more must-go destination sort of thing.
Prime move a bigger needle in going back and being the head coach in Los Angeles or Dallas?
Dallas.
I
mean, because they're already rabid. I mean,
Los
you throw
Angeles,
Dion into that.
What are you talking about, though, with Los Angeles? What are you talking about?
Las Vegas.
Oh, okay. That's where I got confused.
Las Vegas.
He would be more impactful in Vegas.
Oh, I say Dallas.
Dallas is just they're idiot diehard Cowboy fans. That doesn't matter. That doesn't.
What do you? It's two of the biggest fan bases in the world.
But
Raiders
across
and
America,
Cowboys.
Dallas has got fans. Vegas doesn't have fans across America.
Oh, they would if Prime's there. Prime would increase the Raiders fan base throughout the world.
Well, that's fair.
I would say there's more Raiders fans across the world than you realize.
Not more than Cowboys.
There's definitely not more than Cowboys.
The Cowboys number one.
Right. That's my whole point.
But that's a great point. If Mark Davis won, okay, he doesn't move them to a degree in Vegas, but he would Prime in Vegas would globally move the needle. It would be, you would find Raiders. Look how many CU fans exist now and I don't even know if they're CU fans. I think they're just Prime fans. That's the impact he has. And the opportunity, Coach Shedeur, the one kind of negative takeaway out of that great game yesterday, they're probably going to do something desperate. Although it would be fun as hell. Let's face it. Think of that. Prime and Shedeur, Harbaugh and Herbert, Andy Reid, Mahomes, Sean Payton, Bo Nix. Come on, fellas.
Back to number 4.
Sexy.
PhD on
One does not belong with the others.
Hey, it's C-Mac for Old Chicago. They have the buy one, get one deal beat with the 3-fer. Hey, this deal may be the best you've ever had. 3 of your favorites for $10.99 anytime. Choose from cheesy, scratch-made pizza and calzones, a signature burger, or spaghetti with sausage. Then add salad and a decadent dessert. This is spectacular. A 3-fer like no other. A 3-course meal, just $10.99. Get exactly what you want. Have that 3-fer at Old Chicago. And you can find your closest Old Chicago simply by going to oldchicago.com. Founded in Boulder in 1976, they've been perfecting pizza. 110 beers on tap. It's Old Chicago for the win. Come on, y'all. Just go to oldchicago.com for your closest Old Chicago. Hey, it's CMAC for Premier Heating and Air. My guy, Reed, is the absolute best. And then we got Tom from American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. And together, we do the Premier Heating and Air Show right here on Altitude, Saturday mornings at 7:30. Podcast available at altitudesportsradio.com, wherever you get your podcasts. If you're in need of a heating and air expert, well, we've got the right team for you. I've been so proud to be associated with Premier Heating and Air for more than 14 years. And going into a new home, we needed some major work done in that department. They were there for me, as they'll be there for you, with great deals. And this weather, spectacular as it is, we know Jon Snow, winter is coming. Check out this deal. Get your furnace tuned up with a Premier Special. That's just 49 buckaroonies. They're also offering a $1,000 trade-in credit, 0% financing for 60 months, and a gift card for up to $500 if you sign up for a free estimate today. No brainer. 720-547-8009. 720-547-8009. Visit PremierAirColorado.com. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
And here's Christian Braun again. He throws it off inside the arc over to Jokic. Jokic hands off behind him to Strothers.
Oh, you got to shoot that.
Strother back over to Jokic at the mid-post. One-on-one with Cornette. They threaten a triple team. Back down low. Dunk, two hands. Hunter Tyson.
Well, he waited. Hunter was stopping. Joker said, no, keep going. Kept going, then lobbed it to him like he does for Aaron Gordon.
Hey, there's Hunter Tyson. Let's get to a little bit of the Nuggies, Scotty. We'll get back to the Broncos, and we'll answer fill in the blanks what we thought about the game and what actually happened coming up in a little bit. But Abu Dhabi was what? Fill in the blank a little bit. Abu Dhabi was blank for the Nuggets.
Well, I don't have blank for the Nuggets.
Well, just fill in the blank. You know,
blank was
good, bad.
I think
useless.
very profitable for the NBA.
So it was nothing for the Nuggets and profitable for the NBA.
Well, you got to ride a camel.
Got to ride a camel. I think it was super. The only way you would have games over there if it was super profitable for the NBA.
Was it a waste of time for the Nuggets?
I think it's a waste of time for both teams to fly 17 hours to play 2 games. But you're trying to bring international whatever, and they've been the king. Listen, the NBA's the one thing they've done right. They've got the look-ins and the views and the stuff on social media. They have crushed it for 10 years, really, internationally. Here's a whole nother audience, if you will, and an audience with a lot of money. So I got to believe I'd be shocked if the NBA didn't make profit 8-9 figured sums.
Is there any takeaways one way or the other about the actual games themselves and the team, or is it just like, hey man, we got a long way to go here? Just we really have we're clueless.
Well, we talked a little bit Friday. I think they will be better off the bench. I think this could be said about Boston or about Denver. You don't want your starters down for long periods of time. Because there's, I think especially now with the salary cap, that when you can hit, and why I said on Friday, they've got to hit on one of their last couple rounds of draft picks. One of those guys, Strother, Hunter Tyson, who played a lot of minutes this weekend, somebody has to blow up. I like this Alexander kid, Trey Alexander. I like the young kid came in and played well. But they got to hit on a young guy. It's kind of like the Mahomes saying, win Super Bowls where you're not having to spend $60 million for a quarterback. You got to have some of these young guys on rookie deals making plays.
Okay.
Making plays. But I think that's going to be everybody in the league. That the boss is going to be in that right now too. So, no, it's a long trip for 2 games.
Long trip. It's one of those trips that I guarantee you the players were dreading. Because who wants to be on a flight twice for 17 hours? You forget that twice, But once you get there, you make the most of it, and you probably have a little fun, and you're probably glad that you did it once you're there. But it has nothing to do with basketball purposes, right? Hopefully the team comes together. Hopefully they bonded. But I don't think there's a team in the NBA that has bonded more than the Nuggets are. I mean, these guys have been together for a while now. The one takeaway that you had was Russell Westbrook brought the energy that you thought he was going to bring.
Yeah.
Right. So you're hoping that's what it's going to look like. It is what it looked like. Jamal was quiet, didn't do anything. Did he score?
He played pretty good yesterday.
He was okay yesterday.
Did Jamal score in the Abu Dhabi game?
He scored 3 in the first. I think he had 12 yesterday.
Yeah, Jamal actually was all right. He was better yesterday than he was on Friday.
Shooting.
But the game was okay. Talk about the game.
If it's going to be a critical look, then I would say shooting's going to be an issue for this team, and it was an issue for the team last year. Now, at least in preseason, Boston, they shot 61 threes in game 1, and I think 47 or something like that in game 2. They are chucking threes up. Denver shot an okay percentage, but you just don't. I don't know where the volume's going to come from. I think Christian Brown, you're not going to miss KCP from an energy defensive standpoint. I think Christian's got that part of it down, but I don't know if he's got that clutch 3 that KCP seemed to have at the right moments in a lot of games.
Mm-hmm.
That you could be missing that right there. But I don't know. It's a long trip. Preseason's preseason. By the second half, you could tell everybody's ready to get on that airplane and kind of get back home. I told Dan during the break, I said, I got a new rule I would impose in NBA preseason, maybe even NHL. Everybody gets in free, 1, and 2, running clocks the second half.
There you go. NFL could definitely use that.
Because they played the first half semi-legit, and Denver looked fine in that. But second half, I mean, do I need to have six
run,
guys that's not going to
like
play?
it. You run the second half of preseason games more like a practice.
Oh, yeah.
You make it cheaper to go, let's a run. We're having a run.
We're having a run. We're just getting up and down, bum, 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 bum.
Yeah, because I'll tell you this, man. The end of that first game, like we try. I mean, you got to be kidding me with the timeouts and this, that, the other thing. With come on, guys. Like, let's go. The game's over. Or you know what you could do in preseason that would be kind of fun? In the second half. Second half. You run that scoring where you go to something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In the second half. What is that? What do they call that? The system, that sort of thing?
They did it in the All-Star game.
First one at 21 by 2. I don't know, something like that. I don't know. Just make it more entertaining.
Well, but the only way you can do something like that, or even a running half, is if you give tickets away and let people come to games.
So do it.
That don't usually go. Well,
listen, the Nuggets are the Nuggets, and the Celtics are the Celtics. But what are those games like in some of these other markets? What are the games like in Detroit for preseason games?
And it's why I say that I think the NBA probably made a whole lot of money because they have for 10 years tried to expand the international brand. You're seeing a lot of Eastern Bloc, we used to call them Eastern Bloc countries represented in the NBA with great players. And that was, you got to go back to the 80s, and that's Hubie Brown and Mike Vitello and coaches from that era going to Serbia and Russia and all these places, China, and bringing basketball. Now you're seeing an explosion internationally because of the work a lot of these guys did in the 80s. But now, and it used to be honest with you, where we used to have games? We used to have games in Des Moines. We used to have games in Chattanooga.
That's
we used
a great
to have
idea
games
too.
in
expanded,
small towns of South Carolina,
it's fun.
Down the Springs.
Yeah,
to bring an NBA to an area that wouldn't normally have NBA games. That's what it used to be about. But now, these games that are all these international games, and even the ones they play in the regular season, they're money makers.
The NBA has figured out the international thing, though, and I give them credit because you never hear conversations about when's the NBA putting a team in London, when's the NBA putting a team overseas. They just go and play, right? And that's what the NFL is figuring out, I think, eventually. All the conversation about moving a team over there or doing expansion, an entirely new conference. No, just go play the games and come home.
Well, I don't know if you heard that, but the NFL is Ireland. It's coming. Spain is coming. Portugal. It's all
because it's once they designated all these markets to teams, now they have to go give a game to the market that they now own the rights to other countries.
What an amazing throwback, awesome day for the Broncos. We'll fill in the blank, and somebody has brought attention to a moment that happened with 6 minutes and 13 seconds left to go. That is, we need to break it down. It's a little disgusting. And Tyler, you're just setting an example right there.
Thanks.
Picked his nose?
Gardner
It's actually a
Minshew,
scab.
nose picking.
I thought he ate it.
We're going to break it down, Scotty. Coming up next. All right, let's talk about the Ferris Bueller thing, then we'll fill in the blank a little bit. What was Sean Payton talking about when he called Bo Nix Ferris Bueller? What did he mean there?
Yeah, nobody knew. Rebel. That's what he was trying to say. He was a rebel. I'm not sure that the analogy hit very well, but I believe that's what he was trying to insinuate.
Scott, what did he mean by that?
I have no idea. I think a lot of stuff he says it makes sense to his own head. But we said earlier, I think I always look at Ferris Bueller as a Eddie Haskell kind of con man guy. You know, hey, Mrs. Cleaver, boy, you sure look lovely today. Meanwhile, he's out there with a mirror on his shoe, looking up underneath the skirt. That was
I missed
Ferris
that.
Bueller. Well, no,
that's
I mean,
an interesting episode of Leave It to Beaver.
Was that that was a very specific analogy? That was
Well, I had a guy in junior high that was doing that.
I don't remember that episode,
Yeah,
but
Bob
okay.
Liker. Sorry, Bob.
Well, Leggy had another. He has had multiple quirky little interactions with Sean, hasn't he?
He's the only guy that calls him out, though.
So here we go. This is how the presser ended last night.
Just curious, what do you mean by Ferris Bueller?
Oh, it's just funny.
Yeah, I mean, just personality, or I'm just asking.
Yeah, Ferris is kind of quirky, doing his own thing once in a while. I mean, I don't know. Did you watch the movie? Have you ever seen it?
I'm your age. Yeah.
He's still got a little Ferris Bueller in him. I mean, he's got some. We
Mischievous.
Not that, maybe a little bit, kind of subtly. Look, there are times where you send something in, and then I don't want it flipped, and then it gets flipped because and so it's all good. He works his tail off, and I am that way, and so it just is what it is, and yeah. That's it.
The hesitation of Sean. We went into a deeper dive. I think Ferris Bueller is actually Sean talking about himself transferring on to Bo, but we don't need to go over all that again. We did it earlier in the show if you really want to go back and listen to it. What the bigger issue is, though, is the confrontation and how Bo responded, right? Whether he's Ferris Bueller or not. How about the guy standing up or whatever he did? How would you interpret that entire sequence?
The broadcast did a good job of tying back Drew Brees' advice to Bo Nix, right? But that Sean's going to be very demanding of you, and you need to be demanding back of him. So I thought that was fascinating to hear that tied back in, especially as we're all sitting here thinking about last year with Russ and what happened with him when Russ just took it and looked like he had the deer in the headlights look on him. And you saw Bo Nix go out there and look like a dude that was not afraid of a moment. That was my takeaway of it, is he's not afraid of a coach that's going to be mad at him. And I hope that translates on the field as well. You know, Sean Payton, it was just last week that Sean Payton said, I wish you could all take Bo Nix out to dinner to get to know this guy's confidence. I don't think we needed to take him out to dinner. I think we all just figured it out in real time watching it.
I think it was more, I've taken enough crap that he doesn't know what he's talking about, and he's wrong on this, and I'm going to tell him he's wrong.
This early in his career.
Well, if he's a leader that everybody has said he is, he played 61 college games. It's been his team. Yeah, I mean, I think leaders are leaders, and I think he just had enough and said no.
Well, the comparison to this and Russell Wilson last year is glaring.
Isn't it unbelievable, like, that we actually have this side-by-side comparison of what happened to Russ last year and then seeing this? Like, it's nearly identical, the moment.
And I told you guys this earlier this year that was a test moment for Russell Wilson that he failed. And that was the straw that broke the Russ back, the camel's back in Denver. And he was going to go there again, and he didn't. This guy said no. That's not who I am. But it also shows you listen, I think Russ is a better quarterback right now, and Russ is on the backside of a career. But I think Bo just showed you he's a better leader than Russ right now.
And the question is, and Vic Lombardi said, listen, somebody's got to ask Sean, if you can, if I could, like, do you appreciate that? Well, sure enough, Sean had another presser. And why they have these pressers, like there's one after the game and then there's one the next morning, got me. I don't know, but they do it. And so here we go from earlier this morning.
Coach, on the Ferris Bueller moment, what does it say that he's not afraid to speak up? Do you like that quality and that characteristic?
Absolutely. All good. All good. It's the heat of the moment. It's the game. It's competitive. He's fiery, and look, we're in the business of passion. We're looking for passion, and we're looking for people who have passion for the game, not other things. And I think that it's so important to him. I loved his response, and shoot, we're on to the next play, and just, it's nothing.
Yeah, that was
good pickup. I did not catch that. I've heard it a couple. That's a good pickup.
Which proves what I just said. He was testing Russ, and Russ failed the test.
Absolutely, a shot at Russ. That Russ had passion. He just thought he had passion for the wrong things.
Other things.
Would you stop kissing the babies and shaking the hands?
Oh,
right?
That's really good.
100% a shot at Russ there. So what does this moment do? When you have a moment like this, Scott and I have talked about, I won't rehash the stories, but in my experience, it changed my relationship for the better forever with my coach. But I don't think that like I would actually say I did have a strained relationship with my coach at the time when it happened, right? And it changed for the better. I don't think that Bo Nix had a strained relationship with Sean Payton. If anything, I think he had a pretty good relationship with him, and that's why he felt comfortable doing it. But so what changes? For me, it changed the relationship for the better. In this situation, I don't think the relationship is changing. I think what it might do is it might be a moment for Sean Payton where he looks at Bo Nix, he says, you know what? Time to pull the reins off here a little bit. Time to let this guy go out there and play some ball.
Maybe.
I agree.
But this right here, Bo Nix became a man, and now when you say he has a house in Castle Rock and a wife.
Castle Pines.
Big
difference.
I have no idea. That he has a house in Castle Pines and a wife, you're like, yeah, he's a man.
He's a man, and this is why it's a difference. When you're living out there in Castle Pines, you're focused on football. You're not living now. Sean lives in Cherry Creek.
Yeah, no doubt.
But he's got a wife, Skylene, you got to keep, the mama's got to be happy, and I'm going to do whatever I'm going to do. But Bo Nix, although it's expensive, he's living out where you're just focused on one thing.
Yeah.
Russ, who freaking knows, man? You're buying the most expensive house in Cherry Hills. You're opening up stores in the airport. You're doing all sorts of crazy
Russ
stuff.
is I'm going to show you I'm the celebrity in town.
Correct.
Instead of the quarterback in town.
And you know what? I'm going to challenge you on that, and you back down like a little,
And probably been better served, but I think Russ is at the point of his career he's not going to listen to anybody, that he probably should have been out in Castle Pines himself and stayed out to himself, stayed quiet, to have his own business. And when Sean challenged him, he should have got back in Sean's face.
Do you know how nice a $5 million home in Castle Pines is? It's unbelievable. But not Russ. No. Wasn't good enough for us. Listen, man, I just think it was oil and water between those two. But you picking up on that, we want somebody who has a passion for football, not other things.
Yeah. But with that, I mean, that's just another signal. There was a signal also of him banning social media and not wanting to do this. And I mean, he was sending signals of that all the time. They thought Russ was about the periphery and not the target. And I think he was. And when he got challenged, he didn't do anything. That was the end. That was the end right there. They should have benched him that next game.
Do you think he was talking about Justin Simmons in that sentence right there too?
No.
Oh, explain that one.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm guessing.
I don't.
I'm trying to guess.
Wait, with which line?
Your passion for football, not passion for other things.
No.
Who else was he talking about?
I think he was talking about one dude and one dude alone.
That's it?
He's talking about a quarterback. He's talking about, yes.
He was talking about
Russell
Mr.
Wilson.
Fabulous.
So Simmons was just a financial deal?
I think it was a no one over there is going to challenge me and financial, yeah.
Well, what was Simmons' passions that got in the way of football?
Well, I think I don't think that's an issue. I think Simmons was about being, Justin Simmons. A lot of hey, listen, I'm just doing a heat check here in terms of who's what and, what's going on.
Who had a microphone if they spoke? And Simmons probably could have. But Russ wasn't shying from the microphone. Even when he came out and talked when he was the second string quarterback, Remember in the one locker room when he came
That
out.
was an amazing day.
He was always searching the microphone.
Do you know the PR people did not know what day, if at all, Russ was ever going to talk? And Russ had given off signals that he wasn't going to talk at all. And then that reversed in the course of one day. Actually, it was in the course of like 3 hours. It was an interesting moment, man. There was a lot of drama behind that, Russ is going to talk sort of deal.
Yeah.
And he didn't have to.
But again, here's the interesting thing. If that was a challenge thrown out there, and I got the issues, and listen, Russ played better last year than he did with Hackett, right? I mean, he was better.
Dude, they won 5 games in a row, bro. They
Yeah.
beat the Chiefs.
Yeah, and 25-9, his picks were down.
You beat the Bills on a Monday night game in Buffalo.
Yeah.
My God.
If he stands up for himself, does that relationship change?
Oh, that is a great question.
I think it does.
That is a hell of a
I
question.
do. I mean, sometimes you don't know. Sometimes the relationship is always, it's just so damaged that potentially it goes the wrong way. I don't know how it could go any more wrong than it already was. But I do think that Sean Payton flat out respects Spine. And he looked at it and he did not see Spine in that moment.
He saw a guy
Great
that
question.
was pretty and living the celebrity life that didn't have Spine.
Yeah.
And I think he would have been okay with the celebrity life. I mean, 11 years in the league kind of gives you that honor. You married a Grammy-winning singer, whatever, but have Spine with it too.
Okay. Tom Brady was married to a pretty famous person.
Yeah, but did he have Spine?
Hell yeah, he had Spine. You think Tom Brady's going to sit there and have his coach yell at him like that? He's married to a famous person.
And Peyton Manning wasn't married to a famous person, but he was doing tons of commercials.
Peyton Manning would have never taken crap like that. Not in a. And you know what? They would have hashed it out relatively quickly. And what happened, by the way, they had that emotional moment. There was more emotion on the bench. And then when they came back to the TV, Bo Nix is smiling. Everything's like.
Well, that's why everybody kept saying that it went on for like 5 minutes. But when you watch the TV copy, and maybe Bo got happy and then he got mad again. But when you watch the TV copy, he goes immediately from the argument down to the sideline and he's laughing and smiling with the guys. So I was like, how did that go 5 minutes?
Well, I know how it went specifically. TV played a replay of the confrontation. They went to a commercial break. And then they came back live to Bo. Between the time they went to the replay, a commercial break, that was about 5 time-wise minutes. But in TV land, it felt like that. It really did settle. It was about 5 minutes, but then it settled back by the time they came back from it live on TV. That's why.
And I don't know.
It was
because
quick. It was
I
quick.
was told he was over there chirping to teammates.
He was.
And I had one guy say, well, I think he was getting all his teammates. And I go, I think he was going, F that, blah, blah, blah. He's going to tell him.
Well, no, Sean was over there. Sean was over there with him on the bench.
Well,
He was right there.
Sean was chirping.
So he was
They were all
chirping at
kinda-
Sean for 5 minutes?
They were all just, it was all like.
Who was chirping at who?
It was a chirp fest. There was
now-
chirping going back and forth. When Sean went away, Bo kind of was like, all right, whatever. It kind of settled down like that.
But I'm telling you, if he's doing it in front of his teammates go,
yeah,
we got your back, bro.
Okay.
You're right. Listen, his play is going to determine the success Bo Nix has for the next 10, 15, 20 years, whatever it is. That's going to be talent and his ability. That being said, he won the locker room yesterday. The locker room is his, both sides of the football, and they are now in this thing together.
We are going to break down Booger Pickens and Eaton from Gardner Minshew, as well as the other top stories in the NFL. Let's Football Goes coming up next. Hey, what's going on? It is DMAC for Old Chicago. They were founded in Boulder in 1976, and they've been perfecting pizza and libations ever since. Now they've got a great deal. The buy one, get one. Come on. Let's go for a threefer. That's right. This is the deal you've never had before. Can't believe it. 3 of your favorites for only $10.99. $10.99. Choose from cheesy, scratch-made pizza and calzones, a signature burger, or spaghetti with sausage. Then you throw on a salad, a decadent dessert. It's a threefer like no other, a 3-course meal, just $10.99. So get what you want at Old Chicago. perfecting pizza since 1976 in Boulder. And you can find your local Old Chicago simply by going to oldchicago.com.
Perfect.
I dropped back and threw it to the other team. I said, "I love you." He said he loved me back. He's got some moxie, man. He's got a little attitude there that's pretty appealing. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. It's mountainhighappliance.com. I'm going to tell you this, bro. I know it might feel stupid wearing sunglasses, but looking at Dan Bud Squints Tanner, Squints especially today, it ain't a bad look, man. I'm telling you. To look across the glass and see Dan just wearing them glasses.
Well, anything that hides about half his face is helpful.
Can I say something? That's Friday from about 3:15 till Monday. It's usually off about Monday as soon as he walks in at 11.
I say bring back the classic helmets and just wear the sunglasses all the time, Prime. First story.
Hey, if the Broncos keep winning, I'll keep wearing the shades on Monday. How about that?
I like it. Go for it.
Yeah. All right, let's hear from Bo Nix. This is a cut we haven't heard yet. So let me just ask you guys this question before I play this. Was the deep pass to Troy Franklin catchable, yes or no?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Tyler?
Yeah, very catchable. I don't think it was like I would agree with Bo what he said after the game.
Well, let's hear from what Bo said.
But hold on, didn't Troy Franklin drop like 2 passes a day in practice and training?
We talked about it. We had the conversation. Go ahead, Dan.
So it looked catchable to me. Here is Bo Nix after the game talking about that deep pass to Troy Franklin. Okay, so is that Bo just sort of sticking up for his college teammate, or do you really believe he believes that he could have thrown a better ball?
It was a perfectly thrown ball.
Oh.
Both things are true. In my opinion, both things actually are true. I don't think Bo Nix could have done anything better. If it was 1 yard less, it would have been perfect. But like we're literally looking for like a yard of a difference. But I do think it was just challenging enough that I'm not ticked off at Franklin for dropping the ball. It was a tough catch that a lot of receivers will come down with, and a lot of receivers will drop.
If you're an NFL receiver, you got to make that catch.
Mm-hmm. You're a professional receiver, correct?
I think Bo was honest in what he just say. He was surprised that Franklin got to the ball because if you go back and watch it, he let everything go that he could let.
Everything he had.
That was red line pass for Bo, and I think it was going to be maybe we get lucky or it's incomplete, but I think he was surprised Franklin could catch it. That being said, Franklin got to catch that if he wants to play.
Hey, my dad used to say it to me. It was pretty simple. Did you touch it? Then you can catch it.
As it was happening, first of all, he was so open by NFL standards. It was unreal. Like in the press box, because it was happening right in, like literally coming right down. It was like, whoa. Like guys just aren't that open in the NFL hardly ever. Total breakdown with whatever defensive coverage they had, and Bo saw it right away. I think us catching that ball, that's tough. We're running full speed. The ball is he put it way up in the air. But I'm sitting next to Mike Sanford, and he's just like, no, you just got to catch it. That's just who you are. You are a professional receiver. And this is the problem we had with Mims and Franklin in training camp, guys. This was it. It was inconsistent at best out of them.
I didn't see Mims drop one that easy in training camp. I just never saw him ever open to get a pass to him. But I saw Franklin drop to a practice.
I think you guys are assuming a little too much in how many people would catch that ball. It was a great throw. I'm not saying Bo Nix could have done anything different. I'm honestly not. I just think it's still a bit of a tough catch.
Okay.
Why was it tough?
Man, it's
over the shoulder in both your hands,
running at full speed.
I get it, but I'm not putting anything on Bo Nix here. I think he put that ball exactly where he needed to put it, but it's just right there on your fingertips. You're just like you're fully extended.
Well,
it's not neat. It's not.
Here's where I say he could have done different. He could have lasered it to about the 12, between the 20 and 10,
right,
on a dime right to him, catch it on the run, walk in. I think he saw it was wide open, as you pointed.
Put it up
and
there.
He,
Catch it.
He redlined that throw.
Yeah.
And I do think he was a little surprised, probably why he said, what he said. I think he was surprised that and it shows in Little Town that Franklin could get there.
He's being a nice guy by saying what he said there. Come on, man.
He
give me a break.
redlined that throw. That's got to be on a frickin' dart at about the 15-yard line.
I don't think so. I think he actually. All right.
Well, the problem was he took way too long to get there. But I don't even know if he was even supposed to be in the progression. Like he might have just gotten there at the end of the throw, and that's why it took so long.
Was that before or after the hauler?
That was after. That was right before. It was right before.
That is the hauler. That's
now
there was
if
the
he's hollering
back
because
snap, and then there
he
was that
threw
one.
it to him and he shouldn't have thrown it to him. And he should have taken the under route or whatever. Then Sean Payton's stupid.
Yeah, I think it's the flipping
No,
thing. I
it's
felt
not
like
the
it was.
He was open. What
No,
is he?
no.
Guys, they told us exactly what they wanted. They wanted Troy Franklin to the boundary. That's what Sean Payton wanted. Bo Nix literally told us exactly what it was about. He put Troy to the other side, and Sean wanted him to the boundary.
And he was wide open, so it was a great choice by the quarterback.
I think so too, but it wasn't what Sean wanted right then and there. But that was the nature of the problem with Russell Wilson. It was the same thing. And the yelling at Russell Wilson wasn't about the first or the last play. It was about an earlier play in that sequence when they were in the red zone. And he was pissed that Russell had checked out of something or changed something or whatever, and Russ just sat there and took it, and Bo didn't. It was actually,
why is
kind of a
Bailey
good
not
moment.
playing?
Talking to some muggles behind the scenes, they don't think he's quite ready. Although he's
Is
healthy.
Troy Franklin ready? Is Marvin Mims ready?
I was told Vele it's more of a health thing than anything.
Oh, okay.
Like
if you're referring to he's not quite healthy enough.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that he's not. They want him to play. They love Vele. They just don't think he's quite there. You know what? Of course, Max Crosby played. Of course, you could play. I mean, if you have to play.
We talked about Crosby going to play because he knows there's certain teams you always get by, and he got 2 sacks early.
Yep.
Yeah, Toradol's an amazing drug. That's officially my thing. Well, we got more on that. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, let's hear from Max XX Crosby after the game. So apparently,
Triple X Crosby,
Double X Crosby was not happy with the guys on the Pat McAfee show.
Oh,
so I
this
guess
is
leading
funny.
up to the week, the guys were saying,
Well, was it the Pat McAfee?
It was a guest.
It was, yeah.
I
guest
don't
on the
know
Pat
what guest it
McAfee
was,
show.
but it was clear it was a guest.
Essentially saying that, what are you doing playing on a high ankle sprain coming into this game, especially with the situation that the Raiders are in. Now, this is about 90 seconds, so feel free to.
Well, they were also saying he wanted out. That's what he was really getting ticked off
that as
about.
well. So let me know when you want to cut this off. But Max Crosby in the Raiders locker room post game, very annoyed with somebody.
And then I got to hear these, clowns that talking online and talking on the Pat McAfee show saying, something's going on, and they're speaking for me, saying I should be on the sideline when I got a high ankle sprain. You know what I mean? And these clowns they're sitting on the couch talking about what I should be doing. But the reality is I'm gaining yardage and trying to get right, and so I can get back on the field. Everybody knows my intentions, and they try to speak for me. When if you speak to me and you know what's going on, then we could have a conversation. But don't speak on my name. You know what I mean? When you don't know what's going on.
We get it, and I don't. He's not talking about Pat McAfee. It's somebody who's on Pat's show.
Yeah.
What's your question about it?
I just wanted a heat check on where the Raiders are at.
Well,
disaster.
Here's the storyline. Devontae Adams wants out, and people were making a storyline that
Max
Crosby wants out also.
Okay.
And that's why he wasn't on the sideline,
Gotcha.
because there's drama brewing with him as well.
Max Crosby doesn't want out. I mean, he wants to play.
That dude's built to be a Raider.
Yeah, he's like a Garrett Bowles, sort of in it forever,
Well, although it's kind of nice seeing Crum come in.
For a play?
Couple plays, yeah. Not much.
How about this?
He had 2 snaps.
How about they brought him in, and the first play they bring him in, they pass protection right off the bat.
Yeah.
Sitting there for an hour and a half, and also
Been there, done that.
come in
Bad
there, pass
feeling.
protection.
Did
okay.
Palczewski missed quite a bit though, and Parrott came in. I guess that's how you say it.
Alex has been doing a tremendous job in the last 2 games. Got humbled a little bit by Max Crosby. Max will do that to you.
He'll do it to you. I mean, he's a world-class player. And when they ship him off for first-round picks for Shedeur, he'll have a warm spot in everybody's heart. And everybody will be very excited in Vegas to have Shedeur there with Prime.
Winning 5 games.
Oh, I didn't say it was going to work. I just said it's going to happen.
Oh.
Having it work? I can't believe it's working as well as it is in Boulder right now. We'll see. We're about to get, I can't wait to get into this week. This is going to be awesome.
Big 12.
Oh, man.
Big 12's not looking so hot. It's looking all right for them Buffaloes.
So
okay. All right, you think so?
If Prime goes to Raiders, does he bring Shermer as his offensive coordinator?
I think so. And he brings Livingston with him as well as the DC. These are pro guys, and Sapp goes too. These are pro guys coaching in a college system. He likes pro football. They all go. They all go. Don't tell me you can't see it happening.
No dumb question. Prime leaves after this year. How many games will Buff win next year?
Let's focus on now.
Well, it's not going to be pretty, unfortunately.
Can't we just enjoy the moment?
We really should enjoy the moment because this may be it. You're never going to have this again, man. CU is never going to have this again.
Do you guys realize?
You get Juju to come, and he's
ain't
still on the table.
Juju's coming to Boulder if Prime's in Vegas?
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
If Prime's there, all doors are open.
Yeah.
Prime is there because he's the world's greatest recruiter. Anything can happen. But if he's coaching Vegas with Shedeur, next story, Dan.
All right, let's check in on the Cincinnati Bengals. That was a thrilling overtime loss for them yesterday against the Baltimore Ravens. Here's Joe Burrow on the Bengals not being a championship team this year.
We're not a championship level team right now. We're not. I like to think that, we'll come back and improve throughout the season to get to that point. But right now we are not, and we have to get better.
Is it frustrating that you're 5 weeks in, it's still not at that level that you all thought it might be going into the season?
Yes.
Are the Bengals the biggest surprise, in your guys' opinion, through the first 5 weeks of the season?
I don't know. Ravens are pretty interesting. Bills
They're
are
1-4.
pretty interesting. It feels like this is the least surprising thing that happens every year. The Bengals come out to a slow start. This feels like what the Bengals do.
If they go on a 5-game tear, I will not be surprised whatsoever. I agree with you, Tyler. Ravens are a good team, man. That was a hell of a game.
Joe Burrow should never have gotten frosted tipped hair. Shouldn't have done it.
Yeah. I think the Bengals will bounce back, man.
I think I'm going to do that. How do you think they'll look on me?
Fantastic. You tidied up your beard.
Yeah, you should frost the beard.
No, Tyler definitely did some work on the beard this weekend.
Yeah.
You want to give us
the beard? Still haven't touched the hair.
It looks way better. Did you get it? Did you do it yourself, or you go somewhere to get that done?
No, I went to my guy.
Yeah, you look good.
AC, Alfred.
Do you guys happen to know at all what Joe Burrow's stats are?
I can look it up.
I'm sure they're good.
Top of my head.
12 touchdowns, 2 picks.
Yeah, I'm sure they're good.
And you're 1-4.
Right.
Yeah,
Would I want Joe Burrow? Hell yeah.
Yeah, he's
392, 232, 324, 258. The first game they lost, New England, he only had 164.
If you had Joe Burrow on your fantasy team this weekend, you're pretty happy. That's for sure. But,
5 touchdowns.
Dan, you have Joe Burrow on your fantasy team? Do you really?
Well, one of them.
Nobody
yeah.
cares. Next story.
All right, let's hear from somebody you guys might care about. Jaden Daniels, the Commanders, 4-1.
Oh, man.
By the way, Deshaun Watson and the Browns, they have some questions that need to be answered. But here's Jaden Daniels on scoring 30 points despite, according to him, not playing their cleanest game.
That's just a testament to how we were able to persevere through our adversity and battle through some things. Like Kerry said, man, we left some stuff out there on the table a lot. So I'm happy to get back and watch the film. It's always better to go back and review stuff after a win, but, we got to improve.
All right, just thoughts on Jaden through his first 5 weeks in the NFL, and are the Commanders, in your guys' mind, the favorites to win the NFC East?
I think he's the NFL MVP right now, so that's pretty good. I guess I would have never anticipated that in the beginning of the year, but look at that division.
Yeah, you just look who's in there, man. I mean, the Giants got to win this weekend against the Seahawks, which they're going to be mad about at the end of the year. Eagles are being the Eagles. Cowboys got to win last night against the Steelers, but boy, did they try everything in their power to lose that football game. Did you guys watch that?
Which one? Sorry.
The Cowboys-Steelers last night?
Yeah, I watched. Well, I eventually, yes.
Right,
but yes.
But they tried everything in their power to lose that game. Yeah, the Commanders are far and away the leaders in the clubhouse in the NFC East.
I love watching Jaden Daniels, man. The kid is, he's for real.
Two average first games, been pretty good last 3. But MVP over Sam Darnold?
So
it's close. It's a good conversation.
The betting odds on MVP today Patrick Mahomes plus 240, Josh Allen 275, Lamar Jackson 1,000. He's pretty low on the list.
Well, I know.
Well, that's
and yet they're 5-0.
4-1.
No, I was talking about Darnold and Vikings.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Darnold's 5-0.
There's some really fun NFL stories right now. Darnold is a big one. Jane Daniels is a big one. Rookie quarterbacks, 3-2 for the Bears, 3-2 for the Broncos.
Caleb figured it out this weekend.
4-1 for the Commanders. So your 3 starting quarterbacks are what? How's my math there? 10-5. That is unbelievable, fellas. That is unbelievable. So, and the fact that the Broncos are part of that is great. Okay. We will break down Gardner Minshew. Did he pick it? Did he eat it? Details next.
Hey, relationships matter in life, and that's why I keep buying all my cars. My friends over at Phil Long Ford, I've got a tremendous relationship over there. I trust them. I know them. I love them. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you're going to have a relationship for life. Go check out Phil Long Ford this weekend. Do it today. Heck, it's Monday. Do it today if you want to. If you're in the market for a new car, truck, van, SUV, new or pre-owned electric vehicles, it's there at Phil Long Ford. The inventory is as strong as it has ever been. So I'm talking one-stop shop, and don't drive all over the state of Colorado. Go to one car dealership, Phil Long Ford, and find that new vehicle of your dreams. The interest rates are solid, incentive deals are great, and they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with my friends at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful vehicle for a long, long time. Listen, if you've not given a test drive to one of those electric vehicles, you're missing out. You got to try the new Ford Mach-E Mustang. Try that F-150 Lightning. These are special vehicles that will probably change your mind. No matter what your opinion is of electric vehicles, it'll probably change your mind. They are fun, they're fast, and they are great vehicles to drive. So go check out Phil Long Ford today. You can shop for the comfort of your own home. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and find them online at phillongford.com.
What are you going to do at quarterback? Will AOC be starting next week?
I don't know. I haven't answered that one yet.
Antonio Pierce doesn't know. He doesn't know what he's doing. It's so funny. It's great. I'm glad they kicked the Raiders' ass, man. Thank God that stupid thing is over. And that wasn't like the pathetic, like John Gruden going for 2 and Shelby Harris knocking it down. You win, but you know, what is that? That was just an old-fashioned. We're going to line up second half at least and just plow you.
Yeah, if you're being honest, how are you feeling at halftime? Not good.
I was fine. I wasn't freaking out like so many other. I was fine.
Once they closed out the half and they did get the 3 points, I felt a whole lot better. But leading up to that, it felt like, here we go again, man.
First quarter in particular.
Yeah.
Mark Mosier's putting out texts. We got to have conversations. He's calling me at halftime. He's freaking out. I'm like, Mosier, calm down.
He's drinking.
It was pretty
He's
funny.
drinking again? Is that what you're saying?
Well, because he calls, and Sanford's sitting right next to me, and Vic, do you know what Vic did? This is so funny. Do you know his whole thing, what he did yesterday?
No.
Oh, it's a riot. So he did buy tickets for the game with his lovely wife, okay? As it turned out, though, his tickets were actually really close to the press box where he sits, but they were just, like, down and just over, like 2 sections. Like, I could see where he was sitting, that type of thing. He drops her off. She doesn't have a press credential, but he does. He goes, I'll see you in the seats, because he wanted to get the press box food.
So he goes in there and
That's just
eats.
smart.
He comes in, and he sits next to me, and he's got a full plate of, I mean, let me tell you, the press box food, boy, has that gone up like 1,000 notches. It's really, really good. And he's sitting there eating, and I'm going, Vic, where's your wife? He goes, I think she's sitting over there somewhere. I go, what are you talking about? Yeah, and I had to go in a different entrance, too, because he can't come in the same entrance as her because your credential gets you in. Like, he just said, I'll see you. And she goes, oh, yeah, she's going to be really pissed. He came and just sat down and ate.
Hey, that's saving him about $60-$70 right there.
Did he not bring her a hot dog or something?
I don't know if he put a plate together, but guess when the second time I saw Vic was?
Halftime.
Halftime for more food. Then he goes to me, oh, and can you just carry my bag down to the press thing, afterwards? I go, sure, I'll carry your bag down, no big deal. So I carried his little backpack down to the press thing because he didn't want to bother with taking it. But Vic was on this morning just talking about how great it was to be sitting with the fans. Which maybe it was, but it was pretty great to go to the bathroom, have food at halftime for free, pregame meal, and have somebody carry your bag around.
Sounds like a smart man to me.
Yeah.
Sounds like Vic.
So what happened with Moj? What were you teasing there?
Okay, so Moj is calling, maybe. I got him on speakerphone, but we are in the press box, and it's, a certain amount of decorum, but I want to hear Moj, put him on speaker. He starts cursing like a sailor left and right. I got to take him off speakerphone. I go, Moj. Oh, I didn't know. I'm like, okay, fine. But he was like, we got to have a conversation. He was trying to justify coming to these conclusions about everything, despite the fact it was only the first half and the Broncos were winning.
Yeah, I don't know about the have a conversation thing because there's no conversation to be had the entire year, even if Bo Nix sucked, even if he continued to suck. There's no conversation. You just play the dude.
Here's what it is. There's the Brock Bowers crew out there, Tyler. There's the Brock Bowers people.
Andy and Nate, they in town?
They are at the Hofbrau, and they are Brock Bowers people, both of them. Can't wait to hear what they got to say. Because Brock Bowers had a really good game yesterday.
He's a good player.
He's a good player. They had a really good game. They got their ass kicked. That's what happened yesterday. That's what you do with a really great tight end compared to needing a quarterback. All right, you ready to break down Gardner Minshew picking his nose?
Yeah.
Dan, do we have video of this? Okay. Watch this move and break it down. Did he pick it and eat it? All right.
He's on the bench. There's Aiden O'Connell.
We're watching this in slow motion, Dan.
Well, we got to find out. We got to see was there actually a booger.
There's a quick.
There he is. There he is.
There's
the pick. That's a clear pick.
Hold on. Is that the stash or?
And they eat.
There's the pick.
Hold on. Is it the stash or is it the nose?
All right, Dan, can you go back a little bit?
Rewind.
He ate a booger.
Let's go back to the pick and the eat.
He ate a booger.
I think we saw him just pick it and eat it.
Hell, who cares? He ate a booger.
Yeah, he ate a booger.
All right, well, we can break it down. There's the clever pick. right? Right there. He's got it in.
So he's picking with his thumb.
And
Is
right
what you're saying?
to the-
I think he's pulling the stash.
No, Tyler. Really? Are you being serious?
He's the dude ate a booger. Sure.
He mouse
Sorry to
open.
mention you ate a booger.
He ate a booger.
Yeah, he got caught picking and eating.
Yep, ate a booger. Got Raider booger for sure.
Guy code. Good with that? Not good with that.
Geico.
I don't think
Guy code.
I don't think I've ever eaten a booger in my life.
You've never done that.
I don't think I've. Yes, I picked my nose.
Never ate it.
I've
Never
never once eaten a booger.
Never did that. Oh, what did he eat it or not?
I
Every
don't
kid's
think he
eating a
picked.
booger.
I don't even think he was picking his nose.
Every
Wow.
kid's eating a booger.
I think he was. I listen, as a stash guy, I understand this. I'm constantly doing this. I mean, you're getting stuff out of it. I think he was adjusting the stash.
Okay. Did he pick it and eat it?
Pick and eat.
Dan, did he pick and eat?
Of course.
Pick and eat?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's
Absolutely.
a lot more fun if you ate a booger. He ate a booger.
No, if you don't think he picked
No,
and
he
ate
ate,
it,
he ate a booger.
I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, all right. I mean, lie detector. Have you ever eaten a booger?
Oh, hell yeah, of course. What time is it?
Every kid has.
Yeah, well, even,
All
whatever.
right. Since as an adult, have you ever eaten a booger?
Not that I can think of.
Oh, I've definitely consumed. I mean, is there something wrong with eating a booger?
Well, that's protein.
No dumb question.
Is it?
I mean, I guess,
DNA.
should I be embarrassed that,
Mucus? Well, it depends what you have. Maybe you like that glass of milk you had the night before.
I know Dan's a booger eater.
Oh, duh. I guarantee you, if there,
none of your businesses.
I get bloody boogers though, so that'd be kind of gross.
Yeah, that's gross. Although
there are vampires.
I got a feeling like just admitting that I consume boogers is
But you do it as
you're
an
doing
adult.
it playfully, so you're doing that thing where you're trying to make us think that you don't do it, but we know that you actually do.
Oh no, I'm just saying I eat boogers.
What does a booger taste
You
like?
don't eat boogers now.
It's a little slimy. Oh yeah, sure.
Stop.
You gotta
Stop.
Yeah, that's all right.
Stop. I'm not even playing the game with you.
smell your
Don't do
food
that.
before you eat it?
No. Do I smell my food?
Yeah.
No. Why would I smell my food before? I mean, it
Well,
just
if it smells bad, do you want to eat it?
I'll give it a shot.
This isn't even funny to me.
Like, if you got a glass
this
of
little
milk,
bit
you
about
don't know,
eating
don't you just
boogers,
smell the
not
milk
even
first?
funny.
Really? No? All right. Dan, you?
When I was a kid, yeah. Not
Okay.
now.
Not now.
Do you smell your food before you eat it sometimes?
Yeah.
Did you ever keep a booger wall though next to the bed?
That's disgusting.
A little booger wall, just.
I
on the booger
in
wall.
8th grade, joined a club. Me and my buddies since passed away.
Booger
it
eaters
came out.
unite.
Well, we call ourselves the Minor 49ers. And we tried to see who could pick the biggest booger throughout the year.
There you go.
Love that concept.
Yeah. So we had a contest who could get the biggest
Well,
bug.
then you had to keep it, right?
Well,
You
if
had
you,
to
if you
enshrine
did
it.
it at home, yeah, you'd get a little
'Cause you had to
napkin, you
prove
put
it.
it in, and you have to bring it in. Yeah.
Well, that's just disgusting.
We want to
I'm
thank
actually
our
vomiting right now.
Thank our friends at Revitalized Health.
We're also part of the Neon Gas Club.
Visit them at revitalize-health.com.
I can only imagine.
All right. What a great day. What a great day. Fun show. It'll be very interesting what the Brock Bowers crew has to say about this. Tough moment for the Brock Bowers crew.
Yeah, but you know what? Brock Bowers and Zach Wilson might have looked good together.
I think you just gave Nate and Andy something to chew on.
Could have got both.
They are live at the
Brock first.
Hofbrau for Monday Night Football. That's coming up next here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Look, we're in the business of passion. We're looking for passion, and we're looking for people who have passion for the game, not other things.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Bulls back out there at left tackle for this 3rd and 3 snap. And this one goes back to the quarterback. Nix looking deep. Oh, he's got Franklin wide open, and he can't pull it in. Troy Franklin had 5 yards on any Raider, and it slipped right through his hands.
Bo Nix heated. Words of advice from Drew Brees. Sean Payton is going to be very demanding with you. You have to be demanding right back. There's part of that relationship. And let me tell you, you have to have respect. You're going to have these things happen during the course of the game. When you step between the white lines and you're competitive, you will need to be demanding of Sean back because he's going to demand a lot from you.
It's part of the deal. Listen, last year all of a sudden it's just, there's still a little bit of Ferris Bueller in this player that we got to get rid of. All right, talking about Bo, and I love him to death. And so sometimes it's my love language. All right?
Can you say what it was about?
No. Absolutely not.
This isn't over yet, Buster. Do you read me? Loud and clear, Mr. Peterson. Call me sir, damn it. Yes, sir. That's better. Now you just mind your P's and Q's, Buster, and remember who you're dealing with.
Bueller. Ferris Bueller. Yeah, well, he turned and looked at me and said, I love you, and I turned and said, I love you back.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
You think that's really what they said?
No.
Nah, I don't think so either. No, I don't think that's actually what they said at all. Welcome in, everybody. We're live at Hofbrau, 92nd and Wadsworth. It is Monday. It's a football Monday. Monday Night Football tonight, New Orleans and Kansas City. Oh, Chiefs better win this game tonight, Andy. They got a team hot on their tail.
That's
in
right.
The AFC West.
Yeah.
Look out for those Denver Broncos tonight, folks. That's right. Oh, 3-2, won 3 games in a row. One of the best defenses in football. Pat Surtain, we were talking last week. Does Pat Surtain have an honest-to-God shot at Defensive Player of the Year? We were told by multiple people no. How's everyone feeling about it today?
Yeah, now you got to pick 6.
Pick
Do that
6.
a couple more times.
100 yards.
You're going to have some attention on you.
A 100-yard pick 6, a game-saving pick 6.
Game-changing for sure. There's no doubt about it.
Hey, maybe you come back from 17-3 there, but I don't know.
No.
That's tough.
That got the audience alive.
Sure did.
We heard a few boos at the half for the first time.
I mean, that's a 10-10 game right there. You just you almost did you save your season on that? Is that a la Champ Bailey picking off Drew Brees against San Diego?
I don't know. Maybe
2005.
I don't know. I don't know. It's
massive play.
Nothing is as it seemed it would be as we hit this mark of the season. And we'll see
3-2.
what happens tonight. But not just them. Look, they're 3-2, and they're the first, not the last wild card team. They're not just hanging out right there.
Nope.
They're the first wild card team. Now I get it. There's a ton of season to go.
Is there a bit of football to be played?
There's a lot of football to be played.
Okay.
But who's to say? Look, Josh Allen's already beat up, and it's not even November.
Why did they put him back in the game?
I don't know.
They got the smelling
The
salts?
NFL and their concussion protocol, they got to get some. Did you see them fight with Justin Fields for 10 minutes last night to get him back out of the huddle?
He got annihilated on
God,
that
they
play.
got to think about this stuff. But anyway, I'm just saying, man, it's the Bengals, my Bengals, they're in all sorts of trouble. I know that the old 0-2 and all this are. You got to figure it out with the 17-game season. 1-4 ain't good, and now you got Baltimore's already got one on you. The Chiefs already got one on you. Like, they got key teams they've already lost games to. Bengals are in serious trouble.
Let me give you a little good news on your Bengals. Next 4. At the Giants, at Cleveland, home versus Philly, home against the Raiders.
Yeah, but
you can still salvage that season. The way Burrow's playing right now, you can still salvage that season.
But you got to get some defense.
The decision they're going to have to make is, are they just going to move on from T. Higgins? Are they going to get to a point, because they're not going to sign him beyond this year, are they going to get to a point where it's just like, okay, screw it, it wasn't our year moving?
How long, though, before you get to Zach Robinson, the coach? Isn't that the coach?
Zach Taylor, too.
Is that who it is?
Yeah.
How long before he's done?
What is he thinking? 53-yard field goal.
Every year they start out like this.
Played for a 53-yarder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That
Nathaniel-
was very Nathaniel Hackett.
I know. Hackett thinks that's a brilliant strategy. to win
Hackett
a
thought
game.
you got one more first down than you needed, quite honestly. But yeah, and then how about the whole screwing up of the process of the end of that game was insane. I ended up I had a couple friends come over and we decided we'd try to jump through the commercials.
Okay.
It was enjoyable viewing.
Okay.
So we, in order to further that, we stayed with the Bengals-Ravens overtime.
Good move.
And we did
Fun
not
game.
catch up to the live part of the game until probably late third quarter. And then I wished I could still skip the commercials.
How about Lamar Jackson? You can fumble a snap, you can pick it up,
Yeah.
you can stiff arm a pass rusher twice, and then just throw a casual touchdown to your tight end.
Who, by the way, who had the more mismanaged end of the game? Zach Taylor or your guy,
Sean McDermott?
Sean McDermott, hanging out there. First off, the Texans tried to give that one away.
They sure did.
I don't know what they were doing.
Yep, they sure tried to
But
give
then,
that away.
the Bills decided to say, hold my beer.
Yeah.
Pin
no.
deep.
Yeah, we'll just try and throw the ball 3 times in a row. Now, I know the Texans had all 3 timeouts. I don't know how much of a difference it could have made, but you could have made it a little bit tougher on them. In the very least, you don't keep them with 1 timeout. So what did they pick up, like 5 or 6 yards, whatever it was on that play?
Yeah.
And then they can kick a 59-yard field goal.
Yeah, hey, look, C.J. Stroud played that about as well, almost didn't play it well enough, but he did. They get the win. I'm just saying the whole AFC is upside down. Like none of the NFL is really going the way I thought. Scoring's down a little bit. You have the best defense in the NFL right now.
Everybody scored a touchdown yesterday. Every team that played yesterday did score a touchdown.
Well, that's good. There's an improvement.
So there's a little bit of offense.
No more 10-9.
A little something for you.
How
right
old does Aaron Rodgers look all of a sudden, by the way? Did you see any of that game?
Oh, he's 1,000.
How about where he's army crawling after whatever happened to his ankle? Looking like somebody that had one too many of the old liquid cocaines back in the day.
Not that Brian Flores needed this like as a game plan. But Vance Joseph did give him the blueprint of
and he followed it for at least a half.
Just send the house. Just send the house.
Well,
at
and
the
they
guy
kept
all
doing
day
that,
long.
although this time, instead of the zone blitz you described last week,
Yeah.
they sent the backer and the safety.
Yeah.
And so Brees Hall did have someone to block, but nobody blocked the safety yet again.
Brees Hall's not good, by the way. Oh, that Jets team is an absolute mess right now. And the thing that's wild about that team is, like, their defense is so good. I'd put Denver's defense and the Jets' defense, they're in the same sentence right there, right? In terms of how good they are. The difference is that the Jets are turning the ball over, which is killing them. The Broncos aren't turning the ball over at all, and this is Sean Payton's recipe, and he has fallen into it yet again. It's how he won 5 games in a row last year with Russell Wilson as his quarterback, and it's working again for the Broncos. Take care of the football, defense and run game. Bo's making the throws when he needs to. Troy Franklin, it would help if you caught it. But he's making the throws when you need to. And this is a recipe right here of a team that, Andy, it essentially makes most games a coin flip, but you're in the coin flip every single week, even though this team has payroll issues, has talent deficiency issues, all of those things. None of that has changed. And yet they have found a formula, and Vance Joseph's doing a hell of a job taking advantage of a secondary that has become absolutely elite. And this team, right now, I'm giving them a puncher's chance to go to the postseason.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to make Vegas regret the over-under number
5.5.
there.
Wow.
They're already halfway there, and they may get there. If the way the schedule sets up, they may have that thing clinched. People may be cashing those tickets by Halloween.
Patrick Surtain, I looked it up today because we talked about it last week. Defensive Player of the Year, 66 to 1.
Guy.
66 to 1 was the number last week. He's 11 to 1 today. That's how much that line moved just on the pick six. He had the other interception in the game as well yesterday, and the Broncos pull out that victory. We're smacking behinds after a Broncos win. After, honestly, what turned out to be a comfortable Broncos win. It was a snug first half. But
even into the third quarter.
Into the third quarter. And however, defense did the job. They got some turnovers. They took advantage of it. And, again, it's so tough to win on the road when you give up a defensive touchdown the way that the Raiders did. On that throw, was he trying to throw it to Bowers or Myers? Who was he throwing the ball to?
Bowers. But because
But he
you're
just
talking about the pick six,
Yeah,
right?
but he overshot him by how far?
Well, you got to give credit to Jonah Ellis. Jonah Ellis got
Had the
out
pressure.
there, got the hands up,
Yeah.
and I think it made Minshew throw it a little more
sailed
than he
it.
meant to.
Yeah.
And he got it over Bowers right to PS2 because Myers was on lock. Bowers was the one open.
If he hits Bowers, I think Bowers is walking into the
Right.
corner of the end zone.
Right.
That's a nice, easy touchdown. Instead, he just lofts that thing up and boom, Surtain.
But again, because Ellis is out there,
Yeah.
hands up, makes it tough, and
Had
then
the
he goes
pressure.
and plants him in the ground on the block.
That was great.
So-
Thank God they picked up that flag. Thank God they didn't stick with that penalty. The referees thought better of it and didn't call back the touchdown. That could have been devastating for the Broncos. You never want to wipe out a 100-yard touchdown by a generational talent, and that's what Surtain looks like right now. He looks like
Yeah.
he is a generational talent. The Broncos paid him to be that. He is the best player on this defense. Again, for any Patrick Surtain naysayer out there, what's the game-changing play that he ever made? Well, there it was yesterday.
Well, and you see why they don't throw at him.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. They just don't throw at him. This is why Riley Moss is so important.
Right.
Riley Moss
And he was
showing it
great
again.
yesterday.
He was. Now, look, I whatever. You want to – the Raiders are not very good. We all know it. You did what you should have done. But I don't care. The Broncos haven't done that in the last 4 years, 5 years.
Also,
they finally took care of a game business that they should have taken care of business on.
The Raiders are a team that if things break their way, and things were breaking their way early on in that game, P.J. Locke falls down, Brock Bowers is a monster, goes up, snags that thing, scores a touchdown. If they go up 17-3 on you right there, again, I'm not going to discount the Broncos completely in that situation, but your backs are against the wall big time.
It's not a team designed to go 4 or 5 wide and play shotgun.
Exactly.
A bunch. They need the run game to work it in.
Yes.
Look, the run game's been really good. They need to keep going with Javonte. It's going to get interesting because Audric Estime is eligible to come off the 4-game injury list. So hopefully he'll be able to come back. But when you lean into what you are, and we had said all during camp,
I don't know about what
like
you are,
they
but
can
what
run.
you can do. I'll put it that way. What you actually can do.
Yeah, well, this is, again, they run the football pretty well. You got to give Zach Strief a ton of credit.
Yep.
He's got this line playing well. Even when the backups, we were worried about depth in the O-line. Well, the depth's been tested, and they've done all right.
We got a Frank Crum cameo yesterday.
Yeah, how about that? By the way, did you see Zach Strief? I'm assuming that was Zach Strief next to Sean Payton at one point on the sideline.
Yeah.
Looking like Andre the Giant staring down at Hulk Hogan. Holy cow. Sean was popping off to a lot of people on the sideline yesterday. It didn't appear Strief was one of them.
He had thoughts about things yesterday in that game, including, Bo Nix trying to throw a touchdown.
Did you see
Troy
late
Franklin.
even his special teams coach kind of give him the side-eye of, dude.
We're crushing
Relax.
these guys, okay? We're crushing these dudes. Everything is going your way today.
Yeah.
If you want to do this, do it later and just when you're doing laps around the sushi restaurant.
Right.
Okay?
Call me.
Do this on your own time.
I'll
my
listen
friend.
to you.
Yes.
But not right now, bro. Not right now.
Can we enjoy ourselves a little bit?
Yeah.
Wasn't that what Bo Nix was saying to him of just like, what do you want me to do?
What
do you want me to do?
Leggy told me that,
I had him right in the hands.
Nick's had a conversation with a few teammates, and Cortland had to break it up, and whatever. Dude, what? You know what? Good.
If you threw a touchdown that was dropped, you made the right decision.
Well, what I think is funny, I don't know what he would have been going back and forth with his teammates about. And frankly, you got to be a little bit careful, because I think everyone's got some dirty hands when it comes to the offense, not always, running efficiently.
Sure.
That said, we're seeing that Russ may not have yelled at him on the sideline or whatever, but Russ clearly gave him the old, you know what, I'll do what I think looks good on this play. And I'm glad Bo did a little of that too.
Yeah.
I understand Sean wants his, but Sean needs to understand. You're not, listen, man, the guy was out there, the play got open, he delivered the ball that should have been caught.
Yep.
Maybe this will let them, maybe this again will push the attack a little bit more.
We get it, Sean. Your play calls are precious.
Yeah,
but also that was a touchdown that the kid just
he
left on the
made
board.
the right decision to flip it. It looked to me, and throw it to the guy he threw it to.
I thought he made the right call.
It crossed up the coverage of the Raiders.
Guardians Tigers in progress right now.
It
Watch
still
the game
sounds so weird.
right here at Hofbrau. Nobody can score. The shadows are brutal out there with that start time, so nobody can score right now. It's a strikeout fest. But Tigers and Guardians are going off right now. Monday Night Football tonight. It is a Mexican Monday, so hop out here to the Hofbrau. See us today. We're with you here until 6 o'clock. Kreckman and Lindahl. That's Andy. I am Nate. We'll take a break. When we return, we're smacking rears all over the place after a Broncos convincing victory over the Raiders. That's coming up next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Just went out there, saw Jerry the other day. If you want to go watch a couple videos of all the things he can do, frankly, it was quite educational for me. Got a little Bronco sport in my life last week, literally a week ago, and he was telling me about all the different things you can actually do to that. Now, some of these smaller SUVs, I think a lot of people assume that you can't really do much with them, but it turns out they can do lift kits, they can do ski racks, bike racks, little baskets up top, plenty of things you can still get there if you want to customize it, or maybe you just need a little something extra for the bikes or whatever you got going on with the kids. He's got literally everything. He did the WeatherTech floor liners. I can show you what those will do for your vehicle with the video that's up there now. Check my Instagram, Andy_Lindahl. You find it all right there. The WeatherTech floor mats, now's the time of year to get them. I don't know when, but at some point we've got rain on the way, snow on the way, leaves falling, messy weather, things you don't want to get all over the cabin of your vehicle. I may show you eventually 5 years into mine, and my carpet still looks brand new thanks to those WeatherTech floor liners. They can do bed liners, whatever it is. The bed cover's another thing to look into this type of year. Step rails, remote start kits. You want to maybe do something with the suspension, get the bigger tires, do something with the light bar. He can do it all. His name's Jerry Jones, and the business is called Colorado Off-Road. We love him. He sponsored this show for 5 years. Go by and see him over at 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. That's where the showroom is. COOffroad.com is the website. You can give him a call, 303-761-1264. Just remember, Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Madison the single back. Bryant in motion. Play action. Minshew looking. Throws intercepted by Surtain. Pat Surtain on the run. Nobody's going to catch him. Surtain going all the way for a Denver touchdown.
Well, there's no stepping on the gas. He made a good play. So it wasn't like, he made a real good play. The significance of the play is it's a 10-point play because they're probably in a minimum going to kick a field goal from where it happened at. So that was a huge play for us. And at that point, then all of a sudden now it's 10-7. But that was, again, this game constantly goes back and forth. And when you score on defense, you win 80-some% of the time, and then 3 turnovers to none. But certainly it was a huge play, and at least a 10-point play.
Yeah, Pat Surtain takes it 100 yards to the house. Broncos win 34-18. Yeah, at least a 10-point play. I mean, it's a damn near a 14-point swing in the game right there, the way that things were going. Wild affair yesterday. Nip and tuck in the first quarter, really the entire first half, and then the Broncos just kind of put the hammer down in the second half of that game. Defense dominated the game. Riley Moss had the interception. Surtain got his second pick of the game. Like Sean said, +3 in the turnover margin right there. Raiders are a mess. Obviously the Devontae Adams situation is hanging over that team right now. They switch quarterbacks. In the third quarter, they put Aiden O'Connell in the game. They get Minshew out of there. That team's a little bit of a mess, but hey, credit to the Broncos. They did exactly what they had to do against a team that was messy. And, first smack on the rear, really, Andy, it goes to Patrick Surtain because the Broncos, I know they're 3-2. I know they've won 3 games in a row. This team is not just like flat out good enough to automatically beat a team that they're better than.
Right.
They're just not that good. But Surtain made sure it happened. He saved that game for them yesterday. Made what I think has been the biggest play of the season so far.
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, look, there was no rhythm really for that team in the offense.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, surprise, surprise, you get a little bit of a lead. You feel okay about yourself, and the next thing you know, what happens? They actually open up the playbook a little bit, try a couple different things. The running game gets going because now all of a sudden you're throwing a little bit.
Javonte's been terrific.
He really has. He's just been the wrecking ball they need him to be.
And it's just incredible to see a guy that looked like such a shell of himself. And yesterday, I mean, there were numerous runs where it was, he was getting hit at 4 and 5 yards, and he was turning that into an 8-yard gain. He was falling forward. He was dragging tacklers. God, he had a play where he hit Trayvon Merrick. And he dropped him on his back.
Oh, no.
I mean,
he ejected the tape,
DBs do not want to have to hit that guy.
Hey, man, flatbacking's one thing. He literally popped him back the other way. Like, he not only knocked him on his back, but the guy flew 2 yards to the other. And he was the one running in.
Yep.
That was what was crazy about it.
He was
right?
coming up to make a hit, and Javonte just smacked him.
He goes flying in with ill intent, and then he just pops like that. Is literally getting tossed out of the club, as Shannon Sharp would say.
Huge hole. That's a 2nd and 15 that he took for 17 yards right there. That was the drive that ended with the Bo Nix touchdown. I don't know. What do you call that? Dive, placement, whatever you want to call that right there.
Hey, man, I call that BS, frankly. Give it to Javonte. That was the Javonte drive. Let him finish it off. Man, he couldn't just have his TD?
Apparently not. Nope. It was all Bo Nix right there. But Nix also had that throw to Troutman on that drive. That was good to see. Bo Nix, efficient. That's how I would describe him right now. He's playing efficient football for this team. He's staying within himself, and he's making generally the right decisions, and he's not making mistakes that are killing them. He hasn't thrown an interception since week 2. 3 consecutive games without an interception, and 3 consecutive Broncos wins. The defense has played great, and the offense isn't killing them right now, and that's how you get it done. We talked about this. The Broncos' offense is going to be it's going to be bottom 5-ish most of the season. As long as their defense is that great, there is a recipe by which you can be a playoff team. The Cleveland Browns gave it to us last year. Clearly, they're not doing it this year. The Broncos could follow that blueprint, and this could be a playoff team.
Yes, they could. I'm still going to – it would be great if they made the playoffs because I think they got a playoff caliber defense. I do.
Yeah.
But that said, I hope Bo giving a little back to Sean will lead to let's just open this up a touch, okay? Not negligently, not 5 wide and throw all over the field.
Okay.
But let's really get a feel for what this passing game can do because, look, Lil Jordan Humphrey finds a way to keep breaking some tackles, right? McLaughlin broke a tackle. So
smack on the rear to Lil Jordan Humphrey. First off, tackling, Raiders. Look it up sometime. Check it out.
Yeah, but you got to be.
How did you not take him down on that play?
Well, because they're a beat-up team, and now they're a broken team.
Yeah.
They really, to witness it up close, they really are kind of a mess.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I guess we should have known from everything that Adam Hill told us last week, but I guess you and I talked about it all week long. Like I said, I don't care that the Broncos should have won like that. They haven't won like that in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Whenever they've had a chance to do, like they gave us the surprise wins you and I would talk about, they rarely have handled actual business against a team that comes in looking like an inferior opponent. So I am just happy. Like, again, that's probably your first sign of growth and maturity for this team is you actually handled business on a day you should have. So smack on the rear to handling business. How about that? I don't even know who to give that to. Just whatever.
I mean, don't you have to give that to the head coach?
Sure.
A guy that's getting his team prepared, ready to play, playing generally mistake-free football?
Sure.
Does that just make your skin crawl to have to?
No, I just don't know. I found it, like, again, I'm waiting to see. I know everybody wants to tout that this big blow-up on the sideline is going to be a good thing for all involved. We'll see. I don't know. I like that Bo gave it back to him. Yeah. I do. I wanted to see Russ give it back to him a little bit.
I'm not worried about it.
No, I'm not at all.
Honestly, like, I think it's immaterial. Like, okay, Sean is telling the kid the play was designed to go to this side of the field. But also, here's the thing. Let's say Bo looks in the direction of Troy Franklin on a play where the coverage is completely broken and Franklin is just sauntering into the end zone completely untouched. On film, isn't Sean Payton going to stand in front of him and go, why didn't you just throw the touchdown right there? Of course he is. Of course he is. That's a no-win situation for the kid to put him in right there. It's absolutely bizarre that Sean was that worked up over a play that should have resulted in 7 points for the Broncos. And Troy Franklin, you absolutely have to catch that thing. You absolutely have to catch that ball. I don't care how up in the air that thing was. I don't care if you got to reach out for it. You're a professional wide receiver. Catch the ball.
Bo had guys making plays for him all day. You just needed to be on the list.
Yep.
So.
Oh, also, the way that he spread the ball around yesterday was absolutely wild. So here's the receiving stats for that game yesterday. Javonte was the leading pass catcher. He had 5 catches in the game. Beyond that, nobody had more than 3. McLaughlin, 3 catches yesterday for 3 yards. How about that? One of them was a touchdown catch, though. Lil Jordan, 2 catches for 48 yards, including the terrible tackling by Spillane. Cortland Sutton had a couple of catches yesterday. 1 catch apiece. Troy Franklin, Adam Troutman, Josh Reynolds, Nate Adkins. Nate Adkins caught a ball. Marvin Mims caught a pass yesterday. Also had a good day of returning the ball. Smack on the rear to Marvin Mims. Really good special teams day yesterday for Mimsy. Michael Burton had a catch. Lucas Kroll even got in on the action yesterday, Andy. 19 receptions yesterday, and that was spread out to, quick math right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11 different receivers. That's what you have to do when you don't really have any, well, let's be honest, real dangerous playmakers. There's no Jamar Chase out there on the Broncos, and that's kind of what it has to look like. That's the kind of thing where right there, you look at that, and okay, now anybody that's got to prepare for the Denver offense on film, well, you're not going to be overwhelmed, but you do have to account for everybody.
You do. Look, it was good to see some guys make some plays yesterday, okay? I mean, what did Javonte had the one little screen pass that he broke for 50 yards, took the tag. I mean, like you said, McLaughlin did a great job of taking some short stuff and turning it into big gains. Mm-hmm. That's what you're going to need if you're going to play this style of offense. I mean, go look at the pass chart. Pass chart didn't change too much.
No.
They're still throwing everything incredibly short.
It's all shallow.
And they still are defending it pretty well. Again, it looked like Sean decided to call some different stuff once they finally had that 10-point cushion or whatever, and then maybe he decided to try some stuff. You still need a tight end. You still need a tight end to give you something. Kroll did have a catch, so I got to give him that.
That Raiders tight end's pretty good.
Yeah, Bowers is still pretty good. Matt wants us to defend our stuff. That we can have that discussion tomorrow.
What's that?
That we still wanted Bowers instead of Bo. I
Yeah.
mean, if you really want to get into it, I've not changed my mind about that. But whatever.
Yeah, Brock Bowers rules.
Yeah, he's on a pace that if they were to break pace with giving it to a quarterback, he would probably be Rookie of the Year. But Jaden Daniels may be the guy there. But look, man, here's the deal. This team is showing me that it can win. This team. All right. What's your new expectation 5 games in? How about we go there? Because, again, here's been the interesting part of this. They haven't played maybe an elite NFL team yet, but I'll be honest with you, Nate. We're in middle October, or at least we're heading that way. Who is the NFL elite right now? You know, Minnesota's 5-0. I'm not sure I'd put them in elite right now. You know, their defense did a lot for them yesterday. I don't think the Jets are as good as we thought.
No.
Tampa, I think Tampa is a pretty good playoff team, but I don't know that they're going to be vying for an NFC title. Maybe they will. I don't know.
They could go to an NFC championship.
They could, but so could Atlanta.
Yeah.
And we'll see Atlanta a little bit.
Weird
You know, I think Baltimore is the one I think that probably should scare everybody. They're a big, bruising, physical team that seems to figure out the proper way to use Derrick Henry finally, what runs he's like, and let him maybe run those things.
I think Baltimore's going to the Super Bowl.
So
I think they're that good. And yesterday's a perfect example of it, of like, you know, generally Cincinnati slowed down Derrick Henry, and you only get to do that for so long, and then he can rip off a 51-yard run in overtime, and boom, Justin Tucker 24 yards, and you get that victory. But I think the Ravens are absolutely special. They're one of the few what I would call distinctly special teams in the NFL. That Raiders loss is going to look so stupid on their resume all year long. Talk about a game that just makes no sense whatsoever, the fact that the Raiders beat the Baltimore Ravens this season.
Well, but again, I don't know that they're running Derrick Henry the right way. I saw some of that game, and they kept trying to put him outside. They're now just like, go ahead, run between the tackles.
Yeah.
Go run over linebackers. We don't care. We don't need to spread you wide and waste your time going one direction.
When he gets into that, I mean, at first level, he's great. Obviously, he's a future Hall of Famer. When he gets into the second and third level, that's where he becomes an all-timer.
Right.
That's where you look at that guy and you're like, okay, you are absolutely special because you're 250, you're as fast and strong and mean as you are, and there's no DB in the world that wants to run up and tackle you.
Especially in overtime when they're all tired.
Exactly.
Like, it really showed to me watching that overtime period yesterday, Cincinnati's D was worn out. And that's not going away, right? That physical play, that run game, that's not going to be fun in the playoffs.
I think this Broncos defense, I think, is going to show up every week. I really think they are. We have, by the way, next week, two top scoring defenses in the NFL going head-to-head, and the Chargers and the Broncos. Total on that game is 37 right now. 37. As we sit here going into Sunday between the Broncos and the Chargers. That's 2 elite defenses and 2 offenses that are pretty low on playmakers, let's be honest.
Right.
So that's what we're looking at going into this game right here. Should be fun. I'm looking forward to this team every single week. This defense will give the Broncos a puncher's chance every single week, and if Bo Nix doesn't make mistakes that kill you, you're not fumbling the ball, putting it on the ground, anything silly like that, you play some field position football, and you take advantage of the opportunities when they present themselves to you. You live with the run game, especially if you get a lead in the second half. This team can absolutely win some games. I really think they can. This is a tough game this week against the Chargers. Going to New Orleans, I think, is going to be challenging. Who knows? They could have Devontae Adams by then. They're one of the teams that are making those phone calls. Carolina at home, you have to win. That's a must.
It's becoming that way. Although I guess Bryce Young got back in the game.
He got back in the game yesterday.
Actually threw a couple passes.
Oh, they're terrible.
Did he stay in the game? I had none of that on my radar. Did he actually stay in the game?
I think it was just garbage time. Just go play a
back
little bit.
to him.
Yeah, the Bears were
because
killing
ultimately that's where you end up with Andy Dalton.
Exactly. So just go and throw some passes, kid. Get a little bit of work out there. After that, that's where the schedule gets tough. Then
it gets real after Halloween.
You got to go to Baltimore and you got to go to Kansas City in back-to-back weeks. But if the Broncos if they can hang around that, that 9-10 win plateau right there, this is a wild card team. They can go to the playoffs. And I tell you, Andy, nobody wants to see this defense in the postseason. The way that they're
not
playing
that they're
at
playing
the
right
moment.
now. No.
I mean, they're healthy at the moment. We know that. But this secondary is absolutely creating issues for opponents. And you saw it yesterday with Gardner Minshew, who started on fire yesterday. He was 9 for his first 9 with a touchdown, throwing the football early on in that game. And then pretty much as soon as Surtain made that play, it completely flipped things around.
I'm going to be clear because people keep wanting to write in. We'll spend a quick segment on it. I want to be able to bask in the glow of the fact they finally beat the Raiders. But for everybody writing in that again, if you think Bo Nix is the same kind of special at quarterback that Brock Bowers is at tight end, I don't care if they have a quarterback this year. The Raiders are on par to pick whoever they want at top of the draft next year because I don't know if they're winning another game, especially once they trade Devontae. So you pick your favorite quarterback of the class next year throwing to Bowers. We'll see how it looks. But if you want to play the one-year thing, that's fine. But this kind of thinking is how you would have ended up with whatever Justin Fields would have been and Pat Surtain would have been playing for the Patriots right now.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted him to draft defense, but I agree with you, Andy. I think Brock Bowers kicks ass.
Well, and I'm just saying, again,
I like watching that guy
you
play
have
football.
Patrick Surtain, who saved the game.
Yep.
If we want to do this today, Patrick Surtain's the one that made the picks that gave you the chance for your offense to finally figure it out in the fourth quarter. He's the one that flipped the game for you yesterday. But you don't have that guy going with the we got to draft this dude and forget the dude that looks like he's going to be the 10-year All-Pro.
Yeah.
So just know that. Know that.
I think Nix is fitting in very well to what the Broncos
and that's
need
fine.
him to do.
That's fine. I still would love to have Brock Bowers.
He's not Jaden Daniels. He's
exactly.
He ain't that dude. He's doing the job that they're asking him to do quite well. Right now, honestly, I'm pretty low on complaints about Bo Nix.
But I want to see you expand what it is. And I'm starting to get to the point where I'm not even real. Is it Nix or is it Peyton? Because once Nix yelled at Peyton yesterday, it felt like, and I don't know if it was Peyton going, all right, fine, you want to get lippy with me? Fine, I'll give you some other plays to throw. But then it at least looked like it opened up a little bit. Just open it up a little bit.
It's Crackman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you. We're at Hofbrau here in Westminster, 92nd and Wadsworth. Come see us here today. Mexican Monday. It's kicking. Did you have the burrito?
Oh, it's awesome. I love their green chili's so good here.
Okay.
A problem is that I think I got a little bit of something in the throat that I couldn't seem to clear because it always has to happen. I don't know. Maybe Nate, maybe I'm going to have one coughing fit an hour till you and I don't do a show anymore.
Somebody texted it last week that it sounds like we do our show live from an urgent care.
It does, because it's always me. And we're always on remote where I can't turn my mic off.
I know, and
I'm trying to just stick the headset away as far as possible. I don't know. People keep telling me. I just love hearing from people. Yeah, I've had the cough for 6 months. Oh, well, I'll look forward to that. Well, I'm 4 months in, apparently. Can't wait.
We need a cough drop endorsement for the love of God. It's great.
I hate cough drops.
Coach, on the Ferris Bueller moment, what does it say that he's not afraid to speak up? Do you like that quality and that characteristic?
Absolutely. All good. It's the heat of the moment. It's the game. It's competitive. He's fiery, and look, we're in the business of passion. We're looking for passion, and we're looking for people who have passion for the game, not other things. And I think that it's so important to him. And so, I loved his response, and shoot, we're on to the next play, and just, it's nothing.
Passion for football, Andy, not other things. Is that a little passive-aggressive shot at anybody else?
Yeah, everyone's taking it that way. Sure.
Kind of got that sense a little bit.
Yeah,
Think
but
I get what he's
come
going
on
for.
now. Sure, but you're going to tell me everyone's so sure Russ isn't passionate about football?
I think he's passionate about football.
I do too. Now, again, does he have a lot of distractions?
And spicy subs.
Sure, yeah. Spicy subs and high-knee videos and pushing sleds apparently when you don't need to.
Teal tuxedos.
All sorts of stuff. But
essentially, yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
Numerous
But
different
what do you
things.
think? I guess we'll just have this conversation. What do you think happens if Russ yells back at him? Again, Bo is Sean's chosen guy who he's told the world, anyone that'll listen, this is my guy that's going to be as good as Mahomes, and Russ is the guy he never wanted to begin with. I don't think it goes down as smoothly as it did between those two.
I think there's a key difference here. Kind of to your point, Bo's ordained, okay?
Right. He's got to put up with it for Bo, whether he likes it or not.
Yeah, Bo Nix is Sean Payton's special little guy, and he's going to be here no matter what. Like, Bo Nix has also Googled the press clippings.
Sure.
He knows what Sean Payton has said about him. He knows the commitment that Payton has made to him. It's been made clear, like, this is your operation. Also, he hit a receiver directly in the hands in the end zone. So Bo Nix knew I'm in the right here. When Payton unloaded on Russ in the Detroit game, Russ almost threw a 100-yard pick six the other way on that fade to the corner that he was trying to hit Cortland Sutton on. That was a terrible decision, and it damn near turned into a touchdown going in the other direction. Like, Russ didn't have a leg to stand on, really. Bo, in the very least, could be like, hey, if the guy catches it, it's 6 points. And we all look like geniuses right now, even though it was the Raiders' busted coverage. I would say that, like, Bo Nix had a very strong case. I don't think in that moment, at least in the micro of what that series was on the goal line against Detroit, I don't think Russ had much of an argument. I suppose Russ could have said, hey, why didn't you challenge either time that the ball broke the plane? But Sean was too mad to be able to do that.
Yeah, fine. I just think I will say this, for Bo's mental health and survival in this town or with this coach, he's going to have to do that. He's just going to have to let him know, hey, I don't care.
Yeah.
And you know what? If he does it back enough, if Bo does that back enough, maybe Sean will wait to have the conversation when there's cameras not everywhere.
I mean, either that or it's just I'm fine with the fact that the kid didn't just put his head down and walk away.
Yeah.
I think it's great. Like, Bo made a decision on that play. He made the right decision. Again, it should have been a touchdown. His guy didn't help him out. But it absolutely should have been a touchdown. Also, you know, what Nix had to say about Troy Franklin after the game, and he completely put it on himself, and he blamed the throw. He said that he overthrew it. No, he didn't. And you can make the case, maybe you should have, thrown it a little bit shorter or anything like that. Catch the ball.
Bo maybe doesn't say that if he sees the replay they showed where Franklin held up.
You're an NFL wide receiver. Catch the ball.
If Franklin doesn't pause for the 1 second, and that's the crazy thing about the NFL, you stop for a step, maybe the second step, then all of a sudden you're not in that position right where you need to be. That's how fine a difference it is in this game. That's why it's the pro level. But yeah, look, you've got to be able to make that catch. You've got to be able to make that catch. You've got to have that play. Because it didn't matter in this game. It could matter in future games.
Exactly.
It's not like you got a lot of guys busted open like that wide open.
Yeah.
That might be the widest open anyone's been all year. You got to have that play.
Yeah, but
that one's got to go on the
safety
board.
or at least the safety in the corner didn't talk. Safety's going in the wrong direction, whatever it may be. But you got to catch that thing. Instead, the Broncos have to punt it away, but that should have been a touchdown right there. Okay, Sean, I'm sure whatever you called was brilliant to the other side of the field. I'm sure it would have resulted in a first down and the drive would have continued. But ultimately, Bo Nix was right. He made the right decision. He threw the ball in a spot where a guy has to catch that thing, and it's got to be a touchdown. And I'm glad he gave it back to him. And quite honestly, I think if you're going to play for Sean Payton, who is demanding,
or coach with him,
who is exacting, who is very specific about what he wants done, I do think the situation will be better if you can look at the guy and say, hey, dude, that's all well and good. I'm the one standing back there in the pocket, and I just so happen to see that guy wide open, and that's why I made that decision.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you are confident that he knows what he needs to do. You've talked about his decision-making. You've talked about his confidence. You got to let him have the leeway. And again, this is where I chuckle a little bit because I don't care what quarterback – like Caleb Williams would have drove this guy nuts. Jaden Daniels would probably drive him nuts.
Right.
Because they improvise too much for his liking. A lot of the college quarterbacks, frankly, would drive him nuts.
Yeah.
I'm happy to see Bo say, I'm not here to be your robot. I'm not here to be your Madden controller. That's just not how this works.
And I also think pick and choose your spots, right? This is where I got to give Bo Nix a lot of credit. Number one, I do think Bo Nix is a better quarterback at the moment being Sean Payton's robot. I firmly believe that to be the case. He's not turning the ball over right now. He's not making mistakes. They're winning games with their defense. I can't complain about any of that. But also, if you are going to freewheel it a little bit, well, then you really can't go wrong when you threw a ball that 99 times out of 100, maybe 93 times out of 100 is going to result in a touchdown. I
don't know. Did you see our friend Jerry Jeudy yesterday? I sent you the video.
Ooh.
That one could have – Cleveland could have used that touchdown.
How bad is that team, that situation right now? What is happening with those guys? Stefanski saying he's sticking with him.
He doesn't have a choice.
He's sticking with him.
He doesn't have a choice.
He could bench the guy and put
For
Jameis
who?
Winston in. They went to the playoffs with Flacco last year. I'd try it.
I don't think Winston's Flacco. I'm sorry. Winston's a great personality. Okay?
I don't think he's a personality. I'd stop short of great.
I think he's a personality in the locker room that they like. But he is not Joe Flacco. So I can't believe I just even said that. What dang world? How weird has this NFL season been? By the way, who played for the Colts yesterday? Was that Flacco?
Yeah.
And they lost to the Jaguars, didn't they?
And Flacco played well.
Okay.
He played really well in that game.
I didn't see a single highlight of that game somehow.
Flacco threw for 359 and 3 touchdowns in that game yesterday. 359.
Where was this in Denver? Where was this in Denver? We couldn't get him to complete a ball. We were lucky to get a dang drive out of the guy.
So I saw this note. Speaking of how bad Deshaun Watson is, this is why you have to play Jameis Winston. Listen to this, okay? So Kevin Sando in The Athletic uses EPA. It's one of those catch-alls, okay? Deshaun Watson's EPA per pass play. Of 621 quarterbacks who have started the first 5 games of a season since 2000, okay? 621 quarterbacks have started the first 5 games of a season since 2000. By this metric, Deshaun Watson in 2024 is ranked 618
Holy cow.
out of 621, which is unbelievable. But here we are in a world where the Browns actually miss Brian Hoyer.
How many are on that list that are ahead of him?
They missed the play of Colt McCoy. Here's a list of Browns quarterbacks that have been better through the first 5 games of a season since 2000. Brian Hoyer, Baker Mayfield, Jacoby Brissett, Colt McCoy, Derek Anderson. Tim Couch, Trent Dilfer.
Holy cow, Tim Couch?
Jeff Garcia, Charlie Fry, Brandon Whedon, Deshaun Kaiser was even better. Not much.
Do you remember Tim Couch highlight?
I remember lowlights. I couldn't tell you a highlight of Tim Couch. But these guys were all better than what Deshaun has been so far.
Whew. And he's how much again?
Worst
Come again with that?
We can complain about Chris Bryant's contract all we
can,
want.
sure,
and we
it's not
should.
that.
We shouldn't stop, but it doesn't mean we're wrong. But there is such a thing as worse. Jeff Legwold, he's going to join us, going to tell us about that Bronco victory. We'll do that coming up next. Hey, what up, Denver? It is Nate Kreckman from my friends over at Rad Power Bikes. We're talking about 16-plus years of innovation, which sets Rad Power Bikes apart in the e-bike industry. They are the undisputed industry leader. They've been in Denver now for 3 years. They got a showroom and service center at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yard. Stop by because you can test ride any bike that they have in their entire line. Guys, have you thought about an e-bike? They're super easy to ride. They're extremely comfortable. Anyone can ride an e-bike. You don't got to be wearing spandex or anything like that to get on a Rad Power Bike and go and rip it up. They're super fun. They're great year-round in any inclement weather, rain, snow, cold. Like Andy said before, maybe we'll have some of that this year, but Rad Power Bikes can absolutely handle it all. And hey, there's even Rad Power Bikes that come with folding frames. So if you're looking to store it for the season, you fit it right into your closet. Plus, Rad Power Bikes, super affordable. When you purchase at Rad Power Bikes, you can take advantage of Colorado's e-bike tax credit, saving you $450 per e-bike to make it that much more affordable. Go to radpowerbikes.com, check out the entire line, or like I said, go to the showroom and service center, 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards, and test ride any bike in the line over there at Rad Power Bikes. I had a moment just now. I was looking up Pro Football Reference. I was like, how many career interceptions does Patrick Surtain have? And I was like, 37. That feels really, really high. That was his dad.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, you got to make sure you got the right Patrick Surtain. That's absolutely critical. He's up to 9 career interceptions now after 2 yesterday, including a 100-yard pick six in the second quarter that saved the game. May have very well saved the Broncos' playoff chances here in 2024 when every win is so critical. Jeff Legwold was there to cover it all for ESPN, and he joins us right now here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, Jeff, so it's so funny because when you talk about awards, people are always like, you need stats to be able to cite. You need stats. I've been citing the stats on Surtain of how much he has shut down number one receivers on opposing teams. But, hey, a 100-yard pick six is absolutely going to turn some heads. You've been an awards voter in the past. You know how tough it is for corners to be able to beat out the pass rushers when it comes to Defensive Player of the Year. But 5 games in, this Denver defense is turning heads, and it's pretty obvious Surtain is the best player here.
Yeah, and I think sometimes we forget maybe the best stat is, are you really good? You know, and I know we love to sort of wrap the game in as much, numerology as we can to explain things, to rank things, to differentiate one team, one player, one coach from another. But sometimes in athletics, just that the goodness quotient, I guess, is what I think is important. And in my mind, it's not, just because he plays here, but he's the best at what he does at his position.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure you could make too long a list of players who are better than him on defense in the league. And, I think that's just a fact. And, I know a few of our people have done sort of their, quarter of the season MVP, on offense and defense. And he hasn't appeared that much. And I just think that's an oversight you can't explain to me. But those are conversations for later in the year. And there's still a ton of games for him to do plenty of things. But how difficult is it for a corner? I watched Champ Bailey intercept 10 of roughly 35 passes thrown his way that season, and he did not win Defensive Player of the Year.
Oh, good. Cool. It's been that way for a while. Jeff, your biggest takeaway from yesterday's game?
I thought the defense responded. It was the first time they had really been scouted and people really hammered away at something they considered a deficiency. Like, they attacked the inside linebackers pretty hard in the run game early on, 110 yards rushing in the first half for the Raiders. A lot of that on the first 2 drives. And they rushed for 5 yards in the second half. And I think that's, they didn't run it as much because the Broncos had things going, but the Broncos gave their offense nothing but short fields and turnovers and good position for the second half. And look what it did for the Denver offense. So I think their ability to adjust on the fly, that was the first time they've really had to take apart the game plan that they hoped for because they didn't get the results they wanted, and they made it work, but I think it is something to watch. I think that the Raiders had decided they were going to attack Sternad in the run game. And when he played before as a rookie in the defense, that was a concern then and a big reason that they made a switch eventually from him. But I think he's a better player now than he was then, and their ability to move things around and attack differently into the gaps, I think really was my takeaway. And just that if they just settle down a little bit on offense, they can move the ball. And, Javonte Williams has gotten better the more they've tried it. And the numbers weren't good, but that's the run game sometimes. You have to keep hammering the nail and just see. And they've been a little more willing to do it.
Jeff Legwold is with us here on a Monday afternoon, breaking down a Broncos victory, a convincing Broncos victory. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. Jeff, how much has Sean Payton had to evolve his game plans and his coaching and the way that he's coaching this offense, given just how good his defense is, to make sure that this team is playing the right kind of complementary football to be able to win games? Because it really does seem like game plan-wise, he's really kind of found a groove with the kind of games that this team has to win right now.
Well, I think it's still a work in progress, but I agree with you. I think he's slowly, somewhat begrudgingly, sort of discovering that they can go low risk on offense. They can just use a few more of the bigger sets. We saw a lot of 2-back yesterday, some 3 tight end sets. We saw just more of those things in unusual down and distance, like on first down, they use some of those things. So I think he's been a little more willing, but, I don't think we should ever think in his perfect world he doesn't want to just open it up a little more and let it rip. But that hasn't worked. So I think he's trying to find that balance of what he can sort of live with and what works the best. And, the defenses, the 3 defenses they've beaten have cooperated a little bit as well. They've tried to come after Nix and they haven't gotten the pressure on them. The first 2, Seattle and Pittsburgh did. They have not, nobody's had the success since. Now, this is a battered offensive line once again, and I think now the next couple weeks here, or at least until McGlinchey gets back, I think are going to be very telling in how willing Payton is to dial it back a bit.
Yeah, where are we at on those O-line injuries?
Yeah, I think today he was not very forthcoming about it. But
oh no,
No.
Have you ever had an issue with him talking about injuries before, Jeff?
No, I think I want to remind people he finds it somewhat distasteful to talk about injuries. So I'm just gonna. But those guys were not looking very spry after the game, so I wouldn't think you're just going to come whipping back from either one of those. And when Wattenberg went down, when your teammates take a knee immediately after the play, the concern is real. So I always take that as a little bit of a gauge too.
All right, Jeff, I don't know how to ask this question, so I'll do the best that I can, but just to mix it up a little bit, why is the white cornerback still kind of a funny thing to talk about? I heard the cut from Surtain in postgame, and, Pat just
because
had
there
me.
Aren't any
I
of
know,
them.
but it just had me kind of laughing because Pat was trying to figure out a way to just say it, and then he finally just goes, look, man, he's a white cornerback. I don't know. He's beating the odds. Why is it still so funny all these years later, Jeff? Is it just because of the
football
scarcity?
IQ? Tough coverage, gritty coverage,
possession receiver, scrappy. I'm at least glad we don't do this at receiver anymore. That I don't hear scouting reports on guys that are truly fast as if they're not. I mean, Riley Moss is a great athlete if he's purple. I mean, the guy is a phenomenal athlete. So that's how the players approach it. I mean, I can honestly tell you every player I know in the league wouldn't give a rat's ass if a guy was, fuchsia. If he can run and cover and tackle and help them win, they're on board. But, I think it's still just one of these things in 2024 that piques our interest. But, I want to express to people that Riley Moss is a phenomenal athlete. He's a better athlete than a lot of guys playing corner, and that's why the Broncos defense looks the way it does.
Yeah, right now, is the secondary the reason that this thing is so damn special? Like, and Zach Allen's having a very good year. Jonathan Cooper's up to 4 sacks now. Benito has obviously been a playmaker, but like these guys they're nobody's idea of T.J. Watt out there on the edge, or nobody confuses Zach Allen with Aaron Donald or anything else like that. Like, how much is the secondary creating a situation where the Broncos can have this kind of pressure?
Well, I will tell you, other teams' personnel executives, the guys that get paid to evaluate everybody else's roster, they think Zach Allen's having a phenomenal year to start. Just high motor and just crushing it, and getting.
Oh, he's white. He's got to have a high motor.
Getting a lot more single looks than he did last year. He had a lot more double teams last year, and he is crushing single blocking right now. But it does start with the secondary. It's a rush and cover league right now, and the Broncos have two of the most difficult players to find in today's draft universe: a top-level nickel and the alpha corner. Those are the two, other than quarterback, franchise quarterback, those may be the two most difficult players to find in the draft landscape, is a true alpha at corner and the nickel corner who can tackle in the run like a safety and cover like a corner in open space. And the Broncos have both in Surtain and McMillan. And you throw in Moss, that's a ton of size, that's a ton of catch radius, that's a ton of passing lane difficulty. They're just hard to throw against. And if those three guys stay healthy, they can mix and match so many things other people can't. And Brandon Jones has been a good acquisition. And I think he's been pretty good with the additional responsibilities. The Dolphins didn't ask him to do nearly as much as the Broncos are. And he's kind of flourished.
You got a Bo Nix question? Come on, somebody ask a Bo Nix question. Come on.
What do you want to ask?
Jeff, how's he playing? Okay, right now, like, he's 5 games into this thing. He's progressing as a pro quarterback. He's not making big mistakes. He's getting into a sideline tiff with his head coach. Break it down for us right now. How is he doing in terms of a week-to-week progression of getting to a place where it's like, okay, this guy can be the guy for this franchise?
Well, I mean, he's playing like the rookie he is. And I think that's good.
Yeah.
He's obviously got a little bit of mental toughness about him, because if you're willing to go toe-to-toe with your head coach, I don't care who you are as a rookie, you got a little something about you. And I think those are good things if it's all handled the right way. And I think it is. I think all the players know at some point, the teapot's going to go for Peyton on you if you're the player. It's just going to happen. But from a football perspective, opposing defenses are still essentially defending a rectangle, and that's it. Mm-hmm. They're last in the league in yards per completion. They're near the bottom of every air yard statistic or anything that measures pushing the ball down the field. They're one of the worst offenses in the league. Now, that's not all him, but until that changes, we're not going to see his full progress. We're not going to see what he can really do, because they're not doing a lot of the things other guys are doing. I mean, you watch where Jaden Daniels is putting the ball. The Broncos are not playing offense that way right now. And whether that's a Bo Nix thing or a Sean Payton thing or a combination,
not having a Terry McLaurin thing.
Yeah. Receivers not getting consistent separation. But right now, the Broncos don't test defenses deep middle, deep boundary, even intermediate very often. And to me, that's the rub right now, because it's easy to defend the rectangle and make it crowded. And if you don't run people out of that sometimes to get that safety out of there, then that's an issue too. But that's my question right now, is how much of that is him just trying to be careful, not make a huge mistake, and how much of that is just how they're structured right now. Because they're getting nothing from tight ends. They only have 3 touchdown passes, and that's near the bottom of the league, and he got 2 of those yesterday. So, again, those are the big issues as well. But I think one thing I would say is a good sign is just how he's handled it all. I've seen this place wilt a lot more experienced guys than him after 5 weeks. I mean, there were times I thought Case Keenum had the 40-yard stare in the locker room. So I think that's a very good thing, because in the end, that's an enormous component for a quarterback. Just, can you handle having the job?
Yeah, and it looks like he's standing up to it right now. They're playing conservative, but the defense is winning them games. Run game is coming along. There's a recipe right here, Jeff. Something's happening right now with the Broncos. There's a recipe, okay? Is it the most sustainable thing in the NFL? Not really. But you can go to the playoffs playing this kind of football, Jeff.
Well, Nate, I think what you say about the recipe, that the real question is, will the chef stick with it? I mean, this, it almost makes him, like an electron, just want to like bounce off things when they're playing like this. You can just tell that, he's got the play sheet and he wants to go.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of this is how Sean Payton does what he talks about a lot, which is having a vision for who you have and what you want to do with them. And I think they've done it better against, the last few teams. But, I just think defensively, I think the teeth of the matter we're really going to see is a little bit this week. Nobody's thrown the ball down the field against the Chargers. They've given up a couple big plays, but overall, nobody's even tested them deep. And then up the road, down the road on the schedule, that Chiefs-Ravens double dip on the road is going to be a pretty telling yardstick as well.
All right, so 15-2 could be tough. Jeff Legwold, everybody. ESPN, read his stuff right there. Leggy, good work as always, man.
Thanks, fellas.
All right, Jeff Legwold with us there on a Monday afternoon. Lot to react to right there, defending the rectangle. Let's dive into some of that when we come back. We're live at Hofbrau, 92nd and Wadsworth in Westminster on a Mexican Monday ahead of Saints-Chiefs on Monday Night Football.
look, Vance has done a great job. He and his staff, they were hard to point to one thing relative to personnel, because obviously there's been a number of personnel changes. I think we've gotten stronger in the front, and then I would say we're better in the secondary. And I would say that in a lot of areas. I mean, we're getting really good play, obviously, from Surtain and then Moss on the other side. We're getting good safety play. We're stronger in the front. And so I think there's probably, anytime you have a turnaround maybe that we've seen to date, there's probably a number of factors.
Playing better, how's that? How's that as a factor?
Sure.
Not giving up 728 yards in a single game. How is that as a factor? That seems pretty good to me. Raiders completed their first 9 passes for $115 and a touchdown yesterday. After that, Minshew and Aiden O'Connell, 13 of 28, $116, and 3 interceptions. And the Raiders rushed for only 5 yards in the second half of that game yesterday. They got broken by Patrick Surtain yesterday.
They did, and then they had the weird – I mean, look, that offensive line was beat up all week long. Guys are going in and out of there. Yep. There was the one time where I had to laugh. The left guard went pulling on the play like way early. So, look, they had their problems. The Raiders are in a world of hurt. Let's not kid ourselves. Their best player wants out. Max Crosby seems to be hacked off at the world. Antonio Pierce had that 40-yard stare going on the sideline that Leggy just talked about.
Yeah.
So it was what it was. But, again, you've got to win that game, and there's been plenty of examples we could point to in the last 5 years where the Broncos don't win a game like that.
No.
You and I talked about it. They already lost twice to interim coaches for the Raiders.
Yep.
So you didn't need a repeat of that.
No, this is a different thing right here. When you just go out and say, okay, you guys are a mess. We'll come out. We'll play some clean football. Defense
take our
does
dub
a thing.
and peace.
Exactly. Jonathan Cooper, 4 sacks on the year. Benito's up to 3. Zach Allen with 3. Each of them had one yesterday in the victory there over the Raiders. The pass rush, again, I wouldn't call the Broncos pass rush. It's not elite, but it's pretty damn good with what they have to work with. And the secondary is just creating so many opportunities for them right now.
See, that's a thing. Call it what you will. I guess this is a weird example to make, but I don't know how else to put it. Take them by themselves, and the pass rush on another team with a lesser secondary, not as good.
Yeah.
But how many times were they able to rush 4, and the coverage was so good? Now, I mean, again, the Raiders, they don't have a lot of weapons. There was no Devontae Adams. They only got Bowers. Let's not kid ourselves. They got Bowers. That's it. And you know what? Here's what I'm hoping. Late in the game, did you notice they put Surtain on Bowers? Take that away?
Yep.
Why don't you try that on Kelsey? There's no reason to say in a month here when you get together with the Chiefs, and I don't see their wide receiver position getting any healthier unless they trade for Adams, put PS2 on Kelsey.
That was how they came up with the interception. Just knocked that thing right up in the air
Yeah.
and took it away from him. Hell of a play. My God, Surtain, that one honestly was maybe more spectacular just in terms of like degree of difficulty. 100-yard pick six is, let's be honest, it rules. But that and I mean Riley Moss, that was going up and getting it and making a damn athletic play. Surtain's second pick though, that thing was phenomenal.
Yeah, look, somebody texted in earlier, and I'm not going to argue with it that there was nothing elite about the pick from Surtain. You're right, it was a terrible throw.
Yep.
Threw it right to him. But again, then he goes gliding up the sideline. A lot of us have mentioned this. My buddy said it in the moment. I've never seen a guy run that fast looking like he wasn't trying to run fast.
Yeah, casual.
It's just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And nobody could get to him. Again, credit Jonah Ellis for making the throw tough and then planting the only guy that had a shot at tackling him. How bad is that?
Poor Minshew.
That's how you end up picking your nose on camera, is that you throw a pick and then you get planted on the back of your head.
Oh, man.
I don't like Gardner's hair was bugging me. I don't know why.
It's irksome to you?
It was just bothersome. He's had a lot of wild looks. That one just was, I don't know what that hair was doing.
Is it Minshew's hair or Trevor Lawrence's hair? Which one bothers you more?
Yesterday, Minshew's by far.
Okay.
And I had no reason to be mad at Minshew. He wasn't playing good. Like, you know how you just hate some guy? Like, again, I can't stand Herbert or Mahomes' face because usually they're going off on you, right? but Minshew, I don't know what it was. It had such, like, I was waiting for him to be on a cover of, like, some 70s album with a VW van telling you gas, grass, or, you know. I don't know, man.
Nobody rides for
yeah,
free.
Exactly.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
It's just bugging me, dude.
He's got that look going
Oh,
on.
it's just bugging me.
It's
but
kind
yeah.
of his whole vibe.
But look,
quite honestly.
nonetheless, when you put the rush together with the secondary, it's working right now. Now, it may not work. You and I told you this at a break. I just feel like I can hear all these grand statements in a week. Everyone writing in, how do you feel about it now? Oh, the coverage wasn't so good now. Oh, that pass rush sucks now. Yeah, maybe, man. I don't know. But this is the NFL this year. The NFL this year feels like there may be more parity than we've seen in a very parity league in a long, long time.
Oh, it's jammed together. There's no doubt. This Broncos thing, like
they got a shot at this thing. I'm really buying they got a shot at this thing.
I am over the moon about the Broncos right now.
Yeah, because
I really am. I had no expectations coming into this season. Offensively, they've basically been what I thought they were going to be. But there have been guys on this defense that have stepped up and been absolutely wonderful so far this year. Riley Moss is a hell of a player. And finally, like all those years with Champ Bailey, we never had anybody elite on the other side.
Andre Goodman was good for like a couple years, maybe even a year and a half. And then they didn't have really a pass
like
rush.
Talib and Harris, that's the most elite duo that the franchise has ever had. Right now, Riley Moss is playing above his draft status, which when was the last time the Broncos had a guy that could do that? He's been absolutely fantastic. Brandon Jones is a guy, we didn't even see him in training camp. Kind of an afterthought signing, but turned out to be savvy. That was a good signing for the Broncos. Secondary has been absolutely great. Zach Allen's been really good. John Franklin Myers, you bought him on the cheap, and look how good that he has been. I'm really enjoying what this defense is doing and the fact that Nix isn't making killer mistakes to lose games for this team right now.
Yeah, it's I'm trying to text Leggy to see who was opposite Louis Wright because you might be right. I mean, I don't remember who was opposite Louis Wright. Hopefully Leggy will get back to me, but Louis was every bit as good as Surtain and Champ Bailey.
Yeah.
And Talib. Who was I don't know, I love Chris, so I'd always lean towards Chris. I mean, they were both very good in one-on-one. Boy, if Riley Moss, if Riley Moss were as good as Chris Harris, I'll just put it there.
Okay.
You would have maybe, because is Surtain better than Bailey? Is he on his way? I don't know. Champ was just so good.
Right, I can't go there yet. I'd say he's got more to prove. He's got to do it for longer, but he's on the path.
All I know is if you could get a legitimate pass rusher, okay, if you could get shooting for a Vaughn type feels like tall cotton because Vaughn in his prime here, I don't know, pretty greedy to ask for another one of those.
Yeah.
But, man, if somebody – and, look, Jonah Ellis, I'm telling you, I like the game of Jonah Ellis. He's a physical player. If you could just find someone – if Benito could be consistent. Like, Benito shows it to you sometimes, right? But then it's like, where does it go for a little bit? Although I say that, man, a lot of pass rushers. How many pass rushers in a game, nothing than like 3 quick sacks? You know what I mean? Or a quarter of a sack here, sack there. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I agree with you. I think the pass rush is a little pedestrian. Is pedestrian the right word? Maybe good. Let's go as far as good.
You know what it is right now?
It's not exceptional.
To me, it's overachieving.
Okay,
and
I like that.
That's
there
okay.
You go.
There's nothing wrong with that. But also, like this team need to draft a blue chip pass rusher. To me, that is one of the things this team needs. They need an elite pass catcher, a number one pass catcher
no doubt.
on the outside. They desperately need that, and this team needs an elite pass. Like a part of a pass rusher and a pass catcher are the two biggest things that this team needs as they continue to develop and build into something that can really win something big time, that can make really do some damage in the postseason.
Well, and I keep going back to. Again, and you know, I'm not trying to rehash the conversation because for the most part, I'm a stir the pot guy when it comes to this thing.
Yeah.
I tend to agree with you. Don't give up draft picks. But, you know, like Romeo Doubs, if there's some going on there, do you call Romeo Doubs can't cost you too much, can he? At what point do you look to get another receiver that maybe gives you more than what you have now?
Yeah.
Because like Courtland made the great catch along the sideline. Bo made maybe one of his best throws. I don't know, it was either that throw or the throw to Reynolds in the back of the end zone that was his best throw of the day. But where Courtland caught it over the guy and just tapped down.
Yep.
But you need a guy that can break, again, you need a Bowers type that can break a tackle and take it a few extra yards. You've got running backs, whether they catch it or run it, that are getting more than what it's been played for. Outside of little Jordan Humphrey, and you got to give him credit, you mentioned him earlier, little Jordan Humphrey feels like the only guy that's actually catching a ball and then taking it for more than what it was thrown for.
Draft a receiver. For the love of God, draft a good receiver. And have
well,
him
that's what makes me nervous.
Have him on the cheap for a while, and yeah, I know the Broncos are the team that somehow are not capable of being able to do it. And yet, this is where you got to give George Payton and Sean Payton a little bit of credit. Like that, the middle rounds where the Broncos have stunk for the better part of a decade in the draft, they've actually been good the last couple of years. You got Riley Moss, middle round guy. Jonah Ellis, middle round guy. Quinn Miners, middle round guy. You got some players in that part of the draft in recent seasons, which is good to see for a change.
Well, you keep a coaching staff and a philosophy, and George Payton has to worry maybe about one less thing, and everything starts to work out. By the way, people are saying Steve Foley was opposite Louis Wright. That's a pretty darn good combo.
That's good.
Because Foley was a really good corner before he moved to safety.
Yeah.
So, yeah, bottom line is you've had a few of those, and Riley Moss and hopefully Surtain will be it for a while. Brandon Jones has been good. I mean, look, P.J. Locke, you know what? We might as well just give a smack to P.J. Locke just for the first 5 games. I wasn't sure how this is going to go.
It's been okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, but he had stunk.
Yeah.
You know? By the way, you probably –
Did Brock Bowers get away with a little light OPI on that touchdown?
I don't know, but when you're that big, that's what happens.
You just go up and
you know
get
what
the
I'm
thing.
saying?
Dude,
all he did was jump up.
Dudes bounce off of you.
All he did was jump up, and
Yeah.
That's what happens. By the way, I was having some massive flashbacks yesterday. Just all the numbers in those old uniforms. Here's the thing. Those things are sweet, but wouldn't they be less sweet if they wore them every week? Like, there is something to the novelty and nostalgia of it, right?
Oh, without a doubt.
I understand why people like them,
but
I wasn't crying when they left.
No,
I
I-
liked when we switched to the blue ones because
I
they
completely
weren't very
agree with
good
you.
in those
Like
last
we
time around.
think they're cool because they never wear them.
Right.
And because again, like nostalgia of our childhood is awesome. Seattle's uniforms that they wore in week 1
Real
this year
sweet.
against the Broncos were awesome. Okay.
The
If
Detroit
they-
ones?
If they wore them every single week, who cares?
What is it? The what do they call that blue that they have for Detroit?
Honolulu blue.
Honolulu blue.
Yeah.
The Kelly green of the Eagles. Look, man, they're sweet. Now, I thought Hastings had a pretty good suggestion last week. They are cool enough that maybe you want to wear them against the AFC West opponents at home. Do it.
Yeah, I'm fine.
That'd be 3 games.
That'd be great.
That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't wear them every single week.
No, it'll lose what it is.
Exactly.
And then again, if they're losing in it, you're going to hate them again. I know because I've hated that uniform from losing in it too much. I've lived it.
It's a good-looking uniform. I completely agree, though. It's got a novelty factor to it. You don't wear it every single week. The new Broncos uniforms, I think, look good.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
I'd say go do a throwback Raider one, but they don't really change, right?
If all these people could figure out how to put stickers straight on their car, I would have no problem with the logo. Let's
I'm
be honest.
excited to see the blue jersey at some point whenever we get it.
It's Craigman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you here. It is a Monday. It's a Mexican Monday. My God, this Tigers finally take a 3-0 lead in the top of the 9th of this absolute strikeout fest in Cleveland. But top 9 Tigers have jumped them finally. Some action in this game. A 3-run home run by Kerry Carpenter has put the Tigers on top. ALDS action going on right now. Yankees and Royals, the late game, and then Monday Night Football. Watch it all right here at the Hofbrau at 92nd and Wadsworth in Westminster.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and just want to, ask you a few things. I want to get in your business a little bit, but not really totally in your business. Seriously, how have things been for you in the bedroom? And if it's been a struggle, how have you dealt with it? Are you pulling away from your loved ones? Are you finding yourself wanting to avoid maybe date night? Do You don't have to deal with this. You may not realize half the men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction, and even more of us are affected as we get into our 60s, and ED can also impact younger men, even in their 30s, making it one of the most pervasive conditions in medicine. If you would like the right treatment for you, because the right treatment is key, you don't want a one-size-fits-all treatment because it won't improve the experience to the point that you want it to. The great experience comes from getting that right treatment, and the right treatment can be found at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some that can have you lasting an hour or more. And for nearly a decade, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has helped Colorado men, and they've treated successfully tens of thousands of cases. So if you want to go and have a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, see what they can do for you. It couldn't be easier. You can find them on the web at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or give them a call. I'll give you the number in a second. But you go in there. The initial visit's scheduled to be $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if you're advised, you'll get a test dosed. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, then your visit is free. They've got 5 locations around Colorado to serve you. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900, or again, the website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, look, he played well. Used his feet, went through his progressions, threw the ball well, got it down the field, took the underneath throws, handled the 2-minute again. That's happened a number of times now where we've been able to get some points at the end of the half. Had good command of what we were doing, and I was pleased.
Yeah, respectable 7.6 yards per attempt yesterday, an efficient 19 to 27. He was sacked 3 times. It's going to happen when you're going up against Max Crosby. That dude, even with a high ankle sprain, is still something else, man. But overall, again, an efficient, turnover-free performance. Remember, last year, Andy, the Broncos 8-1 when they won the turnover battle. Yesterday, they're +3 in turnovers, and they waxed the Raiders at home. It's the take care of the football, play solid defense, get a run game going, which the Broncos did yesterday. It's not spectacular. Well, it's not.
Who cares? You won.
Anything. It's 3.9 yards per carry. It's not blowing anybody away. But there is a commitment to it, and especially Javonte Williams got going in the second half. 4.7 yards per carry for Javonte. It's a good recipe to win football games.
Lean on your run game. Keep doing it. Matter of fact, let him keep running. It's what Leggy talked about.
Yeah.
He's clearly shown us he's a guy that needs carries. Now, it is crazy because 2-3 weeks ago, it looked like he had no burst in those legs. We didn't know what was going on.
Looked like he was
After
finished.
a good training camp, it looked like that had all left. He's finally rounding himself back into the kind of shape that we saw. Yeah, man, I don't know. It's been wild. You know, I guess it could all change against the Chargers. I did not realize that nobody had thrown deep against them, but I don't know. Are the Broncos going to try that? That's just not the forte right now. It feels like they're taking maybe one shot, maybe 2 a game. So we'll see if they choose to do that. You know, would be good to see Troy Franklin get going and have that connection work. I agree with an earlier texter. We talked about getting this team a dynamic wide receiver, which we would all take. But, man, they need a tight end. They got to get some kind of decent tight end play. Why is it so hard? I think he was a healthy scratch, man.
Just healthy scratch?
I don't know.
That's
and look,
where we're
I
at
can't
now.
blame him. I can't blame him. It looks like he took a couple of those early, Bo threw him a couple balls that he took some pretty good hits on, and I don't know if that got him jumpy or what, but he just hasn't looked – it just hasn't been great. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say himself is. I don't know what he is in the NFL.
All right, Andy, got an update. We always like to track this on the Circus Survivor pool.
Oh, what do we got? What do we got?
Okay, so another rough one yesterday. Most popular team in the Circus Survivor pool this week was Seattle. 160 entries for Seattle this week. Boom, done.
Whew.
After that, second most popular selection on the board, the Niners. Blow that game against Arizona.
Dude.
Boom, done.
Dude.
Right there. You lost right on that. Let's quick math by me. 246 people out. Just on Seattle and San Francisco. 227 entries remain, including 22 still waiting on tonight's results. 16 on Kansas. Actually, no. 16 were on Kansas City. 6 had the Steelers. They lost, obviously. So that's okay. Quick math. 233 that are out after yesterday.
This thing is dwindling.
Third most popular pick yesterday was the Bears. They took care of business against Carolina. Jacksonville got 33 selections yesterday, as did the Broncos. Packers got 29. So people that are still living in this thing. But right now, 200 and I believe 21 remain. 221 that's left in the contest.
They are not going to be splitting. Like, if anybody wins this, you may win the whole dang thing.
I heard there was one dude has 6 entries left. He had 8 in initially. He's got 6 left. Good for that guy. Somebody go and interview that dude that he could somehow still have 6 left in this thing right now. But that's where we're at. That's how wild this NFL season has been so far here. But, yeah, 33 people living on Denver yesterday, beating the Raiders, and that turned out to be a very good selection.
Who's your big surprise team? I would say the Niners, but my gosh, they're so beat up. Are we really surprised that the Niners are having that issue?
2-3, very beat up.
Just shows you, though, when you've got the chance, you got to take advantage of this.
Very much
You
so.
can't say next year all the time.
I didn't think the Vikings were going to be 5-0 with Sam Darnold as their quarterback, and look at what they've turned into now. They jumped out to that lead yesterday and then just kind of held on. So they've been a bit of a surprise. I'm shocked that Cincinnati's 1-4. I know they typically do start slowly, but 1-4 is just an absolute mess for them. And the wild thing about it is Joe Burrow's playing at an MVP clip at the moment. He threw for 5 touchdowns in that game yesterday, and yet there they are at 1-4. They've been an absolute mess. Nothing but bad luck all around right there. I'm a little bit stunned that Miami's basically finished.
Right.
Already.
Yeah.
That's surprising to say the least. How about that? That wild play at the end of that game last night. How about the foot on the line and the Patriots couldn't come back and get that victory? Jalen Polk stepping out of bounds. How about the 4-1 Manders? The 4-1 Washington Commanders just blow out the Cleveland Browns yesterday. Jaden Daniels, the fact that he is this good this quickly. Yesterday throws for 238. Only completed 56% of his throws. He was at 82% coming into this game, but then he rushed 11 times for 82 yards in that game yesterday. In total, the Manders rushed for 215 and 3 touchdowns yesterday.
Yeah.
Between what Daniels is doing and then Eckler, McNichols, and Brian Robinson, I did not have them as a 4-1 football team right now. Yeah, those probably my biggest surprises are Cincy at 1-4, and the Manders at 4-1, and the Vikings at 5-0. Who saw it coming?
What about the Jets?
I thought they would stink.
Really? Okay.
Because I didn't think Rodgers could move, and Hackett's terrible.
It is, man. He's
terrible.
Did you see where he was
Him
doing
and
the
Salah
whole
are
get
so
it in
bad.
here? What is like? I feel like Rodgers is actually finally getting a little frustrated with Haxie too. That's his last guy.
Awful coaching that team is dealing with right now. They have talent. I don't right now. If you're Devontae Adams, do you really want to go over there? What are you going to fix?
Oh, I don't know why they would trade for him. You don't have an O-line.
Yeah.
You don't have an O-line.
Yeah, that O-line's really, really bad.
You going to go get David Bakhtiari out of retirement too, or what are you going to do?
Maybe. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And when are you going to run out of money? At some point you run out of money, don't you?
Apparently not.
In the cap? You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
Really, it's all just allowed. I don't know.
Saints and Chiefs. Chiefs are 4-0. They haven't played well, but they're 4-0.
Yeah, it's just the Chiefs.
Because they're the Chiefs.
It's just what we live in right now. What about Philly?
That's not a good team. Yeah, that team is a mess. Turns out, remember a couple of years ago when we were praising the hell out of them of like, oh, draft everybody from Georgia. That's going to work great.
No, it doesn't.
Nope. Hadn't worked at all.
I guess not.
Yeah. We all take all of that praise back.
Yeah.
Hasn't actually worked out all that well.
By the way,
no.
do you know how Pat Surtain has a connection to Dan Campbell?
Pat Surtain to Dan Campbell. Did his dad play with Campbell?
That's a great question. Honestly, I don't know.
Okay.
That was not the answer I was ready for, so you might have gotten it, but
Okay.
that might be it.
Okay.
No, Dan Campbell likes to pitch the Applebee's boneless wings, and because Pat Surtain got a pick six, I believe you get some free boneless wings.
He gets free boneless wings?
No, the people.
Oh, the people do.
Here, hold on.
Oh,
I'll
it's
go
like
check.
it's like the Rockies taco special?
Yeah, basically. Here.
Okay.
Zach Stevenson tweeted it out. We'll go to
Okay.
the Zach Stevens.
All right, what's Zach
Because
got
he
for
got
us?
the pick six on Sunday, Applebee's is getting everyone 6 free boneless wings because of Pat.
Okay.
But only when you get the pick six. And I saw Campbell all walking out all proud, still got his headset on, and he basically said whenever there's a pick six, you get 6 free sauced boneless wings.
Can I, if I go in there to order them,
Yeah.
do I have to say boneless wings?
Yeah.
Can
What
I
would
just,
you like to just say some sauced nuggets?
Can I just see the tenders? Or the fingers?
See, the tenders are different
Or
and
the
so are the
nuggets?
fingers. You got to go with nuggets.
They're not boneless wings, though. Whatever you want
Can
to
I
call
tell
them,
you what side?
they're not boneless wings.
I was tired. I'm sure a lot of parents have been here. I'm tired. You're hitting the Chick-fil-A because most kids will only eat a damn chicken nugget. And I go, I just need some of the McNuggets. And I apparently offended. I
you
forgot
dropped a Mick
the old
in there?
Mick. Yeah, they're not Irish nuggets. They're just nuggets.
If I go to Starbucks, I don't want to have to use the stupid words. Just give me a large coffee, okay?
But the large, do you want a large? Do you want a Venti? You want a Trenta? How much coffee you want? You want a bucket O?
They know what large is. They know what it is comparatively in the size scale. I don't want to have to say the word.
You'd be surprised. Do you just get a coffee?
Just give me a coffee. Yeah, that's all I order. Just a large coffee with milk. Boom. That's my order. It's the most boring.
What the hell are you going to Starbucks for that? You know, you could just walk into 7-Eleven, pour your own cup.
I could.
I don't know how the milk's doing, but you could add it.
They have it all over the place. I got options. I can get it in my own damn kitchen.
What do you mean? When you say the milk's all over the place, you mean spilled on the counter?
No, I meant well, that too.
People not aiming well. You got Mr. McShaky trying to pour the milk in his coffee. Hey, calm down, guy.
I don't need all the fluff in there. Just give me coffee. That's all I want.
All right, Dennis Leary.
Just give me a large coffee. All right.
Dennis did a whole thing on this back in the 90s.
Well, here's the good thing is that
you would like a coffee flavored coffee.
I've never heard that bit. It's a solid bit in the 90s, and it's strong in 2024.
No, you would not be allowed to have that bit. That bit did not age
Didn't
the way
age well.
people would like it to.
Okay.
It's funny.
Okay. It's like,
but he needs some new adjectives in there.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't go back and watch the Eddie Murphy special.
Well,
States.
no.
Those
Look, comedy from 2000 on, just forget about it. You're not allowed to have it.
We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL going into Monday Night Football. We'll do that next. Oh, best place to bet the baseball playoffs, best place to bet Monday Night Football is Sport Trade. Completely different from anything that you have tried before. Best prices in the industry. We're talking about minus 106 main lines. That means more winnings for you. Best prices out there. That's what we're talking about. They don't delay your in-play bets. There's no spinning wheel with your odds changing. No, your live wagers go in instantly at Sport Trade. And guess what? One of the great things about Sport Trade, when you sign up, they text you immediately. You can reach out to your team anytime you want. Is there a prop that you're looking for? Is there a better price that you're looking for? Again, go to getsporttrade.com, or you can download Sport Trade onto your iPhone. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet, and they will get you taken care of. Again, that's getsporttrade.com. Best live betting in the industry and the best prices that are out there. Sport Trade. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors. All right, let's roll. It is hour number 3. Best 5 o'clock hour in the biz starts with football news. We call it the High Five. It's the 5 biggest stories of the day. Go ahead, Spring.
Hey, let's do a Monday High Five brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment. It is never ordinary at Bet365. Bo Nix played well in a Broncos win over the Raiders yesterday, ending their 8-game losing streak to that team. He had an audible of sorts. He changed play design, and instead of in the second half of that game on a third down, going with the design play that was supposed to read to the right, he targeted Troy Franklin deep on the left side of the field, just missed him, was in Troy's hands. He dropped what would have been a touchdown pass. Sean and Bo argued on the sidelines after that about Bo's decision. Today, Sean Payton was asked if he likes that Bo spoke back to him, that Bo speaks up. He was asked this by DMAC.
Coach, on the Ferris Bueller moment, what does it say that he's not afraid to speak up? Do you like that quality and that characteristic?
Absolutely, absolutely. All good. It's the heat of the moment. It's the game. It's competitive. He's fiery, and look, we're in the business of passion. We're looking for passion, and we're looking for people who have passion for the game, not other things. And I think that is so important to him. And so, I loved his response, and shoot, we're on to the next play, and it's nothing.
All right.
Yeah.
It's nothing till it is.
Tell him.
Right now.
Tell him I hit the guy directly in the hands.
Yeah.
If he catches the ball, we're all celebrating right now. And you're looking at it and going, hey, great decision to throw it to a guy that's wide open in the end zone.
And then probably nothing's said. Everybody just celebrates.
Right.
But, Bo has been known to be a little feisty in college.
Good.
He showed some feistiness at the combine, and so we'll see if these two feistiness. It's not a problem now. We'll see if it becomes a problem at any point. I don't know.
I don't really know how Ferris Bueller-ish it is.
Yeah, I didn't get the reference. I was glad Leahy went in and got a further explanation about the thing.
Can you explain this further?
Right.
Because he was at the game. He didn't skip the game today. He actually did show up at the game.
Right. He didn't take a day off.
Now, he did a good job sticking up for his buddy Troy Franklin after the game. I mean, if you think about it, I guess that's really why Ferris pretty much was skipping school, was so he could show his friend Cameron, who was a sad introvert, a pretty good time. And it seemed like, well, actually, I don't think Cameron had that good of a day now that I think about it. His dad's car got
I was about to
crashed.
say, Cameron probably didn't go home again. He was smart. It was the 80s.
That's the other part of it, is you didn't see, there wasn't a Ferris Bueller's
follow-up
day off part 2.
It wasn't Ferris Bueller's weekend or anything
where
like that.
Cameron is now homeless because his dad has kicked him out of the house. And
living there. And
suing him for the cost of his Ferrari or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't actually happen.
Well, his sister went on to go dance and wouldn't let anybody put baby in a corner or anything. Hey, we found the song.
Jennifer Grey was the actress on that one right there. The scene, I still think the funniest scene in the entire movie is when she's in the police station talking to Charlie Sheen. It's an all-timer.
Yeah. Yes.
Drugs? Thank you. No, I'm straight. It's an all-time great movie scene right there. Whatever happened to Mia Sara, by the way?
His girlfriend?
Yeah, played the part of Salome Peterson. Do we know?
I don't know. That's a good name, though. It's a good movie girlfriend name.
Yeah.
Sloane.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe Phoebe Cates took that hot brunette sort of roles after that. I don't know.
Spring, when you looked up the name of the song, by the way, what's it called?
It's called Oh Yeah by Yellow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I guess that is the lyrics if you think about it.
So did the guy just, did he 9 Inch Nails this thing and just not hire anybody? He just did it all himself?
Hitting buttons on a keyboard.
And
he was
then he had to tour it somehow, so what was he going to do? For anybody that didn't know, 9 Inch Nails wasn't technically a band. He just kept hiring people to play music with him for a while.
He needed a live band, yeah.
He did. But he did all the other stuff himself. So
it was just him.
Just him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trent Reznor was pretty talented.
Yeah, not bad. Smashing Pumpkins was all Billy Corgan except
Yeah.
for the drums.
Till Darcy got tired of it.
He needed Jimmy Chamberlain on the drums. Mm-hmm. Anyway, this has been Music Trivia with Nate and Andy.
Yeah.
Things that we just happen to know.
What other would you have an alternative movie to suggest for what he was going for? Just kind of a dumb kid that we got to get. I mean, so was it Dazed and Confused? Should he have been Dazed and Confused?
Little
With
Dennis,
the football player
little
that
Dennis
didn't
the
want to do
Menace
it.
in
Dennis
there,
the Menace,
not
maybe?
listening particularly well.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, I didn't get the Ferris Bueller
Varsity
reference in
Blues. We got to coach some Varsity Blues, Adam. I don't want your plays.
Okay, that was good. That made me laugh. That was good.
That was kind of stupid.
That was
but
a
it's
strong.
all right.
That was a good
Hey,
Dawson.
It's a good Monday joke.
I enjoyed
By
it.
Friday, probably not strong enough, but on a Monday, we'll take it.
I'll giggle at it 5 days a week, Andy. I'll give you credit on that one. You Ferris Bueller rascal over there.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, what about the Raiders? Antonio Pierce taking the loss after the week of drama with Davante Adams. They pulled Gardner Minshew, who ate a booger on the sidelines.
He did. You're not kidding. It was on video, and then it was on X, and now everybody's seen it. Gardner, what are you doing? Just like it was just a quick, but don't go. If you want to flick it out of there, fine. We all get a little dry in the Denver air. Don't let it make its way towards your mouth. What is wrong with you?
Ate a booger.
Huh?
It's a real Jim Harbaugh move right there. So is there a quarterback controversy in Las Vegas?
No, he ate a booger. He's out. It's done. You're done. You don't get a start, bro.
Antonio Pierce saying today that they're evaluating it. He was asked what's going on with Davante Adams. When does he think it went sideways? He was asked this today, and he was asked if he has an update on the Davante Adams situation.
Tony, what's the latest with Davante? I know it's kind of been the elephant in the room, but from your perspective as the coach of the organization, where did it kind of go sideways with him?
I don't know. I think I got to ask Davante that.
What is the latest, though, with that situation?
The status quo.
No, you're a part of this. You don't get to act like you're not an actor in this play, my guy. Where did it go sideways? You have to ask Davante.
No, you're the one that brought it up.
No, we're asking you. You right now are clearly dissatisfied with the guy. You're willing to trade him. You have a starring role in the show right now.
You liked a tweet or whatever, an Instagram post suggesting he find a new zip code.
Yes, he liked an Instagram post.
Davante liked nothing of the sort.
Yeah.
So you technically started this.
Antonio Pierce is like, I was picking my nose with one hand.
Sure.
I was flipping through my phone with another one, and I double tapped it because I was like, you know what? I don't really want this guy in my team either.
I was trying to set up another recruiting visit with Jaden Daniels' mom.
Because that seems like a pretty good time.
Right. Then I was in the news, and now I'm banned from college football.
Yeah, you've got to answer that question. That's not just you have to ask Davante that. No, we're asking you that.
Hey, what? How long is this going to last? They can't get rid of him, but I mean, all of a sudden, like Max Crosby got all big mad in the locker room yesterday, saying, "Don't anybody suggest I want out of here. I'll speak for myself." Fair enough.
Yeah.
Right, fair enough.
Michael Lombardi, saying that about him. That Crosby's not happy with the situation
But
right
all
now.
these guys that allegedly wanted this guy hired now seem like they're out. We're not even to the bye week.
Yeah, it's not going great. It turns out maybe going with the interim, not always the best idea. Now, here's the thing. If you're not going to go with the interim, don't hire Josh McDaniels.
Right.
I can tell you that. That's the wrong page to turn to and choose your own adventure. But you don't need to hire the interim just because the locker room likes it.
Biggest poison pill coach, and you got to pick one. These are the only two left on the market.
Okay.
And you have to fill the position. HR said so.
Okay.
Josh McDaniels or Urban Meyer.
I knew that was what it was going to be. I'll take Herb.
Good old Urban?
I'll take Urban Meyer simply because he seems like a better time off the field.
Because he'll give you cause by midseason, and then you can start it all over again?
I mean, he's a little handsy, but
he
still.
likes to kick people, too. Don't forget.
Oh, there's that part of it as well. Yeah, I forgot.
Josh ain't kicking anybody.
As far as we know.
Right.
Stupid.
Fair enough. Yeah.
As far as we know. God, Urban Meyer was such a turd. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, the Texans beat a Von Miller-less Bills team yesterday.
I see what you did right there. That was good.
Yeah. 23-20. Nico Collins continued his great season. He caught a 67-yard touchdown pass from C.J. Stroud, but then he had to leave the game with a hamstring injury following that play. He is being billed as week to week by the Texans. For the Bills, in the fourth quarter, Josh Allen was trying to make something happen on a third down along the sidelines, just kind of threw the ball, and then as he was getting tackled out of bounds, whiplash, he had to go to the tent, but the Texans would fumble in their own territory. This all happened very fast, so Allen's in the tent. Second down now. They sprint Josh Allen out of the tent onto the field. They ended up not getting a touchdown in the sequence, but it was very quick from possible, if not likely, concussion to Josh Allen is back in the game. Today, Sean McDermott was asked about that.
I guess, were there any after effects with Josh, given that he got bopped in the head, even though he said, he acknowledged it was a chest injury and an ankle thing?
Oh, Josh was cleared, and he went back in the game. That's what I know from our medical staff on the sideline.
Here's the problem with all this, all right? The coaches don't know. They're in the middle of coaching.
Right.
He's not in the tent with them,
Yeah.
going over, answer the questions. Look, we all know if you've got to go over the baseline readings or the baseline, whatever this thing is that you establish beginning of the year when everyone's of a healthy mind, there's no way you're getting through it that quickly.
Nope.
I thought the independent people, the neurologist and the independent medical people were supposed to handle this crap. And I felt bad like the refs last night. They told Justin Fields 3 times, you got to get off the field. The guy upstairs radio down. We're not punishing you. You got the whiplash motion.
Yeah.
All these guys, and
that
frankly, Bo needs to be aware of it too because he likes to run out to the side and try to get that pass. They all have to understand that if your head whips around, they're putting you in the tent.
Yeah.
Because that is one of the things that can cause it, especially if you land back first and the head hits.
Also, did that reporter use the phrase bopped in the head?
He might have.
Because that's
a very Buffalo term.
It's very cute.
Hey, did you get bopped in the head out there? What happened there? Did you get the little birdies? What went down?
I feel like getting bopped in the head is like something you do with like a Nerf bat.
It's something on Looney Tunes.
Yes.
Bugs Bunny pulls out the gigantic sledgehammer. You catch one. The welt immediately comes out of your head. Remember when the welts in the cartoon would show up? That's got to be CTE.
The birds would then fly around. Yeah.
Like Looney Tunes couldn't survive today. Half the characters would have to go in the blue tent.
They'd be in the blue tent. They'd be in the protocol. They'd be on the smelling salts.
Yeah. Elmer Fudd. Toomer. Yosemite Sam. He ain't getting very far.
Yosemite Sam should be imprisoned, okay? There's no way that guy had a hunting
Yosemite
license.
Sam. What about that was Elmer Fudd. Elmer Fudd. Yosemite Sam was just your usual. He was like your hot to trot Texan walking around with the 6-shooters everywhere.
You have a license
Elmer
for those
Fudd
things?
is the one that's got the pellet gun that's just walking around unhinged, deciding when it's whatever season it is. Yes.
Maybe.
Don't tell me that guy took the safety class. He never once had anything orange on to illuminate where he was. Just had that big, stupid brown hat.
No safety orange?
Yeah. And he had Davy Jones, or who was it? Davy Crockett's rifle. Just shooting BBs everywhere.
Is that what it was?
I'm assuming. And
All
it was that big. No, I take it back. He didn't have like the big horn one. He actually had the 2-shooter. He could have shot Clay's.
All I'm saying is that you're exactly right about that. He did not have a license for that firearm. There's no chance.
He did not have a license for the firearm. Yosemite Sam was clearly on the run from everybody, and Josh Allen did not pass concussion protocol. These things I know on a Monday.
The Coyote, without a doubt, has CTE. Plaque on the brain all over the place.
What about Sylvester the cat? What about Tomcat? That damn mouse did him in.
All right, we got to stop this riff. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, let's stay in the AFC East. And with quarterbacks who have head injuries, Tua Tagovailoa and the Miami Dolphins. So the Bills lose, the Jets lose. the Dolphins win in New England. Go figure, the Dolphins, without a real quarterback right now, are just a game back of the Bills in the division. They are on a bye. They will play the Colts in 2 weeks. So what is the plan for Tua Tagovailoa? Could we see him return soon? Here's Mike McDaniel today.
Mike, at the risk of answering my own question, I know you had said you weren't going to worry too much about Tua because he's on IR. Yes. Is there a plan for him this week? Is he out of concussion protocol? Will he do anything this
Well,
week?
so the way that will look is he's there's some expert consultation that he has scheduled for this week, and then we'll address. Then the final stages of protocol won't be achieved until we bring him back off IR and that first practice is had. So until then, we are just communicating, and everything has been so far so good.
Why does he sound like a kid that just got asked what's in your backpack?
In the very least, he's answering the question.
Well, fair enough.
He's not Sean Paytoning the thing. He's giving actual information that people need about when the guy's going to come back and play and where he's at in the process. I appreciate it.
You have me there. What was the noise he made again, Spring? It
was
like some kind of Are you some kind of evil genius? I mean, are you some kind of evil? You know what I mean?
You mean you don't have any Tyler Huntley questions? Okay, I will answer the question about our well-compensated, concussed quarterback.
Can I interest you in a Tyler Huntley? The 2 is not selling right now. Yeah, what was that?
Yeah, McDaniel's answer is, I don't want to have to play Tyler Huntley anymore either. We scored 15 points yesterday. I hate this.
I did not sign up to call plays for him. So I'm with you. I can't get over that noise. What was that noise?
How about the Brissett at the end of that game, by the way, his Hail Mary to Hunter Henry that was caught 15 yards away from the end zone?
Here's what made me laugh out loud yesterday. All I saw was disastrous Miami stuff, and then I see the score, and they win 15-10.
15-10.
That's how I know how bad the Patriots are. Come on, Drake
May,
you better be ready for your turn in the tent behind that line because they ain't going to be playing Brissett much longer.
We are going to be smacking rears for the 3-2 Broncos when we return. And you can't just say Patrick Surtain. 303-504-0925 on the Shot Mazda text line. Hit us up. We're back after this. Madison the single back. Bryant in motion. Play action. Minshew looking. Throws intercepted by Surtain. Pat Surtain on the run. Nobody's going to catch him. Surtain going all the way for a Denver touchdown. But there is a flag down back at the 34 during the return. A 100-yard pick six if it stands.
If this is called on the play that I think it's called, they need to pick this flag up. They need to pick this flag up.
How worried were you saw the flag up?
I was worried. I was scared. And I was tired. So that's not a good combination.
Better pick, Patrick Surtain or Gardner Minshew yesterday?
Say it again? Better pick? Oh, okay. I was like, what are you talking
Stay with
about?
me. Stay with me, man.
I was going to say he threw the pick. How could he be happy about it? Then I realized, yeah. I was trying to forget that. We're in a restaurant.
No,
it's Mexican Monday.
No,
Come have a burrito. Don't think
booger.
about Gardner Minshew.
Yeah, no.
Have
he was,
some wings.
He was sad about Aiden O'Connell and his mustache getting out there and throwing more interceptions.
You know
So
what
he
bugs me
figured,
about Aiden O'Connell?
What the heck? I'll eat some snot.
Did you see his hat? His hat bothered me.
Okay.
It was like an off-the-rack bad hat.
Nobody was wearing the plaid yesterday, which I appreciated.
Okay.
I think we moved away from this year's crucial catch plaid hat, which was good to see. Good to see the throwbacks out there yesterday. Like the design on the field, everything. I like that the Broncos did it up. They very much did it right. And to wear that uniform against the Raiders, it was a good-looking football game.
Yeah, and they got the field right, like you said. The stuff around the stadium was awesome. I would also – I will say – you know what? Smack on the rear to Mr. Penner and a hearty handshake to Carrie Penner so we don't violate any HR rules.
Good job.
That all right?
Yeah.
I will offer her a handshake. All the alumni rave about how they've been treated by these two folks that – look, you know, we're all wondering, are they going to be good owners again? And Pat Bowlen set a high bar as far as caring about the winning and the product on the field.
Sure.
I think they're trying to establish the same thing, but much like what we've got going on with the rookie class or anything, time will tell.
Yep.
But I will tell you, it is amazing to see how many old alumni I know. Old alumni, that's repetitive but redundant. The alumni seem to rave about how they are treated, and I do think – like one of the last things the Bolins did, and we know not everything Bolin is being repeated around there, but they started the Orange Jacket program. And to keep that, see Foley put it on the other night, see Riley Odoms put it on the other night, I think that's pretty cool. And I would say they deserve high marks for keeping the alumni involved because it's your history. And you know what? This franchise has a lot of pretty cool players that spent time here.
Yeah. Care about the history of the franchise. Know that speaks to the fans and why they like the team in the first place. Bringing those uniforms back, wearing them on a Raiders Sunday. It was all well done yesterday. I thought the Broncos did a good job with the whole exercise. I thought the field looked great. I thought the uniforms looked terrific. You're right about that. They're getting that right. When it comes to what kind of owners they're going to be, hire good coaches.
Let them do their jobs.
And if you
don't be Dave Tepper.
If you are going to build a new stadium, don't ask me for a dime. The end.
Huzzah.
Yeah.
Hear, hear.
Yeah.
I think everybody will, yes.
Yeah.
I think a vote would tell you the same thing.
Yeah. So if you want to do those things, then, hey, I'm all for it. You're doing a great job. They're going to upgrade the facilities. They're putting money into that. Those are the kind of things that, there's tangible effects on those things. They lead to winning. You're worried about how much the players are walking around and if they're wasting time around the facility. Okay, well, it's when you say some of that stuff, does it sound a little bit absurd? Sure, but also it means you're thinking about winning. It means you're thinking about respecting the players' time and making sure that the time that they're putting inside the facility is spent on preparing to play football.
It may sound silly. It may sound petty. It may sound a lot of things that we could put out there. Bottom line is, as you try to recruit free agents, remember, we're in NIL times. These guys, the more this goes along, they're going to be at all the top schools, and all the top schools like Ohio State and Texas A&M and Alabama, Georgia, they have facilities that many will tell you will beat most NFL facilities. So the NFL is going to have to keep up to impress some of these guys that could be future free agents.
I think there's something to that. If roughly the guaranteed money is all the same, then make it a place where guys actually want to go and live and play and all
Yeah,
those
I would
things.
rather come here than go to Cincinnati where they were shot multiple times on phones. They shot players having to run across the street in their cleats.
Right.
That's not what you want to have to do.
Yeah. So, again, money speaks when it comes to everything with player contracts, but you're right about that stuff. That's what's going to make good owners. But you're absolutely right. I thought they did a good job yesterday. Zach Allen keeps having a great year. He had another sack yesterday late in that game. He had a huge stop on Amir Abdullah during that game yesterday. Zach Allen has had a great, great season. He was a try-hard guy in Arizona, and I think that, number one, I do think that he has the kind of attitude that is sort of affecting the rest of the defense, and he's just a good player. He plays hard down in and down out. Zach Allen's having a great season. I got to give him a hearty smack on the rear.
All right. Boy, offensive. See, what's fun is we could do some offensive guys yesterday. You know what? I'm going to give – you already called out Lil Jordan Humphrey.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and I want to give one to Josh Reynolds. You know what? Doing a great job, getting over back of the middle. And you know what? Why not? Why not?
Yesterday. But
Let's
it was a
give one to
touchdown.
Bo Nix. Bo Nix threw a good pass on that touchdown. Bo Nix,
Nice touch.
Nice
Back in the end
touch.
zone. It was
Yeah.
beautifully done.
He had another nice throw to Cortland. Now, I'd like to see actual consistent play throughout the game of that, but whatever. You know what? Yesterday was fun. Yesterday was fun. Period. Who else you want to do? Who else you want to give one to?
It was that game yesterday, and look, we talked to Legwold before. Yeah, the offense is still very much a work in progress. The fact that the offense can be, quite frankly, as basic as it is at the moment, and you're 3-2,
tells you you're doing the basics well.
You should be throwing a damn parade right now for this team, that this defense is playing the way that it is, and you're taking care of the football. You're willing to do the right things. The play calling, especially in the second half of these games, is getting a little bit more run-heavy when you've got these leads. It's really, really good to see. I thought Sean Payton coached a really good game yesterday. Again, that thing could have gone way, way south, but sometimes you need a break in an NFL game. Like Peyton talked about, there's 4 or 5 plays a game that can completely swing the thing. In this case, it was Surtain with the interception, Minshew overthrowing Brock Bowers, going up and making a play. If it's 17-3 or the Broncos toast, I'm not going to say that, but you're in a tough spot down 2 scores.
Here's the thing. This offense, I don't think this will change unless they trade for someone that's just a space changer on the field, and I don't see that happening.
Yeah.
But I would say they are come on, this is the most obvious statement out there. They are not built to do the let's go only passing and throw around kind of thing.
No.
They're just not built for that.
No, they can't
They've
do
got to be able to stay balanced. They've got to keep you on your toes, whether they're running or passing. And they've done a great job, to your point, of keeping the games close enough. Now, again, the Pat Surtain swinging that thing 14 points, that's a huge deal. That's absolutely a huge deal. But they've managed it well. How about a smack to John Franklin Myers?
Good player.
Not only has he been a good player, he's getting stuff done. He got feisty with the Raider. I like that.
Yep.
Let's throw it back to a little hate between these two teams.
That's how it should be. That's certainly good to see. Crosby had another good game, and he did his talking and all those kind of things.
That was pretty funny when they caught him yelling in the crowd, Mike.
Yeah.
Or whatever, the parabolics.
He's a fiery dude. By the way,
you would love him if you were on his
without
he
a
was on
doubt.
your team, right?
Without
Be
a
everyone's
doubt.
favorite player.
The only thing that throws me off about him is he looks like Brett Kane on steroids.
He is. That's a great call. He is albino, and I couldn't quite put what was going on. But you're right. He's a roided up Kane.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm not suggesting that he actually is, but Brett Kane would have to do all the roids to look like that.
Whatever the program that Barry Bonds, whatever Balco was doing, exactly. I don't think that's what. I don't know for a fact.
No, we're not suggesting
making those
anything of the
suggestions.
actual man. We are saying for Brett Kane to get to a football physique, creatine ain't enough.
Not at all. He needs to be on whatever tranquilizers Barry Bonds was taking back in the day, and he would look an awful lot like Max Crosby.
He needs to look like he's going to do Rambo the 5th.
There was a lot of quarterbacks, by the way, yesterday throwing north of 300 yards. I mean, there was a lot of chucking around the lot. Trevor Lawrence, Joe Flacco, both went out and did it yesterday. C.J. Stroud had a big game throwing the ball around. Caleb Williams was north of 300 yards in that game yesterday. This is happening with a lot of quarterbacks in the league. I think Dak threw for 352 in that game last night. Bo's not equipped to be able to do that right now, both in terms of his skill set and what he has around him. But keeping it limited, he was at 7.6 yards per attempt yesterday. We'll live there all day long. I mean, he was, sub-4 first couple of games of the season? He's in a much, much better place right now.
He is, but they know what they are. Yep. This is playing out a little bit like Sean Payton last year. Now, luckily for us, they're getting to it about a couple, 3 weeks early, right? Wasn't it late October where they beat the Chiefs and finally got that 5-game streak going, the win streak instead of the lose streak?
1-5 last year.
But Sean has figured out, I think, how to call the game, and if Sean will just stay with the run game and repeat some runs, he'll be okay. I still would like to see, and I'm not being a wiseacre about this, like that old man term, I would like to see him pare down that play sheet. I had a buddy of mine say, one of the old NFL guys I know says, he calls plays like he wants to check off that they're done, and he doesn't repeat what's good enough, okay?
Yeah.
So pare it down and just, like that run, there was no need to quit calling really most of the runs. They were working really well.
Yep.
Those outside pitches were working. Maybe just not as big a play sheet. Go with the Vance Joseph size play sheet.
Can we figure out how to get the ball into Marvin Mims' hands
Thank you.
more regularly? Is he just lost as a receiver because he's a playmaker on special teams? He has actual speed. I thought that yesterday watching Trey Tucker of the Raiders. Of like, hey, you just get the ball to a fast guy and see what happens every now and then.
Here's the thing. I think Mims and Bo, I don't think Bo's figured out when he needs to release it yet to hit Mims in the prime spot.
Yeah.
Hopefully they'll get that worked out here at some point because I would like to see it. I felt like Mims did a good job of fighting for some 50-50 balls the 3 times he got a chance from Russ last year. I don't know what it is. Maybe Mims just asked for the ball all wrong. Maybe quarterbacks don't care for his tone of voice. I don't know why he's not getting thrown to, but when you watch what he does in the return game, I'm with you. Please find this man some more targets.
Troy Franklin playing a little bit more. I think also, Andy, just a big part of it is Cortland Sutton, Josh Reynolds, and Lil Jordan Humphrey. They are all in Sean Payton's tree of trust. He plays those guys. He trusts those guys. And yet Marvin Mims, when he gets the ball in his hands, he had the big return yesterday, but he had a 16-yarder that also got him into good field position on one of his punt returns. Get the guy the ball. Get the guy the damn ball. By the way, we did see yesterday there was a Raider drive. Was it a Raider drive or a Bronco drive that actually started at the 20-yard line because the kickoff had bounced before it went through? Oh, it was Will Lutz. He had a bouncing kick go through the back of the end zone. Raiders started on their own 20.
Yeah, but it was a good move because of the personal foul. So they got to – it was something with the rule. I think Moose explained it right where the foul is actually you get the ball 25 yards from where you kicked it. So because he was at the 50, you put him at the 25 instead of the 30 or whatever.
Okay.
So it ended up being right when Will kicked that out of bounds because I didn't know what he was doing.
No. Not that kick. I'm talking about just the one that bounced through the back of the end zone.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Started him at the 20. The kick out of bounds thing started him at the 25. But no, there was a dynamic kickoff that went through the back of the end zone. Kugler and Moose didn't say a word about it.
Couldn't handle it.
Aiden O'Connell and company. I think he just found the right lane and just blasted it through. You know, it was like a 5-iron through the trees. Sometimes you just got to hit that low liner, and that's what he did. And it bounced through the back of the end zone. More of that. That's all I'm saying. The 30-yard line is too generous.
Well, did you hear – it maybe have been the early game. One of the games I watched, I think it was the early game, the Jets game. Somebody brought up that because this is – no, I was listening on Sirius XM of all things. I had to take my mom to the airport, so I actually dialed up a few different games. The Cincinnati crew said they had heard that they're going to probably move it to the 35 because there's been nothing dynamic about this.
Nothing at all.
It's like improved. It's gone from instead of 80% touchbacks to maybe 69, 68%. Nice. But not what they're looking for. So now the touchback could be to the 35 to try to encourage don't kick the touchback.
Yeah. I think on the returns, it's like a 1-yard difference. There's no incentive right now to not just blast it through the back of the end zone. So the play is a gigantic waste of time. Yeah, you gotta make it more punitive. The NFL tried a half measure. They didn't want to go all the way to whatever the XFL or the UFL or whatever the hell we call it now, whatever they were doing. So they made it to 30, and it has absolutely not worked out. They'll tweak it a little bit for next year, I would imagine. Kreckman and Lindahl live at Hofbrau, 92nd and Wadsworth, Mexican Monday. Chiefs, Saints, Monday Night Football. Yankees, Royals just underway. Tigers took Game 2 from the Guardians. That series tied at a game apiece. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, what up, Denver? It is Nate Kreckman for Rad Power Bikes. Have you guys gotten on an e-bike yet? Have you tried one of these out? So much fun and so convenient. They're very easy to ride. They're very comfortable. Anyone can get on an e-bike and go and rip it. But also, if you want to replace your car, for example, over at Rad Power Bikes, they got a bike called the Rad Wagon Cargo and Utility Bike. You can put your kids on the back and take them around. You can haul groceries or whatever cargo you need. A whopping 375-pound payload capacity. They are fantastic. So if you're doing deliveries, whatever it may be, go to Rad Power Bikes and check one of these things out. They are cheap. They are easy to use. They are good year-round. You can get a fat tire e-bike. They're good in the rain, the snow, the cold. Rad Power Bikes can absolutely handle it all. And right now, you can register to win a Radster Trail e-bike at AltitudeSportsRadio.com. Go to AltitudeSportsRadio.com, and you can sign up to win yourself your very own Rad Power Bike. They got a shop, showroom, and service center, 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. You can test ride any bike. Their staff is super helpful. They'll answer all your questions. You will find out just how much fun and just how easy these things are to get around in. RadPowerBikes.com. Check out the whole line, or simply check out their store at 3863 Steel Street, now in Denver.
Wrapping it up on a Monday, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're out at Hofbrau, as we always are, in our little conversation with Ken Harrell, owner of the Hofbrau. All right, Ken, real quick, you were mad at me. You loved your Bronco game yesterday, right?
I did. It was good.
You like the unis? Those are all the unis you got signed in here?
Well, those are from my, formidable years. Those are great unis. I mean, the helmet, that's the one.
It is the best one.
That's
all
the
right.
best one of them all.
You got a bunch of people in here, so let's get down to business. What if people want? We've got what's called the stadium room back there. How big is the stadium room? How big is that screen?
That screen's 208 inches, and you can see it from here, and we're clear across the bar.
Yeah, we're at the front of the bar. So when you drop it down.
Drop it down.
If you have an alumni, if Nate wants to bring in the Illinois alumni group to come watch the Illinois game and be sad when they lose, he can rent it out and do it, and you'll get full stadium surround sound. It's like being at the game.
It's like being at the game, and then without the traffic and the parking.
There you go, and great food.
And we still got pretzels, and we got nachos. So
Traffic's not a problem for Illinois games.
Yeah,
we're fine.
Nobody goes.
Don't worry about us.
Bikes. They all ride their rad e-bikes.
But we use that for retirement parties and college
Christmas
football
parties,
games, Christmas
holiday parties, we should say, coming
absolutely.
By the way, I did the quick math. 17 feet.
17 feet.
208 inches. It's a 17-footer.
17-foot screen. It's back where the band plays. It's awesome.
It's basically a movie theater.
Before. Oh, dude, it's incredible.
And when you put
there.
the speakers on, it sounds like you're at the game.
It is.
It's thunderous.
So rent it out if you want it.
Rent
Who's
it
the
out,
bands this
or
week?
come out and watch the Bronco games too. I mean, we
Oh,
always have it
yeah,
on.
so you put it on. You put the Bronco
Absolutely.
games and the
Every
Viking
Bronco
games.
game and the Viking games.
That's a bummer. Who are the bands this week?
Thursday we've got our house band GOA, our Guild of Ages, and then Friday and Saturday Jakarta.
All right, and always no cover.
Always no cover.
All right, well, go do business before these people leave.
I will.
So we appreciate you.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, guys, for coming out.
All right, that's our buddy Ken Harrell from the Hofbrau, 92nd and Wadsworth. It's Mexican
Brunch
Monday,
on Sunday,
by the
Mexican
way.
Monday. There's trivia tomorrow night. You a trivia guy? Do you crush at trivia?
I'm pretty good at trivia. I'm strong. I'm strong to quite strong.
Should we bump to a Tuesday just so I can watch you do trivia?
I would enjoy that. Yes, I'm down for.
Are you
there's
like?
we'll have to watch a MAC game though on a Tuesday. It just doesn't have quite the same gravitas to it.
But are you a killer Trivial Pursuit guy?
I'm pretty good at Trivial Pursuit. I enjoy Trivial Pursuit. Yes.
So you and the wife?
It's why I take the trivia questions as seriously as
I
do,
know.
Andy.
There's no doubt about it. Is
Yes.
it why you and the wife do you and the wife have people over just to crush souls at Trivial Pursuit?
No.
Oh, okay.
We don't want people coming over to our house, okay?
Doing that little Pictionary, bottle of wine, see where it goes.
Now we're good. CSU fans, how you doing?
Not well.
Oh, man. Had an opportunity, completely gave it away on the road at Oregon State. Penalties killing them all over the place. Team is now 2-3, just another so close yet so far away game. They got a good San Jose State team coming in this weekend, but there they are at 2-3. The pain of being a CSU fan, it's very, very real these days.
I
don't think so.
Does Jay need to bench Fowler Nicolosi?
I didn't think he was the problem the other night.
I get it. But they did have a bunch of okay, then who's the problem with the calling the timeouts and not getting the play right or not? Is that too complicated language?
It feels like a coaching issue to me right now.
Then all right.
The staff is just they are not clicking on all cylinders at all and never quite have been, and they haven't been able to win tight games. They had another opportunity to be able to get it done, gave away a field goal at the end of that game. Touchdown at the end of that game. Bad loss for CSU the other day.
What are you signing?
I like Jay.
We all like Jay.
I like his staff.
I really thought this was going to go better than it had.
But you're stepping up into the Pac-12. You need people to go to that stadium.
Here's the bottom line. Here's where I feel bad for Jay, because we've all been there, all right? And I don't say this lightly, but, look, I got fired from my job knowing that new management came in, and not the management that hired me, and not the management that had lauded me for enough time for me to make it 20 years there. The people that hired Jay are gone. His safety net does not exist, and this season is not going the way. I got a lot of CSU friends. None of them are psyched right now. None of them are
I can't
psyched.
imagine why
they
you would
watch
be.
the games because they're good hardcore fans and they love their college just like you in Illinois.
Yep.
But they are not You know how it is. Bronco fans have been like this the last couple of years. I hopefully it won't go this way this year. But as the season goes along, you quit getting together for the games less and less, right? You got other things you can do.
Yep.
I'll watch it on DVR.
Yep. Nope. It's what? Why would you keep watching that thing? It's nothing but heartbreak and frustration anytime you're flipping it on, and they never win a game that they're not supposed to. That to me has been the overarching theme of the Jay Norvell.
And yet they promise the fan base that they're close. That's what I heard the most after the CU game. A lot of my CSU friends were grousing. I'm sick of being told this is a year we're athletically comparable, and then it doesn't go down the way they want.
Right.
And that's where the frustration lies. And the new administration, look, if people love Jay, then go to the games. But if you don't go to the games, attendance at the games to me is probably the only thing that can save them aside from some winning.
Monday Night Football, New Orleans and Kansas City. Chiefs are 5.5-point favorites in this game. Andy, they have been unspectacular to say the least, and yet they are 4-0. Do they figure out a way to get it done again tonight?
I don't know. Yeah, probably. Yeah. It's in KC, right? Did I see Taylor Swift getting her escort through the house? It's in KC, isn't it?
I thought the game was in New Orleans tonight.
Is it in New Orleans? I thought I saw her walk by a banner.
No, you're right. It's Kansas City.
Yeah, then they're winning.
Yeah.
Sorry. They're winning.
Yeah.
But does Derek Carr got a little – what did Derek Carr used to do when he was the Raiders quarterback? They bit the Chiefs a couple times.
Got him a couple of times.
That doesn't matter. It's still going to be KC.
By the way, David Carr last night on NFL Network just hyping up Devontae to go to New Orleans. Just go play with Derek. You know you want to. I don't know. I still think the Manders make the most sense.
No, I'm with you. If he wants to go have a good time, that'd be fun.
Go and pay up.
But everybody says it's them or the Jets.
I don't know why.
Why would you go to the Jets? Nobody's having a good time that's gone to the Jets there yet.
Because theoretically you want to win, right?
Yeah,
That's
and
what you
Aaron's
wanna go
already
and do.
crawling on all fours like he's looking for summon. I don't know. I got no analogy for you. Finish that off, Kreckman.
I do not see Aaron Rodgers making it through that season right now. I just don't see him. I don't see him healthy like that. That's going to do it for the Kreckman and Lindahl show here today. Fun. We smacked a lot of rears, mostly appropriately. We had Jeff Legwold on the show. We did not smack his rear. Jeff Legwold to talk to us again coming up here on Tuesday. Much more to get